There. I have a feeling the box office will be huge, Catherine added, beaming with excitement. Cheers to that. We should celebrate, Linton said happily, holding their hands as they headed toward the master bedroom. Aren't you supposed to fly back to Los Angeles this morning? Winnie asked. I'm in such a good mood today. I'm pushing the trip to the afternoon. Yahoo will go public next month. According to the preliminary underwriter plan, the IPO price was $20 per share with 4 million shares to be offered, raising $80 million. At that price, Yahoo's market capitalization would be $400 million. But after yesterday's server overload and crash, the valuation may be significantly higher. On the flight back to Los Angeles later that afternoon, Winnie took the opportunity to discuss work with Linton privately. Very good. Yahoo has a bright future. Yeah, but after the IPO, our stake will fall to just 18%. Should we buy more to maintain a 20% share? Yes, but to avoid tipping off Yahoo's management, don't use Mangrove Capital's name. Contact Richard and have him buy the shares under Skycrest Capital. Buy as many as possible, no less than 2%. All right. By the way, Netscape's lockup period expires this month. Their stock has already soared above $90 due to solid growth over the past 6 months. Their market cap is over $9.5 billion now, and our holdings are worth over $2 billion, plus still increasing. Do we really want to sell? Does Netscape have any other products besides their browser? Nope. They specialize only in the browser. But their browser's performance is top-notch and gets upgraded every month with new minor versions. Plus, they have patent protection, so no competitors come close. I heard Microsoft is developing a browser too, Linton said. Microsoft, huh? Yeah, you can't tell me a company like Microsoft can't build a good browser. Netscape has over 95% market share right now. Even if Microsoft comes out with one, it won't threaten them. Normally, that would be true. But don't forget Windows 95's huge dominance. What if Microsoft bundles their browser with the operating system? Bundle? Yeah, just like what happened with Office software before. That move pretty much crushed all the other Office software companies, even the mighty Lotus. Sounds like we should sell then. Don't rush. I expect Microsoft's browser won't hit the market until later this year. We have over 3 months. Slowly sell off your shares over this period. Just make sure it's all gone in 3 months without causing major price swings. All right, what should we do with the cash from selling? Invest more in computer and communication stocks. That's a good plan. These sectors still have lots of growth potential. Also, keep an eye on promising or already growing internet companies. Chapter 476, Upgrade. Of packaging bottles, not enough waitstaff. Darling, where are the blueprints for those 2 types of plastic bottles we had designed earlier for the pills? Linton suddenly remembered that both the Beauty and the Vitality pills contained spiritual energy. Storing them in plastic bottles might not lock in the energy properly. Over time, their effectiveness could diminish. It would be much better to switch to quartz bottles for storage. They're in the office, sweetheart. What's up? Well, Hillary suggested we sell the pills at sky-high prices before. I was thinking that using plastic bottles for the packaging might look too cheap. That's true, but the production order has already been placed, Winnie replied with a bit of frustration. Since it's not a huge amount, here's what we'll do. Once we're back, you immediately notify the manufacturer to stop production. Whatever expenses and losses occurred, we'll cover them in full, and any plastic bottles already produced will be destroyed. All right, but what material should we use to match the quality of the pills? It seems modern industrial synthetic materials aren't suitable. I've already thought it through. There's one material that fits perfectly. What is it? Quartz from Hong Kong. Quartz? Like the quartz pendant you gave me. That's right. No way. That's way too expensive. Sweetheart, quartz comes in high, middle, and low grades. Your pendant uses the highest quality, but the small bottles for the pills can use the lowest grade quartz. It's affordable, but when fashioned into bottles, it will look very upscale. Okay, I'll trust you on this. Are you going to Hong Kong for this? No need. Our friends there can help. Once the plane lands, we'll go to the office and fax them the bottle images. Honey, this pill factory's future profits will be incredible. The staff, especially the manager, need to be absolutely reliable. Have you figured out the arrangements? You're right. The selection has to be careful. But I already have some preliminary ideas. Can you tell me? Of course. I plan to have my assistant, Mina, manage the factory. Mina is a good fit. Her abilities, character, and loyalty aren't in question. But will she want to go? I heard she gave up the manager position at Universal Group just to stay close to you. Yeah, she's young and lacks ambition, but aside from her, I don't have any other suitable candidates. Darling, Mina isn't lacking drive. She's actually overly ambitious, but her ambition is different from most people's. What do you mean? You don't get it? She wants, just like us, to one day become your woman, so she can't bear to leave your side. How do you know that? Did she tell you? It goes without saying. I, Madonna, Nicole Kidman, and all the sisters have figured it out. You just haven't said anything, so we've all been pretending not to know. You know I'm demanding, but unfortunately, she's a little short on looks. That's up to you. Maybe if you suggest it, she might even agree. All right, I'll talk to her privately later. What about the workers? Are you hiring locally? No, I plan to select from the waitresses we brought over from Hong Kong. They're from thousands of miles away, have no local connections here, and are hardworking, obedient, and easier to manage, so their loyalty will be higher. Good choice. But that means we have fewer waitstaff for the gardens, right? Yes. Last year I hired 117 female waitstaff from Hong Kong, which should have been enough for the estate. But now, 35 are assigned to the inner courtyard, plus each of you picked 2 assistants, which took 42 more. Adding the accounting staff and my assistant, Li Xiaoran, that's 80 people. Calculating the factory needs about 30 workers, so the outer courtyard will be left with very few. It will definitely be busy. Honey, did I hear that right? Such a big factory only needs 30 people. That's right. The production is very simple, all on assembly line machines. The difficult part is the research and development and process design. So, what about the outer courtyard's waitstaff? Hiring locally. I'll recruit another batch from Hong Kong. When the plane arrived at San Diego, Linton sent his bodyguards to escort Catherine back to the estate while he, Winnie, and the assistants went to the office. At the office, Winnie quickly handed over the 2 blueprints. Linton checked the time, 5 p.m., which made it 8 a.m. Hong Kong time. Lin Hao should be at the office by now. He picked up the phone and called. Sure enough, Lin was there. Director Lin, I have 2 blueprints here. I'm faxing them to you now. Linton, I've received the blueprints. Are these for 2 small bottles? Yes. I'd like you to help contact a quartz manufacturing factory to make these bottles using the most common quartz, but in 2 colors, one a regular color, the other green or black. I'm not particular about the quartz quality, but they must be genuine. No problem. The shapes of the bottles are nice, but simple to make. How many do you need? 50,000 in the regular color and 10,000 in the other. That's a large quantity. Yes, please help me arrange it as soon as possible. All right, I'll check with the factory and get back to you later. Thanks. Also, one more thing. I'm very happy with the waitstaff you hired last time. Please recruit 40 more for me. Sure. When do you need them? The over 100 young women who came last time have all been contacting their families, praising the place nonstop. The environment is beautiful, the work is easy, the boss is great, and they each have their own room with a bathroom. Meals are steaks and burgers. Every day, and international calls are unlimited. More amazingly, half of them got promotions and raises in just a few months, with increases of $500 a month. These stories are going viral back home, so you can imagine how many are asking if you're hiring again. As soon as possible. The conditions and standards will be the same as before. I'll have the payment transferred to you tomorrow. Okay. It'll take at most 1 month to recruit. Will you come to oversee the handoff? Thank you. I'll try to come, but if not, I'll send someone. Back at the estate, just after 8 p.m., Linton had finished dinner when he got Lin's call. Linton, I'm at the factory now. Your requirements can be met, but it might be a bit pricey. How much per bottle? 80 Hong Kong dollars for the regular color quartz bottles, and 120 Hong Kong dollars for the black quartz ones. That price is fine. It's negligible compared to the pill prices. Once the molds are done, they can go full production. They can produce 10,000 regular quartz bottles a month, but black quartz production is limited to 2,000 due to raw material constraints. Also, check if the bottoms of the bottles can be numbered starting from 00001. Hold on. The engineer says it's possible. Great. Let's add that clause to the contract. Deliveries once a month. shipment by air for the first 2 months, then by sea afterward. Chapter 477, Wild Sumo Route. Shortage. Riding the hype of the Super Bowl commercial and the Victoria's Secret Angels, on the day after Linton returned to Los Angeles, Universal Pictures and Linton Films jointly held a press conference. They unveiled 4 posters, officially kicking off the promotional campaign for the movie Mission Impossible. The 4 posters included Linton escaping from an aquatic restaurant after blowing it up with a chewing gum bomb, Linton rappelling down from the CIA headquarters ceiling while stealing a computer hard drive containing a list, a scene of Linton fighting enemies atop a moving train, and Catherine, disguised as a sexy office lady and Chanel professional, wear inside the CIA headquarters. The 4th poster showcased Catherine's stunning beauty and charm to the extreme. Combined with the other 3 adrenaline-packed, high-energy posters, the set presented a strikingly harmonious visual. Each poster prominently displayed the words, "A Linton Anderson production," and May 10th North America release in the lower right corner. As soon as the posters were released, they sparked a mania among movie fans and collectors. Meanwhile, Linton arranged for his fan office to distribute these posters and a 2-minute promotional video to fan clubs across the globe. Within just days, buoyed by the Super Bowl ads and the Victoria's Secret Angels buzz, the Mission Impossible posters rapidly covered North America. Since the release date was still weeks away, Linton refrained from further promotional activities. On March 2nd, Linton took 2 assistants and returned to the farm. This visit had 2 purposes: to spend time with Madonna and little Lena, a pregnant Sophie Marceau, Christiana, and Monica, and to finalize the operations at the factory producing the beauty pills. By March, Montana's weather improved with the long-missed sun breaking through, temperatures rising above freezing, and the snow on the ground beginning to melt. It looked like the factory construction could begin in about 10 days. As the temperatures increased, the weather control array that Linton had set up in the gardens started to lose effectiveness, and the garden's temperature aligned with the outside environment. The snow in the garden, already scarce due to warmer weather, mostly melted away, revealing sprouts of green grass poking through the earth. Without noticing it, Lena was already half a year old. Even before birth, she had been nourished by the essence of Linton's vital energy. After birth, Madonna continued to provide abundant breast milk, allowing Lena to keep receiving this vital nourishment. Living in the garden, which was filled with spiritual energy, only enhanced her well-being. From birth, Lena showed remarkable differences from other children. Not only was she especially pink and adorable, but she was also easy to care for, rarely fussy in the middle of the night, and never slept oddly. The 2 nannies remarked that they had never encountered such a low-maintenance child. She was incredibly healthy, never suffering headaches or fevers. Although she couldn't speak yet, Lena could recognize familiar adults around her. Just then, seeing Linton, she flailed her limbs excitedly in Madonna's arms, uttering indistinct baby sounds. It was clear she had recognized her father and wanted to be held. Seeing such an innocent and adorable little girl, Linton felt his heart melt instantly. He quickly approached, scooped up both mother and daughter, and spun around twice amid Lena's silver bell-like laughter. Then, holding Lena alone, he planted 2 kisses on her rosy cheeks and played a few rounds of lifting games. After that, Lena refused to let go of him, clinging to him even during hugs with Sophie Marceau, Christiana, and Monica. The night party following this little reunion was lively and spirited, as expected. Linton then custom-ordered automated filling and sealing machines and worked swiftly to solidify the beauty elixir production process. The assembly line was divided into 11 operational stations, including herbal identification and storage, warehouse management, quality control, and finance. There were a total of 15 positions, each staffed by 2 people. Given the elixir's astronomical price, the factory's production demands were light enough to be handled during regular working hours. However, to avoid unforeseen circumstances, Linton decided to assign 2 people per station, totaling 30 workers. Goodman spent nearly a week in Montana handling all factory paperwork. The factory was named Linton Health Products, and the trademark for Linton's full product range was officially registered. Linton then invested $50 million into Linton Health Products. The factory's first business deal was purchasing raw materials. The herbal emporium was ready with almost all the ingredients, but unfortunately, they faced issues with the wild suma root supply. Though the formal contract was not signed, agreements on materials allocation and procurement had already commenced in full. The list of herbs, pricing, and quantities were all settled without problems. However, the delivery schedule posed challenges. All herbs except wild suma root, aged over 30 years, could be shipped within 2 weeks after contract signing. The wild suma root supply was far below demand after stock inventory and market research. They requested amending the contract to 500 kilograms, delivered in 2 batches, 200 kilograms within 2 weeks, and the remaining 300 kilograms spread over 1 year. Even if Linton agreed to have an additional 500 kilograms delivered the next year, the herbal emporium wouldn't commit. It wasn't about the price. The profit margin on this deal was already substantial. They simply lacked confidence in next year's wild suma root supply. Any promise without guaranteed delivery and quality would be disastrous, especially given the risks inherent in international trade. No one dared take that chance. After hearing the explanation, Linton's heart sank. His fears were confirmed. Wild mountain suma root was a rare and uncontrollable resource. Stable supply was impossible. When signing the contract, Linton maintained the original quantities and price, but extended the deadline for delivering the last 500 kilograms to within 3 years. Given the scarcity of wild suma root, the only option was to reduce the supply of vitality pills and raise its price. The 500 kilograms of wild suma root represented a 3-year raw material reserve, meaning the vitality elixir's output would be cut to 1/3, with only 4,000 pill bottles produced annually. Reducing production to 1/3 while maintaining total revenue and profit meant the price had to triple. Hillary had proposed setting the price at $2 million per bottle. Now, it might as well be raised to $6 million per bottle. This would cement the vitality pills as a luxury item only the ultra-wealthy could afford. With such limited supply, and to prevent hoarding and black market speculation, sales would need strict real name registration and record-keeping. Buyers would be limited to 1 bottle per year and would be required to provide credit verification and other documentation during purchase. Chapter 478. Mina's Promotion, Lee. Sharon's Raise. Mina, how did the beauty pills I gave you last time work out? Linton asked. Boss, it worked amazingly. Mina's eyes sparkled as she replied. After I took it, my skin felt like it had been reborn. For over a week, it was like I was undergoing non-stop skincare treatment. I didn't need to wear any makeup at all. Unfortunately, the effect seemed to fade a few days ago, and my skin has started to feel dry again. If I could keep taking that beauty pill regularly, I believe someday my skin could even rival Lee Sharon's. It was mid-March now. The thick snow covering the farm had largely melted, and sprigs of green were beginning to push through the thawing ground. Construction had officially started on Linton's health product factory. The building wasn't large, just a single story, with a warehouse included, totaling around 5,000 square feet. They expected the construction to last about 6 weeks. The factory manager was about to be appointed, and many preliminary preparations were underway. This was why Linton had called Mina to his study for a private conversation. Mina, I'm sure you've realized by now that I've developed a groundbreaking product, the beauty pill. The factory for its production has already broken ground, and I'm ready to begin manufacturing in earnest. Now, I need to appoint someone to manage the factory. This position is extremely important, and since you're the person I trust the most, are you interested in becoming the general manager? Mina was stunned. Me? The general manager of such an important factory? Boss, you want me to take that role? Yes, exactly. Boss, don't joke around. I don't have that kind of expertise. I've worked as your assistant for years, but that was in the media industry. This is manufacturing. I really don't know anything about running a real business or managing production. That's okay. This factory will be quite simple. A small facility with just one assembly line, about 30 workers, and relatively low output. Mina hesitated. I may not understand how to run a health product or pharmaceutical company, but I know production is only one part. Isn't research and development and sales even more important? You're right. That's true for most health product companies. But mine's different. You won't need to worry about R&D or sales. Your job is just to ensure production runs smoothly. But I don't know how to run production either. Let me put it this way. The manufacturing process in this factory is very simple. The role of general manager doesn't require extremely high skills, but it's incredibly important to me personally. I need someone I truly trust to take charge, and you're one of the very few I can rely on. Boss, you really trust me this much? Of course. You've been with me for over 4 years. I trust you completely. Do you really think I can handle managing the factory well? Absolutely. There won't be any problems. But if I leave, who will take care of your work and personal life? Li Shaoran still hasn't fully learned everything. You don't need to worry about that. Li Shaoran has been learning for a few months now. It shouldn't be an issue. Besides, there are several people in the secretarial office too. But I still don't want to leave your side, Mina admitted, though inwardly tempted by the opportunity. It was obvious that once the beauty pills hit the market, their potential would be explosive. Being the factory manager would bring far greater social status and income than her current role. However, like Winnie had warned, after more than 4 years by Linton's side, her heart and mind were completely attached to him. Her greatest dream was to one day climb into Linton's bed, join his inner circle. Though she knew it would be difficult, as long as she stayed nearby, there was always hope. If she left now, that dream would likely die. Sweetheart, people need to grow. You can't be my assistant forever. But I want to stay by your side forever, she said softly. Look at it this way. This is my home, my real base of operations. This factory will become one of my core enterprises. By managing the factory, you'll still be working close to me. Really? Absolutely. And didn't you just say you want to keep using the beauty pills long term? Yes. After experiencing it, who wouldn't want to continue? Do you know the price per dose? How much? One pill's effect lasts 10 days. To use it continuously for a year, you'd need 36 pills. They come 18 pills per bottle, and each bottle costs $100,000. Wow, that expensive? How much money could the factory make in a year? Now you understand how important this factory is to me. Boss, so I have a really high position in your eyes. Yes. Like I said, you're my most trusted person. Also, as the factory manager, there's a bonus. What bonus? You won't ever run out of the beauty pills yourself. With enough pills on hand, you'll only become more beautiful. Mina thought it made sense. Her biggest obstacle to winning over the boss was her looks. After a period of taking the pills, her appearance would be more attractive. Then, her chances of capturing Linton's heart would increase. All right, since you trust me so much, I'll take the job. That's the spirit. Come with me. I'll walk you through the production line and how we'll operate it. The next day, Linton called Winnie and Li Shaoran into the study together. Shaoran, how's your assistant training going? Boss, I finished studying the assistant's efficient workflow manual and have been learning practically from Mina for 4 months. I feel fully ready to handle the assistant role. So can you manage as my assistant on your own? Now, what about Mina? She has other tasks assigned. Can you handle it? Maybe. I think I can. Are you sure? When is Mina leaving exactly? Officially, in a week. But starting now, she'll begin other work duties. Okay, then I'll use this week to thoroughly review everything with her for a smooth transition. I don't think there will be any problems. If I encounter something I'm not sure about, I can still ask Mina for help, right? Of course. I'm giving you a month to adjust. If you really can't handle it, I'll select a new assistant from within the company. Thanks, boss. But I still can't write your speeches. Don't worry about that. I'll have Elizabeth, the office manager at the film company, also serve as secretary for the chairman's office. Your job is just to be my assistant. Leave everything else to her. Thank you, boss. I promise there will be no problems. Starting this month, your salary rises to $4,000 per month. If after 1 month's probation you perform well, your pay will match Mina's previous $8,000 monthly. Chapter 479, The Truth. As March neared its end, the countdown to the Oscars had just 1 week left. Linton gathered all his women out in the gardens of his estate farm. After a night filled with non-stop celebration, a wild party that lasted until dawn, he called everyone into his study. There, he brought out 2 special pills, the Vitality and Beauty pills. I've called you all here not just for a group vacation, Linton began, but also to share something very important. Let me ask you first, do you know why you're becoming more beautiful, your skin growing smoother and fairer, and most importantly, why your physical fitness is improving so much that you feel healthier, free of illness and pain, and even able to reclaim the vitality of your body at age 18. Madonna was the first to answer. I know. Surely it's because you cast some kind of magic on us. I think you must be a god incarnate who blessed us with incredible powers, someone else said. Yeah, I feel like you're a celestial being descended from the heavens. You used some kind of supernatural power on us. Not just our bodies healed, but the necklace you gave us must be a mystical artifact too. It seems to have some unbelievable powers, another chimed in. I believe you're the reincarnation of the god. The room buzzed with guesses and wild speculations. Although Linton had never explicitly revealed the truth, after so long together and experiencing the unimaginable changes in their bodies, everyone more or less reached the same conclusion. They were convinced that Linton had obtained some divine, otherworldly powers, like God or an alien, and had shared part of that power with them. Linton listened with a secret smile. You guys have quite the imagination, but that's fine. It's easier if you explain the source of my powers that way. I wouldn't want to waste time explaining things like immortal cultivation or bizarre time travel that you might not understand. He explained, when I was in college, one night in my dreams, I was blessed by a divine spirit and gained a special ability. This power didn't just make me stronger. It also lets me pass on essential energy to my intimate partners. This energy works miracles on the body. It cleanses the meridians, strengthens the body's core, keeps you youthful and beautiful, boosts vitality, and so much more. So you're saying our dramatic transformations are because we've been receiving your essence through prolonged, intimate encounters with you? They asked in disbelief. Exactly. Wow, that's incredible. You really have such miraculous power, someone said, eyes wide. No wonder when we're with you, you never need to use those pills, another added. And I never get tired during those times. In fact, I feel stronger and more energized, even better than after a good night's sleep. Heidi Klum, recalling Linton's wild parties with the Victoria's Secret Angels, asked, You've been with other women too, right? Why don't they show these changes? I control the distribution of my essence, Linton said smoothly. For others, I usually don't give much, just enough to maintain their stamina during our encounters. But for you all, I share freely and generously. That's perfect. But please keep this essence secret. If word got out, every woman in the world would be after you, and you'd never have a normal life again. Dear, you give us so much of this energy. Doesn't it affect your own health? No worries. I control it carefully and don't exceed my limits. Plus, for you, my reserves are more than enough. Though I do have a threshold, of course. That's good. So as long as you stay with us, we can remain forever young and beautiful. Yes, you could say that. Cheers broke out, the room filled with excitement. Once the mood settled, Linton continued. Do you know why I'm telling you all this now? Why? They asked, exchanging looks. A secret this big getting out might not be a good thing. Because your unnatural transformations have attracted unwanted attention. Someone's after your secret of reverse aging. You're in great danger. Danger? We've drawn people's eyes onto us. Yes. Remember when Madonna was pregnant last year and hospitalized at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center? Yes. Someone tried to harm me back then. Madonna paled at the memory. The truth is, her remarkable reversal attracted a group of powerful older women who established a secret research lab, known as the X Project, to capture Madonna and dissect her for the secret of her reverse aging. Linton's tone darkened. I got angry and orchestrated an accident that wiped them all out. I remember this case caused an uproar across America back then. So this was what really happened. Exactly. If those women are dead, why is there still danger? Because women with both massive wealth and power wanting to regain their youthful looks are not just those who were eliminated. Last month, I got news another group of old women formed a faction to do the same thing. And this time, their targets aren't just Madonna, but also Sophie Marceau, Christiana, Monica, and Nicole Kidman. No wonder you brought us here last month and had your bodyguard Danny and his team assigned to protect Nicole. That's right. Since you are all my cherished ones, I must ensure your safety. But why are only these few targeted? Because the gap between your appearance and your true age is striking. You look much younger and more beautiful than years ago. Others still show some age, so they've escaped notice, for now. But over time, that may change. So what do we do? Live under layers of protection forever. Yes, unless we solve this problem at its root, your safety will always be precarious. Even if I eliminate all current threats, more will emerge. Which brings me to the next important matter. Do you already have a solution? Actually, yes. The fundamental way to solve this is by offering those women a way to restore their youth and beauty. But your essence is limited, right? And you don't exactly want to share it with those women. Of course, the essence is an absolute secret between us. We have to rely on another method. Oh, pills. Winnie, Madonna, Christiana, Sophie, and Monica quickly grasped the idea. That's right. I've been researching two special pills, the beauty and the vitality pills. The beauty pill eliminates wrinkles, leaving skin smoother, more radiant, and making the face more beautiful. The vitality pill strengthens the body's core, boosts vitality, and with long-term use, restores vigor, health, youthfulness, and even extends lifespan. Are these pills really that miraculous? They must be some kind of miracle medicine. Wow, to extend life. This is unbelievable. When the excitement settled, Linton pointed to the pills on the table. These two are right here. The green ones are the beauty pills, and the yellow are the vitality pills. If you haven't tried them yet, each of you can take one pill of each, but just one at a time. See what effects you feel. Besides Winnie, Madonna, Christiana, Monica, and Sophie, everyone eagerly took the pills. An hour later, after everyone had finished both pills, they were surprised. None could sense any change. "Dear, I feel nothing," one said. "Me too, no effect at all." Linton smiled. "It's normal you don't feel anything, because you've been nourished constantly by my essence, which is far more potent than these pills combined. Your bodies are already at the best possible condition. Naturally, these pills won't add much, but to ordinary people, these pills are wildly effective." "I see. So if you release these pills to the market, then everyone can buy them, and their secret research becomes pointless. They won't bother us anymore, and our safety is secured," Madonna realized. "Exactly. That's why you all have to keep a consistent story. Your transformations are due to long-term use of these two pills that I provide." "That's smart. It's good advertising for the pills, too." "When will you launch these pills?" "Probably in about 2 months. The factory is still under construction, though I've already fine-tuned the production line. It should be ready by the end of next month. Also, we have yet to secure storefronts for our exclusive shops. Darling, finding retail space in Los Angeles shouldn't be hard. There are plenty of shopping centers. It's not easy, because these pills are difficult to manufacture and will be priced high. The beauty capsule holds 18 pills per bottle, enough for 6 months, priced at $100,000. The Vitality one has 12 pills per bottle, lasting 1 year, priced at $6 million. Who do you think the customers will be? The rich and famous from around the world, for sure. And how do you think the world will regard these pills? They'll see them as miracle drugs, beyond imagination. I guarantee once they're released, wealthy people everywhere will swarm to buy. Then our shops must be in the highest-end malls in Los Angeles. The stores have to look luxurious to match the miracle pills. It'll help gain customer trust and willingness to pay from the start. That narrows it down to Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills or the Santa Monica Shopping Center, someone said. Even major stars naturally knew the top shopping areas. Yes, but those property managers won't clear major clients to make room for us just on faith that these pills will sell. So what's your plan? Run early ads? Never. Advertising like that is too low class for these pills. Then what? A big publicity stunt. Winnie, who had a keen business sense, quickly guessed Linton's intention. "Yes, the Oscars are coming up soon. I have a plan, and I'll need your cooperation." "No problem. We'll follow your lead." "Are you going to publicly admit your relationship with all of us?" "Not exactly. When asked, you can give vague answers, not totally denying, but say we're the closest of friends. Let the audience read into it themselves." "Fair enough." As major celebrities, openly revealing such a collective relationship with Linton was still delicate. Finally, 2 last things. First, I'll arrange for my health products company to sign endorsement deals with each of you. The fees won't reflect your actual commercial value, but will be a flat $10 million per year per person, including Winnie. "Wow, honey, you're amazing. You're rolling out a massive perk for all of us." Everyone cheered. Even for a megastar like Madonna, $10 million annually was impressive. The highest among the others were Sophie Marceau and Naomi, at $5 million each per year. The rest were less. Second, are you satisfied with the female personal assistants we hired before? Very satisfied. They're wonderful, attentive, and hardworking. The pill factory is still under construction. I've appointed Mina as factory head. Now we must recruit and train workers. We need 30 workers. The work is simple and largely easy. Female employees will do fine. After careful thought, given the factory's security, confidentiality, and special nature, we won't hire externally. Instead, we'll choose from among our female estate staff. I previously recruited 117 female employees from Hong Kong, most of whom joined the inner estate. Some of you chose personal assistants from them. This time, I'll open registration to all female estate staff willing to apply. Mina and I will select the best candidates. For any staffing shortfalls, recruitment will continue, with full staffing expected within 4 months. Then, you can make your picks. For now, please support this plan. No problem, I support it, several voices replied enthusiastically. Chapter 480, The Razzie Awards Disaster, Shocking Hollywood Scandal. March 27th, the day before the Oscars ceremony. The Golden Raspberry Awards Committee announced this year's winners. Worst Picture went to Independence Day. Worst Director was Michael Bay for Independence Day. Worst Actor was Linton Anderson for Independence Day. All 3 top honors swept by the same film instantly sparked a massive uproar. It's important to remember that last year Independence Day was undeniably a box office bombshell. It pulled in $361 million in North America alone and conquered overseas markets with an astounding $545 million. Its global total hit $906 million, making it only the 3rd movie in history to surpass $900 million worldwide. This film, which showcased American strength and confidence while spreading its core values across the globe, was shockingly named the worst movie by the Razzies. To be fair, while the film leaned into the cheesy side, its story held strong, and the spectacle, cinematography, and editing demonstrated Michael Bay's unmistakable directorial skill. As for Linton's performance, it wasn't a groundbreaking artistic achievement, but as a commercial star, he delivered a creditable, solid performance. The Razzie announcement was immediately met with widespread criticism and disbelief from both media and audiences. Of course, some who didn't get along with Linton raised a toast in celebration. Tom Cruise, Sean Connery, and even Michael Ovitz, who'd recently left CAA to become Disney's president. However, after Ovitz's departure, CAA had come to terms with reality, adjusted its strategy, and reconciled with Linton's film company. Continuing the feud risked losing their top talent. The overwhelming majority condemned the Razzie Committee as shameless opportunists, accusing them of riding Independence Day's massive hype just to boost their own profile and sensationalize the awards. But many recalled the fierce attacks from critics and producers alike during the film's summer release. Back then, critics openly opposed audiences, tearing Independence Day apart, only to be slapped hard by the box office's massive support. People saw it for what it was, critics taking revenge. That viewpoint quickly dominated public opinion, with the Razzie Committee and critics lambasted for being out of touch and deliberately opposing the audience's tastes. Entertainment reporters and paparazzi couldn't be happier. Amid such a hot topic, this was their moment to shine, interviewing all parties, stirring up conflict, and driving huge traffic to their stories. Suddenly, Linton's film company, Universal Studios, director Michael Bay, and Linton himself became prime targets for every camera and microphone. For Linton's company and Universal, the huge profits from Independence Day were already secured. A bit of criticism wasn't a big deal for a commercial blockbuster. The Razzie buzz, combined with multiple technical Oscar nominations, might even boost future licensing revenue. Truthfully, the massive box office owed a lot to the heated clashes with critics that generated enormous buzz. Now that all the financial gains were claimed, it was expected that some people would vent their frustrations. So both companies stayed calm and avoided inflammatory statements. But Michael Bay was a different story. Known for his fiery temper and now a celebrated director, he felt on par with the truck driver turned director in toughness. Being handed worst director out of the blue ignited his fury. In a media interview, he harshly criticized the Razzie Committee, calling them shameless, artistically blind, and utterly unfair. Linton, on the other hand, remained completely silent. Even when swarmed by journalists and paparazzi outside his estate, he never came out for interviews. That was no surprise. 3 days earlier, Linton had returned to Los Angeles with most of his entourage. After all, the Oscars were about to start. Each leading lady needed to showcase her absolute best on the red carpet. Though their radiant skin and flawless looks owed much to Linton's exclusive vitality elixir, avoiding the usual grueling pre-event rituals of dieting and spa treatments, at least makeup, styling, wardrobe fittings, jewelry, and accessories all had to be meticulously prepared. Though Linton drew no interviews, the paparazzi still scored big. They witnessed over a dozen of Hollywood's hottest stars, including Christiana Ricci, Monica Bellucci, Sophie Marceau, Nicole Kidman, Naomi Watts, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Winona Ryder, Jennifer Connelly, Cameron Diaz, Charlize Theron, and Kate Winslet, all living at Linton's estate. Since it was the final day before the Oscars, the starlets left the estate in the morning by car to visit their agencies for final styling, hair, and wardrobe tests. Once done, they returned to Linton's estate, seemingly indifferent to the paparazzi waiting outside. While their car windows were tinted black to keep prying eyes out, these famous women naturally drew cameras everywhere. No one bothered to hide the fact that such a large group of starlets lived together under one roof. Though known for his playboy image and tangled relationships with many Hollywood women, even the press was stunned by just how many openly came and went at Linton's estate. The confirmation was undeniable. Hollywood's ultimate womanizer and scandal magnet was Linton Anderson. Having this many top actresses living together with Linton was a juicy gossip bonanza, far more headline-worthy than the Razzie Awards. Paparazzi were thrilled, their hard work rewarded with juicy exclusives and big bonuses. Even more surprising, 5 major stars stopped their cars to answer reporters' questions: Christiana, Monica, Sophie, Nicole, and Winona. Christiana, are you living with Linton? Christiana, what's your relationship with Linton? Christiana, are you one of many living with him? The answers were predictably uniform. I'm very close friends with Linton. I'm just visiting his home this time. I won't answer any other questions. Paparazzi privately scoffed. Tomorrow was the Oscars, and here they were at a friend's house. Nobody believed they weren't lovers. But that didn't matter. If they didn't tell the truth, reporters would just fill in the blanks. One reporter pressed, "What do you think of Linton winning the Razzie for Worst Actor?" He's deeply disappointed in the Razzie Committee. They've completely betrayed the award's original purpose. There's no fairness or justice. It's just a clique's game. And what's Linton's own response? Why hasn't he spoken out? He said there's no point in caring about an award without credibility. The audience's eyes are sharp. Ignoring the Razzie is the best response, as drawing attention only helps their agenda. The drama was far from over. Chapter 481, Oscars Shocker. Normally, in the days leading up to the Oscars, most of North America's media fixated on the ceremony itself, eagerly analyzing the odds for the major award contenders. Critics and commentators alike took this chance to share their predictions and opinions. Film studios and nominated actors often seized the moment to spend a bit on media praise pieces. Subtle self-promotion to boost their visibility and star power. But this year was wildly different. On the night before and the morning of the Oscars, nearly every media outlet was drowning in gossip about Linton Anderson's scandalous love life. With photos and undeniable proof, the headline screamed that 12 stunning Hollywood actresses, including Christiana Ricci, Monica Bellucci, Sophie Marceau, Nicole Kidman, Naomi Watts, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Winona Ryder, Jennifer Connelly, Cameron Diaz, Charlize Theron, Kate Winslet, and Noriko Sakai, had all been staying at Linton's sprawling estate. Tabloid reporters fully unleashed their wild imaginations, churning out lurid stories that were as salacious as they were entertaining, dominating front pages nationwide. Further digging revealed even more names: megadiva Madonna, rising pop queen Shania Twain, Victoria's Secret's beloved Angel Heidi Klum, and 4 prominent Asian actresses, Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, Izumi Sakai, and Akina Nakamori. The entire American public was feasting on this sensational gossip, overwhelmed and captivated. While the men gawked and wished they could take Linton's place, women speculated about his irresistible charm and whether they might get their own chance. Of course, a tiny conservative faction condemned Linton's behavior as morally bankrupt. Meanwhile, criticism of the Golden Raspberry Awards filled whatever remaining media space there was. Many agreed with director Michael Bay's harsh take that this year's Razzies lacked any integrity, artistic sense, or fairness. Yet even more voices sided with Linton, arguing that ignoring such discredited awards was the best response. Some radicals pushed to abolish them entirely, insisting the media stop covering these sham ceremonies altogether. On the afternoon of March 28th, the 68th Academy Awards ceremony began amid this chaotic buzz. At 3 p.m., a long red carpet was unrolled across the plaza outside Los Angeles' Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Stars arrived dazzling, some debonair, others radiant, some graceful, sultry, even breathtakingly alluring. Each beamed with irresistible charm, showing off their best looks. Cheers roared from the crowd, and camera flashes exploded relentlessly. The grand finale of the red carpet was Linton Anderson himself, impeccably dressed in Armani, escorting two of the top Oscar hopefuls, Christiana Ricci and Monica Bellucci, widely tipped for Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress, respectively. What surprised the audience most was that these two glamorous women, while stunning as ever, boldly revealed small baby bumps beneath their gowns. This was a clear announcement. Both were pregnant, well into their second trimester. With each clutching one of Linton's arms, speculation immediately ignited. Could both Christiana and Monica be carrying Linton's children? The crowd erupted, their screams and cheers echoing across the plaza, while photographers' flashes lit up the scene like daylight. Reaching the end of the carpet, reporters swarmed them, practically trying to shove microphones into their faces. Linton, what exactly is your relationship with these two? Christiana, is the baby you're carrying Linton's? Monica, is your child his as well? Without acknowledging their questions, Linton exuded a subtle aura of power, causing the closest reporters to instinctively step back. Friends, please calm down, he said coolly. One at a time. We'll answer your questions, starting with me. Linton, how are you involved with Christiana and Monica? Are you dating them both simultaneously? Yesterday, multiple female stars were spotted staying at your estate. What's going on with them? I care deeply for both Christiana and Monica. Right now, we're the closest of friends. That's all I'll say, Linton answered calmly. Enough from me. Hollywood Gossip Daily. Your turn to question Christiana. A reporter from the Hollywood Gossip Daily eagerly stepped forward, waving a microphone. Ms. Reilly, how far along are you? And who is the father? Expecting a carefully crafted dodge, he was stunned when Christiana openly confessed, I'm 5 months pregnant. And the father? Just as you imagine. It's Linton. She shot him a sweet smile, turning next to Linton like a devoted partner. Next question. From MCA TV. Ms. Bellucci, how far along are you? Is Linton the father? Monica smiled radiantly, also straightforward. I'm 5 months along. And yes, the father is Linton. Their matching replies stunned every reporter present. They silently applauded Linton's courage and generosity, admiring how openly he delivered this explosive scoop. The buzz surrounding the Oscars reached new, unstoppable heights. At 6 p.m., the ceremony officially commenced inside the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Unsurprisingly, Braveheart swept the night with 5 wins, including Best Picture and Director, dominating the evening's awards. Jack Nicholson gave a masterful, near-perfect performance in As Good as It Gets, but ultimately lost Best Actor to Nicolas Cage, who benefited from full backing by the great director Francis Ford Coppola. Luckily, the Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress awards had no surprises. Christiana won Best Actress for her outstanding work in As Good as It Gets. Monica took home Best Supporting Actress for her gripping role in The Sixth Sense. Linton himself snagged Best Original Screenplay for The Sixth Sense. Interestingly, Independence Day also picked up 3 technical Oscars: Best Editing, Sound Editing, and Visual Effects. One could only wonder if this didn't sting the Razzies Committee's pride. Chapter 482, PR Crisis. After the Oscars ceremony ended, Linton Anderson and his entourage of girlfriends didn't attend any of the usual after-parties. Instead, Without any attempt to hide, Linton brought all of them directly back to his estate. The swarm of paparazzi waiting outside went wild. This was beyond mere gossip or scandal. It was a confirmed fact. They had to follow, find out exactly where they were headed. The reporters trailed Linton's group all the way to his mansion, watching as he and his companions disappeared behind the grand gates. Then they split up. Some stayed behind, digging for fresh scoop, while others contacted major media outlets to sell the exclusive photos they'd just captured. Meanwhile, Linton's agent team, Mira Secchi, Ellie Lance, and Carnes Carter, were on the verge of losing it. The moment the Oscars wrapped up and Linton returned, the three were already waiting at the estate, urgently strategizing damage control. The rumors of Linton having children with Christiana and Monica had already started swirling on the red carpet. They had prepared a preliminary PR pitch focused on true love, portraying the children as gifts from above. Though it sounded a bit ridiculous, that kind of spin worked well enough. Love was revered above all. Even family, and children, especially, were seen as innocent blessings society had to protect. Women's reproductive rights had only been fought for and won in the last 2 decades, but none of them had expected Linton to boldly parade back to the estate with 12 Oscar-attending starlets, openly flaunting the situation in front of hundreds of flashing cameras. For Mira and the others, it was like a thunderclap on a clear day. How can you be so reckless? How are we supposed to spin this? What about your superstar image? Your commercial value? Maybe it's because you bought out Universal and became a big-time tycoon. You figure you've made it and don't care about being a star anymore? But that'd be too costly. What about us? And what about Christiana, Monica, Sophie Marceau, Nicole Kidman, Naomi Watts, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Winona Ryder, Jennifer Connelly, Cameron Diaz, Charlize Theron, Kate Winslet, and Noriko Sakai? Aren't they worried about their careers? Will they just follow your chaos? Especially Christiana, Monica, Sophie Marceau, Noriko Sakai, plus those who didn't attend the Oscars like Izumi Sakai, Akina Nakamori, Vivian Chow, and Michelle Reese, all signed under WMA, Myra's company. These women were all established stars. The lowest ranking among them was already a Tier 3 celebrity, and Sophie Marceau was firmly Tier 1. Christiana had just clinched the Oscar for Best Actress and was due for a major rise. Every year, these stars brought massive profits to WMA. Mira herself, thanks to Linton and this star cluster, had been promoted to senior partner, vice president, firmly in the company's elite leadership. But in moments like this, causing such a scandal, weren't they afraid their stardom would fade, their futures derailed, their market value tanked? Despite progression in women's rights granting some leniency, the competition in Hollywood was fierce. Did they not realize how many resources and opportunities their actions were blocking for other actresses? By handing their rivals ammunition, who knew how many adversaries were already digging into their pasts to smear their reputation. It was a headache, an unbearable one, for Mira and the team. Still, what flabbergasted them more was Linton's calm response when they anxiously pressed him for a PR strategy the moment he arrived. This scandal? Don't worry too much. I've got it under control. Boss, that's impossible. Do you realize that your comments with Christiana and Monica on the red carpet have already gone viral? Now, you openly come back to your estate with over a dozen starlets, followed by 100 reporters and paparazzi. Who knows how the media will spin this? How competitors will exploit it? If we ignore this, the fallout could be disastrous. No problem. They'll all leave by tomorrow morning. We just say it was a celebration here at my estate for me, Christiana, and Monica's Oscar wins. Can we at least send something out to the reporters outside? Sure. You and Amy, the housekeeper, take some coffee to the paparazzi. Tell them we're hosting a private after-party to celebrate the Oscar victories. That reasoning was plausible. After all, the Hollywood scene was always flooded with after-parties following the Oscars. Usually they were held at hotels, or for the few hosted at private mansions. Event companies handled everything. Invitations were broad. The place was lit up, lively. But Linton, with just a dozen starlets back at his estate, no party atmosphere, no other guests, no entertainment. It didn't look like any celebration anyone had ever seen. Still, a good excuse was better than none, and since it sounded reasonable, with some money spent on subtle media nudging, it should be manageable. After all, why couldn't their celebration party break from tradition? All right, for your and Christiana's and Monica's pregnancy announcement, we have a preliminary PR plan. Take a look. Fine. Arrange it. It wasn't just Myra's team pacing anxiously. The agents for Nicole Kidman, Naomi, Catherine, Winona, Jennifer, Cameron, Charlize, and Kate Winslet were equally alarmed. None dared approach the estate, and if they tried, entry would be impossible. So frantically, they called, hashing out PR strategies. Linton's girlfriends all stuck to his story, offering replies that soothed their agents. For now, the party lasted well into the next morning, only wrapping up at 7 a.m. The women tidied the place, had breakfast, and all left separately, being picked up off-site by their respective agents. The next day, rumors about Linton overwhelmed the headlines, dominating the front pages of major newspapers, including the Los Angeles Times, the New York Times, and the Washington Post. National networks, along with the rising UPN network and MCA television, all carried special entertainment news segments devoted to the scandal. Each outlet examined the juicy gossip from different angles, and the media couldn't get enough. Linton's latest scandal generated limitless material. The top stories ran along these themes. What is it about Linton Anderson, Hollywood's ultimate bad boy, that has new Oscar Best Actress Christiana and Best Supporting Actress Monica both expecting his children? Next, Linton hosts an exclusive all-night Oscar after-party at his estate with 12 top Hollywood starlets. No one leaves until dawn. Third, a rundown of the notorious bad boy's former starlet conquests. Individual media coverage varied, reflecting reporters' own biases. But the scandal had clearly crossed a line into major tabloid territory. Public opinion skewed strongly negative toward Linton and his harem, though the after-party ruse and Linton's media connections, plus Myra's timely PR maneuvers, prevented the disaster from becoming a full-blown scandal. Thanks to ongoing women's rights advancements, stars like Madonna, Christiana, and Sophie Marceau escaped the harshest judgment. The Hollywood culture had always been indulgent of such behavior, but Linton's image took a serious hit. Where once he was Playboy director, superstar, Hollywood mogul, media now mostly labeled him a notorious bad boy. Even his own media outlets took a neutral stance, hardly daring to publicly support him aside from a few gossip magazines. It was clear his conduct was indefensible. The after-party had invited only about a dozen top actresses, no other guests, and all stayed overnight until morning. It was impossible not to speculate about what happened behind closed doors. Add to that the rumors from before the Oscars about these same women spending the night at his estate. Worse, Madonna, the super diva, had already borne his illegitimate child, and now 2 Oscar-winning actresses were willingly pregnant by him. That crossed many people's moral lines. Some conservative outlets even accused Linton of moral decay, calling for boycotts of his work. Of course, rival factions likely fueled parts of this backlash. Some entertainment media stayed neutral, leveraging the scandal purely for ratings. A small minority argued Linton showed courage. He loved freely and openly, his success undeniable, and no one's family was harmed. Isn't that some version of the American dream? Traditional media were raging, but online, the frenzy was even wilder. Yahoo forums crashed twice in a row. The first crash happened as Linton walked the red carpet flanked by Christiana and Monica, answering questions live on ABC and many international channels. When both actresses admitted on camera that they were pregnant with his children, viewers at home were stunned silent. Fans swarmed the Yahoo forums in droves. After the Victoria's Secret Angel lingerie show, Yahoo had expanded server capacity from 1 million concurrent users to 1.5 million. Still, Linton, Christiana, and Monica's combined fan base, with tens of millions in each, nearly collapsed the site. After engineers scrambled all night to fix and upgrade, the next morning, between 7:30 and 8 a.m., all major networks repeatedly aired reports about the all-night Oscar after-party at Linton's mansion with 12 top starlets. With newspapers also flooding the market, even more fans flocked to Yahoo's forums. The newly expanded capacity of 2 million users was quickly overwhelmed again around 8:20 a.m., taking the servers down a second time. Engineers had no choice but to rush repairs again. Yahoo's executives couldn't have been happier. Linton was driving Yahoo's popularity and stock price through the roof. While a few parties enjoyed this media frenzy, Oscars' actual award winners felt sidelined and humiliated. Traditionally, the winners basked in the spotlight, but this year, except for Christiana and Monica, coverage of other winners was slashed drastically. The Academy and award recipients seethed with rage, cursing Linton bitterly. Not only were the winners drowned out, but also the Oscar-winning films lost significant buzz. Take As Good as It Gets and The Sixth Sense. The former had won Best Actress, the latter snagged Best Supporting Actress and Best Screenplay. Normally, both would see extended wide-release runs and massive box office surges the day after the Oscars. But this year, with media chasing Linton's scandal, exposure for these award-winning films plummeted. Their theater count barely rose to about 500 screens, and box office earnings didn't even hit $1 million combined. Compared to previous years, the drop was catastrophic, far worse than a mere cut in half. It was a total collapse. It remained to be seen how this would affect ongoing copyright deals. That said, both films had already earned impressive sums. The Sixth Sense had grossed $321 million in North America and $703 million worldwide. As Good as It Gets pulled in $165 million in North America and $331 million globally. Chapter 483, The Beauty Code. For the next 2 or 3 days, media attention zeroed in squarely on Linton Anderson and his impressive lineup of girlfriends. Outside the Anderson estate, paparazzi camped out around the clock, hoping to capture even more explosive headlines. But Linton didn't mind at all. He decided to take a solid break, relaxing at the estate for a few days. Besides, under the intense media pressure, many girlfriends, including Christiana, Monica Bellucci, Sophie Marceau, Nicole Kidman, Naomi Watts, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Winona Ryder, Jennifer Connelly, Cameron Diaz, Charlize Theron, Kate Winslet, and Noriko Sakai, had left the estate. Inside the estate, however, Madonna, Shania Twain, Izumi Sakai, Akina Nakamori, Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, and Heidi Klum remained. The paparazzi's presence didn't affect Linton's daily extravagant parties and stage performances one bit. Still, media opinions were deeply divided. Mainstream outlets mostly criticized Linton, and even many tabloid sources, though chasing ratings, leaned toward disapproval. Yet online forums, including Yahoo, were filled with praise and envy. After all, the internet was still in its infancy, and the majority of forum participants were young people. On Yahoo's message boards, 6 out of the top 10 hottest threads were related to Linton, 3 focused on Victoria's Secret Angels, and 1 revolved around Independence Day's 3 Golden Raspberry Awards and same number of Oscar awards. The hottest topic asked, how powerful is Linton's charm? Just how many girlfriends does he have? The thread swelled to over 2,000 responses. The women's liberation movement in North America had already shaped a surreal social context. Despite consistent media criticism of Linton, coverage of the female stars was remarkably tolerant. Except for a few outlets maligning those associated with Linton, most gleefully spun imaginative tales about their relationships with him, stories that did no real harm but instead boosted their popularity. Several media outlets even compiled a list of Anderson girls, female stars who had worked directly with Linton or appeared in films produced by his company. Another, livelier list featured those rumored to have had affairs with him. Besides most of Linton's inner circle, several names were conspicuously omitted by North American media. Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, Izumi Sakai, and Akina Nakamori, along with Winnie, who was not an insider in Hollywood. More actresses, eager for publicity, quietly slipped their names onto the list. This included stars who had collaborated with Linton like Halle Berry and Tyra Banks, those who had intimate conversations with him like Sharon Stone and Julia Roberts, and even names with no real connection whatsoever: Vera Farmiga, Sofia Vergara, Uma Thurman, Elizabeth Banks, and Gretchen Mol. The most astonishing part was how smoothly these rumored stories were crafted, so vivid and emotionally charged that they captivated audiences and drove web traffic. Curiously, none of the 5 Victoria's Secret Angels participated in the gossip frenzy. Within 3 days, the rumor list had swelled to over 50 women, leaving Linton both amused and bemused. After the media storm raged for 3 days, the frenzy finally began to taper off. Linton picked up his phone and called Sharon Lehman, saying, "The plan can start now." On the fourth day, the influential and widely circulated Hollywood Gossip Daily published a bombshell report titled, "Breaking News: How to Identify Linton Anderson's Official Girlfriends." The article listed 20 women by name: Madonna, Shania Twain, Christiana Ricci, Monica Bellucci, Nicole Kidman, Naomi Watts, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Winona Ryder, Jennifer Connelly, Cameron Diaz, Shania Twain, Charlize Theron, Kate Winslet, Heidi Klum, Noriko Sakai, Izumi Sakai, Akina Nakamori, Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, and Winnie Gesso. They shared two remarkable traits. First, each was exceptionally beautiful, with skin as smooth and supple as porcelain. More astonishingly, they all seemed frozen in their prime between ages 18 and 20. Madonna, at 38, Monica at 32, Christiana at 31, Shania Twain at 30, and Nicole Kidman at 29. They all looked distinctly younger than they had 3 years prior. Photos from the past showed them less radiant, while current images revealed a glowing renewal of youth and beauty. Second, no matter the event or setting, every one of these women wore an identical quartz pendant around her neck. While the carved pattern on each pendant was unique, the design was unmistakably the same across all 20. This consistent accessory appeared in every frame of every Linton film featuring these actresses, at countless parties and commercial events, on magazine covers, and even along the red carpet at the recent Oscars. The same pendant was visible during Madonna, Shania Twain, and Noriko Sakai's performances, music award red carpets, fashion shows, and press shoots. Heidi Klum displayed it throughout all her modeling gigs and publicity appearances. Winnie Gesso, though not part of the entertainment world, was just as inseparable from her pendant after her appearance on a UPN financial interview show. Most striking, none of these 20 women had ever signed jewelry endorsements involving necklaces. Even Madonna, Christiana, Sophie, Monica Bellucci, Nicole Kidman, Naomi Watts, Winona Ryder, or Cameron Diaz had deliberately excluded necklaces from their high-profile, global jewelry deals. At the article's conclusion, two startling theories emerged. First, Linton must possess some secret ability, or what the article dubbed the beauty code, that makes women's skin glow with radiance, enhances their features, and seemingly reverses time itself. This was the only explanation for why these 20 incredible women were so utterly devoted to him, utterly unable to let go of their deep bond, flouting all social conventions. Some even willingly gave birth to his children out of wedlock, Madonna, Sophie, Christiana, and Monica among them. Second, the quartz pendant must be a token of commitment from Linton. So precious, it was worn continuously, never leaving their necks, not even for high-paying necklace endorsements. The report went viral immediately, captivating audiences with its fresh perspective and detailed insights. It was hailed as a top-notch piece of celebrity gossip by readers everywhere. Yet among the industry's elite, including aging starlets, Hollywood's glitterati, and powerful magnates like the oil tycoon David Rockefeller, who had undergone multiple heart transplants, the piece prompted a different reaction: incredulous fascination. Orders came down swiftly. Investigate this fully. Follow the article's clues. Many news organizations received similar directives, digging deeply into the backgrounds of Madonna and the other 19 women. The result was jaw-dropping. Aside from the two speculative conclusions, every single detail in the report was impeccable, completely accurate down to the smallest fact. An earth-shattering revelation. Media outlets faced two choices: jump on the story to capitalize on traffic, or send their own reporters to interview the 20 women mentioned. That very afternoon, the Hollywood Gossip Daily received countless licensing requests to republish the article, for a substantial fee. Thanks to these deals, the publication netted nearly $10 million from syndication rights alone. By evening, nearly every North American newspaper had reprinted How to Identify Linton Anderson's Official Girlfriends, each adding its own exclusive content, side-by-side photo comparisons from 3 years ago. And today, public event shots, further bolstering the report's conclusions. Starting at 5 p.m., the 20 women's agents began receiving countless interview requests. Winnie, lacking an agent due to her non-entertainment status but a notable investment star, was contacted directly through Linton's Charity Foundation office. Her assistant was equally inundated with media inquiries. Importantly, these were paid interviews. Media companies paid the women, not the other way around. Interview fees were substantial. Television outlets offered the highest rates. Even Noriko Sakai, relatively less famous, commanded $200,000 for an appearance. Print media, while less timely and influential, still paid handsomely, $50,000 even for Noriko. Yahoo News, emerging as a major internet portal, also jumped into the fray with competitive offers matching top print rates. Naturally, the first wave of exclusive interviews went to UPN TV and MCA Television. Both networks' presidents were alerted by Linton in the morning and prepared accordingly. They booked interviews that afternoon with the 6 hottest stars, each agreeing on a flat $500,000 fee per celebrity. UPN's lineup featured Madonna, Naomi Watts, and Monica Bellucci. MCA Television took Sophie, Christiana, and Nicole Kidman. From 3 p.m., all 6 appeared separately in studios, each granting an hour-long interview. The content was later trimmed to 30-minute features. Both networks agreed to air their shows simultaneously at 7:30 p.m. To maximize viewership, both channels started teasing the programs across their schedules from 5 p.m. onward. They titled the shorts identically. Inside Linton Anderson's official girlfriends, Madonna, Naomi, Monica, Sophie, Christiana, Nicole, reveal the secrets of the beauty code and the quartz pendant. The biggest surprise came from the ad sales department. Originally, the networks intended the broadcast solely to boost ratings and influence, not to generate extra revenue. But once the promos aired, their phone lines lit up with calls. Advertisers flooded in. Within a single hour, both networks closed advertising deals worth over $10 million each. Sponsors with ready-made campaign materials secured spots, as last-minute shoots were impossible. At 6 p.m., all ad sales closed to allow production time. Meanwhile, the other 14 women, including Winnie, sealed their first round of TV interview deals around 6 p.m., scheduled to begin at 8 p.m. Some networks plan live broadcasts to keep up with the breaking news, but even these would air later than UPN and MCA. It was going to be a long night for all the women. After the TV shows, each star planned at least 3 print media interviews, plus sessions with Yahoo News. At 7:30 p.m., both UPN and MCA's highly anticipated programs aired on schedule. Madonna opened the UPN show, looking radiant. The host was financial columnist Stephanie Egger, who had enjoyed several unforgettable one-night encounters with Linton, each leaving her craving more. Having seen the morning headlines, Stephanie was skeptical but intrigued. After network executives verified the facts directly with Linton and assigned her to the interview, her emotions were complex. She was delighted to have been wise enough to cross paths with Linton, but also overwhelmed with the realization she'd never truly reached Linton's inner circle, and doubted she ever would. She silently vowed to step up her game. On the program, Madonna spoke candidly, openly admitting she was born in 1958 and was now 38 years old. Her youthful, blossoming appearance, as fresh as an 18-year-old's, electrified viewers at home. Watching her radiant beauty and hearing her age, the audience erupted in astonished applause. Chapter 484, The Miraculous Elixir, Entering the White House Again. The host, Stephanie, asked, "So how did you manage to stay so beautiful and look so young?" "Actually, if you check my footage from 4 years ago, you'll see I wasn't in this great shape back then. I was just lucky to have met Linton," Madonna replied. "What happened between you two at that time?" "Of course, I went all out to pursue him." "Did you succeed?" "Definitely. He eventually fell for me." "Is that connected to your youthful, beautiful appearance now?" "After Linton started liking me, he gave me 2 kinds of elixirs to take regularly. Ever since, my skin has become better and smoother, my looks more attractive, and my body feels younger." "Are these elixirs really that miraculous?" "Absolutely. If they're so amazing, why isn't Linton selling them publicly to benefit everyone?" "Because these elixirs are extremely difficult to produce, and the yield is very limited. Until a mass production method is found, they can't be commercially sold." "Has he figured out mass production yet?" "After years of effort, he has solved the mass production problem. The elixirs should hit the market soon. Really? Stephanie couldn't contain her excitement as she asked eagerly. Yes. I recently heard he's planning to open a boutique either on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills or at the Santa Monica Shopping Center. That's wonderful. When will it open? I'm not sure about the exact date, but it should be soon. I read that you never take off the necklace you wear 24/7. Is that true? You mean this one? Madonna lifted the necklace hanging around her neck. The cameraman immediately zoomed in for a close-up. The pendant featured a lifelike, adorable little rabbit carved delicately on its surface. What's the significance of this pendant? Of course. See the little rabbit in the middle? Oh, there's a rabbit carved on it. It's Linton's finest quartz pendant, personally engraved with this rabbit based on my taste. Naturally, I wear it 24/7, and it also has health benefits for the wearer. Quartz? It doesn't seem like a mainstream necklace style here, right? That's right. He bought it from Hong Kong. Wearing this quartz feels very comfortable, warm in winter, cool in summer. Don't you think it's beautiful? It definitely is. I've also heard you represent Cartier jewelry, but that your contract specifically excludes necklaces. Is that true? Yes. Why? Since I'm the brand ambassador, I have to lead by example. But I can only wear one necklace at a time. Since Linton gave me this quartz pendant, I can't wear anything else around my neck. So I can't promote any other necklaces from Cartier. That would confuse consumers. But I heard that for major events like the Grammys or the Oscars, Cartier has paid you big money to wear their newest necklaces, and you turn them down? That's true. Why? Because this pendant is a gift from Linton. It means a lot to me, and I have to wear it all the time. You can't even take it off for runway shows? Of course not. What if it gets lost or damaged? The host, Stephanie, and the TV audience were caught off guard by Madonna's public display of affection, secretly cursing her for being so clueless. Even with all her money, she didn't know how to cash in. Just a little gossip, did you? See this morning's Hollywood Gossip Daily? Yes. Is that article, How to Spot Linton's Official Girlfriend, all true? I can only say the media these days really knows their stuff. You mean it's true? Mostly yes. So are all 20 of those big-name stars genuinely Linton's official girlfriends? Official girlfriends might be a stretch, but we're definitely some of his closest friends. Can all 20 big stars get along peacefully? Why wouldn't we? We're very close behind the scenes. Really? You never have conflicts? Nope. And Linton wouldn't allow any drama between us. If he doesn't allow it, then it doesn't happen? Exactly. That sounds like a dream. Has he hypnotized you or something? What do you think? Look at our everyday lives. Do we seem hypnotized to you? Fair enough. How would you describe Linton? He's tall, handsome, talented, driven, passionate. There are too many good qualities to count. Simply put, he fulfills every fantasy I've ever had about a man. Every fantasy. Yes. Even in bed. Of course. At the end of the interview, they arranged a live demonstration, building to a thrilling climax. Madonna, what cosmetics do you usually use? Actually, ever since I started regularly taking the elixirs Linton gave me, I haven't needed any makeup. You mean you're barefaced today? Yes. Can you prove it live on camera? How do you want me to prove it? Why not wash your face on camera so viewers can see if there's any change? How about that? Of course, this segment was agreed upon before the show, and each participant was paid an extra $200,000. All right. Soon, the crew wheeled over a compact wash station. On it was a transparent glass sink and a large jug of drinking water. First, a crew member poured a glass of water and drank it live to prove its purity, then poured the rest into the basin. Without hesitation, Madonna used a towel to wash her face in front of the camera's close-up shot. Everyone watched amazed as there was basically no difference before and after washing. Her cheeks remained a soft, rosy glow. She didn't stop there. Both hands were soaked and washed in the basin. Even her forearms got a quick rinse. Again, no change. Her skin remained flawless and delicate. Viewers at home erupted in disbelief. This was beyond anything imaginable. An already 38-year-old top star appearing completely barefaced, glowing with youthful radiance. You wouldn't find a second one like her anywhere in America. No, not even the world. Clearly, the elixirs had miraculous, supernatural effects. The host was stunned. Madonna, can you confirm these results are from the long-term use of the elixirs? Yes. Oh my God. When these elixirs come to market, I'm going to be the first customer. Next, Naomi and Monica came on, following similar procedures and questions. One after another, the three women proved to the entire nation that Linton had extraordinary romantic luck, surrounded by 20 goddess-level superstar girlfriends. And they possessed 2 miraculous elixirs with out-of-this-world effects. Even more exciting was that these elixirs were about to be released for sale. Meanwhile, MCA Television aired near-identical interviews with Sophie Marceau, Christiana Reilly, and Nicole Kidman. The impact was equally explosive. Thanks to days of intense media hype, at 7:30 to 8 p.m. tonight, most American households were tuned into UPN and MCA's special tribute shows. Though live ratings were not available, both networks were confident they'd hit sky-high viewership. Most Americans now understood that Linton had developed 2 miraculous elixirs, making people younger and more beautiful, and that these would soon be on the market. Public opinion of Linton changed immediately. He was not only a mega superstar and the top boss of Universal Group, but also the genius behind these amazing elixirs. With his legendary talent, insanely good looks, and a stunning lineup of beauties, suddenly his past flaws seemed forgivable. He might just deserve this. Maybe his success and countless admirers were inseparable, and he hadn't hurt anyone. Forget it. He deserved not just tolerance, but to be a role model. For young Americans, he embodied the American dream. In fact, after the shows, Linton's image in the public and especially among mainstream audiences flipped completely, from a notorious playboy back to the symbol of the American dream. When the show ended at 8 p.m., countless young people flooded the internet, joining forums to express their excitement and awe. Yahoo's largest forum, even after multiple expansions for its 3 million concurrent user capacity, once again crashed under the load. This night was destined to be sleepless. After UPN and MCA's shows, starting at 8:30, nearly every TV station across America invited the 20 stars linked to Linton to live studios. They repeatedly told viewers that a new era was dawning, heralded by 2 miraculous elixirs about to go on sale. The next morning, newspapers nationwide splashed the interviews across their front pages. Leveraging the Oscar platform and sizzling rumors, Linton had staged a stunning publicity blitz for the beauty pill and vitality pill across all America. The effect surpassed his wildest expectations. Starting that night, his phone rang nonstop, mostly calls inquiring when the elixirs would launch and offers for partnership. His assistant Lee Showeran said the calls were overwhelming. After 10 or so, Linton told her to just turn off the phone. Urgent matters could still be reached via the estate's landline. The next morning, Winnie called. Both Rodeo Drive and Beverly Hills and Santa Monica's shopping center management called. They can meet our conditions and can clear space within a week. They're offering the best rental prices. Which one do you want? How quickly can they clear out the space we need? About a week for either location. Given equal terms, let's go with Rodeo Drive and Beverly Hills. Okay, I'll visit both places today and try to sign the lease. Not only that, President Clinton himself called to confirm the elixir's authenticity. After receiving a positive answer, he invited Linton to the White House for what he called a very good reason. Since it was truly important, Linton took his private plane straight to Washington. Besides, Clinton had already been marked by his soul slave mark, so no harm could come his way. The plane landed at Dulles International Airport in Washington. Riding in a car arranged by Clinton's team, Linton traveled through open roads without a hitch directly to the White House. Inside, staff led him to the Oval Office, where besides President Clinton, Vice President Al Gore, Secretary of State Warren Christopher, and White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta waited. The appearance of the beauty elixir and vitality elixir clearly had tremendous impact. The top political figures had gathered immediately. After Clinton introduced Linton to the other officials, he got straight to the point. Linton, we all watched last night's program. We invited you here today to learn more about the 2 miraculous elixirs, discuss export policies, and talk about how the government might support you. Thank you, Mr. President. Please feel free to ask any questions. Can you explain the effects of the 2 elixirs in detail? Absolutely. Linton took out 2 small glass bottles, each containing a single pill, one green, one yellow. The green one is the beauty pill. After taking it, wrinkles fade, skin becomes smoother and more hydrated. and your looks improve. The yellow one is the vitality pill. It strengthens the body's essence, enhances vitality, and with long-term use, restores health and youth, even extends lifespan. Wait, the vitality pill can extend life? Really? If taken consistently over a long period, 4 to 5 extra years is doable. Great. How are they taken? Just swallow them. Under normal natural environments, one beauty pill lasts for 10 days of effect, and one vitality pill lasts for a month. What do you mean by normal natural environment? For example, in desert air, extremely dry, or on high-altitude mountains where the air is thin, the effects would last a shorter time. What about production capacity? We produce 120,000 bottles of the beauty pills annually, each bottle containing 18 pills, enough for 6 months of use. For the vitality elixir, we produce 4,000 bottles a year, each with 12 pills, enough for a full year's supply. That's a low output. Unfortunately, yes. The material requirements are very high and the production process is complex. This is the best we can do so far. How are they priced? $100,000 per bottle for the beauty elixir and $6 million per bottle for the vitality elixir. The price isn't a problem, but with such low output, the U.S. market can't meet demand, right? Can you strictly control exports and only sell domestically? Is there any benefit? Chapter 485, the White House Bonus Package. Next, Linton took out 3 beauty pills and 3 vitality pills, instructing the group to each find a room with a bathroom to personally test the effects of the 2 formulas. An hour later, they all returned to the conference room, their faces radiant and looking several years younger. So, how are the pills working? Linton asked proactively. I have to say, these pills are absolutely amazing. I feel like I've turned back the clock by years, full of energy and vitality. Truly miraculous, beyond anything I could have imagined. I never thought my body stored so much junk before. Now I feel completely refreshed. Everyone eagerly shared their experiences, thoroughly impressed by the pill's powerful effects. But with such astounding results and limited production, it was obvious how crazed the global wealthy elite would become. With the annual output so small, tighter export restrictions would be essential, and the government would naturally receive procurement priority. Exchanging glances, White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta was the first to speak. Linton, the pill's effects are extraordinary, but the output is very limited, especially the vitality elixir. Only 4,000 bottles per year. That just isn't enough. Can production be increased? If there are any difficulties, please tell us. The government will do everything it can to help. Leon, and to all of you, I'm sorry, but it's not that I don't want to raise production. Since I'm planning to go public with these, of course I want more revenue. But many conditions restrict us. This output is the absolute limit. Are there any particular hurdles? We want to help, and I promise we won't covet your formula. Sorry, this is beyond your help. All right, since your pills are so far ahead of their time and the effects are incredible, for the sake of America's national interests, we have 4 requirements. Go ahead. First, the formula must remain strictly confidential. No leaks to foreign countries. You can rest assured. That's a matter of my own core interests. I will keep it secret. Where is your production base located? At my farm in Montana. Good. We'll assign the NSA to secure your facility to prevent foreign agents from stealing. The formula. Don't worry, they won't interfere with production, and you won't have to cover their costs. Is that necessary? Absolutely. You might not realize the importance of these pills yet. I'll be honest. Within a month, intelligence agencies from major powers will likely send people to inspect your farm. Honestly, the best choice is to designate your farm as a military-controlled zone. That would make security much easier. A military zone? No way. That's my main base, and I've even built extensive gardens there. Have you considered moving the factory to a secure military zone? We have plenty across the country. You can choose any one of them. Thank you for your concern, but there is no need to consider that. I'm not moving the factory. It stays right where it is. Linton's tone was firm. Moving it to your designated military zone? Who do you think you're fooling? Do you think I'm a kid who doesn't understand the stakes? If I moved, who would own the factory soon after? It would be gobbled up by you guys in no time. And honestly, the factory isn't movable anyway. All right, then we'll arrange for a security team to guard your factory. My facility's small. Only about 30 workers and 10 guards. You can assign a maximum of 2 more, but they must obey the security captain's orders. What? Only 30 workers? You said you can't expand production, but couldn't you just hire more workers if that was the problem? That's not the key issue. The production limit has nothing to do with worker numbers or production lines. Well, 10 guards aren't enough either. It's enough. You should know I also have a paramilitary force on the farm to serve as the factory's outer defense. Fine, that's barely acceptable. Since you're worried about security, can you get the Pentagon to ease restrictions on weapon purchases for my location? What weapons are you talking about? Apache attack helicopters, Patriot anti-air missiles. Stop. What are you thinking? Air defense missiles? In America? You don't need to set those up here. But we can approve 2 Apache helicopters. We'll negotiate with the Pentagon about the rest and get back to you. Thanks. With better weaponry, my farm will be completely secure. Now, the second requirement. Your factory workers must undergo strict political background checks and sign confidentiality agreements before starting. But the workers don't even touch the core production process. Is that necessary? A small leak can bring down a massive dam. You can't be careless. For America's interests, and your own, it's a must. But I've already hired and trained the workers. We're supposed to start soon. That's fine. Since you haven't started production yet, we'll conduct checks on your recruits. Don't worry. Anyone who doesn't pass will be dismissed without causing trouble. The workers I hired are all young women recruited from my farm's gardening service, brought over from Hong Kong. What? Are you out of your mind? Such an important position, and you use girls from China? No. Call and halt all work immediately. Tomorrow we'll send a team to inspect them, see if they've accessed core tech. Stop. The factory hasn't even started, and they only trained for basic assembly line tasks. There's no way they know the course secrets. Do you think I'm an idiot? All right, politics checks are necessary anyway. But I recommend you use American workers for such an important factory. Hold on. I agree to the background checks, but only accompanied by my people. You don't get a say in the hiring. Fine. Since you insist on Chinese workers, there's one condition. If they pass the background check before official production starts, they must obtain U.S. citizenship and must not leave the country for 3 years after starting or after leaving. Otherwise, they're banned from the factory. No problem. I think they'll be glad to comply, though they only arrived late last year. Do they qualify for citizenship? We'll handle that part. Good. Now, the third requirement. All the pills you produce must be sold exclusively within the U.S. No exports permitted. What if foreign customers buy them from a Los Angeles store and take them abroad? Is that considered export? That's allowed, but we ask you to limit purchases by foreign customers. For example, 1 bottle of Vitality pills per person and a maximum of 2 beauty pills bottles. No problem. Actually, I plan to set purchase thresholds for the Vitality elixir. Every customer will have a profile with a real name system, limited to 1 bottle a year. But for the beauty pills, that seems unnecessary. Great idea. Also, you may not sell to anyone on our government's watch list. Sure, just send me the list regularly. You can only produce 60,000 bottles of beauty pills annually. With 2 bottles per user per year, that only supports 30,000 people. That's a tiny output. You need purchase restrictions. All right. Each customer can buy up to 2 bottles per purchase. But I won't verify identities each time, or salespeople will be overwhelmed. Agreed. Quick question. If Americans buy the pills here and resell them abroad, how will you handle that? You don't worry. We'll arrange customs to monitor that. Good then. Finally, the fourth requirement. Your factory must prioritize the U.S. government's orders. An annual quota of 2,000 bottles of Vitality and 60,000 bottles of beauty pills delivered monthly. Prices will be those you just set, and we'll pay up front. Are you worried that these pills won't be able to meet market demand after they're released? Obviously, you underestimate the world's rich and powerful. The beauty pills are fine, but 2,000 bottles of Vitality pills a year. I only produce 4,000 total. Taking half of that seems excessive. It's essential. The elite aren't all billionaires. Many can't afford it. But they need to be guaranteed supply. Do they really need 2,000 bottles? Linton doubted they weren't using official channels for personal gain. Certainly. Those present here, along with high-level government officials, senators, congressmen, Pentagon generals, and leading scientists. They value this more than the wealthy. But if you take half, I'll only have 2,000 bottles for the store. That's not even 200 a month. It might not survive. That's your problem. Remember, this is America, a pure market economy. If it's tough, raise prices. But prices for government sales stay fixed. Okay then, I'll price the Vitality pills at $8 million per bottle. Linton saw through their scheme. They planned to resell at high prices. Good. Don't be reluctant. You're making a major contribution to the nation and cooperating fully. We won't shortchange you. Do you have any other demands? Besides easing weapons procurement, what else can you offer? Linton didn't know what else to ask, so he took the initiative to see what perks they'd provide. Honor, interest-free loans, financial support, and tax breaks. Leon Panetta and the others exchanged glances before presenting these four. Skip the loans and support funds. Honor is up to you. But tax breaks sound great. Can you make my health products company tax exempt? You're asking too much. For now, wait in the reception room outside while we decide. All right. Before leaving, Linton exchanged a look with Clinton and silently urged him to do his best. Half an hour later, Linton returned to the conference room. Leon Panetta spoke again. Linton, we've discussed it. Since you've made such a significant contribution and cooperated with us, we won't be stingy. We'll grant your health products company an 80% federal tax exemption for 5 years. How's that? Linton's heart skipped a beat. Why were they so generous? With his earlier prices, the company's annual profits should reach at least $20 billion, and the federal tax rate was 35%. That meant $7 billion in federal taxes yearly. An 80% exemption equaled $5.6 billion saved annually, $28 billion over 5 years. Damn, these people were saints. He suspected his loyal Bill Clinton had played a key role here. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll do my utmost to cooperate with your requests. Since you agree, come with me to my office to sign the priority supply contract. The priority supply agreement was straightforward. Linton's company would sell the government 2,000 bottles of Vitality pills annually at $6 million each, and 60,000 bottles of beauty pills at $100,000 each, delivered monthly, with government agents picking them up. By the 10th of every month. Leon Panetta was extremely generous on payment terms. After signing, the government would pay $18 billion for the first year within 1 week, then pay annually in early March. The deal was incredibly favorable. Linton felt the thrill of working with the U.S. government for the first time. He mused that the pills must have struck a deep nerve among the elite, but the real key was Clinton's efforts. After having Goodman review the documents by fax, Linton happily signed the letter of intent. Because of the large sums, the formal contract required Congress's budget approval, but with such high-level vested interests involved, Congress wouldn't block it. The discussion wrapped as the clock hit 5 p.m. Gore and Warren had already left, and Linton headed to Clinton's office for a private meeting. Master, are you satisfied with the policies I secured today? Not bad. You did well. Here's a Vitality pill and 3 beauty pills for you. Remember, 1 Vitality pill per month and 1 beauty pill every 10 days. The first government shipment will arrive soon, no more than 2 months. Thank you, Master. You've done well. This is an election year. Your re-election campaign is secure, right? Master, don't worry. Under my 4-year term, America's strength has soared, the economy thrived, and our global influence grew. My approval is over 70%, so this election is a formality. That's a relief. Linton knew Clinton's leadership was solid. He remembered the seamless victories of the past life's campaign. Regarding controlled weapons, I'll convene the Pentagon generals tomorrow morning to discuss. You'll attend too, and we'll get you a satisfactory outcome. That night at the Waldorf Hotel in Washington, D.C., 2 figures moved under the sheets. With Hillary's tender attentions, the two spent a joyful night together. The next morning, back at the White House in Clinton's meeting room, he convened 3 Pentagon generals. Having learned about the government's free access to Vitality pills and beauty pills, the generals greeted Linton with warm smiles and friendly attitudes. After hearing Linton's requests, the Pentagon granted a special weapons acquisition list for his farm's Thunder Guards. 2 upgraded Apache attack helicopters, a cutting-edge radar system, for 200mm howitzers, the latest armored vehicles, and tanks. Linton planned to use the Apaches at the farm, while deploying the other heavy weapons to his overseas military base in Damakin, Africa. With an $18 billion supply contract, 5 years of 80% federal tax breaks, and Pentagon-approved weapons procurement, carrying this substantial White House bonus package, Linton returned to Los Angeles in high spirits. Chapter 486. The Political Vetting Controversy. Winnie moved quickly, while Linton was in Washington receiving the White House's grand package. She had already inspected storefronts along Beverly Hills Rodeo Drive and at the Santa Monica Shopping Center. Honestly, both locations offered prime real estate with great sincerity. Each store space was about 5,000 square feet. They even offered a 50% rent discount. Naturally, the prices on Rodeo Drive were still significantly higher. Since the conditions were similar, and considering the influence of the commercial district, Winnie ultimately chose Rodeo Drive. After all, the extra rent cost was negligible compared to the exorbitant profits from the Vitality and Beauty pills. The management at Rodeo Drive was thrilled and promised to clear out the existing shops within 3 days to make room for the store. With Linton's televised interview airing, public opinion had undergone a complete reversal. The rumors surrounding them barely stirred anyone's interest anymore. Sophie Marceau, Christiana, Monica, and other women who had moved out earlier were all returning to the estate to live again. However, the media frenzy had brought a wave of lucrative endorsements and business invitations for the 20 stunning women, including Winnie herself. Everyone was swamped with work. Thankfully, since Los Angeles was the media capital, most of their activities were set there. Faced with the green bills, Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, Izumi Sakai, Nariko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori all delayed their return trips to Hong Kong and Japan. By the time Linton returned from Washington to the estate, twilight had settled. Everything had progressed perfectly. Each member reaped great rewards. Linton briefly shared the White House's outcomes with the group. When the women heard that the White House planned to order $18 billion worth of products annually, and that payments would be made up front, they all went wild with excitement. Raising the price of the Vitality elixir to $8 million a bottle suddenly felt completely justified. Buoyed by the good news, the evening's party turned even wilder and more exhilarating, with role-play performances carried out with fascinating enthusiasm. Since the Oscars, Linton and the women had been living under the media spotlight nonstop. The unprecedented attention accelerated his cultivation, whether solitary or partnered, pushing his progress to new heights. Linton estimated that at this pace, he would reach the peak of the early celestial presence stage by year's end. Then he could find an opportunity to break into the middle stage. The store has 2 floors, each about 2,500 square feet, totaling roughly 5,000 square feet. Do you have any renovation requests? Winnie asked the next day, presenting the floor plans at Linton's office. On the first floor, near the entrance to the left, place 4 glass counters for selling beauty pills. Further inside, add another counter to showcase the Vitality pills. Make sure all counters use pure glass with bright internal lighting. On the right side of the entrance, set up a few comfortable sofas for resting. In the middle, create an island consultation area. Along the walls, allocate 21 poster spaces to display your large promotional images. 21, not 20. There's one more. Someone I met during my trip to China last year. She hasn't come before, so you probably don't know her yet. I've arranged for her to arrive in Los Angeles next week. Although Linton hadn't met Su Qing in a long time, they kept in regular contact, usually weekly by phone. A few days ago, she hinted she wanted to visit him in Los Angeles, and he welcomed the idea warmly. Despite a busy schedule, he could find time to accompany her. Besides, the timing coincided with shoots for the Beauty and Vitality pills commercials. Okay, go on. The second floor will have a VIP section for Vitality elixir clients. The rest of the space is divided into a manager's office, a security room, and a surveillance room. Install 360-degree camera coverage with no blind spots. All transactions here will be cashless, only bank transfers or credit cards accepted. The VIP area must have computers to record client information. Got it. The decoration style will be minimalist. That's about it. You have full authority on the rest. Don't worry, everything can be ready within a month. Great. Let's tentatively set the grand opening for May 6th. Perfect timing to boost publicity for Mission Impossible's release. If the opening is May 6th, shouldn't we start recruiting a store manager and staff? First, work with Goodman to engage a headhunter and find an experienced manager. The key qualities are friendliness and store management skills. We won't stress sales ability as much as other locations do. Have the headhunter provide 3 candidates as soon as possible for interviews. Staffing salespeople can wait until the manager is on board. All right. The next day, Linton flew privately to his Montana farm with assistant Li Shaoran. The White House had dispatched a political vetting team to conduct security screening. By April, spring had fully arrived in Montana. The farm's grounds glowed green, and workers busied themselves planting. Inside the smaller farm area, nature's vibrance was stronger. Fruit trees showed fresh buds, and farmers cultivated their plots. However, Linton introduced 2 changes this year, dedicating 10 acres to rice cultivation and planting rapeseed on 100 acres left fallow by crop rotation. He recalled that rapeseed didn't deplete the soil. Instead, it rejuvenated it. And by July or August, the vast rapeseed blossoms would add vibrant beauty to the farm. In the nearby town adjacent to the estate gardens, construction on the health products factory was progressing well. The roof was complete. Production lines were expected to move in within half a month. Just yesterday, the Herbal Emporium reported that the first shipment of the herbs had left Cali. They should reach the port of Los Angeles in 2 weeks, just in time for production to begin. Back at the estate, the former assistant-turned-factory manager, Mina Steele, had tested the 30 newly selected employees and assigned them to 15 specialized roles. Training was about to start. She and Goodman had also recruited an experienced accountant from the talent market in nearby Parker County. Though Linton had chosen some team members from the estate's internal ranks who had accounting knowledge, their skills were basic and only suited for home bookkeeping. The health products company, however, required standardized financial records in compliance with the tax regulations, which greatly differed from those in Hong Kong. Therefore, they needed a locally experienced accountant. The executive level didn't need brilliance, just professionalism. Ordinarily, such a sensitive hire should come directly from the boss, but Linton didn't have the time. He trusted Mina to handle the selection, with Goodman in support. The new accountant was a 31-year-old local white woman, married with children. Now, the factory's workforce was all women, but the 10 security guards selected by Carter from Thunder Guards were all men, giving the team some balanced energy. Linton held a private meeting with Carter to stress the factory's importance and upcoming security challenges. He urged Carter to stay vigilant at all times. He also informed Carter that 2 specialized agents from the National Security Agency would join the security team, but their identities were confidential and only he himself should know. Linton privately spoke with the new accountant, running a brief soul induction test to verify her background and ensure no ill intent. The test was necessary. Though the hire wasn't Linton's priority, the company's annual profits could exceed $20 billion, and the White House's scrutiny was not without reason. Mina then gathered all employees to explain the White House's requirements. Linton was transparent. Every new hire for the health company would undergo political vetting. Only after passing and signing a non-disclosure agreement could they officially start work. For the 30 women from China/Hong Kong, there was an additional requirement. They must become American citizens and commit to not leaving the United States from the start of their employment until 3 years after departure. Upon hearing the vetting, more than a dozen security guards protested. "Boss, why must they inspect us? That's an infringement on our rights." Calm down. Due to the factory's sensitive status, it's designated a protected enterprise. I can't change that. But here's my promise. Once you pass vetting and officially start, your salary will increase 50% above the original offer. If you can't accept this, you're free to return to your previous positions. The White House vetting team arrives this afternoon to start the review. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. "Boss, did you just say we get a 50% pay raise for this?" The room buzzed with surprise. Suddenly, the vetting seemed worth it, and tension eased. "Of course, but only if you pass the vetting." "How exactly do they vet us? What should we prepare?" Now eager to pass, they pressed for details. "Sorry, I don't know." "Next question. Boss, if we pass, can I immediately get American citizenship?" One of the Chinese women asked eagerly. "Yes, but 2 conditions: signing a confidentiality agreement and not leaving the U.S. from now until 3 years after you leave the factory. Can my family visit me? That should be allowed. What if I fail the vetting? You cannot enter the factory and must return to your original work. After the meeting, everyone accepted the terms. Though nervous, the mood was upbeat, especially among the women, all looking forward to their new status and salaries. For them, America was the freedom beacon they'd always dreamed of. That afternoon, Linton met with the 5-person White House vetting team. In an outer courtyard by the gatehouse, he provided all employee information and let them begin. Initially curious, he wondered how political vetting worked. The vetting team might have enormous information over American citizens, accessing extensive records, criminal, civil, credit, honors, assets, family status. But how would they vet the Chinese women, who hadn't supplied such data? They had lived on the estate for under 6 months with limited outside contact, hardly enough to judge. Soon, Linton realized they had a system. They verified documents for American citizens, then conducted interviews with staff about the Chinese women's behavior and attitudes toward the U.S. Next, everyone filled out tailored questionnaires. Different ones applied to Americans and the Chinese hires, focusing on political views and values. The final step was one-on-one interviews, conducted with a lie detector monitor, intensely scrutinizing responses. Linton concluded the vettings for main measures, gauging loyalty to America, assessing values, checking for suspicious motives, and reviewing legal background, though minor offending was overlooked. All the women, seeing America as their promised land, scored high and passed unanimously. Hearing the good news about pay raises and citizenship, they were ecstatic. The vetting felt more like a blessing. However, 2 security guards, perhaps haunted by past traumas, scored low, barely passing. The vetting team advised Linton to monitor these 2 closely. What annoyed Linton was their parting warning. The factory was now a highest-tier core enterprise. All hires and departures must be promptly reported and vetted going forward. So even if I hire just 1 person, you'll come by to vet them? Absolutely. This work can't be taken lightly. But don't worry, we're efficient and won't delay your production. Damn nuisance, Linton thought, wishing their vetting was as straightforward and effective as his sole induction ability. Still, he grumbled internally and cooperated outwardly, enjoying the perks of the White House's grand package. Meanwhile, the 2 intelligence agents from the NSA arrived and smoothly joined Carter's security team. Chapter 487, Naturalization Turmoil and the Beauty Pageant Whirlpool. Thunderbase. After Linton and his group of women officially moved into the estate just before the new year, David deliberately transferred some personnel from overseas to bolster the farm's security forces. After Linton successfully developed the beauty pills and vitality pills, he emphasized to David the importance of strengthening the farm's defenses even further. By now, the base's security numbered 80, not including the 10 security guards Carter had previously requested to take away. Following the departure of the White House political review team, Linton arrived at the base with his bodyguard Danny and security chief Carter. David, knowing how to handle these occasions, organized a small inspection ceremony for all the soldiers, letting Linton personally experience their military presence and discipline. Truth be told, the exercise didn't clearly showcase how strong their combat power was, but the soldiers' polished military bearing fully elevated Linton's spirits. He was very pleased deep down. After the parade, David gathered several commanders in a conference room. Linton joined them for a short meeting, with Danny and Carter attending as well. You've probably all heard about my development of the beauty pills and vitality pills by now. Linton began. We know. We've all seen the news, they replied. A few days ago, I was called to the White House. The president and several high-ranking officials met with me personally. They believe that this place will soon face infiltration attempts from intelligence agencies worldwide, so they want to station troops here for enhanced protection. At that, he deliberately paused. Boss, you didn't agree to that, right? We in Thunder Guards are more than enough. David quickly stood to assert. Boss, David's right. We have the strength to face any challenge. The commanders echoed, rising and speaking earnestly. Linton pressed his hands down gently, signaling them to sit. I trust your capabilities, so I refused their request on the spot. But to boost our strength, I leveraged the opportunity to request a special weapons procurement list from the Pentagon for you. This includes 2 upgraded Apache attack helicopters, a set of the latest radar systems for 200mm howitzers, along with the latest armored vehicles and tanks. Hearing the list, several present were stunned. Was this a dream? How could they get their hands on such hardware? When did the Pentagon become so accommodating? Boss, did you say we can buy the latest upgraded Apache attack helicopters? David's voice faltered slightly. That's right. All the weapons come fully equipped. This is amazing. With these arms, our base will be like Fort Knox, ready for any threat, one of the commanders exclaimed. But the radar and howitzers, do we really need those here? And though our tanks and armored vehicles aren't the latest, they're sufficient for the farm's terrain, right? I requested these weapons not just for you, but also for the base in Danakil, Africa. You can decide the priorities. This side first. The rest will be sent to Africa. That base also needs reinforcement, Linton explained. That's all for today's meeting. The new weapons should be delivered in about a month. Prepare your deployments quickly to face upcoming security threats. Thunder Team will handle the farm's perimeter. Carter's security detail will manage inside. Boss, I promise to complete the task, they vowed. Also, effective this month, all base guards, including you, will receive a 50% raise. Thank you, boss. We'll protect the farm with our lives. With the political review completed, the Immigration Bureau proactively sent officials to Linton's farm to collect information on 30 Chinese/Hong Kong girls who had officially started working, initiating their special naturalization process. This move by the Immigration Bureau hit the 117 Chinese women like a nuclear bomb, leaving them stunned. Initially, when they heard that passing the security review meant they could join U.S. citizenship, most were skeptical. It felt more like a distant hope than reality. Who'd have imagined that just 3 days later, immigration officials would arrive to handle citizenship procedures for them? This completely overturned everyone's impression of America. When had gaining citizenship become so easy? Most of them knew people who'd struggled for years just to get a green card, much less citizenship. Sure, the restriction required them to stay in the U.S. for 3 years before leaving, essentially till retirement, but who cared? Meanwhile, the remaining 87 girls seethed with jealousy and regret. They'd vowed to endure hardships together. So why had these few jumped ahead with skyrocketing pay and citizenship status in just 6 months? Luckily, at this stage, their minds were still relatively pure and balanced. Though consumed by envy, none spoke irrationally or acted out. Instead, they were plagued by remorse. Why hadn't they performed better from the start? Such a golden opportunity slipped away. News of this naturalization frenzy soon reached China, causing an uproar. Previously, the 117 women in the U.S. frequently called home, bragging about how great things were. Everyone eagerly anticipated Linton launching a second recruitment wave. Last month, Linton called Lin how to recruit 40 more waitresses. Despite countless people already reaching out to him, Lin Hao knew where his true interests lay and refused to jeopardize Linton's trust. This time, he arranged a 30-second commercial airing during prime time on Shandong Satellite TV, an expensive and attention-grabbing move. Though only one day, the buzz it created far surpassed their last recruitment, drawing far more applicants. Since last selection satisfied Linton, there was no debate. They reused the previous format, a 3-round beauty pageant. Everything proceeded smoothly. After finishing the second round, they had filtered 120 contestants ready for the third round of interviews. Then came the news from the U.S. The 30 girls already began processing their citizenship. Instantly, the call center exploded. Lin Hao's phone was overwhelmed with calls. Despite the phone being off, his home and office were swarmed by people. Many couldn't be refused. Long-standing favors, trade-offs, and influential figures pressing him to push their own candidates through back doors. Under such pressure, the third round was impossible. To continue, Lin Hao had no choice but to call Linton, explaining the chaos and asking for help. Mr. Anderson, you need to come over yourself or send someone capable to oversee the third round. I really can't handle this. Hearing the complaint, Linton considered the tangled social dynamics involved and didn't want to drag Lin Hao deeper into the mess. All right, pause the selection on your end. I'll arrange someone to come over as soon as possible, he promised. Thanks for understanding. Chapter 488, Political Alliances, Super Billionaire. Secretary of State Warren Christopher moved swiftly. In less than a week, he pushed through a congressional vote for the massive government funding allocation to purchase the Vitality and Beauty pills. This vote created a historic miracle. Over 98% approval, with not a single opposing vote, and only a handful of abstentions. Given the fractured political climate and partisan battles in America, such a unanimous result on any proposal was unheard of before and seemed unlikely to ever happen again. It was clear that when fundamental personal interests were at stake, everyone followed their inner desires. Upon hearing they might get free access to the Vitality and Beauty pills, who could resist? As for party politics, that was barely relevant. At most, the Republican Party had the upper hand in allocating benefits, ensuring they secured a bigger share, but no matter how they divided it, securing their own portion was what mattered most. Not only that, once word spread that Linton Anderson would be in Washington to sign the contract, high-profile figures scrambled to contact him, hoping to meet while he was in town. Where did they get Anderson's number? That was hardly a question at their level. Connections like that came standard. But Linton didn't have time for everyone. In the end, he only agreed to meet with House Speaker Newt Gingrich and Secretary of Defense William Perry. Newt Gingrich, a member of the Republican Party, had extended the invitation himself, making it hard to decline. Besides, Linton had his own ideas. Once the Vitality and Beauty pills hit the market, his cash flow would surge dramatically. Just the White House contract alone was worth $18 billion. At the same time, investing all that into tech, telecom, and internet sectors seemed unwise. It was time to consider defense and energy industries, traditional strongholds of the Republicans. As for Secretary of Defense William Perry, the Pentagon had just warmly welcomed him with a generous procurement quota for controlled weapons, making it appropriate for Linton to establish contact. There could be future weapon requisitions on his end. Of course, he could always reach out to President Clinton directly, but having William Perry on speed dial was far more convenient. Upon notification from Leon Panetta, Linton, and his assistant Lee, Sharon flew straight to Washington aboard a private jet. The meeting took place again in President Clinton's conference room, with the same four key figures present: President Clinton, Vice President Al Gore, Warren Christopher, and Leon Panetta. This time, however, the atmosphere was noticeably more relaxed. On the table sat an open bottle of champagne, as if celebrating a small victory. It was well warranted. The beauty elixir sales alone were impressive, and the 2,000 annual bottles of Vitality pills they had accounted for had been carefully allocated, no more than 1,200 going toward official use. The remaining 800 bottles were their spoils of war. Although a small portion would go to related parties, the lion's share would be split among the four of them. Even Leon Panetta, the lowest ranking among them, would get 60 bottles. Considering each bottle could sell for at least $8 million, 60 bottles meant $480 million. Could anything be sweeter than that? Given such vast benefits, they all naturally viewed Linton as a born wealthy philanthropist, someone impossible not to like. Linton understood the unspoken truth. He was now allied with these four powerful men. They were his solid political allies, more precisely, allies bound by mutual interests, and they would reap huge profits from the Vitality and Beauty pills. Raising his glass, Linton toasted with them and eagerly updated them on the factories. Progress. Everything is on schedule. Production will officially start on the 12th. The first batch of Vitality and Beauty pills will be delivered by April 30th. How many in the first batch? 167 bottles of Vitality pills, 5,000 of beauty elixirs. Excellent. How's the progress on the exclusive stores? We've secured locations and are renovating. The grand opening is planned for May 6th. Good. You're our most trustworthy friend. Here's to friendship. Hearing that Linton would supply them a week before the store opened, the four agreed he was someone worth having in their corner. After the meeting, Al Gore and Warren Christopher quickly departed. Far from finished, the task of distributing those Vitality and Beauty pills remained. Deciding who got what and when would inevitably mean a political chess match against the Republicans. Leon Panetta then escorted Linton to his office and turned the tentative contract into a formal one. Given the stakes involved, Leon Panetta handled it with utmost care. Once signed, he immediately initiated the payment procedures. With the White House's efficiency, and President Clinton personally overseeing the project, the $18 billion would be transferred into Linton's health company's account by the day after tomorrow at the latest. This was a moment too exciting to keep to himself. Upon arriving in Washington, Hillary Clinton had already booked the presidential suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. That night, the suite was a scene of heated passion. Two figures draped in sweat, caught up in a fierce, intimate struggle. A sweet, lively melody played on without pause, filling the room with warmth and joy. The next morning, Linton arrived at a golf course outside D.C. to meet House Speaker Newt Gingrich. Though nearing 60, Newt Gingrich was in excellent shape and played a solid game of golf. Linton deliberately went easy on him, ending the match in a draw. It was a meeting meant to build friendship, not rivalry. Newt Gingrich recognized the gesture and grew even more favorable toward Linton. With mutual goodwill in place, the first meeting laid a promising foundation, though they hadn't yet delved into concrete interests. That afternoon, at a business club, Linton met with Secretary of Defense William Perry, casually dressed. William Perry greeted him warmly. "Linton, your role in Independence Day really boosted America's military prestige. Since then, our recruitment campaigns have gone smoothly. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Secretary. More importantly, starting this year, our arms exports skyrocketed. Many countries were inspired by your film and placed new orders." The conversation flowed easily, and as they parted, William Perry clasped Linton's hand. "Whether it's movie projects or your security base, if you ever need Pentagon support, just say the word." "Thanks, Mr. Secretary. I'll be sure to reach out if needed." Back at the Four Seasons that night, the passionate adventure in the presidential suite continued, their cries of pleasure punctuated by whispered declarations. "Master, Hilly is so happy." The next morning, mid-flight back to Los Angeles, Linton's phone buzzed. It was Mina. The health company's account had received the $18 billion transfer from the White House. Amazing. While he'd always been wealthy, never had he felt this flush with cash. Now, he truly was a super billionaire. Chapter 489, Calling Aunt Kelly to Oversee the Beauty Pageant. Ever since it leaked that Linton had developed the vitality pills and beauty pills and started mass-producing them in preparation for official market release, his agent Mira had been bombarded with countless media interview requests. The offers came with sky-high fees, but Linton refused every single one. He wasn't ready yet. He planned to give a single interview half a month before the exclusive store's grand opening, and even then, only to his own media outlets. He wasn't about to let anyone else cash in on this buzz. Beyond the media frenzy, his assistant Lee Shaoran and the chairman's secretariat had been flooded with appointment requests from some of the most influential figures imaginable. Tycoons like Bill Gates and oil magnate David Rockefeller, the head of the DuPont family, Carter DuPont, the steel magnate, Andrew Carnegie's current generation, investment legend Warren Buffett, among others. Local political heavyweights, too. California Governor Pete Wilson, Speaker Cruz Bustamante, and Los Angeles Mayor Richard Riordan. Hollywood peers were also reaching out. Directors and stars who had worked with him before, like James Cameron and Fletcher, Halle Berry, and Tyra Banks. Even actresses who had shared fleeting romantic moments with him, such as Julia Roberts and Sharon Stone, had taken note. Many women who had been involved with Linton were furious that only Madonna and about 20 other women had been given the pills. "Such a great thing, and I don't get any? What's wrong with me? He's such a cad," they grumbled. Linton had been overwhelmed and simply delegated all these requests to his assistant to handle. But there was one person he couldn't put off any longer. After landing in Los Angeles, Linton didn't return to his estate. Instead, he instructed his driver to take him to the Summit community in Beverly Hills, the home of Aunt Kelly Clayt. Aunt Kelly and her husband had been expecting him. Aunt Kelly's husband even took charge in the kitchen, preparing lunch along with the house staff. Linton's arrival was warmly welcomed. After lunch was underway, Aunt Kelly ushered Linton into the study. "Linton, there are rumors that you developed the beauty pills and vitality pills. Is that true?" she asked without holding back, her curiosity obvious. Linton pulled out 6 bottles. 2 contained vitality pills, the other 4 held beauty pills. "Aunt Kelly, it's definitely true. The green ones are beauty pills, the yellow are vitality pills. I've prepared enough for you, your husband, and Judy. 2 months' supply." When you finish, I'll send more. Here's how to take them. Aunt Kelly's eyes sparkled. Wow, Linton, you're incredible. It's a shame my sister didn't live to see your rise to fame, but I bet she's proud of you in heaven. She definitely is. Living well, being happy, and thriving. That's the best way to honor her memory. After their moment of reflection, Aunt Kelly shifted to a more pressing tone. Linton was one of her closest family members, almost like a son. You've had this amazing discovery for so long. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Aunt Kelly, the pills weren't fully developed before. They were still in testing stages, and I worried about side effects. It was only recently that we perfected the formula. That's why I'm here with these now. Linton had prepared this excuse in advance. It was flimsy, but believable enough. Don't worry, I'm not blaming you. Your personal life has been wild lately. 20 girlfriends exposed this time? There's nothing I can do about that, but just handle it yourself. Let's not talk about that. How's work going in Los Angeles? Are you settling in okay? Linton, embarrassed by the mention of his private affairs, quickly changed the subject. Pretty well. The charity office here is running smoothly. We've already established 3 service stations dedicated to helping the city's homeless population. We're also planning to invest $30 million in Los Angeles West Side to build a top-tier private school in partnership with Cook School and Institute. The plan is still under review. Recently, we contacted the UN World Food Program to arrange a $10 million grain shipment to Africa. By your request, this year's charitable funds for Colombia have increased to $50 million. That's quite a lot. Maybe it's too focused on Popeye. You decide. You can increase support for other places with high poverty rates, but projects must be limited to road construction and school building. Got it. I'm planning to visit there for a project survey by the end of the month. Aunt Kelly, do you have any plans of travel before that? I have some work I need your help with. What kind of work? You know I built a large garden on my Montana farm, and last Christmas I wanted you all to come holiday there, but you declined. Don't remind me. How could I say yes with you running around with so many women? If we went, my husband and Judy might pick up bad habits. Aunt Kelly's frustration showed. Their family was already small, and now they couldn't even spend holidays together. All right, enough. Here's the real matter. My garden is huge and needs many staff. Last year, I hired 117 female attendants from Hong Kong for the garden. Now that my health products factory is about to open, I selected 30 girls from those attendants to work there, which means the garden staff is understaffed. I asked my friend, Lin Hao, the deputy director of the Home Affairs Department, to recruit 40 new girls. But there's a problem, and I need you to oversee the situation. What kind of problem? Well, Linton explained in detail how the mass naturalization of those 30 girls caused a huge stir, stirring influential people and powerful connections to attempt to push their candidates ahead unfairly, blocking the fair beauty pageant hiring process. What? You had 30 girls take American citizenship all at once. I didn't do it myself. I don't have that power. It was the White House. They imposed secrecy rules on my factory workers. That explains it. So you want me to act as chief judge and put a stop to all the backdoor dealings? Exactly. Lin Hao's position is sensitive, and he's reluctant to offend people. But I don't want to hire any unqualified connections. I'm tied up right now and don't trust others to handle this properly. With your status and our relation, you can ignore all the political pressures there. Just supervise the process and ensure it's fair and transparent, following the original plan. All right, since this is important to you, I'll rearrange my schedule this afternoon and try to leave the day after tomorrow. Thanks, Aunt Kelly. Chapter 490, Beautiful Angels. Corn Ferry International moved quickly. After receiving Winnie's request, they mobilized all available resources and, within just a few days, presented 3 candidates for the boutique store manager position. After lunch at Aunt Kelly's house, Linton, Winnie, and Goodman met that afternoon at a business club in Beverly Hills to interview the 3 candidates. Each of them had impressive resumes as managers of major brand boutiques. While not outrageously beautiful, all 3 possessed a warm, approachable charm. In the end, they selected a beautiful young woman named Alexis Carlson, a 27-year-old white woman currently managing the Bulgari boutique in Santa Monica. They agreed on a salary of $150,000 per year, plus 2 bottles of beauty pills, which raised her effective earnings to about $350,000 annually. a ceiling salary for a store manager. As for the far more expensive vitality pills, those were absolutely off the table. After Linton used his soul induction ability to confirm that she had no ulterior motives or connections to any espionage groups, they signed the contract right there. From then on, she would be in charge of overseeing the store's renovation. Of course, she and Goodman would jointly handle hiring and training the sales staff to ensure the boutique would open smoothly. On May 6th, yet the boutique had one crucial team beyond sales: the security detail. The vitality pills were just too valuable. A single vial sold for $8 million, so without tight security, theft was inevitable. After careful consideration, Linton handpicked 6 bodyguards from his estate, led by Gully Gerda, the current head of security and one of the original 4 guards hired on his second round. They were tasked with complete involvement from the renovation stage, especially on surveillance and pill safekeeping. Linton told them not to worry about budget. Their mission was flawless protection. On another positive note, the first shipment of 10,000 of the regular quartz bottles and 2,000 black quartz bottles had arrived via air freight. Linton inspected them thoroughly and found they met all his standards. Even each bottle's base was marked with a serial number. Both types of quartz bottles were stunning, emitting a soft glow that felt mysteriously noble. Packaging the pills in these would elevate their prestige immensely. More importantly, he carefully infused the pills into the quartz bottles and tested them with his spiritual senses. The quartz effectively prevented the medicinal potency from dissipating. He estimated that if they used ordinary glass bottles, even if sealed perfectly, the pill's effects would degrade by about 10% after a year, without even opening the package. Once the customer opened it, the loss would accelerate, perhaps reaching 20% by the final pill in the bottle. But with the quartz packaging unopened and sealed, the pill's potency could stay intact for at least 5 years. Even once opened, as long as the cap was promptly secured after each use, potency loss was negligible, less than 2%. That night, back at the estate, all his women were gathered. They had been staying in Los Angeles for some time and were raking in business, with nonstop commercial shoots and endorsements. Even Winnie had landed high-paying endorsements, each worth at least $3 million annually. Of course, given her current status, she couldn't attend business events herself. This wave of prosperity was generous to all of them. Take fashion endorsements asking for the highest beauty standards. They skyrocketed once Linton's official girlfriends were confirmed publicly. The media humorously dubbed them Linton's certified true beauties, and major fashion brands coveted them. Previously, Madonna endorsed Chanel, Sophie Marceau was the face of Hermes, Christiana backed Dior, Monica Bellucci fronted Gucci, Naomi represented Louis Vuitton, Nicole Kidman was Prada's star, Winona championed Bulgari, and Jennifer Connelly for Burberry. All the leading Western female stars endorsed globally influential luxury brands. Now, with Linton's girlfriends identified, their endorsement fees increased by over 30%. For those with previously lower rates, Jennifer, Kate Winslet, and Heidi Klum, their fees even doubled. Even Asian stars like Michelle Reese, Vivian Chow, Izumi Sakai, Noriko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori, who had never before secured fashion endorsements in the U.S., were now approached by top fashion houses offering $3 million per year, a sum unimaginable for Asian celebrities before. Similarly, jewelry companies with high standards for beauty sought them eagerly. Each of the 20 women endorsed at least one jewelry brand, with hefty paychecks attached. Interestingly, they all focused on necklace lines. The reason was simple. These women publicly confirmed they never removed their quartz pendants, which were genuinely beautiful. This sparked a craze among the public for quartz jewelry, prompting many jewelry companies to begin designing quartz pieces. That night naturally turned into another joyful and lively party. Organized by Madonna, the event brimmed with excitement, featuring theatrical performances that captivated everyone. Meanwhile, the health products company had already received the first massive payment of $18 billion. With money in the bank, it was only natural to fulfill the endorsements payments to his girlfriends. The next morning, Linton notified Mina to pay each of the 20 women $10 million for their endorsements based on their contracts. There was no need for installments since money was available and it was all family. Though, Linton was practically immune to money's allure now. He couldn't resist the infectious excitement of his girlfriends. After receiving their $10 million endorsement payments, someone suggested they all take the morning off, and somehow, they pushed through a firm refusal to work. They forced Linton to stay at the estate as well. Under Madonna's direction, the swimming pool, dance studio, gym, screening room, and rooftop garden all became stages of their enthusiastic play and intimacy. Naturally, preparations began for shooting the stunning advertisements featuring the vitality pills and beauty pills. Linton had high standards for this campaign. He assigned Jonathan Glazer, the famed music video and commercial director, under his wing to shoot the ads personally. Jonathan had earned a legendary reputation for his ability to capture women beautifully, and Linton humbly admitted he could not match his artistry. His mission was to create flawless, breathtaking poster images for each of the women. At the perfect moment, the quartz bottles had just arrived. Each woman would pose for two posters, one holding a single teal quartz bottle with one hand. That's the beauty pill ad, destined for the boutique's first floor. The second poster showed them holding the black quartz bottle with both hands. That was the vitality pill ad, displayed on the boutique's second floor. All posters would be signed uniformly in the lower right corner with "Beautiful Angel" and the model's name. Since the boutique was still under renovation, there was no rush. The scheduling details would be worked out by those involved. Chapter 491. The right way to use $18 billion. The health products company's account held a staggering $17.8 billion in cash, even after deducting the $160 million about to be paid for procurement and security equipment. The amount of cash on hand was simply enormous, and Linton wasn't about to let it just sit idly in the bank. After an exhilarating and wild morning, in the afternoon, his girlfriends all headed out to attend to their own commitments, leaving only Winnie behind with him. Winnie, yesterday the White House transferred the entire $18 billion this year's procurement payment for the vitality pills. I'm planning to allocate $17 billion for investments. Do you have any suggestions? Wait, they were that generous to you? Paying the entire annual fee in one lump sum? Winnie could hardly believe what she heard. Don't be surprised. The money's here now. I can't just let it sit in the bank earning interest. You're putting $17 billion into investments, leaving only $800 million in the account. Is that enough for the health company's daily operations? More than enough. Besides, after the official launch of the pills on May 6th, the cash flow in the account will surge rapidly. We'll likely increase the investment fund. Even further, at the end of last month, we got $2.5 billion from charitable donations. The last $500 million arrived just recently. These funds have mainly been used to purchase stocks in the target companies we previously researched on the secondary market. There's still about $100 million left unallocated. How's the stock sell-off at Netscape going? Pretty well. About a third of the shares have been offloaded without impacting the stock price. It's even risen slightly. The $700 million cashed out has been reinvested in other stocks. Are we really planning to sell off everything? Yeah, sell it all. Their product line is too narrow, and the market's overheated. The real issue is Microsoft. Once their new browser hits shelves and is bundled with other software, Netscape won't stand a chance. All right, counting that $2.5 billion, our charitable funds investment portfolio now exceeds $10 billion, all concentrated in computer, telecommunications, and internet sectors. Are you sure you want me to manage the entire $17 billion? No. The health company is my personal holding, not part of the charitable foundation, so it's not appropriate to put it under the charity's investment office. Instead, you should form a separate investment team dedicated to the health company's portfolio, independent from your current team. The new team's office can be on the same 15th floor since there's plenty of room. That sounds doable. I'll get that set up soon. But do you have specific directions on where to invest? Stay in the same sectors: computer, telecom, internet. Set up the team first. For the first $17 billion, follow your previous research and invest entirely in those three sectors. But don't lock yourself into those industries. The new team should have no restrictions apart from those three. Consider traditional sectors like defense, oil, energy, chemicals, logistics, and trade. Also, emerging industries such as new materials and technologies, anywhere globally, not just America. Our health company's profits will only grow from here. It's best to diversify into leading companies worldwide across various industries. Dear, you're absolutely right. Only by doing this can we become a true top-tier conglomerate, building a legacy to last generations. Mwah. Baby, great minds think alike. All right, I'll do my best. But investing $17 billion strictly into computer, telecom, and internet stocks will take quite some time. There is no rush. We've completed the initial capital build-up phase. Now is the time to stabilize, thoroughly research our targets before moving in. Meanwhile, for companies we've already researched, Microsoft, Cisco, Intel, Oracle, AMD, Nokia, Motorola, Compaq, HP, Dell, OL, all with immense potential, we can quietly keep buying shares on the secondary market. Sounds good. By the way, Yahoo is planning to go public on April 12th. As major shareholders, they sent you an invite. Interested in ringing the opening bell at the Nasdaq in New York? I'll pass. You can represent us there. How's their stock offering looking? Very promising. They're issuing 5 million shares, about 20% of the company, originally priced at $20 per share, aiming to raise $100 million. But after the Victoria's Secret Angel fashion show and your recent scandal, traffic to Yahoo spiked so much that their servers crashed 4 times in a row. Each server crash pushed the share price up significantly. The final offering price has been set at $40 per share, doubling the funds raised to $200 million. Their market capitalization after going public will be $1 billion. The roadshow has started, and per your earlier instructions, I informed Richard to have Skycrest Capital invest $50 million to buy 5% of shares. Along with Mangrove Capital's planned 16% post-IPO stake, we now control 21% of Yahoo. The server crashes were all tied to us, yet Jerry Yang hasn't given us a single bonus. Linton joked, "Don't get cocky. Considering Yahoo's scale, even if they gave you a bonus, you probably wouldn't care." Winnie laughed in return. "That's true, but it's okay. Our investments grow alongside. By the way, honey, the 2 Gulfstream V jets we ordered will arrive next month. Then you can fly anywhere in the world without worrying about range. That's great. Once they arrive, I'll leave my current jet at home for everyone to share and put the other plane under the film companies use for their promotional tours. With the health company flush with cash, why don't you place a bulk order with Gulfstream for 1 jet per person? About 20 jets. Isn't that excessive waste? No worries. We have the money. Everyone has their own careers and lots of travel. Since our estate is far from Los Angeles, having planes is just more convenient. Plus, these purchases can reduce taxes, but we might need to expand the farm's airstrip. You're too good to us, darling." Mwah. Winnie's eyes shined with happiness as she leaned in and planted a tender kiss. "Love me." The study soon filled with her sweet, joyful voice singing softly. That evening at dinner, Linton announced to all the women that he was buying each of them a brand new Gulfstream private jet. They would even get to decide the interior decor themselves. The ladies erupted in cheers. Dinner was immediately forgotten as the night's lively party kicked off. From the first floor to the third, the dining room, gym, screening room, study, master bedroom, and garden, all were alive with scenes of playful drama and enchanting performances. One beautiful song after another echoed through the estate. Chapter 492, Su Qing arrives in America. The next morning, Linton met Su Qing at Los Angeles International Airport, accompanied by Li Xiaoran. It had been over half a year since they last saw each other. Su Qing was still dazzlingly beautiful, exuding a magnetic charm that left people utterly stunned. Her looks were comparable to Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese, but the allure she carried far surpassed theirs. This kind of charisma was a potent weapon in the eyes of men everywhere. Even though she emerged through the VIP terminal at the airport, countless travelers around her couldn't help but sneak glances. But just as she stepped out, breaking the hearts of those nearby, the breathtaking beauty tossed her luggage aside and fell straight into the arms of a tall man wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. What was even more disheartening was that the two immediately lost themselves in a passionate kiss right there. Given the public setting and with Linton's notoriety growing ever louder lately, despite his efforts to disguise himself, it was inevitable someone would recognize him eventually. He didn't dare linger. shielded by his bodyguards. He quickly whisked Su Qing away toward the private jet area. Before Su Qing's arrival, they had agreed over the phone that once she arrived in the States, Linton would first take her to his expansive garden estate for some private time together. Only afterward would they consider going to the Los Angeles manor where other women sometimes gathered. Once on the plane, Linton introduced Li Xiaoran and the bodyguard Danny to Su Qing. Both women exchanged faux warm embraces but were secretly taken aback. Su Qing hadn't expected such a striking young woman to emerge as Linton's personal assistant in just over 6 months. Clearly, this girl was no ordinary figure. Li Xiaoran, on the other hand, had known of Su Qing from her work in television dramas and films. Su Qing was quite a well-known actress there, having starred in many productions. Still, Li Xiaoran never imagined how close Su Qing and Linton were. To her, the two seemed worlds apart. Maybe it was during Linton's brief trip to China last year. Just a couple of weeks. That something sparked between them. Su Qing was remarkably impressive. How did she pull it off? Judging by the signs, a new official girlfriend of Linton's had just arrived. But Su Qing was only marginally more beautiful than her. She was always at Linton's side daily. Why hadn't he noticed her charm? The thought stirred a quiet pang of frustration and discomfort inside her. She concluded her methods must be lacking. She needed to learn from these women if she wanted to keep up. With such close access to Linton daily, this was an opportunity she couldn't waste. Li Xiaoran silently vowed to up her game. Of course, all these thoughts were hidden beneath friendly smiles. Soon, the two began chatting like close sisters. But their conversation didn't last long. Su Qing abruptly left Li Xiaoran behind to cozy up to Linton, pressing close, whispering near his ear, and sharing occasional kisses. Things escalated quickly. Before long, Linton lifted Su Qing into a Princess Carrie and headed toward the plane's living quarters. Li Xiaoran felt a surge of jealousy. There was no doubt these two were off to indulge in the intoxicating pleasures of their whirlwind reunion. The cramped quarters aboard the plane limited their intimacy. Though the thrill was incredible, the encounter couldn't last as long or as intensely as on solid ground. After about an hour, Su Qing lay softly across Linton's chest, her delicate hand tracing lazy circles on his body. "Linton, before I came, I heard that the pageant organized by Uncle Lin Hao's team is struggling to continue," she asked softly. "That's right. What do you make of it?" "Mainly because, from the last round of recruits, I heard that 30 people have already received offers to become American citizens. They're beginning the naturalization process, causing quite a stir. Darling, is it true?" "It is." "Darling, how did you manage it?" "It's a long story. Have you heard of the beauty pills and vitality pills?" "Beauty pills and vitality pills? What are those?" Sounds like information doesn't quite travel smoothly all the way across the Pacific. "These are 2 kinds of pills I recently developed. Their effects are..." "What? Pills that powerful?" Su Qing's surprised mouth couldn't close. "That's right. They're about to enter mass production, with official sales starting May 6th. Darling, can I try them first?" She turned over and planted a sultry kiss on Linton's lips, her voice dripping with sweetness and seduction. Beauty and youth were irresistible attractions to any woman. "Of course you can, but you won't need them." "Why not?" "Because our fun together benefits you more than those pills could ever achieve." "Really, darling? That sounds unbelievable." "Sure. You must have felt it last summer." "Oh, no wonder. Then what are we waiting for? Let's keep going." A lively, sweet melody played again. It wasn't until the plane began its descent that they finally tidied up and left the living quarters. Saturated by Linton's ascents, Su Qing's complexion glowed with even more vitality and allure. She looked absolutely breathtaking. Outside the airport, Carter waited with 2 vehicles. Linton introduced Carter to Su Qing. After she learned that the entire farm, including the private airstrip, belonged to Linton, Su Qing's admiration for his wealth and resources deepened. When they arrived at the small farm, rows of fruit trees stretched as far as the eye could see, filling her with a peaceful joy. Entering the garden estate, she realized how shallow her previous perspective had been. Private estates could be so vast, luxurious, and stunning. By the time they reached the inner courtyard, she was awestruck beyond words, knowing she had hopelessly fallen in love with this place. The car stopped in front of an enormous mansion, where the housekeeper Erica was already waiting at the door. "Welcome home, boss. Erica, let me introduce you. This is Su Qing from China. She will also be the lady of this garden." "Su Qing, this is Erica, the estate's housekeeper. If you have any questions around here, she will help you." Su Qing had prepared well, spending the last 6 months intensively studying English. Though her speech wasn't perfectly fluent, she could communicate effectively. Coming from a distinguished family, she was well educated with an elegant, refined demeanor beneath her alluring exterior. Compared to Madonna, Nicole Kidman, Michelle Reese, or Vivian Chow, Erica thought Su Qing had a nobility and grace that suited a lady of the house perfectly. Though her English was imperfect, Su Qing quickly earned Erica's respect. Stepping inside the mansion was like walking into a grand, old, aristocratic residence. Several young, attractive attendants immediately followed close behind, eager to serve the couple attentively. A lavish lunch of gourmet prepared by the renowned chef Suarez Shiji was already ready. After a quick freshening up, they returned to the dining room in the first courtyard. The sheer size of the property, stretching across 7 courtyards, left Su Qing wide-eyed. "Honey, this food tastes amazing. This must be the handiwork of Chef Suarez, right?" Only the two of them sat at the table. Nearby, housekeeper Erica, along with 2 pretty attendants, served them. Although 30 staff members had been reassigned to help at the factory, the garden's service team was stretched thin. Luckily, each of the 20 troop members' assistants was temporarily reduced by 1, while Linton increased all servants' salaries by 15%. The estate's service barely suffered any disruption. "That's right. It's Suarez Shiji, the master chef we recruited together last time. Honestly, getting him here was partly thanks to you." "Is the pageant Uncle Lin how is organizing to recruit service staff for this place?" "Yes. Since 30 servers were selected for the factory, the garden staff is overwhelmed and needs urgent replenishment. But now, with Uncle Lin how struggling under pressure and the pageant halted, what are you planning to do?" "Don't worry. I've already asked my Aunt Kelly to take over as the host. This won't affect anything." Chapter 493, The New Princess in the Harem. After lunch, the two had no mood left to admire the garden's scenery. Linton swept Su Qing into a princess carry and headed straight for the master bedroom deep within the estate. What had begun as a quick, intense rendezvous on the plain was just an appetizer. In the vast master bedroom, they indulged in a passionate, unrestrained love-making session that lasted for hours. There, joy-filled moans and tender whispers echoed softly through the room. By Linton's usual habits, their intimate encounter would have continued right through dinner, with the meal brought directly to the 7th courtyard. However, since this was Su Qing's first visit, he wanted to make sure she was presented as a true lady of the manor. When twilight came and the garden lights glowed warmly, they paused, their passionate storm settled, and finally stepped out of the bedroom. Waiting for them were 2 beautiful attendants, standing in unison, respectfully greeting, "Sir, Miss Su, your dinner is ready." Su Qing linked her arm through Linton's, a rosy blush spreading across her cheeks. "Darling, this is incredible. Are you sure all this isn't over the top? Isn't this just how it should be? It feels like we've really become a prince and his princess." "You've always been my princess," Linton said with a sly smile. "Your words are dangerously sweet." After dinner, Linton finally had time to take her on a stroll through the inner courtyard. Bathed in bright moonlight and surrounded by glowing lanterns, the nighttime view was just as enchanting as daytime. Finally, they arrived at the villa area, 50 individual houses. "Sweetheart, you can choose any unclaimed villa here for your personal space. Don't worry about upkeep while you're away. You can select 2 personal assistants from the girls, though with the current shortage, you'll start with just 1. "Darling, who else already lives here?" Su Qing asked curiously. "Honestly, I've got 20 girlfriends already, each with their own villa. But most are busy working in Los Angeles right now." 20? Isn't that a bit much? "Sweetheart, are you doubting my charm?" "Charm isn't the problem. How do you even manage to keep that many people from driving each other crazy?" "First, not just anyone becomes my girlfriend. They have to follow 2 rules. Rules for being your girlfriend? Do tell. Simple. Rule 1, loyalty. No relationships with other men. Rule 2, all girlfriends must love and support each other, resolving conflicts openly, No backstabbing or fighting. Anyone who can't accept this can leave anytime. Break a rule, and it's over instantly. That sounds awfully one-sided. I can't help it. Who else would 20 women want, if not me? Linton replied shamelessly. But honestly, can they really live together in harmony? That's the magic of me. And mostly, it's about the benefits. Benefits. It's simple. Being with me means you keep the most stunning looks, the healthiest bodies. After experiencing this, can you really walk away? Not everyone sees looks and body as the entire life, though. Besides that, being with me opens doors to huge career growth, becoming stars in the spotlight, and earning power to match. Looks, body, career. Sounds like you have it all covered. Hard to say no to that. So, will you accept my rules? Ugh, I didn't know you were such a player, and now you tricked me all the way across the Pacific. What am I supposed to say? All right, let's head back. I'll carry you like a princess again, Linton teased, sweeping her up once more and rushing back into the mansion. Those sweet love songs started floating through the air again. The next morning, after finally emerging from their lengthy, blissful lovemaking, the two were fully satisfied. After breakfast, Linton took Su-Ching to his office and laid out an endorsement contract. He said, "They want you to be the face of beauty pills and vitality pills, the beauty angel. The endorsement fee is a whopping $10 million a year." Su-Ching stared wide-eyed at the number, speechless. Do I really deserve that much? Confidence, darling. My woman deserves the best. Now I'm starting to see how they all manage to get along. Exactly. But to sign this, you need an agent here in America. Do you have one? I'm new here. Could you help arrange one? I'll have my agent come by. In fact, all my girlfriends, including Michelle Reese and Vivian Chow, have contracts under her management. I trust you. So many endorsements. Must be a lot of work. Not really. Just 2 posters to display in the boutique, but that boutique won't open until May 6th. We can enjoy ourselves here first, then head to LA. There is plenty of time. You spoil me, darling, Su-Ching said softly, suddenly feeling touched. She couldn't help but fidget with joy. The merry music filled the room again. 2 hours later, the endorsement contract was finally signed, after some delays. Baby, learn English well now. Soon, I'll have you star as the lead in one of my music videos so America can get to know you. Later this year, I'll find a film role for you, starting with a supporting part. Thank you, honey. You're too good to me. Sweetheart, here are 40 private suites. You can pick one. From the 7th courtyard, they moved to the 6th as Linton gestured around. The 5th and 4th courtyards will be for the kids to live in. This is the office area. You can choose an office here. In the 3rd courtyard, he showed her the 40 large offices furnished with studies and lounges. Throughout the tour, Su-Ching was overwhelmed but thrilled. Only one thought ran through her mind. This place is insanely luxurious. Yet, beneath it all, her heart was bursting with happiness. By day, the couple leisurely explored the estate. In the afternoon, they wandered through the back gardens, everything more beautiful than ever before. At night, their passionate fun resumed. Chapter 494, Official Launch, Spies. On the 3rd day, Linton had the housekeeper Erica accompany Su-Ching to pick out offices and villas, discussing their interior design. Of course, Su-Ching felt she still needed a few days of observation before final decisions. Linton couldn't keep shadowing her constantly anyway. After all, May 6th was fast approaching, the official launch date for both the beauty pills and the vitality pills. It was time to focus on the real work. Linton went alone to the adjacent office building and entered the large room on the far left of the 1st floor. This was where the beauty pills manufacturing equipment was housed. Unlike the initial batch of beauty pills, this setup included a new cleaning and sterilizing device alongside a packaging machine. Another significant addition was a large foot basin carved from quartz, placed beside the beauty pills equipment. Linton had crafted this quartz basin specifically for imbuing the pills with spiritual energy. He took out a small teal quartz vial and placed it into the sterilization machine. Within half an hour, the cleaning, drying, and disinfecting processes were complete without any hiccups. Next, he tested with batches of 10, 50, and 100 vials, all smoothly processed. A quick mind check confirmed every vial was spotless, with not a trace of residue. The final step was testing the packaging. The key here was to adjust the machine according to the size of the quartz vials. With the adjustments complete, Linton inserted printed instruction manuals, small gift boxes, 18 beauty pills, quartz vials, and bottle caps into their respective slots in the machine. The equipment powered on, and within moments, it automatically filled each vial with 18 pills, added the instruction sheet, sealed the cap tightly, and placed everything into the gift box, which it then sealed perfectly in one fluid motion. During a second run, Linton deliberately added 19 pills. Luckily, the machine's automatic counting flagged the extra pill after sealing, ensuring perfect accuracy. On a third test, he inserted only 17 pills. The intelligent packaging equipment immediately flashed a red warning light, indicating insufficient pills, and refused to proceed. Only after adding the missing pill did the machine continue working and complete the packaging. For the fourth test, Linton loaded 200 beauty pills, along with enough quartz vials, manuals, and gift boxes. Less than 2 minutes later, 11 fully packaged beauty pill boxes streamed out smoothly. The 12th vial held 2 pills and glowed red, waiting for the correct pill count to resume. At this point, every step of the beauty pills production process was flawless. That afternoon, Linton turned his attention back to preparing the vitality pills. Unlike the beauty pills, he had no intention of outsourcing the vitality pills to a factory. Instead, all production would remain in this office building under his direct supervision. Given the rare and limited ingredients, he planned to produce only 4,000 vials annually. Each bottle contained 12 pills, totaling 48,000 pills. Producing 3,000 pills a day meant a roughly 16-day process, which could be shortened with overtime. Linton was confident he could handle it all personally. After all, each bottle was priced at $8 million, translating to over $600,000 per pill. A crazy lure for anyone. Keeping production in-house also protected his secret formula and prevented unnecessary human interference. The tests proceeded smoothly. From the 1,500 vitality pills produced earlier, and after using 30 pills, Linton packaged 122 exquisite black quartz vials containing 12 pills each. Another 6 extra pills were kept in a separate empty black bottle. Satisfied with these steps, Linton left the office building in good spirits and returned to the main estate. There, he found his agent Mira and lawyer Goodman waiting, having just flown in from Los Angeles. Mira was deep in conversation with Su Qing, laughing and chatting comfortably. "Mira, you got the details on Su Qing's situation?" Linton asked. "Just met her, very promising. She has strong star potential," Mira reported. "How do you and WMA feel about working with her?" "Great fit. The company's powerful, and Mira is very professional." "Good. Since both sides are happy, finalize the contract quickly. Commission stays at 7%. 7% was the standard cut Linton set for all his girlfriends, a rate typically reserved for top-tier stars. But since they were Linton's girlfriends, their success practically spoke for itself, and Mira didn't have to worry about securing resources. Over time, these women's star power grew rapidly. Even the least popular were already considered rising stars on the Hollywood B-list, thanks to the constant stream of opportunities Linton provided. The few lagging behind: Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, Izumi Sakai, Nariko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori, remained at the cusp of the B-list primarily due to their more exotic skin tones, which limited their peak appeal in Hollywood. Thanks to Goodman's thorough review, Su Qing and Mira signed the management contract swiftly. When Linton then pulled out a $10 million annual endorsement deal, both Mira and Goodman were stunned. An absolute newcomer, and she just landed the top endorsement contract in all of America. It was practically unheard of. "This isn't chasing stars, it's burning cash," Goodman muttered. "Big Boss has money to burn, that's all." Linton smiled wryly and added, "Also, soon we'll shoot the music video for my new album. I want to leave a song open so Su Qing can be the lead actress. Go talk to Daniel." "What?" "The same album every Hollywood actress tried to get on but couldn't." That was right. Buzz about Linton releasing a new album had spread far and wide. Already a pop icon, combined with the recent hype around the beauty and vitality pills, the role of lead actress in his music video was highly coveted. Agencies scrambled eagerly, But Universal Records quickly set the record straight, insisting only established Hollywood actresses would star in the videos. This sparked outrage. Industry insiders complained bitterly that the big stars were hogging chances at the expense of newcomers. Then rumors exploded that Linton was using the music videos to pick a new official girlfriend. Once word spread, the entire Hollywood female star roster went wild, scrambling to claim this once-in-a-lifetime shot. The production team's exclusivity broke down, and Daniel's phone blew up with calls. Unable to handle the commotion and after consulting Linton, Daniel released an official statement naming each music video's lead actress, finally quelling the intense competition. "I'm only planning to release one album," Linton clarified. "But wasn't every video's lead role already locked in?" "No worries. I'll just add one more song later." Mira threw up her hands in disbelief. For a total unknown, Linton was giving away massive endorsement deals and music video roles. This was shooting for the moon. No matter. The faster Su Ching rose, the more profits Mira made. Later that night, naturally, Linton and Su Ching sank into their intimate, passionate world. The sweet, lively melody of Su Ching's singing carrying long into the night. The next day, April 10th, the factory was finally completed and officially delivered. All office furniture and equipment had been ordered in advance and were slated for same-day delivery and installation. On this day, Linton arranged for security personnel to move the beauty pills machines into the factory. After thorough setup and debugging, everything was operational. He placed the large quartz basin over the new spiritual gathering array's core and activated the protective formation. Now, everything was genuinely ready. All that was left was to await the raw materials. Accompanied by his assistant Carter, Linton conducted a full inspection of the factory. Apart from restrooms, every corner was covered by surveillance. While this might feel intrusive to the workers, potentially infringing on their privacy, everyone had been informed beforehand. The terms were included in their contracts, and with generous salaries plus offers of residency, the staff generally accepted these measures. Still, Linton detected anomalies. In his mind's eye, several unfamiliar faces appeared around town. The small grocery store, once operated solely by its owner, now had 2 additional clerks. Who needed 2 clerks at such a tiny shop? Were they planning to lose money? The town had residents who sold produce at a small open-air market, which normally closed before 11 a.m. But today, several stalls lingered through the afternoon without any customers, their workers reluctant to leave. Linton's suspicions were confirmed. As the White House had predicted, other factions had turned their eyes toward his operation. Spies had infiltrated. But these amateurs were too clumsy. Who did they think they were fooling? It wasn't entirely their fault. The small farm's isolation made infiltration difficult, so finding these channels surely took major effort. Now that they'd been discovered, and with production about to start, it was time to tighten security. Linton notified Carter and David to begin issuing official passes for all farm and garden personnel starting tomorrow. Anyone without a pass could only enter if personally escorted and registered by an authorized staff member. No exceptions. Employees were explicitly warned. Whoever brought in guests would be held accountable if those guests caused trouble on the farm. On the morning of April 12th, Linton received word the long-awaited medicinal herbs had finally reached Los Angeles. He assigned estate guards to accompany Goodman to the port to collect the shipment. At the same time, Denny boarded a private plane to fly the herbs directly back to the farm. April 13th was an ordinary day, but marked the official start of production at Linton's health factory. As the pill's creator and technical director, Linton spent 3 consecutive days on site, guiding the workers. Fortunately, after breaking down the procedures, each job was simple enough. The young women's nimble skills quickly mastered their tasks, and the beauty pills began flowing off the production line steadily. Linton noted that the machines operated 7 hours a day, churning out 3,300 pills. With 2 workers per shift per station, the factory ran 6 days a week, giving a relaxed workload. The factory manager, Mina, suggested extending daily hours to boost output, but Linton stopped her. Speed wasn't the priority. The beauty pills thrived on exclusivity. Flooding the market would cheapen their appeal and undercut the premium pricing. Chapter 495, Police Story 4. First strike premiere, Su Ching joins the harem. Next, Linton spent 4 more days focused on peacefully refining the vitality pills. With his celestial present stage cultivation and the help of advanced machinery, he could easily produce 3,000 pills a day. Over 4 days, he had refined a total of 12,000 pills, enough for 3 months of sales. Despite his busy schedule, he still found time to accompany Su Qing to stroll through the estate's private gardens and enjoy the fresh air. Every night was a world of intimacy shared just between the two of them. During this 10-day slice of paradise, combined with daily nourishment from Linton's essence, Su Qing seemed to revert to her 20s. She blossomed with radiant beauty, exuding charm and vitality like never before. In that time, she also picked out her own villa and office space. With the help of housekeeper Erica, she decorated everything with warm, thoughtful touches. She even selected a young assistant named Winter Wong to support her. This almost fairy tale-like lifestyle had them both utterly captivated. April 20th arrived, and Linton had to fly with Su Qing to Los Angeles. This afternoon marked the premiere of Police Story 4, First Strike, starring Jackie Chan and Vivian Chow. This film was Vivian Chow's first major blockbuster, so naturally, Linton felt compelled to support it. Besides, Vivian Chow had been calling him every day lately, urging him to return. Back in December during the holiday season, Police Story 4, First Strike had already released across Asia, igniting a massive box office frenzy. Hong Kong alone grossed over 60 million Hong Kong dollars, with mainland China adding more than 40 million yuan. The total Asian box office exceeded 260 million Hong Kong dollars, roughly $30 million in US dollars. Golden Harvest Studios invested officially $5 million, but in reality only put in $1 million. To rake in such an astounding return was considered a windfall, and the European rights were yet to be sold. The European film market typically followed North America's lead. If the movie did well in the US, the Cannes Film Festival would almost certainly yield lucrative licensing deals. Jackie Chan's past 2 blockbuster hits, Rumble in the Bronx and Police Story 4, First Strike, had both dominated Asia. He had become a bona fide Asian superstar. With Rumble in the Bronx performing well in North America and Europe, if Police Story 4, First Strike could match that success, Jackie would smoothly rise to global superstardom. Vivian Chow leveraged Police Story 4, First Strike to boost her career, ascending to the top ranks of Asia's hottest film stars. In that climate, Golden Harvest Studios, Jackie Chan, and Vivian Chow all eagerly hoped the film would smash it in the North American market. Jackie had even arrived in Los Angeles over 10 days early to meet Vivian Chow. Under Linton Films' distribution team's direction, they were involved in non-stop promotional events. Since the Oscars last month, Vivian Chow's revelation as Linton's girlfriend catapulted her fame higher than ever. The buzz amplified interest in Police Story 4, First Strike. To put it in concrete terms, her recent business deals started at $200,000 per engagement, while endorsement contracts fetched at least $1.5 million each. In just over 2 weeks, she earned more than $15 million, excluding the $10 million endorsement deal secured through Linton. This clearly showed the immense commercial power of being Linton's official partner. Unfortunately, her deals were all short-term, mainly a year at a time, which reflected the problem of hype without substantial body of work. Her most notable credits were still limited to a supporting role on ER and 2, songs that had reached the Billboard Top 100. Without strong, consistent projects, the industry didn't trust her long-term potential, only her current heat. Advertisers offered $1.5 million for 1-year contracts, but demanded reduced rates of $1 million annually for multi-year deals, the going rate for a rising second-tier star. Vivian Chow and her agent, smartly, took the more lucrative short-term deals. Breaking out of this cycle would require steady delivery of quality roles and releases. That explained why she was so invested in Police Story 4, First Strike's promotion. Even in the crucial money-making phase, she fully committed to the publicity push. Besides introducing Su Qing to the other ladies upon returning to the estate, Linton also needed her to handle practical matters in Los Angeles. First, opening a bank account to receive the $10 million endorsement fee was essential. There was also a photo shoot scheduled for Vitality and Beauty Pills advertisements. Since she had taken private leave to come to the U.S. for only 25 days, time was tight. The shoot had to finish quickly. On the flight, Linton brought up the topic of private jets he'd recently ordered for his other girlfriends. Now that Su Qing officially joined his harem, she deserved the same treatment. Baby, I just ordered private jets for the other girlfriends not long ago. Once we're back in Los Angeles, I'll get one for you too. Private jet? Like this one, same brand, but a more advanced model. The latest version can fly 7,500 miles nonstop, enough to cross the Pacific directly from LA to Beijing. Darling, did I hear that right? One jet per girlfriend? That must cost a fortune. About $25 million each, with annual operating costs around $2 million. Wow, that's extravagant. No worries, I've got the money. But even if you get me one, I won't use it. There are no private jets available back home, and I can't fly it to Beijing. I'm only here a short while, so let's skip it for now. All right, when you go back, check it out. If it becomes feasible there, I'll get you one then. Returning to the estate around 11 a.m., most of the residents were out on business or promotional work, except Sophie Marceau, Christiana Reilly, and Monica Bellucci, who rested due to pregnancies. Linton formally introduced Su Qing to the four of them, plus housekeeper Amy. She received a warm welcome. Su Qing chose her own room and was assigned a female bodyguard driver, giving her enough freedom to shop for a private car. Regarding buying a villa in Los Angeles, she said she wasn't considering it for now, maybe later. At 4 p.m., Police Story 4, First Strike premiered spectacularly at the Universal Amphitheater's Roundhouse Theater. On the red carpet, Linton walked arm in arm with Vivian Chow in an intimate display, his first public appearance since the Oscars, naturally making headlines. After the walk, the press swarmed them. Linton, when will your beauty and vitality pills hit the market? Asked a reporter from Hollywood Gossip Daily, a friendly face. Linton, with 20 girlfriends, how do you keep up every night? Isn't that hard on your body? You have 20 girlfriends, yet America is a monogamous country. Who will you marry? What about the others? Don't you feel morally conflicted? All the questions were unrelated to the film, some quite pointed. But Linton, a veteran, answered smoothly. For the beauty and vitality pills, we've already secured a storefront on Beverly Rodeo Drive. Renovations are underway, and we plan to open May 6th. Now, today is the premiere of Police Story 4, First Strike, starring Jackie Chan and Miss Vivian Chow. Please give the film your full coverage. Thank you. With Linton present, along with the buzz around the beauty and vitality pills, media exposure that night and the next morning was guaranteed. The movie itself was excellent, action sequences thrilling, comedic fight scenes inventive, and Jackie Chan's performance all out. Vivian Chow's role was fierce and captivating. Combined with solid promotion and Vivian Chow's current heat, plus Jackie's fan base, the prospects were bright. After Rumble in the Bronx, and with Linton Films pushing his previous work onto North American TV, Jackie had gathered a significant following. Most importantly, this was a slow season with few strong competitors. The distribution team had secured a massive launch, 2,500 screens. After the screening, during a press interview, Linton gave the film high praise and boldly predicted North American box office earnings would top $50 million. After the premiere, Linton skipped the post-event banquet. With Vivian Chow and a group of girlfriends who attended the premiere, he returned directly to the estate. After all, it was Su Qing's first day there. That evening, Su Qing truly experienced what Linton had described, the love and camaraderie among girlfriends. 20 stunning women from around the world flocked around her, a spectacle that genuinely overwhelmed her. Fortunately, they all warmly embraced her, helping her fit smoothly into their sisterhood. At the party, under Madonna's guidance, Su Qing shed any lingering shyness and blended right in, immersing herself in the vibrant festivities. The joyous group singing carried on through the night without pause. Chapter 496, California and Los Angeles compete to offer big deals. Nice shot. At the Blue Moon Golf Course in Laguna Beach, Linton delivered a flawless birdie, earning applause from California Governor Pete Wilson and Speaker Cruz Bustamante. Since Linton revealed the development of his revolutionary beauty pills and vitality pills, many powerful figures had been vying for his attention. Among them were California's top officials. Rarely had the governor and the speaker united like this, both repeatedly requesting meetings with Linton, only to be turned down due to his busy schedule preparing for the pill's launch. But after attending the premiere of Police Story 4, First Strike yesterday, and then receiving another meeting request through Lee Shaoran that evening, it was no longer appropriate to decline again. It wasn't just them. Los Angeles's mayor and council speaker also sent meeting requests last night via City Hall. After careful consideration, Linton agreed to meet with the two state leaders this morning and with Los Angeles officials in the afternoon. After their round of golf, the three men retired to the course's VIP lounge, dismissing their assistants. Linton, congratulations on developing such a groundbreaking miracle drug, Speaker Cruz Bustamante began. Thank you for the compliment, Linton replied. I hear the exclusive store for your pills have a confirmed opening date. Yes, May 6th is the grand opening. Excellent. We have a proposal and hope you'll consider it. Oh, what kind of proposal? I understand you have an agreement with the White House to prioritize supplying them with some of your pills. That's true, Linton acknowledged. Such a major deal couldn't have escaped the notice of influential local leaders. Can California do the same and get priority access from you? My company's production capacity is limited. Normally that wouldn't be possible, but since this is my store, your request is not out of the question. That's great. How about this? At White House prices, California will purchase 500 bottles of Vitality pills and 2,000 bottles of beauty pills each year with priority access. That's quite a big appetite. I can agree to the beauty pills, but not the Vitality pills. Why not? I heard you supply the White House with 2,000 bottles annually. Giving California 500 doesn't seem unreasonable. Do you know how many Vitality pills I can produce yearly? How many? Only 4,000. The White House takes 2,000, and I have just 2,000 left. If I give you 500 plus orders from Los Angeles' city government, how can the exclusive shop even operate? How many can you sell us annually then? At most, 20 bottles. That's too little. That's already generous. According to my deal with the White House, each customer is limited to one bottle, and their information is recorded with every sale. Regardless, 20 bottles are too few. Tell me your conditions. Do you know what concessions the White House gave me? Please share. During the partnership, my company receives an 80% reduction in federal taxes. Then we'll match you with a 50% exemption on your state retail sales tax. How about that? This was an unexpected boon. Retail sales tax rates were set by states, and California's was historically the highest in the U.S., up to 8.8%. With annual sales expected to hit $20 billion, a 50% sales tax break would save Linton's company over $800 million a year. That sounds doable. I'll sell you 50 bottles. Still too few. We want at least 200. After detailed negotiations, the final agreement was that Linton would sell California 120 bottles of Vitality pills each year at $6 million apiece, and 2,000 bottles of beauty pills at $100,000 each. California's government would offer a 50% exemption on retail sales taxes during the contract period. Payments and delivery terms mirrored those with the White House. California would pay the full $920 million upfront, and Linton would deliver the pills monthly. Both parties immediately called in lawyers to sign a letter of intent. Given the scale of this deal, it required congressional approval. That afternoon, at the Beverly Business Club, Linton met with Los Angeles' Mayor Richard Riordan and City Council Speaker John Ferraro. Unsurprisingly, they sought priority access to Vitality and beauty pills for their city. After negotiations, Linton agreed to sell Los Angeles 30 bottles of Vitality pills annually at $6 million each and 200 bottles of beauty pills at $100,000 apiece. In exchange, the city government promised to build a dedicated police station near the exclusive store, staffed 24/7 to ensure security. Payment and delivery terms were the same as the White House. Los Angeles would pay $200 million upfront, with monthly deliveries to follow. They signed a letter of intent pending city council approval for the formal contract. Not only California and Los Angeles, but Montana's leadership also flew thousands of miles to meet with Linton and finalize a similar agreement. Montana's financial capacity and influence were naturally no match for California. In the end, Linton agreed to supply Montana with a yearly priority allocation of 60 bottles of vitality pills at $6 million each and 200 bottles of beauty pills at $100,000 each. Montana's state government offered to cut the health company's state income tax by 50% during the partnership. Though Linton had been rooted in Los Angeles, he had also acquired sizable properties in Montana. Outside his connections with the LAPD, he previously had few links with political elites in Los Angeles, California, or Montana. Now, through the vitality and beauty pills, he had forged meaningful ties with them. With political allies including the Clintons, Vice President Gore, and Secretary Warren Christopher, as well as allied interests in California, Montana, and Los Angeles, he had extended his influence from entertainment and business into politics. Having these political backers wouldn't necessarily let him sway American politics directly, but at the very least, they would shield him from underhanded attacks. After all, with the launch of the beauty and vitality pills, envy and opposition would be inevitable. As for other meeting requests from New York officials and wealthy investors, Linton declined them all. One amusing situation involved a particularly persistent fellow who, riding on their past collaborations, showed up unannounced at Linton's office. After their meeting, Donald Trump requested to open an authorized exclusive store for the pills on New York's Fifth Avenue and proposed all sorts of extravagant terms. Clearly, he sensed the enormous business potential behind these pills and was a shrewd businessman. But Linton's current bottleneck wasn't distribution, rather the limited raw materials and the need to control production volume. With even the Los Angeles store struggling to meet demand, opening branches elsewhere wasn't feasible. Linton firmly rejected the proposal, leaving Donald disappointed. Chapter 497, Divine Dreams. On April 22, Police Story 4. First Strike officially premiered across North America. The film opened midnight screenings on Thursday night in 1,000 theaters, pulling in $740,000 in box office receipts. This was quite a respectable start, considering it had no major stars and was a foreign import. The buzz was largely thanks to Vivian Chau's rising popularity and the loyalty of Jackie Chan's fan base. By Friday morning, Jackie Chan and Vivian Chau, under the distribution department's coordination, kicked off a 10-day promotional tour. It was an off-season release, with most competing films like Celtic Pride, The Pallbearer, and Mrs. Winterbourne being small-budget productions with little star appeal or marketing muscle. As a result, Police Story 4. First Strike secured 2,500 screens for its wide opening. That day's box office performed well, racking up $4.73 million, combined with midnight showings totaling $5.47 million on the first day. Although not blockbuster level, for a foreign film it was impressive, even earning the top spot in daily box office during a quiet release window. This success reinforced Linton's earlier prediction of a possible $50 million gross in North America. Everyone involved, from Linton's film company, Golden Harvest, Jackie Chan, to Vivian Chau, felt highly satisfied. Vivian Chau even called Linton, affectionately promising a surprise once the North American box office surpassed $50 million. Police Story 4. First Strike continued its strong momentum, pulling $6.07 million on Saturday and $5.11 million on Sunday. The film's first weekend total hit $16.65 million, securing the weekend #1 spot. Starting Monday, theaters added more showings, expanding to 2,700 screens. Saturday afternoon, Linton arrived at the UPN television studio with Catherine Zeta-Jones, ready to address questions about the beauty and vitality pills. This was also a strategic promotion for the new specialty store's grand opening. With Mission Impossible set to release on May 10th, it was the perfect time to build buzz. This was Linton's first official interview since revealing the development of the beauty and vitality pills, so the anticipation was high, and he wasn't about to waste the opportunity. Following news of Linton's interview, advertisers flooded UPN, which selectively signed over $20 million in ad contracts. The host opened. Linton, celebrities like Miss Zeta-Jones, Madonna, Nicole Kidman, and Sophie Marceau have publicly acknowledged taking your beauty and vitality pills regularly to maintain their youthful vitality and stunning appearance. Is this true? Yes, Linton affirmed. Actually, starting back in '92, I stumbled upon the initial research of these elixirs. After nearly 2 years of effort, I finally developed a semi-finished formula. At the time, the effects weren't fully verified. I'm grateful to Catherine, Madonna, Sophie, Christiana, Monica, Nicole, and other close friends who trusted me enough to take the unfinished product. Over those 2 years of observation, I confirmed the elixir's efficacy with no side effects. More importantly, I honored their trust by helping each of them regain their best looks and youthful vigor. The host continued, Linton, I've been following your background. From elementary school through college, you never displayed medical talent. Most notably, you studied film production at the University of Southern California, a field completely unrelated to medicine. How did you manage to create these revolutionary elixirs on your own? This had been the media's hottest topic recently. The idea that someone with Linton's background could develop such advanced elixirs seemed unbelievable. Linton was ready for this question, viewing it as a chance to elevate both himself and the elixirs. I've heard a lot of curiosity around this question, Linton began. Honestly, even I don't fully understand why I was able to develop these elixirs. I can only say I was blessed by divine grace. A blessing from above? That's unexpected. Can you elaborate? The host pressed. Well, in early '92, just after releasing my first album, the one that sold over 27 million copies worldwide, Grow Up? The host interjected. Exactly. After the album's massive success, one night I fell asleep and suddenly found myself in a strange place filled with pure white light, walking on clouds. Angels were flying all around. Was that heaven? The host asked, voice tinged with excitement. I don't know. I was confused and couldn't move freely or control the clouds beneath me. So what happened next? The host urged. As I panicked, a figure appeared, an indescribable being with a radiant halo glowing behind him, exuding holiness. Was this the omnipotent God? The host pressed. I can't say for sure, Linton replied. Didn't you ask who he was? The host probed. I did, but he didn't answer. And then he reached out and gently touched my head, and that's when I woke up. Oh, so it was a dream? Yes, it was a strange dream. But the key is that when I woke up, the formulas for the beauty elixir and vitality elixir formed clearly in my mind. Wait, these elixirs were given to you by this God. I'm not sure if it was a God, but calling him divine feels right. Let's pay homage to the divine. So you're saying you were chosen by a higher power to bring these elixirs to America? I can't say for certain, and I still don't fully understand what happened that night. All I know is that I can only respectfully call him God. No doubt that was God, watching over America. Why America? The host questioned. Why else? Why would God reveal the dream to me instead of someone from England, Germany, or France? It's clear that America is the place he favors most. That makes sense, the host smiled. So then, did you immediately create the elixirs from the formulas? Not that simple. The ingredients listed were very different from anything in the real world. Some names didn't even exist here, and some materials could not be found. I spent 2 years carefully researching and experimenting until in '94, I produced the first beauty elixir pill. After taking it myself, I experienced incredible effects. And then, shortly after, I developed the Vitality Elixir, also personally tested. And what next? I shared these elixirs with my closest beautiful friends, observing effects and checking for side effects. So you approached Catherine, Madonna, Sophie, Christiana, Naomi, Winona, Nicole, and 20 other stunning women. Right? You know a beauty elixir's appeal is strongest with beautiful women. So you used the elixirs to seduce and keep them as your long-term companions? That's not quite it. I'm also a pretty charismatic guy. Handsome, talented, songwriter, author, director, and star. Don't you think I have appeal? Indeed. You were recently voted the world's most handsome man by People magazine, ranked 51st richest globally by Forbes, and named Hollywood's most powerful figure. Recognition from such professional media is undeniable. But having 20 gorgeous women as your girlfriends, that's beyond imagination. I'd say it's the combination of factors. I don't deny those elixirs played a role, but they're also my own creation. How do you handle a relationship with 20 beautiful women? Can your body keep up? The host couldn't resist the most juicy question on everyone's mind. Of course, Our intimate life is very harmonious. If I couldn't keep up, someone would have left already. I don't restrict them. Each one is free. Wow, how do you manage? That. I was just born with strong abilities. All right, back to the point. You developed these elixirs in '94. Why didn't you commercialize them then, creating wealth for the people and yourself? It wasn't that I didn't want to. I needed long-term observation to ensure their genuine effects and rule out side effects. Why not conduct clinical trials in hospitals? Who would believe me before proof? Plus, I had many trusting girlfriends to help test. Why involve hospitals? And more importantly, if I leaked these secrets then, the formulas wouldn't have stayed safe. This sensitive question prompted the host to shift topics. Okay, back to basics. Have you confirmed the elixir's effects now? Absolutely. After 2 years of tracking, I'm confident in their efficacy and total lack of side effects. Just look at Madonna, Sophie, and Monica's transformations today. They're proof. Are the elixirs in mass production now? Mass production presented another major challenge. The divine formulas relied on purely handcrafted methods, incompatible with modern manufacturing. Fortunately, I have some talent. After 2 years of study, I developed a way to produce the elixirs using contemporary machinery. What's the annual production volume? Due to current technology and ingredient limits, both remain very limited. Vitality elixir, for 1,000 bottles per year, each lasting a year. Beauty elixir, 120,000 bottles annually, each lasting half a year. That's so few. So only 4,000 people can take Vitality elixir, and 60,000 can use Beauty elixir? Can production be expanded? Unfortunately, it's impossible given all the constraints. I hope everyone understands. Are there any restrictions on who can take the elixirs? Not really. Children can start from age 5. Children too? Isn't that a waste? Beauty elixir isn't necessary for kids, but Vitality elixir works for them. Anything else? No, except a tip. When taking it the first time, it's best to be somewhere with a bath. Why? Because the first dose helps your body purge a lot of impurities. If they stick to you, it's uncomfortable. Taking a bath afterward maximizes the effect. Is this the case for both elixirs on first use? Yes. Everyone in America is curious. When will these elixirs be available on the market? Set for May 6th, with the specialty store located at Beverly Rodeo Drive, Los Angeles. Just one store? Yes, one is enough. Didn't you consider opening branches in New York, Paris, or London? No need. As I said, production limits mean one store suffices. Linton, finally, any message for your fans? Thank you all for your support. Catherine and I's film, Mission Impossible, releases May 10th. Please support it. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. I have one question. You're already a Universal Group magnate, worth billions, and now you've developed these elixirs. Why keep acting and singing? Let me say, singing and acting are my original passions, my childhood dreams. No matter how wealthy I become, as long as my dreams, passion, and enthusiasm remain alive, and as long as people enjoy my music and films, I will continue to create great songs and movies for everyone. Thank you, Linton. That's truly inspiring. It reminds us to never forget our origins and to keep moving forward. We hope everyone will always support him. Chapter 498, The Spy Among the Boutique Salesgirls. That night, when the show aired, the ratings absolutely skyrocketed. The next day, statistics revealed an unprecedented 32% viewership, a figure rivaling the combined televised presidential debates before the elections. This was a jaw-dropping accomplishment that instantly smashed the ratings record for any TV program. After the broadcast, the entire audience was buzzing. The explosive revelations Linton shared were simply too sensational to ignore. A dream imparting a secret formula? Was there really such a thing? America, being a deeply religious country with many devoted Christians, took the story to heart. Some even began to believe Linton was a messenger of God himself. Even the seasoned veterans of the entertainment world, those old foxes who had long seen through the mechanics of the industry and didn't believe in God or divine beings, found themselves quietly wondering if the divine really existed and if Linton had truly been touched by fate. Massive numbers of viewers flooded the internet forums to discuss, overwhelming Yahoo's boards until they collapsed under the surge of traffic. Once the site was restored, heated debates exploded. The top discussion was whether Linton really was a divine emissary. Within less than a day, that thread amassed over 40 million replies. Second most popular was the miraculous effects of the vitality pills and beauty pills, which many started to outright call miracle drugs. Third was the question of why, with all this power, Linton still insisted on singing and acting in movies. Surprisingly, the fourth most discussed topic was a candid inquiry into just how skilled Linton was in the bedroom. Seizing this momentum, Bella's PR team actively pushed the conversation across forums to generate buzz for Mission Impossible. On Yahoo alone, discussion about the film quickly surpassed 10 million posts in a single day. Another wildly popular topic was whether Mission Impossible would be Linton's final starring role, drawing extensive speculation and debate. Between the explosive interview and the online frenzy, Mission Impossible received phenomenal free publicity nationwide. The next day, every major newspaper ran front-page stories covering Linton's interview, leading a flood of experts to offer their varied interpretations. Whether Linton was a divine messenger became a matter of national intrigue. Naturally, the perceived prestige and appeal of the beauty pills and vitality pills soared. Almost every media report mentioned the upcoming release of Mission Impossible, which, riding this wave of excitement, became a household name. Many viewers, moved by Linton's final words, vowed to support him by buying movie tickets, afraid that poor box office results might dissuade him from continuing his career in film. Thanks to Linton's rock-solid reputation built over years at the North American box office, and the early announcement of the film's May 10th release date, every movie with any box office ambition purposefully avoided that weekend. Riding this momentum, the distribution department renegotiated with theaters, and cinema chains boosted Mission Impossible screening plans to an unprecedented scale, 3,600 screens nationwide. Meanwhile, Linton took a moment to check on the boutique store's renovation progress. Store manager Alexis Carlson and security chief Gully Goth were handling things responsibly. Renovations were on track, and the grand opening was assured to proceed on schedule. A few days earlier, Alexis and Goodman, with agency's help, had recruited 25 youthful, attractive salesgirls from thousands of applicants. Thanks to the hype surrounding the beauty and vitality pills and the boutique's generous pay, $80,000 per year per salesgirl, the job attracted many high-quality young women. Even more enticing was the opportunity to potentially meet, and maybe catch the eye of, the legendary Linton Anderson himself, turning their fortunes around in a flash. Linton personally gave them a final test, with his sole induction ability, to ensure none harbored ill intentions or were spies of any kind. Such vigilance was essential because, once open, the boutique would house vast quantities of the valuable beauty and vitality pills. Despite increased police presence in the area and the store's security measures, the risk remained. If someone with ulterior motives infiltrated the staff, working secretly with outside forces, it could cause devastating losses. Indeed, under Linton's sole induction, several suspicious individuals were uncovered. 3, in fact. One was a drug-addicted woman controlled by a local gang, evidently placed there to facilitate future robberies. Another was secretly bought off by the pharmaceutical giant AbbVie, tasked with corporate espionage. The third was an intelligence operative covertly hired by the French pharma titan Sanofi. Clearly, money moved hearts, and the White House's concerns were not without merit. Without hesitation, Linton decisively eliminated the 3 infiltrators, though sparing means he chose not to be excessively cruel. That left 22 trustworthy salesgirls, enough to fully staff the boutique. Goodman promptly signed contracts with them, and Alexis was set to begin pre-opening training the very next day. Meanwhile, Daniel from Universal Studios boldly showed up at Linton's estate. All the songs for Linton's third album had been recorded, but the promotional music videos were nowhere near completion. Without them, the album couldn't be properly pushed. With Linton's current hot streak, now was the perfect moment to release the album. If this were any other star, they would have already rushed to market, exploiting the heat of success. But Linton was the big boss. Daniel was just a small player under his command. Still, unable to resist the lure of the market, Daniel insisted Linton squeeze in time for filming at least one music video, suggesting they could release a single first. Seeing Daniel's enthusiasm, Linton felt reassured and agreed to the compromise. They chose the track, You'll Be in My Heart, for the video, with Su Qing as the female lead. This sudden change threw Daniel for a loop. Boss, didn't all the other videos already have leading ladies, your official girlfriends? Now you want to put Su Qing in the mix. Who do I kick out? Luckily, Linton made it simple and quickly handed over a new song, Good Time. The new album's tracklist increased to 16 songs. The original MV leading ladies remain unchanged. Great. Then I can start scheduling overtime right now too. Produce the single You'll Be in My Heart. Chapter 499, The Stir Among the Starlets. For the next 3 days, Linton stayed comfortably on set at Universal Studios, filming the music video for You'll Be in My Heart alongside Su Qing. The original song was a heartfelt ballad centered on the bond between mother and child, with a warm, soothing melody paired with sincere emotion conveying the eternal power of family love. Linton had slightly rewritten the lyrics to focus on romantic love, but still infused with genuine emotional depth that easily connected with listeners. Though Su Qing wasn't a professional dancer, she had been trained rigorously since childhood, inspired by her mother's influence. Her dance skills were impressive, framed by a unique elegance and subtlety that contrasted with the flashier, more extroverted style of most performers. Paired with Linton's masculine charisma, they created a striking and harmonious visual aesthetic. Because the shoot was scheduled for only 3 intense days, the crew hadn't placed much emphasis on secrecy. Somehow, word got out that Linton was filming a new music video. The first day passed quietly, but by that evening the media had run rampant with coverage, focusing heavily on the mysterious female lead, Su Qing. The frustrating part was that no paparazzi could uncover much about Su Qing's background except that she had come from China just 10 days prior. The rest was a complete mystery. Why had someone so unknown landed the lead role in Linton's highly anticipated video? No one knew. But gossip never let facts stand in its way. Speculation ran wild that the two must be involved romantically, with many claiming Su Qing as Linton's 21st girlfriend. Some clues fueled the rumor mill further. Photos showed Su Qing wearing the same quartz necklace that other known women of Linton also wore. An unmistakable sign. That necklace was practically impossible for anyone else to get now in America. With so many Hollywood starlets unable to secure such exclusive access, no one believed Linton would just hand it over to some unknown Asian newcomer for no reason. The public's skepticism was palpable. They wanted to know who Su Qing really was and what was going on between her and Linton. Over the following days, the paparazzi worked overtime, chasing every whisper, expanding stories to fit the audience's craving for scandal. In fact, it wasn't long before Su Qing became a household name across America, however unintentionally. That evening, during an intimate moment between Linton and Su Qing, he distinctly felt her popularity soar compared to the previous day. Among everyone, Daniel was the happiest. Such buzz meant they could save on promotion costs, and when You'll Be in My Heart went on sale, its sales would undoubtedly skyrocket. However, this growing attention sparked unease among Hollywood's female stars, especially those who had shared brief affairs with Linton. They were seething silently. Why wasn't I chosen for the video? I wouldn't have done it for free, but at least we had a connection. Now this random mysterious Asian girl suddenly appears as the lead? Linton, what's that about? Am I not good enough? Starting the next morning, things took an unexpected turn. Linton received a call from the only true A-list Hollywood starlet, the outspoken beauty Julia Roberts, who said she wanted to visit him on set. Linton didn't really want her there. After all, the shoot was only 3 days. What could she possibly need to see? With his current surge of publicity, having Julia Roberts visit only invited more tabloid frenzy. If anything remotely intimate happened between them and got caught on camera, the headlines would explode. He knew Julia wasn't just coming as a friendly gesture. She was definitely upset at not being asked to test his new beauty pills. In Hollywood, Julia was the most famous actress around, after all. Since the Oscars, she had called repeatedly to meet him, but he had always refused, citing his busy schedule. Now that she was insisting on coming to visit, it seemed hard to say no without seeming rude. Around 10 a.m., Julia arrived at Universal Studios with her agent and assistants, making a grand entrance. During a break, Julia nonchalantly approached Linton with a coffee cup, ignoring Su Qing's burning gaze beside them. She set the coffee down, then threw her arms around Linton in a big embrace, planting a passionate kiss on his lips. With brazen confidence, she slipped a room card into his hand and whispered, "Darling, I booked a room for us tonight at the Four Seasons." Linton knew he had to refuse. Agreeing could only cause trouble. Su Qing would definitely make a scene, and the rest of his women would object. "Julia, I'm sorry. I've been swamped lately. Let's catch up after I finish this project." Julia smirked. "You're scared, aren't you? 20-some girlfriends, but afraid I'm going to devour you." She was not above unloading biting jabs when she dropped her guard. "No, that's not it. I just really don't have time right now. Maybe another day," Linton replied, feeling a headache coming on but firm. "Fine. How about your trailer? We can chat privately." Julia pressed, sensing his resolve. "No, let's find a quiet lounge instead." "Don't worry, no one will bother us," Linton said firmly, refusing the temptation. Julia shifted gears, her eyes glinting. "Tell me, why didn't you ask me to try the elixir? Am I really worse than the others?" "Julia, you're extraordinary and beautiful. No one can compare," Linton assured her. "My elixir was developed in '94, and testing it requires complete transparency. It's something only a girlfriend can do." "Ah, so it was because I was married then," he guessed. "Exactly. No need to hide that from you. But I got divorced last year." Linton looked at her without speaking. The meaning was clear. A divorced woman wasn't in the running. "So, no more talk about testing. Can we still be friends?" "Of course," Linton said. "Then why have you been avoiding me? I tried to set up multiple meetings, but you always make excuses. Really busy these days. Once I'm free, we'll meet for real." "Okay, but can you give me some of the beauty and vitality pills?" "The beauty pills are fine. I can give you a bottle now. Vitality pills, maybe not." He motioned to Li Xiaoran for his bag, and with a casual air, pulled out a small gift box containing a bottle of the beauty pills, handing it to Julia. "It's not officially on sale yet. Don't tell anyone. Use it discreetly. And a heads up, the first time you take it." "I know. I have to prepare a bath, right?" "Thank you, darling." Moi. Julia was so touched by the gift that she threw herself into Linton's arms, pressing a fervent kiss on his lips. After a long moment, Linton gently pushed her away. "All right, I've got work to do. We'll meet again soon." Julia left, excited but slightly unsatisfied. Linton went back to filming, though Su Qing gave him a few fierce twists at his waist. Thanks to his power, it barely fazed him. In fact, he had deliberately relaxed that muscle group, so Su Qing's strength could make such gestures. Otherwise, she wouldn't have managed. That evening's headlines promised a frenzy. Just 2 public kisses with Julia gave the paparazzi plenty of fodder for fantasies. If the photographers missed it, surely her agent or assistants captured the moment. Though Julia was Hollywood's top superstar, no one would complain about added attention. After all, everyone was single. Before nightfall, soon after Julia's visit, Yahoo already published the story of Julia Roberts dropping by to see Linton, illustrated with photos of their warm embrace. The tone of the coverage was playful, speculating about their relationship. Everyone wondered if Julia might become Linton's 22nd girlfriend. No one called her his girlfriend. Of course, she wasn't wearing that distinctive quartz necklace everyone else associated with Linton. The response quickly snowballed. By midday, as Linton and Su Qing laughed her on their way to the trailer after morning scenes, Li Xiaoran handed him his phone. "Boss, over a dozen calls just came in. They all want to visit you on set. Shall I call them back?" "Who?" "Sharon Stone, Halle Berry, Jodie Foster, Gwyneth Paltrow, Jennifer Aniston, Drew Barrymore." "Stop. What did they say?" "They want to see you on set. Tell them I'm too busy and can't see anyone. Don't let them come." What was going on? These actresses had lost all their usual restraint, flooding the set in waves. How was the music video even going to get finished? Clearly, it wasn't just about the video. The buzz from Linton's beauty and vitality pills was making these women restless. They were treating Linton like the ultimate prize. At this rate, Linton was practically the star everyone wanted to capture. Chapter 500, The Explosive Single Sales. Linton's music video for You'll Be in My Heart was shot amid a whirlwind of rampant tabloid rumors. Ironically, even without any prior work, Su Ching had already gained remarkable popularity and recognition across America. Universal Records seized the moment and announced the official release date of the single, You'll Be in My Heart. Soon after, the MV director, Jack, worked overtime through 2 consecutive all-nighters to deliver the first cut of the music video as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the box office performance of Police Story 4, First Strike inevitably declined once the weekday started. On Monday, it made $2.87 million, a 45% drop, but still within a healthy range. The following days saw slightly decreasing numbers. Tuesday, $2.84 million. Wednesday, $2.78 million. Thursday, $2.73 million. At the end of the full week, the total box office hit $27.87 million, claiming the #1 spot for that week. However, with new releases arriving on Friday, Police Story 4, First Strike's theater count was expected to shrink to 2,000 screens. Regardless, pulling in $28.56 million in its opening week was a colossal success. Judging by the trend, $50 million wouldn't be the final tally. Hitting $60 million looked increasingly likely. On April 28th, the You'll Be in My Heart music video aired simultaneously on MTV, the UPN network, and MCA television, sparking a huge response. Several other TV stations quickly approached Universal Records seeking broadcast rights. Su Ching's charm and allure were embraced by North American audiences through the MV. While many viewers did not appreciate her beauty, the majority recognized and admired her charisma and sensuality. More importantly, Su Ching was the very first female star to collaborate with Linton since his highly publicized beauty enhancement and vitality supplements debuted. The buzz was off the charts. Everyone had subconsciously accepted her as a Hollywood actress. Her agent Mira started receiving numerous lucrative commercial offers, from apparel to watches and sunglasses, with all offers exceeding $1 million. Unfortunately, the brands behind these contracts were lesser-known mass-market labels, mostly short-term deals. Considering her vacation was ending soon, and following Linton's advice to plan her commercial value strategically, Su Ching declined these offers. Since she was already the official beauty ambassador for the products, she decided to wait until the stores officially opened and the beauty and vitality pills were on sale before taking on any endorsements. That same day, 12 million copies of the single, both CD and vinyl, flooded music and record shops across the country, with posters prominently displayed in every venue. On April 29th, You'll Be in My Heart hit the shelves officially. Daniel, surprisingly, did not schedule Linton for any promotional appearances, not even interviews or roadshows. According to Daniel, Linton's current hype was more than enough. The media frenzy during the MV filming had made him a household name, and the simultaneous play on 3 major TV platforms ensured everyone knew the new single had dropped. Indeed, Daniel's strategy paid off. The single exploded with unimaginable sales. On the very first day, April 29th alone, it sold 413,000 copies, smashing every record imaginable. That one-day sales figure even surpassed the total sales of most Billboard chart toppers. This astonishing success shocked even the most confident Daniel and Linton himself. They wondered aloud, was this for real? Judging by the numbers, this single's sales were skyrocketing to unheard of heights. The previously rushed production of 1.2 million discs was clearly insufficient and wouldn't last more than a few days. To make matters crazier, several stores reported they had already sold out and urgently requested restocks. Even though the company had no inventory left, without hesitation, they instructed the pressing plants to open new production lines and speed up disc pressing. Over 3 million units had already been produced in the past couple of days and were rushing out for shipment. As for international markets, Daniel decided to hold steady, first fully satisfy the North American demands. The next day, sales continued to surge, reaching 394,000 copies, bringing 2-day cumulative sales to 807,000. Enough to place the single among last year's top 5 best-selling singles in North America. On the same day of the single's launch afternoon, April 29th, Linton returned to the farm with Su Ching. April 30th was the official day to hand over the vitality and beauty pills to 4 major clients: the White House, California, Los Angeles, and Montana. Linton had initially thought about personally delivering the elixirs since it was the first shipment and these clients had paid generously with exceptional support terms. To his surprise, all four requested to pick up the shipments in person. Linton understood their underlying desire to see the production process firsthand, but he didn't mind. He knew the true secrets were indecipherable and they couldn't replicate the formulas anyway. After more than 10 days, spring had fully blossomed on the farm. Busy planting and tending had begun. Across the vast fields, workers operated machinery diligently. Security was extremely tight around the small farm, now fully managed by Thunder Guards. All outsiders had to pass rigorous check-ins and be personally vouched for by insiders. Despite this, farm production went on without a hitch, the fields buzzing with purposeful activity. Back at the main estate, Linton entrusted Su Ching to Li Xiaoran and housekeeper Erica, then went to inspect the health factory with its general manager, Mina. Thankfully, production was smooth. After all, it was a simple assembly line operation. Mina, who had transformed from assistant into a confident businesswoman since taking over as factory GM, accompanied Linton to her office. Her professional and commanding presence, combined with the visible glow from the beauty pills, made Mina more attractive than ever in Linton's eyes. She proactively reported, "Boss, factory production is running perfectly. As of yesterday, we have produced 5,960 bottles of the beauty supplement. Per your orders, 1,000 bottles for the White House, 334 for California, 34 for Los Angeles, and 34 for Montana have all been prepared separately. Good. Here's your reward vitality pill. 1 pill per month, taken the same way as the beauty pill," Linton said, handing her a black quartz vial containing 12 vitality pills. "Thank you, boss. I love you," Mina exclaimed without hesitation, suddenly throwing herself into Linton's arms and planting a bold kiss. Linton's impression of Mina had been stuck in her assistant days. He hadn't anticipated this move and was caught off guard. Awkwardly, he didn't push her away roughly. After all, he prided himself on his gentlemanly demeanor. She had a surprisingly sweet mouth. "All right, don't do that again." Mina's heart leaped with joy. Having had the first time, she wondered if there would be a second or even a third. Someday, she vowed, she would climb into his bed and settle into his grand estate for good. But to avoid embarrassment, she quickly changed the subject. "Boss, how is the vitality elixir produced? I've been wondering, if production delays continue, we won't make the May 6th launch. The vitality pills production is a bit special. I've arranged it separately. You just focus on the beauty pills." "Got it." Back in the familiar garden, enjoying a rare moment of privacy between the two, Su Ching thought about how her vacation was nearing its end. That night, in their intimate embrace, she took the lead completely, unleashing every seductive talent she possessed. Their rhythms intertwined seamlessly, incessant sweet, enchanting moans echoed through the night. Chapter 501, The Blessing of the Gods. On the morning of April 30th, a delegation representing the White House arrived at the Anderson farm by private business jets. The group included Leon Panetta, the chief of staff from the White House, Pete Wilson, governor of California, Richard Riordan, the mayor of Los Angeles, and Mark Rasico, the governor of Montana. Linton gave them a whirlwind tour of the health product factory's production line. While none of them could immediately discern anything extraordinary, they all shared the same puzzling thought. The factory didn't appear to be running at full capacity. Why wasn't Linton pushing the production line to its limits to boost output? At noon, Linton hosted the group for a meal in the courtyard dining hall. He prepared an extravagant feast. After several rounds of wine and a variety of exquisite dishes, Richard Riordan couldn't resist voicing the question on everyone's mind. "Linton, your factory doesn't seem to be running at full tilt. Last time I toured Pfizer's production line, they operated 3 shifts around the clock, keeping machines running nonstop. You mentioned your production capability was insufficient, but why not follow their example?" Linton smiled inwardly, realizing since they had asked, he could afford to take the grander gamble to further elevate the mystique of his elixirs. "What you see on the surface isn't the whole story. It's not that I don't want to increase production. The crucial final step of producing these pills is to receive the blessing of the gods." He continued, "With my current abilities, I can only channel so much divine blessing each day. We could make more pills, but without this blessing, they are useless. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The blessing of the gods, is that really for real? Yes. Otherwise, why wouldn't I ramp up production? I'm not stupid, Linton replied calmly. Can you explain how this blessing works? You may have noticed the pills coming off the production line are grayish-white. They don't have any miraculous power at that point. They must be placed in a quartz urn for 2 hours to wait quietly. During that time, the blessing is bestowed, and the pills gradually change from gray to green, undergoing a profound transformation in potency. Only then do they become the complete beauty pills. The officials recalled the morning's factory tour and recognized the truth of Linton's words. Coupled with having personally experienced the effects of the beauty and vitality pills, the whole process began to seem almost otherworldly. A faint, absurd thought crossed their minds. Could Linton truly be a messenger of the divine? Still, these were seasoned public figures, naturally skeptical of gods and miracles. Leon Panetta broke the silence. Linton, can we take a closer look this afternoon? Of course. You'll even get to experience the difference in the pills before and after the divine blessing. After the sumptuous meal, curiosity got the better of them, and they headed straight back to the factory. This time, their entire focus was on the final step of the pill production. Sure enough, as the pills rolled off the line, they weren't bottled immediately. Instead, staff gathered them and placed them inside a large quartz basin, nearly 2 square meters in size, filled with the pills. These pills rest in the quartz basin for 2 hours to receive the divine blessing, Linton explained. After 2 hours, the next batch replaces them. You can observe how the pills gradually change inside the basin. To Leon Panetta and the others, the transformation was incredible. Right before their eyes, with no apparent external cause, the pills slowly shifted color, visible even to the naked eye. Oh my God, is it possible the gods really are blessing these? Can some of that blessing rub off on me? They all harbored slight doubts, but couldn't help silently praying. You've taken the beauty pills and know their effects. Now you can try one straight from the production line to compare. Will the unblessed pills have side effects? No, they won't cause any harm, but they also won't have the miraculous benefits. Want to try? Yes, I want to try. Me too. X3. All right, pick one each from the freshly produced pills, Linton agreed. Each of the 4 officials took a pill directly from the production line and swallowed it. After some time, none of them felt any effect. The sensation was worlds apart from what they'd experienced with the fully blessed beauty pills. Their doubts vanished. Linton was undeniably a divine envoy. The miracle they witnessed could only be explained as God's favor upon America. They silently vowed to maintain a good relationship with Linton and seek out opportunities to stay close to him. Perhaps they too could bask in the blessings. At the very least, they resolved to personally handle the monthly procurement themselves, never delegating it out of their hands. The 4 exchanged knowing looks, seasoned political veterans understanding each other perfectly. This was a secret to be kept at all costs. Only then could they safely maintain this supplier connection. Leon Panetta spoke his mind. Linton, do you have any accommodations here? Next time I come to get the pills, I'd like to arrive a day early. Sorry, Linton replied bluntly. You've seen the town, there's no commercial infrastructure. For confidentiality and security, strict access control is in place. We can't offer commercial lodging. Then what if I pay to build a private villa here? I want to build one here, too. One of the governors chimed in. Count me in, said another. Me too, said the last. They all jumped in with enthusiasm. Linton shook his head firmly. It's not that I don't welcome you, but having the factory here means no open access. We can't guarantee security if restrictions are loosened. That makes sense. There is no rush. We'll think about a compromise. Leon Panetta nodded in agreement, dropping the subject, though regretting the missed opportunity. As evening approached, the group reluctantly boarded. Their business jets, each carrying a supply of beauty and vitality pills. The miraculous visit to Anderson Farm came to a close, for now. Chapter 502. Harvesting the Spirit Tea, Parting Gifts. Afterward, Linton continued to stay in the gardens, spending his days crafting vitality pills and his nights entwined lovingly with Su Qing. Life was full and joyful. During this time, another great piece of good news arrived. On May 2nd, Linton received a report from his housekeeper, Erica, who said that Sandro Daza, the local tea cultivator from town, wanted to see him. Boss, great news. Our tea trees have grown unexpectedly well. I just checked this morning, and the new tender shoots are ready to be harvested for tea production, Sandro Daza announced loudly upon arrival. Really? So soon? It's barely been 2 years, hasn't it? Yes, it seems the soil here is especially suited for the tea trees to thrive. Do you need help arranging people to pick the tea leaves? Yes, I'll need workers, preferably skilled women, at least 10. The plan is for a week-long harvest, every day starting at 6 a.m. until 10 a.m., picking the leaves fresh with the morning dew. That's when the tea tastes best. All right, no problem. I'll organize it immediately. This month, your salary and bonus will be doubled. Thank you, boss. Linton then called in housekeeper Erica to organize the team. With the promise of double pay, many of the girls enthusiastically signed up to help. On the third evening, Sandro Daza came again, bringing a large glass jar of tea leaves. Inside, the tea appeared tightly twisted and vibrant, showing a green-brown luster. Boss, this is the tea picked yesterday morning. I've already processed it by hand. There's about 3.5 pounds total. Please try the flavor. Great, let's go taste it together. In the 7th courtyard of the estate, Linton had specially built a tea room, fully equipped with all the necessary tools. Linton brought Su Qing, Li Xiaoran, and Sandro Daza into the tea room. Li Xiaoran took it upon herself to brew the tea. With practiced skill, Li Xiaoran soon poured each of them a cup of tea with a bright amber yellow color and leaves of mixed red and green hues. To their surprise, as the tea brewed, it gave off an intoxicating orchid fragrance that soon filled the room. Raising the cup to his nose, Linton inhaled deeply. The delicate aroma was utterly mesmerizing. He took a gentle sip. The tea was sweet, smooth, and refreshing. His mouth flooded with saliva, and a mysterious cool sensation welled up from his chest and abdomen, then spread across his entire body. Every pore seemed to open, bathed in an inexplicable nourishment, and his mind cleared to a razor-sharp clarity. Wow, this tea is incredible, the color, fragrance, and taste. What's stranger is that drinking it leaves a uniquely pleasant feeling throughout the body, and it really wakes the mind up. My head feels clearer than ever, Su Qing exclaimed, equally amazed by the tea's appearance, aroma, flavor, and effects. Wow, this tea is amazing. I feel a comfy sensation all over, and I think my brain is sharper, too, Li Xiaoran said, less experienced but equally impressed by the tea's magical effects. Linton understood that because the tea trees had been nurtured with spiritual energy for so long, the leaves were rich in this essence. Drinking the tea naturally brought a mild, nourishing effect to the body. The effect was subtle. The benefit from one small cup might be less than a 10,000th of a single vitality pill. But even so, it was almost miraculous compared to ordinary tea. It was leagues beyond anything in the world. Well done, Sandro Daza. How much tea can we harvest this time? Boss, since moving the plants here, the leaf quality has greatly improved, but the yield has dropped considerably. The trees are still young. I expect about 6 to 7 pounds more to come. Across 30 acres, the total is around 10 pounds. Since many girls are helping pick, we should finish in 2 days. As the trees mature, next year's yield should increase dramatically, but I can't estimate exactly yet. Linton nodded, knowing this was the price of maintaining the tree's infusion with spiritual energy. Old leaves didn't wilt easily, and new shoots appeared less often. There was no way around it. If one wanted top-tier benefits, high yield simply couldn't be expected. Having 10 pounds this year was already more than enough for his own use. Next year's harvest would surely multiply as the trees grew. But the tea's effect was so potent that it had to be carefully controlled, not freely distributed. It could stir up trouble if it leaked. Well, I never thought in less than 2 years we'd have such quality tea. Sandro, you've done a great job. Your income will be doubled this year. Boss, you're doubling my salary this year. Sandro Daza was stunned, hardly believing his ears. The reward was extravagant. Keep in mind, his annual income was already $55,000, a top-tier salary. Doubling it to $110,000 was almost too generous, and his disbelief was natural. Yes, I remember your income is $55,000. Tomorrow, I'll have the housekeeper give you an additional $55,000 bonus. Sandro Daza quickly stood and bowed. Thank you, boss. You're truly too generous. Rest assured, I will take great care of these tea trees. That's enough. No need for formalities. I'm always fair with rewards and punishments. Just keep working hard, and if next year's tea maintains this quality and quantity, there'll be more bonuses. Thank you, boss. I'll devote myself fully. After Sandro Daza left, Linton took 3 quartz boxes from his study, each about 1.5 gallons in volume, enough to hold over a pound of tea. These had been specially made at the factory when ordering small quartz bottles. Linton had commissioned 100 boxes of various sizes for different needs, storing most in his personal space ring, but keeping some in his study for easier access. He divided the tea evenly into 3 quartz boxes and handed one to Li Xiaoran. Keep this well. Don't make me coffee anymore. I'll drink this tea now. You all can have some, too. It's very good for your health. After Li Xiaoran left, Linton handed the remaining 2 quartz boxes to Su Qing. Darling, take these 2 boxes of tea back with you to Beijing. One's for you to enjoy slowly. The other is a gift for your family. But be careful not to give it to anyone else, just for your own use. Also, here are 4 bottles of beauty pills and 2 bottles of vitality pills for your parents. It's good you're flying tomorrow, because starting the day after, customs will start regulating these. Each person can only bring 1 vitality and 2 beauty pills bottles. Indeed, Su Qing's vacation was coming to an end. She'd be leaving the next day, and Linton took this chance to give her all the gifts he'd prepared. Seeing so many wonderful things from Linton overwhelmed her with emotion. Though the beauty and vitality pills hadn't officially hit the market yet, she already knew their prices, and having this rare tea, with only about 10 pounds harvested total, now given 2 pounds in such a precious box, signified immense value. More importantly, her bank account held $9.3 million in cash, a sum she'd never before dared to imagine. This was Linton's generosity, disguised under the name of endorsement benefits. My love, you've been too good to me. I want to thank you properly, she said, throwing herself into Linton's arms. She pressed kisses to him, soon overwhelmed by passion and desire. Darling, take me back to the bedroom. Make love to me properly. Chapter 503. Vivian Chao rises to fame. Su Qing's farewell. In the music market, You'll Be in My Heart continued to shatter sales records. Following 2 consecutive days on April 29th and 30th, when sales surged past 800,000 copies combined, daily numbers slightly tapered off. On May 1st, sales hit 362,000 copies, bringing the 3-day total to an astounding 1.169 million, setting the fastest record ever to surpass 1 million sales. May 2nd brought another 347,000 copies sold. On May 3rd, 328,000 units moved, followed by 305,000 on May 4th. Though the daily sales numbers steadily declined, the single still crushed all competition. In fact, any single day's sales exceeded the total sales figures of most Billboard chart-topping singles. After only 6 days, total sales soared past 2.149 million copies, smashing the fastest to 2 million benchmark, a milestone few singles in history had reached. Universal Records was awash in celebration from top to bottom. President Daniel couldn't stop grinning every day. That's what happens when a true boss makes a power move, utterly earth-shattering. The only hitch now was that the production capacity of the pressing plants couldn't keep up. Even with full output from all partner pressing factories, they could barely meet North American demand. Overseas markets had to be put on the back burner for the moment. This delay ignited fierce complaints from Universal's overseas subsidiaries. Their constant calls and urgent demands nearly overloaded Daniel's phone line. Though slightly irksome, Daniel's heart was filled with joy. The single was already a colossal hit, and bigger successes awaited with the full album release. It seemed there was no worry over this year's earnings. They were bound to explode spectacularly. Daniel wondered if it was time to start envisioning Universal's next upgrade. After all, this was a vision laid out by the big boss himself. He felt he couldn't simply wait around. He needed to take the initiative, press the boss to speed up production on the other music videos, and get the album released as soon as possible. Beyond that, maybe he could push the boss toward hosting a concert. Remarkably, despite how long the boss had been in the industry, he had never held a live show. If it went smoothly, the buzz and profits would be off the charts. Meanwhile, in the movie market, Police Story 4, First Strike showed strong box office results in its second week. Despite several new releases siphoning away some theater slots, the film's ticket sales held surprisingly steady. Over the 3-day second weekend, Police Story 4, First Strike took in $14.31 million, earning second place. The weekend's box office champion was Paramount's new thriller Primal Fear, which raked in $19.36 million during its debut weekend. During the following 4 weekdays, attendance dipped sharply with a modest $7.53 million in total. After 2 full weeks, North American box office for Police Story 4, First Strike nearly touched $50 million, standing just short at $49.71 million. Starting May 3rd, the hot summer blockbuster season officially kicked off, with Hollywood's heavy hitters rolling out one after another. That weekend, Warner Brothers launched Executive Decision, while Disney released the tearjerker Up Close and Personal. With demand for Police Story 4, First Strike waning, theater allotments were slashed to just 550 screens. The numbers validated the distributors' judgments. Even on the weekend of May 3rd and 4th, Police Story 4, First Strike barely cracked $1 million daily. Still, the overall performance was impressive, surpassing $52 million, with 6 more weeks scheduled for release. A total $60 million box office seemed well within reach. As Police Story 4, First Strike soared, Vivian Chow and Jackie Chan's profiles in North America rose dramatically, with countless opportunities flooding in. Vivian Chow, already riding the wave due to her position as Linton Anderson's official girlfriend, saw her popularity turn from superficial buzz to genuine star power. Her status skyrocketed, cementing her as a second-tier Hollywood actress. She flooded her agent with offers for commercials and endorsements, each more lucrative than the last. Jackie Chan's gains were even more pronounced. Starting from VHS and TV introductions, gaining niche popularity from last year's Rumble in the Bronx, this blockbuster success firmly anchored him in Hollywood. He now ranked alongside emerging second-tier male stars. From this point forward, Jackie's future kung fu comedies would have no shortage of Hollywood backing. If he didn't mind playing supporting roles, many Hollywood studios would welcome him to star in their films. However, due to his skin color and Hollywood biases, no studio had yet crafted a custom project specifically for him. Meanwhile, Vivian Chow wrapped up her promotional tour and returned to Los Angeles. Busily lining up business appointments, she eagerly awaited Linton's return, planning a grand surprise. On the morning of May 5th, Linton, Su Ching, their bodyguards, and assistants boarded a private jet loaded with 150 bottles of Vitality pills and 2,500 bottles of beauty pills, en route back to Los Angeles. Perhaps it was the awareness of their imminent separation, or the urge to capture one last moment of reckless freedom. Once the plane leveled above the clouds, Su Ching shed her usual restraint and quietly led Linton into the lounge. As soon as the door closed, the tension between them burst. Su Ching's kisses were urgent, hungry, and full of emotion, her hands tracing the lines of his body as if trying to memorize every inch. Linton responded in kind, their movements quickly growing wild and breathless. What began as tender affection turned into something fierce and consuming. They made love with unrestrained passion, a clash of longing, desire, and sorrow intertwined. Su Ching met him with fire, every touch carrying both love and pain, every breath a mix of pleasure and heartbreak. It was as if she was pouring her entire soul into this embrace. Their bodies moved in sync, the rhythm rising and falling with the plane's steady hum. Su Ching's tears mixed with sweat, yet she never faltered, her passion only deepening as emotion overtook reason. It was raw, desperate, and beautiful, a storm neither wanted to end. When it was over, silence filled the cabin. Su Ching rested against Linton's chest, her breathing uneven, eyes glistening in the dim light. He brushed a strand of hair from her face, unsettled by the intensity she had shown. After all, it was just a goodbye, not a final farewell. Why all the tears and melodrama? Haven't Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, Izumi Sakai, Nariko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori all gone through similar farewells? From his notorious philanderer viewpoint, it was hard to comprehend. Still, he found himself surprisingly affected, his heart touched with rare tenderness and reluctant sadness. Linton patted Su Qing's perky curves and said, "Baby, don't be sad. I'll come see you in July." "Really? Don't trick me." Su Qing's expression brightened instantly. "Of course. You'll come travel with me then, and you'll plan the itinerary." "Okay, it's a deal." Speaking of which, not long ago, Aunt Kelly personally flew to Hong Kong to chair the beauty pageant's judging panel. She eliminated any external interference and conducted the contest openly, fairly, and with full transparency. They selected 40 winners who had now entered a rigorous 3-month training program. Linton planned to check in on the quality and progress of these new recruits. Anyone falling short or harboring doubts would be weeded out early. The private jet landed at Los Angeles International Airport. Su Qing glanced back repeatedly. Ultimately, she boarded her international flight to Beijing with a wistful heart. Chapter 504. Preparations for Opening. After bidding farewell to Su Qing, Linton didn't return to the estate right away. Instead, he headed straight to the store. The grand opening was scheduled for the next day, and every preparation except product stocking was complete. Stepping into the bright, spacious first-floor lobby, Linton was greeted by an atmosphere that was inviting yet elegant and sophisticated. The decor was simple but tastefully done. To the left stood 5 fully glass-covered display counters, their lighting illuminating every fine detail, waiting for the arrival of the beauty pills. Behind each counter was a secure safe. After all, beauty pills were incredibly valuable and couldn't just sit in the glass cases. The counters held only empty bottles as placeholders. Nearby stood a smiling blonde beauty, an attractive Caucasian model with long legs, ample curves, and an impeccable figure. All the young women wore matching, tailored pencil skirts paired with sheer black stockings and sleek black stilettos, emphasizing their alluring physiques and instantly lifting the mood. At the center of the lobby was a service desk island, staffed by 2 equally beautiful young ladies ready to assist any visitors. On the right, a few plush sofas provided a resting spot. What caught the eye the most was the series of 21 enormous, perfectly spaced posters decorating the walls, next to the transparent glass facing outside. Each poster featured a breathtaking beauty donning the latest designer gowns, all posing with their right hands extended, holding a gleaming teal quartz bottle. Boldly printed in one corner was the phrase, "Beautiful Angel." Jonathan Glazer's photography was truly exceptional. Each woman radiated stunning beauty, and the quartz bottles sparkled as if lit from within. Each poster was nothing short of a captivating masterpiece. By the stairs leading to the second floor, a bright, friendly sign reminded visitors, "Vitality pills, please proceed upstairs." The second floor's layout was quite different from the first. Nearly half of the space was occupied by the security department, including a surveillance room, duty offices, and a lounge. Security Chief Gully and 6 guards, all in uniform and fully equipped, were on high alert. Though they mainly stayed confined to their offices, they stood ready to respond instantly. About 1,200 square feet were devoted to a single unified shopping hall. Like downstairs, its walls displayed 21 beautiful angel posters. However, here the women held black quartz bottles instead. The hall consisted of a lounge area, shopping zone, store manager's office, and 3 customer counters, unlike the single-level setup below. Each counter faced the customer with a clear glass case, behind which sat a secure safe and a computer desk equipped with the latest IBM machines. The 3 computers formed a small local network, strictly isolated from the internet. Due to White House regulations, and to elevate Vitality Pills' prestige, every purchaser required eligibility screening. Each qualified customer could buy only 1 bottle per year, and their purchase history was digitally recorded. A 12-month wait was mandatory before they could buy again. At each counter stood a beautifully uniformed young woman, ready to help. In a private corner at the back right of the second floor sat the store manager's desk, next to the largest, most secure safe for storing inventory of both beauty pills and Vitality pills. As soon as Linton arrived, the staff erupted into enthusiastic applause, the younger women's eyes shining with excitement. After transferring the beauty and vitality pills, manager Alexis Carlson walked him through the shopping process, and security chief Gully Gerda detailed the protective measures in place. Notably, the Los Angeles Police Department had set up a substation just 65 feet away from the store, heavily staffed to ensure at least 10 officers were always on duty nearby, significantly boosting security. Manager Alexis had suggested throwing an opening celebration, but Linton immediately declined. His beauty and vitality pills were unique products whose effects far surpassed anything imaginable. Besides, after his recent interview on the UPN TV network, news of the grand opening was already a media sensation, widely known everywhere. Outside the store, several reporters and paparazzi were camped out, clearly anticipating a big story that night. Rich customers from across the U.S. and the world had already flown into Los Angeles, eagerly awaiting the opening to be among the first to buy the coveted pills. With such a crowd expected, luxury hotels in the city were already nearly full. The real concern wasn't promoting the store, but ensuring sufficient stock. To prevent dangerous overcrowding, the LAPD had devised tactical plans, including deploying a large anti-riot unit on Rodeo Drive tomorrow to maintain order. Linton declined invitations to formal opening ceremonies and visits from state and city officials. It's fine if government representatives want to show support, but unnecessary events and activities are out of the question, he explained firmly. As the opening neared, except for Su Qing who had left, all the other women in his harem had returned to the estate. Their business activities were scheduled around Los Angeles. During this busy period, everyone except Christiana, Sophie Marceau, and Monica Bellucci, who were all pregnant, was completely swamped with various promotional events and lucrative endorsements. Even though the pregnant women couldn't attend as many events, they still secured numerous high-paying endorsements. Top stars such as Madonna, Naomi Watts, and Nicole Kidman hardly needed mentioning. Even newcomer Akina Nakamori was raking in over $20 million in earnings during this time. They all eagerly anticipated the store's opening, longing to witness this historical moment, and especially since they were designated beautiful angels for the launch. They had all agreed to accompany Linton to the grand opening the next day, both to add star power and generate their own buzz. That evening, when Linton returned to the estate, he was warmly welcomed by the women. The party was wildly entertaining. The ladies eagerly took turns with Linton, only to be repeatedly overcome, but always coming back for more, their cries filling the night. Vivian Xiao, in particular, was vibrant and uninhibited, fueled by the success of Police Story 4, First Strike skyrocketing her fame and status. She held nothing back, fulfilling her promise to give Linton a big surprise. During their encounters, she unleashed an arsenal of skills and talents that left Linton breathless, pushing him to new heights and the rare achievement of triple mastery. Catherine Zeta-Jones also matched this intensity. Her current collaboration with Linton on Mission Impossible was already a blockbuster hit in the making, guaranteeing her place among Hollywood's A-listers. She, too, matched Vivian Xiao's full-throttle approach, leading Linton to another triple mastery milestone that night. Chapter 505, sold out. May 6th was an ordinary day on the calendar. Yet, with the grand opening of Linton's health specialty store and the official launch of the beauty and vitality pills, it swiftly became anything but ordinary. Los Angeles suddenly captured nationwide, and even global, attention. Though the store's official opening was set for 9:30 a.m., by 8:30 a.m., Linton arrived in his coaster van, accompanied by a group of stunningly beautiful girlfriends, catching even himself off guard by the sheer volume of the crowd. The store wasn't open yet, still an hour away, but already 2 long lines stretched outside the entrance. Surrounding the store were swarms of reporters and paparazzi, each wielding high-powered cameras, their lenses clicking incessantly. Major networks, including UPN and MCA Television, had parked their live broadcast vans nearby. Throngs of onlookers packed the street, making it feel like a wall of people impossible to breach. Fortunately, the Los Angeles Police Department had deployed riot control units, ready to intervene should any disturbances erupt. Traffic enforcement had also imposed road closures around the area, rerouting vehicles to prevent gridlock. Given the massive crowd, Linton was forced to park nearly a mile away. Flanked by 20 officially recognized girlfriends, security guards, and police officers clearing the path, he made his way on foot to the store. As he approached, the paparazzi's camera shutters clicked furiously, some even eager to push through and snag interviews. Peering at the crowd, Linton guessed there were no fewer than 3,000 people queued. The problem was, the beauty pill stock numbered only 5,000 bottles, and the vitality pills just 150. The vitality pills, priced at a staggering $8 million per bottle, was clearly beyond the reach of ordinary buyers. But the beauty pills? Each customer was allowed to purchase up to 2 bottles, enough for a year's supply. So, with 3,000 people lined up, that could mean demand for 6,000 bottles. How could the store's entire inventory even come close to satisfying this crowd? The scenario was borderline insane. In truth, people lined up to support the store opening in overwhelming numbers. Beyond government officials, various celebrities and business magnates had gathered. Wealth giants like Bill Gates, Jack Welch from General Electric, Warren Buffett, the legendary investor, and other titans of industry. Hollywood's presence was no less grand. Studio heads, producers, directors, and stars of all ranks packed the area, particularly among the actresses, each looking for a chance to appear on camera, to court Linton's favor, or to ride the wave of publicity. Yet, Linton politely but firmly declined every invitation, allowing only a few high-ranking officials from California and Los Angeles City to attend in person, as he had no choice but to accept their presence. In hindsight, refusing those celebrities was a wise move. Having them all at the scene might have sparked chaos. At exactly 9 a.m., Linton invited the visiting officials and media inside to inspect the store's layout and take photographs. Inside, the arrangement made the photographer's shutters whirl non-stop, especially as the 20 gorgeous beauty angels posed beneath their own promotional posters with perfect grace. However, one glaring absence did not go unnoticed. Su Qing's poster stood alone, her image without a live presence. Instantly, the journalists swarmed Linton with questions. Linton, why is Miss Su Qing missing on such an important day? Linton, are you and Miss Su Qing having a falling out? Linton, did you break up with her? What standards do you use to select your beauties? The reporters, buzzing with excitement as if fueled by adrenaline, dug in, eager to extract a big scoop. Linton calmly explained, "Today is indeed a significant day for the store's launch, but Miss Su Qing couldn't attend because her visa expired. She returned home just yesterday. It's unfortunate, but there's no conflict between us." "But how did you two meet?" another journalist pressed. "When will she return to America next? Is she really your official girlfriend?" "Enough," Linton cut them off. "Today's the store opening. Please limit the unrelated questions. You've got 15 minutes. Take more photos, interview others." By 9:20 a.m., the officials and media had cleared out. Concerned that keeping the 20 beauty angels on site amid such heavy crowds might pose unwarranted risks, Linton had his bodyguards escort them back to the estate. News of the event, especially the appearance of these 20 stunning muses, spread swiftly through television and online news, sparking nationwide buzz. It was clear their star power was set to maintain public fascination for quite some time. Meanwhile, many noticed Su Qing's poster displayed unattended, fueling gossip about the story behind her absence. Meanwhile, some Hollywood actresses bristled with envy and anger, wondering how Su Qing had captured Linton's attention over them. At 9:30 a.m., the store officially opened. Store manager Alexis and chief of security Gully had prearranged a crowd control strategy. They stationed 2 guards paired with 2 beautiful assistants at the entrance, establishing a barrier line. From each queue, 25 customers were allowed entry at once, for a total of 50 inside at a time. Each shopper had 15 minutes to purchase before the next group was ushered in. The sales results exploded beyond expectations. In less than an hour and a half, all 150 bottles of vitality pills sold out completely. News of the sellout caused wails of despair among those still waiting in line. Many of those present weren't the real heavy hitters. The likes of Bill Gates, Rockefeller, Carnegie, and investor Warren Buffett would never stand in line themselves. They had surely dispatched trusted aides to buy on their behalf. The store's rules, broadcast clearly on television, allowed anyone not on a government watch list with valid ID and sufficient credit to purchase a bottle. So those who arrived too late to secure vitality pills faced potential repercussions from the powerful figures they represented. Thankfully, more units of beauty pills were in stock, giving people something to console themselves with. News of the vitality pills sellout spread quickly via local TV and online outlets, sparking a media frenzy. At a retail price of $8 million per bottle, most Americans could only dream of affording even one. The astonishing sellout in under 90 minutes struck many as impossible. Some accused the reports of being fake news. Meanwhile, Yahoo's forums crashed under waves of panicked netizens desperately trying to confirm the news. By 4 p.m., an even more shocking announcement arrived. The entire inventory of beauty pills had also sold out. Those still waiting in line were devastated. Chaos erupted as frustration mounted. Fortunately, the vast riot police contingent on hand intervened swiftly, preventing violent outbreaks. Viewers watching from home or online were equally stunned. And just as Yahoo's system had finally recovered, it crashed yet again under the relentless flood of traffic. Chapter 506: Widespread Reactions. Linton's health products store had truly pulled off a miracle this time. In less than a day, it sold out an entire month's supply. What was even more ridiculous was that this wasn't some hunger marketing stunt. They genuinely ran out of stock. The store posted a notice announcing that the next restock of the vitality and beauty pills wouldn't be until the 6th of next month. Even more frustrating for customers was that no reservations or deposits were accepted. Everyone had to be treated fairly. If you wanted to buy, you had to come in person and wait in line on the 6th. That meant from now until the 6th, the store had no products to sell, and the employees had little to do. But that wasn't entirely true. They still kept the doors open during business hours to entertain inquiries. Though, without any vitality pills or beauty pills to sell, and no pre-orders allowed, what good was the store even being open? Was it just to let people admire the posters and soak in the atmosphere? Surprisingly, the store saw a steady stream of visitors every day. At first, locals came just to check out the scene and admire the beautiful angel posters. Soon, it became a popular stop for tourists from out of town. That very evening, almost every form of media, TV, newspapers, and the internet, buzzed about the vitality pills and beauty pills. The hottest topic was Linton's net worth. Indeed, someone had already done the math. On just that single day, sales of the vitality and beauty pills had totaled an astounding $1.7 billion. While the exact costs of these pills were unknown, it was obvious even to the casual observer that the manufacturing costs wouldn't exceed 10% of the retail price. This was a standard practice upheld by all pharmaceutical giants over the years. But Linton's approach differed from those drug conglomerates. Usually, companies justified their sky-high prices with exorbitant research and development costs, and people reluctantly accepted that. Linton, however, openly said on television that he had received the pill formulas in a dream via divine revelation and had then independently refined them. In other words, the research and development costs could be incredibly low. Yet, the prices were shockingly high, meaning the profits were outright astronomical. By that calculation, Linton was making at least $1.5 billion in pure profit on the day. It was insanely wild, no longer just the American dream, but the rise of the next richest man. In a country that worshipped capital and wealth, Linton's fan base exploded, nearly turning him into a national idol. The second hottest topic was the beautiful angels. Posters of these 21 beautiful women dominated all media outlets. Previously, a few media voices had sneered at Linton's 20 girlfriends, Madonna, Nicole Kidman, and others, calling them shameless for sharing the same man. But now, those critiques had vanished. The media praised the women's taste and discernment. Young women everywhere were intensely envious, especially those actresses with some level of attractiveness, many of whom wanted nothing more than to replace them. Yet, the most discussed figure among them was the 21st beautiful angel, the only one absent from the event that day, Su Qing. Rumors linking her romantically with Linton emerged during the filming of the You'll Be in My Heart music video, flooding the tabloids. Now, it was confirmed. Su Qing was genuinely Linton's 21st girlfriend. Her absence at the event only fueled public intrigue. Reporters spun countless stories and theories, desperate to attract attention no matter how wild. As for Linton's responses at the scene, people mostly ignored them. Su Qing was simply too unique, too compelling a subject. How was it possible that a woman nobody knew, a woman from across the Pacific, could win Linton's favor, receive abundant resources, and become a beautiful angel? And even more baffling, she didn't show up to the most important occasion. Every angle of this mystery stoked public curiosity. People were eager to gossip. Fashion brands took notice, realizing Su Qing hadn't yet signed any endorsements in North America. Here was a premium candidate. Brands that hadn't signed up the other 20 beautiful angels suddenly felt a surge of excitement and urgency, especially with Linton's backing. They had to make their move quickly. Soon, Mira started receiving a flood of lucrative offers to have Su Qing endorse fashion labels. The prices were sky-high, generally topping $3 million a year, almost on par with rising Hollywood stars. Of course, these endorsement deals were limited strictly to fashion at this time. Still, a small faction of the media tried to drag Su Qing through the mud, claiming she wasn't attractive enough, didn't suit mainstream tastes, lacked fame, and was being a diva by skipping the grand opening. Unfortunately, there was almost nothing to dig up on her. She had barely appeared in the US before, so allegations were pure fabrication. No media outlet dared risk filing outright falsehoods because Su Qing had already been officially recognized as a beautiful angel, Linton's unequivocal 21st girlfriend. Those smear campaigns were clearly orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Su Qing's meteoric rise had triggered a collective backlash from a certain group, Hollywood's various actresses. Particularly those who viewed themselves as naturally stunning considered Su Qing a mortal enemy. They believed she was stealing their opportunities. If Su Qing hadn't been in the picture, surely this 21st beautiful angel role would have belonged to them. Given Su Qing's soaring popularity, there was no denying it. They had to attack her viciously. For the foreseeable future, controversy surrounding Su Qing was inevitable. But that was just how it went. Controversy kept the heat going, and the people at the center of it often gained even more fans. As long as no real scandals emerged, that was a huge advantage, and with Su Qing, there simply wasn't any dirt to find. Meanwhile, the hottest topic online remained the effects of the vitality and beauty pills. Many fans posted glowing testimonials on forums, sharing before and after photos to flaunt their transformations. Some even shared shocking images of their skin breaking out in black spots shortly after taking the medicine. Everyone who used the pills described them in one word: magical. 2 words: absolutely magical. 3 words: worth every penny. Initially, some people grumbled about the high prices. But as more users posted their feedback and pictures, those complaints evaporated, replaced by a flood of voices urging Linton to ramp up production. While media and audiences gorged themselves on gossip, the sellout of vitality pills and beauty pills had much deeper repercussions than mere hype. Chapter 507: Employing All Means. Washington, D.C. As soon as the workday began, a powerful quartet, Clinton, Gore, Christopher, and Panetta, convened to allocate the first batch of vitality and beauty pills according to their previously agreed distribution plan. 60% of the pills went straight to the top-tier politicians currently holding the most influence in America. As for the remaining 40%, naturally, that was reserved for their personal benefit. Once these politicians received the pills, they wasted no time consuming them. Almost instantly, each experienced incredible effects that seemed almost miraculous. This swift transformation sparked major unrest among lower-ranked politicians also eligible for the distribution. When media outlets flooded the airwaves with reports on the brisk sales at the specialty store, anxieties mounted. By mid-morning, once news broke that all the vitality pills had been sold out, the others grew desperate, fearing their own shares might be jeopardized. Whether it was Bill Clinton, Alabama Gore, Warren Christopher, Leon Panetta, or William Perry, subordinates showed up at their workplaces with all sorts of pretexts to report in. But the core demand was unanimous: pressure Linton to prioritize and speed up the deal with the White House. Some hardliners even pushed for Linton to halt all shipments to the specialty store until the White House's quota was fully met and all production dedicated to them. What was especially surprising was the sudden unity between the two houses of Congress. Everyone knew Senate and House members were either diehard conservative or liberal partisans, constantly at odds in brutal political battles. Yet this time, opinions were strikingly aligned. In the Senate, Republican senators proactively approached Warren Christopher with suggestions. In the House, Democratic representatives did the same with Newt Gingrich. Such collaboration between opposing parties was unthinkable under normal circumstances. It was clear the vitality and beauty pills were now pulling at every thread of America's power elite. Their shared goal was singular and urgent: secure their own supply as soon as possible. Ultimately, all input funneled back to Clinton. But since Linton had previously marked Clinton with a soul slave mark, the idea of Clinton pressuring Linton was out of the question. Still, Clinton had his office chief, Leon Panetta, call Linton to see if he could increase supply to the White House. Of course, Linton refused. If he diverted everything to them, his own specialty store would shut down completely, destroying his credibility with the public, the very foundation of his growing influence and power cultivation. Yet he promised Leon Panetta that he would always prioritize the White House's monthly quota, ensuring they received theirs before the specialty store officially launched. Meanwhile, California, Los Angeles, and even Montana were experiencing similar situations, but none had caused much uproar, nor did the complaints reach Linton. Other states, however, were struggling, especially economic powerhouses like New York, the redneck states, and the big money states. Governors and legislative leaders there wrestled with how to get in Linton's good graces and secure priority contracts. In a prosperous small city on the outskirts of New York called Rockefeller City, the stronghold of the Rockefeller family, which held full control over local decisions, tensions were boiling over inside the largest estate. An elderly man sat rigidly in a high-backed chair, his face cold as ice, brimming with fury. Before him knelt two trembling men. The enraged elder was none other than David Rockefeller, the current patriarch of the Rockefeller family. Though over 80, he looked remarkably healthy. Rumor had it he'd undergone 2 heart transplants. The two men at his feet were his most loyal lieutenants, sent days earlier to Los Angeles on David's orders to secure the vitality pills. Yet because of their carelessness, or rather, waking up just a bit late, they only arrived at the specialty store's doorstep at 6 a.m. To be fair, these men were usually polished, high-ranking figures widely respected. No one would willingly endure sleepless nights just to stand in line. Getting up just after 5 had seemed early enough. But by the time they arrived, hundreds of people were already queued up. They had even considered buying their way to the front, offering as much as $10,000, only to be flatly refused. They hadn't anticipated the vitality pills would be this hotly sought after and were unwilling to pay exorbitantly for preferential treatment. When their turn finally came, the vitality pills were already sold out. All they managed to buy were the beauty pills. After leaving the store, they tried to buy vitality pills on the secondary market, with offers climbing as high as $12 million per bottle. Yet with prices so staggering, and this being the first official release, no scalpers had the means to purchase in bulk. Those who did manage to buy them were backed by top-tier tycoons or powerful factions. Nobody dared to speculate or resell. On the other hand, beauty pills were heavily scalped. After selling out in the afternoon, their price skyrocketed, with many paying up to $150,000 per bottle. Now facing David's wrath, all they could feel was overwhelming regret and fear. "I sent you two to Los Angeles 3 days early. Explain why you failed to get the vitality pills." David's voice was icy and unforgiving. "Sir, we're sorry. It's our fault. After arriving, we inquired at the store daily, but they didn't take reservations. On May 6th, the grand opening day, we lined up before 5 a.m., but there were already many ahead of us." One whispered apologetically, trailing off. "No explanations needed. Effective immediately, you're relieved of all duties and sent to work as oil rig laborers in Iraq." "Please spare us, sir," they cried out in panic. But the verdict stood. One simple mistake nearly cost them everything. From prestigious positions, they were cast down to the desolate oil fields in Iraq, grinding away at the lowest level. Similar scenarios unfolded in the households of America's wealthiest: Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, Carnegie, and other titans. Regrettably, many loyal lieutenants failed to secure the vitality pills, settling only for the lesser beauty pills. Consequently, they all bore their boss's relentless wrath and were severely punished. Though anger had been vented, the underlying problem persisted. Next month's competition promised to be even fiercer. One urgent question pressed on everyone's minds: how to contact Linton in advance and secure early purchase rights. Over in the British royal family, Queen Elizabeth, upon hearing from her trusted steward who had gone to Los Angeles that they failed to get the vitality pills and faced uncertainty for next month, couldn't sit still. After some thought, she picked up the phone and called Bill Clinton. "Good morning, Mr. President," she said. "Good day, Your Majesty. How may I assist you?" Clinton responded politely. "I have a request. Are you familiar with the vitality pills?" "Of course. They're the pride of America's latest scientific achievements." Elizabeth internally scoffed, thinking, latest scientific achievement, my ass. They're just damn lucky, favored by some divine hand. Why not the Brits? Still, she kept the diplomatic tone. "Yes, I sent someone to Los Angeles today, but the supply was too limited. We got nothing. Can you help procure some? Don't worry, I'll pay you a 10% commission above market price as a token of gratitude." "How many do you need?" Clinton's mind raced. With the prospect of profit. 3 bottles. "I'll see what I can do. Wait for my call." He couldn't promise immediately. Had to make her feel he was working hard behind the scenes. 2 hours later, as the Queen Elizabeth waited anxiously, Clinton's call came through. "It's arranged. You transfer the money to this charity fund, then come to Washington and contact this person. They'll deliver the vitality pills to you." "Thank you." Not just Elizabeth. Britain's Prime Minister and other world leaders were also contacting Clinton, Gore, and Panetta. These men were soon swimming in profits as they flipped the pill allocations the same day, garnering favor while raking in big money. Of course, the payment accounts were always charitable foundations or Swiss offshore bank accounts, carefully insulated to prevent any direct links back to them. Chapter 508. Mission Impossible Premiere. New Jersey, Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals, Chairman's Office. Besides the Chairman and CEO, there was also Dr. Carter Klein, the company's chief research expert. He led an independent scientific research team. The chairman pulled out a bottle of vitality pills. "Dr. Klein, this batch just came from Los Angeles through my contacts. I'm giving you 6 pills for research and analysis. I expect you to lead your team to reverse engineer the formula. If you need any support, just send me a report." Dr. Klein was thrilled. "Thank you, Chairman. I will commit fully to this task." Not long after Dr. Klein left, another medical expert entered the office. The chairman handed over a bottle of beauty pills. "Dr. Cassis, this batch is fresh from Los Angeles. I'm entrusting you with the research and analysis." Meanwhile, beyond Johnson & Johnson at AbbVie, Merck, Roche, Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and nearly every global pharmaceutical giant, the same story was unfolding. Even if they hadn't secured the vitality pills, they all managed to get their hands on the beauty pills. Every company was racing to crack their formulas, hoping to tap into this tidal wave of wealth. Baltimore, Maryland, Johns Hopkins University, the top-ranked biomedical university in the country. Renowned biomaterials professor Andy Serkis led a state-of-the-art lab with an annual research budget of tens of millions of dollars. Since the media revealed the beauty and vitality pills, his curiosity soared. No matter how deep his funding went, buying enough vitality pills was still out of reach, but acquiring beauty pills for research was entirely feasible. At the moment, he held 2 bottles of beauty pills his assistant had just purchased in Los Angeles. After personally taking 1 pill for testing, he was amazed at its effects. That inspired him to commit fully to analyzing, testing, and researching the mysteries within the pills. He planned to keep 1 for personal use and dedicate the other to laboratory study. Soon, the core research team gathered in his office as he assigned tasks. It wasn't just Johns Hopkins, Georgia Tech, Duke, MIT, Stanford, UC Berkeley, the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, UC San Diego, all the top 10 biomedical research labs nationwide had simultaneously launched studies on the beauty pills. Meanwhile, outside the corporate and academic frenzy, Linton remained unfazed. Once the special store's pills sold out, he casually returned to his estate. diving back into nonstop celebrations with his girlfriends. His 20 girlfriends unleashed their charms and passion, dressed in irresistibly seductive uniforms, nightgowns, lingerie, stockings. Each looked more alluring than the last. Naturally, there were plenty of playful accessories to heighten the mood. The fiery elegance and euphoric pleasures defied description, drawing Linton into endless delight and intoxication. This decadent celebration didn't end until midday on May 8th because the mission, Impossible, was about to premiere. Unlike past premieres, this one featured an added heavyweight event, the Victoria's Secret Angels lingerie show. This strategy had been settled late last year. Victoria's Secret aimed to leverage the synergy with Linton's mission, Impossible, to boost the Angels' popularity. Universal Pictures and Linton's production company also hoped the fashion show would add hype to the film. Given the drawing power of the Victoria's Secret Angels and their appeal to audiences, the premiere wasn't held inside Universal's Round Theater. Instead, it was staged at the Shrine Auditorium, a larger external venue known for hosting the Oscars many times before. The choice was strategic. The spacious plaza outside could accommodate over 50,000 spectators, allowing a massive crowd to witness the Angels show and the film's premiere live, amplifying their combined influence. The event was broadcast live nationwide by MCA Television Network. That afternoon, a T-shaped runway was built on the Shrine's entrance stage, with a long red carpet stretching from the stage into the plaza. The plaza was packed shoulder to shoulder, a sea of people filling the space meant for 50,000 attendees. Surrounding the area, Los Angeles police riot squads stood alert, ready to prevent any incident. At 3 p.m., the stage lights snapped on and thunderous music erupted. The host announced, "Welcome to the much-anticipated mission, Impossible premiere. Let's start with the Victoria's Secret Angels lingerie show." Out came 6 statuesque angels: Heidi Klum, Helena Christensen, Letitia Costa, Daniela Pestova, Stephanie Seymour, and Tyra Banks. They sauntered onto the T-shaped stage wearing the tiniest, most provocative lingerie imaginable. Each angel sported the signature wings behind her back and blew playful kisses to the cameras and the audience, engaging with fans both live and on TV. The crowd erupted instantly. Shrieks, cheers, whistles, a tidal wave of enthusiasm. Each angel changed through 5 sets of lingerie. Each looked hotter and more seductive than the last, inspiring envy in women and sending men into frenzied standing ovations. At the finale, the angels didn't exit but moved to the center stage, striking a regal pose welcoming their prince. "Please welcome the superstar director and lead actor of Mission Impossible, Linton Anderson," the host shouted. Linton stepped out casually from backstage, dressed in a relaxed Armani suit, waving to the crowd as he made his way to center stage. Arriving between the 6 angels, they shifted formation and each shared intimate interactions with him, ultimately encircling him in a heart-shaped pose. The surrounding paparazzi went wild, snapping photos incessantly as a blizzard of flashes flooded the area. The audience's screams and cheers escalated even further. Many fans tried to rush the stage, but the security wall of guards held firm. Luckily, with the Angels show ending, Linton was escorted safely off the T-stage, and the crowd's frenzy gradually settled as the Mission Impossible premiere resumed. What Linton didn't realize was, bolstered by his own star power, the Victoria's Secret Angels, and MCA's live broadcast, the ratings soared well beyond typical afternoon numbers. Online forums buzzed with real-time commentary. As soon as Linton appeared on stage interacting with the Angels, massive waves of fans flooded the discussions, crashing Yahoo's forum servers once again. The guest list for the Mission Impossible premiere was especially star-studded. This was Linton's first public event since the Vitality and Beauty Pills exposure, and his own premiere to boot. On top of being Universal's owner, Hollywood was packed. Nearly every prominent director and celebrity was present, especially the leading ladies. They clawed tooth and nail to snag an invite. Not just Hollywood stars, top TV actors and music stars from New York's bustling scene also scrambled for a seat. But they faced a higher bar. Only the A-listers were granted entry. Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, Celine Dion, Janet Jackson, Jennifer Aniston all went out of their way to show support for Linton. Of course, aside from Su Qing and Winnie, the rest of Linton's harem was at the event too. The sheer number of stars outshone the Oscars itself. For the audience, it was a rare treat. No one expected to see so many celebrities at a single movie premiere. The combination of the Victoria's Secret lingerie show and this star parade left the crowd thrilled, with waves of cheers and shouts filling the venue. This extended the red carpet walk well past 6 p.m., when Linton and Catherine finally took center stage hand in hand, greeted by a thunderous ovation. Besides stars, producers, studio executives, even Viacom's Sumner Redstone, Disney chairman Michael Eisner, and News Corp's Rupert Murdoch, accompanied by his young wife, Winnie Deng, attended. Though these heavyweights were Hollywood's power brokers, they remained behind the scenes, skipping the red carpet and entering directly through the VIP entrance for media interviews. After all the celebrities finished walking the carpet, the film's lead team took a brief round of interviews before the film began screening. Mission Impossible delivered high thrills, intense, grand-scale action punctuated by inventive spy twists. Linton's performance was absolutely magnetic, cool, sharp, and brilliantly intelligent, showcasing his charm to the fullest. In fact, the entire film could almost be considered a lengthy, high-budget music video for Linton. Fans erupted in cheers throughout the screening. Catherine's role, though more decorative, was flawless, a perfect example of beauty adding glitz to a blockbuster. The supporting cast also impressed, leaving a mark on the audience. Throughout the screening, cheers and shouts echoed non-stop, culminating in a spontaneous standing ovation when the credits rolled. Linton and his team took to the small stage below the screen, bowing repeatedly until applause slowly died down. However, the Q&A session revealed a shift. Early questions were standard, but when asked about box office expectations, Linton grew flustered under the barrage. Linton, do you think Mission Impossible can break Independence Day's North American box office record? Do you expect the film to hit $400 million domestically? Are you confident it could surpass Jurassic Park's global box office? Could this be the first film to break the $1 billion mark worldwide? These questions felt absurd. Independence Day and Jurassic Park were phenomena. Jurassic Park had revolutionized the film industry and was a family favorite, grossing over $970 million worldwide, a record unbeaten for years. Independence Day set new standards in Hollywood effects, obliterating every major city on screen, a fiery epic of humanity's fight against aliens. Though its global gross was below Jurassic Park, it set a new North American record with $361 million. Mission Impossible was just a spy film. How could it compare? Why did they put so much faith in me? Am I really some kind of divine messenger? The reporters were clearly after a sensational headline, but Linton didn't want to play that game. Boasting too much would backfire if the results fell short. For the first time at a premiere, he dodged direct answers with skillful evasions. The film is fantastic. I'm confident about the box office, which certainly won't disappoint. But the exact earnings depend on audience support. The reporters left, disappointed. When did Linton get so cautious? He doesn't even brag anymore. But unwittingly, their silence implied possibility. He never denied the chance to break these records, which was good enough for the tabloids. The next day's subheadlines already read, "Breaking news, Linton expects Mission Impossible to set new box office records." Explosive, Linton hopes for $1 billion global gross. Of course, the main headlines celebrated the Victoria's Secret Angels' contribution to the premiere's success. After the premiere, Universal and Linton's company co-hosted a lavish reception at the nearby Four Seasons Hotel. With so many stars showing up, regardless of personal agendas, the proper courtesies had to be observed. Linton typically avoided such events, but Robert and Scott persuaded him. After all, most attendees came for him, and lots of Hollywood heavy hitters were present. Yet his harem, including Catherine, wisely skipped the party. For them, the reception held no real value. It would only sour their mood with endless seductive temptresses flocking to Linton. They preferred the peace of absence. Chapter 509. Caught in the Den of Female Celebrities. The gala was hosted by Scott, who gave a brief opening speech before inviting Linton to perform the first dance. Naturally, his partner was Heidi Klum, captain of the Victoria's Secret Angels. Darling, I've seen so many beautiful women eyeing you hungrily tonight. Don't stand us up later, Heidi whispered. Her body pressed closely against Linton's as they moved to the rhythm. Don't worry. I promised you all I'd be there, and I always keep my word, Linton assured her. Indeed, he had already committed to spending the evening with these 6 stunning angels. Hollywood was an intensely hierarchical world. As the opening dance ended, Linton was invited to the VIP lounge, where only Rupert Murdoch, Sumner Redstone, and Michael Eisner awaited him. Strictly speaking, Michael Eisner's status didn't quite measure up to the other two. After all, he was just the helmsman of Disney, not the actual owner. The moment Linton arrived, the 3 gentlemen stood to greet him respectfully. Linton, Mission Impossible was truly spectacular. Wishing you big box office success. Linton, I envy you so much. Achieving this at such a young age is impressive. After some polite small talk, Sumner Redstone, the eldest, couldn't resist speaking up. Linton, though we're competitors in the industry, we're all top-tier Hollywood companies and members of the MPAA. I believe our future lies more in cooperation than rivalry. What do you think? You're absolutely right, Mr. Redstone. We should definitely strengthen our collaboration going forward. Linton, I have a favor to ask. I hope you'll agree. Please, go ahead. Your vitality pills are in such high demand that people couldn't even get in the queue the other day. I hope you'll cut some slack and let me pre-order a bottle. You can ask for anything in return. Yes, please prioritize us. Whatever you want, Murdoch and Eisner chimed in together. After a bit of negotiation, Linton agreed to reserve 1 bottle of vitality pills for each of them, to be sold at market price before the official launch next month. As a condition, future films produced by Universal and Linton's company would avoid head-on competition, and more importantly, they wouldn't engage in malicious slander or negative campaigns, including supporting each other at film rating boards. With the vitality pills deal settled, the 3 moguls left satisfied. Linton then greeted other studio heads, producers, and directors one by one. When it came to Fletcher, she openly wrapped him in a tight embrace, making him acutely aware of her impressive presence. Linton, it's been so long since we got close. Got time tonight? Maybe another time. Tonight's just not possible. Fine, then tomorrow afternoon, I'm coming to your office. No more excuses. All right. Okay, I'll let you off the hook for now. But when Linton met the stars, the male actors were mostly polite, offering greetings and sincere expressions of interest in collaboration. But the female stars? He felt like tender prey caught in a lioness's den. One by one, they threw themselves into his arms, not only holding him tight, but also planting passionate kisses, their heat overwhelming. By the end, each pressed a room key card into his hand. Unfortunately, Linton had already promised the angels his exclusive attention, so the others were all politely, but firmly turned down. After all, even the most beautiful couldn't compete with 6 Victoria's Secret angels swooping in all at once. Among the famous were Julia Roberts, Sharon Stone, Brooke Shields, Elizabeth Hurley, Gwyneth Paltrow, Drew Barrymore, and Sherilyn Fenn. But some were more tactful. Jennifer Aniston, known as America's sweetheart thanks to Friends, was a rare television phenomenon. Although TV stars usually didn't rival film stars in status or box office clout, Jennifer was an exception, a powerhouse whose commercial value and popularity matched Hollywood's biggest female leads, even rivaling Julia Roberts. After Linton declined her invitation for a night together, Jennifer held on tight and whispered into his ear, "Linton, I've checked your schedule. You're doing a promotional tour in New York on May 10th, right?" "Yes. Why? Got an idea? I'd like to volunteer to join your team in New York to help with the promotion. I'm sure I still have some fans." "Great. Thanks." Then it's settled. But both understood she was moving tonight's planned date to New York on May 10th. Linton didn't mind. Jennifer's looks met his tastes, and her immense popularity could only help boost his rising star power. Next up was Mariah Carey. At her peak this time, she was rapidly approaching Madonna's stature in the music world. She also wrapped him in a tight hug and gave a kiss. After her invitation was turned down, she quickly pivoted. "Linton, your film's got a promotional tour coming. How about I join you in New York to help with the publicity?" "Sorry, Jennifer Aniston's already joining me in New York." "Damn, she's fast." "Okay, how about Chicago? I'll meet you there." "Chicago? That could work. I have a lot of fans in Chicago who could help. All right. Then came Sherilyn Fenn, less famous but stunningly beautiful. Still one of the most gorgeous women at the event, despite being 31 and slightly past her prime. No doubt, she had probably been taking her share of beauty restoration treatments. Linton held an irresistible charm for Sherilyn, and after she was rejected for a night together, she made a new proposal. Linton, you'll be promoting in Detroit after the film's release, right? Yes. At this time, Detroit wasn't the post-apocalyptic ghost town it would later become. As the heart of America's auto industry, it was populous, prosperous, and ranked among the nation's top 10 largest cities, a crucial box office market. Detroit's my hometown, and I have plenty of fans there. What if I meet you there and help with the promotion? Sounds good. What could he do? When beauty beckoned like this, it was almost impossible to say no. Although her popularity was a bit lower, she was still incredibly appealing. The gala lasted until 11 p.m., when Linton finally escaped the reluctant embraces of many longing female stars. As promised, he made his way to the hotel's top floor, the presidential suite. Heidi Klum, Helena Christensen, Letitia Casta, Daniela Pestova, Stephanie Seymour, and Tyra Banks, the 6 stunningly sexy angels, were already waiting. The party that followed was naturally unforgettable. During the celebration, the angels performed a private, sultry lingerie show just for Linton, and he eagerly explored their many mysteries. Only concluding the next morning, Linton once again silently marveled. Victoria's Secret angels truly were deeply enchanting. As a reward, he left each angel a bottle of beauty pills. Chapter 510, Catherine and Michelle Reese Surprise, Teacher N. The next morning's newspapers were absolutely flooded with promotional coverage of the Mission Impossible premiere. Nearly every entertainment section's front-page headline revolved around the Victoria's Secret Angels lingerie show and its collaboration with the film. The headlines grew increasingly eye-catching. Shocking. Linton caught with 6 Victoria's Secret Angels in broad daylight. Extra. Victoria's Secret Angels. Lingerie show steals the spotlight at Mission Impossible premiere. Explosive. Angels boost Mission Impossible's premiere to new heights. Accompanying these were seductive photos of the angels on stage in their revealing lingerie, alongside intimate shots of them interacting closely with Linton, a surefire way to maximize allure and public interest. On the secondary entertainment pages, the Mission Impossible premiere dominated the news, but with a more dispersed focus. The most frequent topic was Linton's box office predictions, though journalists and paparazzi often twisted his comments for drama. Breaking: Linton predicts Mission Impossible will shatter box office records. Hot take: Linton foresees Mission Impossible crossing $1 billion globally. Still, the bulk of media coverage revolved around celebrities attending the premiere, complete with red carpet snapshots. With so many stars present, these outlets eagerly seized the moment to ride the wave of popularity. Some even reported on industry giants like Rupert Murdoch, Sumner Redstone, and Michael Eisner attending the gala. Online, Bella's devoted online army launched a widespread discussion campaign. Forums buzzed with debates and threads about Mission Impossible. With the combined star power of Linton and the Victoria's Secret Angels, related posts absolutely dominated every platform, creating a nationwide frenzy. On TV, in print, and across the internet. This promotional blitz for Mission Impossible far outpaced any previous North American film campaign. The impact was immediate. By midday, Linton received an exciting call from Levitt. "Boss, fantastic news. Our screening count for Mission Impossible has soared again." "How much exactly?" "Well, tonight's midnight shows went from 2,300 screens up to 3,600 screens. Tomorrow's official release will be even bigger. 5,800 screens opening up. That's incredible. Seems yesterday's campaign really paid off. Not just paid off, it blew expectations out of the water. Plus, with your recent rise caused by the vitality and beauty pills, you're a nationwide sensation. Practically every theater, except maybe a few rural cinemas and art house spots, has Mission Impossible booked. Screen share is at an unprecedented 30%. I have a strong feeling your film will break every box office record." Listening, Catherine and Michelle Reese stood beside Linton, their excitement even greater than his own. Darling, does that mean Mission Impossible could really top Independence Day? Catherine asked eagerly. Can't say for sure, but there's a good chance. Honey, if it really does beat Independence Day, I'll give you a spectacular surprise of my own, Catherine declared, pressing a passionate kiss to his lips. I feel the same. I want to surprise you too, Michelle Reese said, wrapping her arms around Linton from the other side and planting her own kiss. Though her role in Mission Impossible was minor, her close-up shots made her visible enough to reap the benefits, and she was just as thrilled. Since you have this idea, why wait until later? Why don't we just do it now? The box office won't go downhill anyway. Linton laughed, slipping his arms around both beautiful women and leading them upstairs. Anticipating the film's success and the rise it would bring to both Catherine and Michelle Reese, their excitement quickly ignited fierce passion. The two unleashed their full arsenal of seductive skills on Linton. Amid sweet and lively songs, Linton was utterly entranced, experiencing a supercharged bliss. He skillfully brought both women to multiple intense climaxes, completing all three major goals with ease. At 3 p.m., Linton arrived at his penthouse office atop the Linton Tower. Barely settled, his assistant Lee Sharon's freshly poured tea untouched, and Fletcher burst in with urgency. Her blonde hair cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering silver earrings dangled from her ears, and her makeup was flawlessly understated aside from bold crimson lips. She wore a tight, royal blue dress hugging her statuesque figure, completed with 3-inch heeled sandals, amplifying her sexy elegance. What surprised Linton most was that today and carried a noticeably bulky bag instead of her usual dainty purse. Already familiar with this office game, and locked the door. Once inside without fanfare and confidently sat on Linton's lap, planting a teasing kiss. Linton, class is about to start. This is my office. What kind of class? Don't you remember? Last time we watched the teacher series, I promised to give you a private lesson this time. All right, but this doesn't exactly scream teacher. Have some patience. I brought several teacher outfits in my bag. So, I'm the student now? Yes. You're a naughty student who's misbehaved and needs to accept my punishment. The entire afternoon, and transformed into various teacher personas, switching among styles that were icy and strict, burning with passion, or tender and warm. She taught Linton many new techniques, revealing fresh pleasures for him to explore. From the office to the conference room, gym, pool, and screening room, their passionate lessons left traces everywhere. By 5:30, exhausted, and collapsed softly on top of Linton. Darling, being with you is wonderful. I feel incredible. Sweetheart, you're amazing. Your skills have really leveled up. About that Chicago project you gave me earlier. I think it's fascinating, and I want to adapt it perfectly into a film. Indeed, Anne's The Long Kiss Goodnight had been completed last November, but remained unreleased, and she'd taken a break since. In February, she approached Linton about new projects. He had given her two options, a step-up sequel or Chicago musical adaptation. After over 2 months of thought, she chose Chicago, feeling she needed to pursue some artistic ambition. That works. I'll hand this project to you. Go to the screenplay department and gather writers to draft the script based closely on the original stage musical. But I have 2 conditions. Go ahead. First, Chicago is a widely influential musical. The screenplay must respect the original story without making drastic changes. Second, although it's an artistic adaptation, in the end it must remain a commercial film that appeals to most viewers. You should never forget that this is, at its core, a business movie before anything else. Only on that basis can you layer an artistic expression. Don't worry, I understand. Also, if this film is to succeed, the 2 female leads must have great dance skills and start rehearsing at least 3 months ahead. Do you have a plan for that? I've already decided. Roxy Hart will be played by Madonna, and Velma Kelly will be Catherine. Both are talented dancers, and I'll tell them to begin their rehearsals immediately. Excellent. Madonna and Catherine are perfect for these roles. Prepare well. This movie is my key Oscar contender this year. I've increased your directing fee significantly for this project. If you do a great job, I'll have Harvey lead the PR campaign to help us snag that little golden statue. Darling, you're too generous. I'm deeply grateful. Are you ready now? Absolutely. Chapter 511, Record-Breaking Opening Box Office, America's Sweetheart. In the early hours of May 10th, Mission Impossible kicked off its midnight screenings on an unprecedented scale, 3,600 screens. This launch size far exceeded the daytime opening screenings of most major Hollywood blockbusters. Thanks to the vitality pills and beauty pills, Linton had effectively elevated himself from a superstar to a beloved national icon. Coupled with the massive promotion and media hype around Mission Impossible, tonight's premiere was a nationwide phenomenon. From high school and college students to office workers, blue-collar laborers to white-collar professionals, doctors, teachers, auto workers, and financial elites. Countless fans flocked to their nearest cinemas to support their idol's film on opening night. From Los Angeles to New York, Houston to Boston, cinemas across urban commercial hubs and suburban neighborhoods were packed to capacity for the midnight showing. Many who couldn't secure tickets scrambled to buy tomorrow's passes. By 3 a.m., Linton had just wrapped up a lively night session with Madonna, Christiana, Nicole Kidman, and Catherine, among other girlfriends. At that moment, Levitt from Universal's distribution department called with exciting news. "Boss, fantastic news. Have the midnight box office numbers for Mission Impossible come in?" Linton asked. Yes. The midnight screenings had over 90% attendance, pulling in $8.71 million. $8.71 million? That high? Yes. We broke the record, surpassing last year's Independence Day midnight debut of $6.73 million. It's the new North American record for midnight box office. Looks like the fans really have my back. Boss, this could actually set us up to break the overall box office record. Good. Keep up the good work. Boss, remember the promotional team meets at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. After Linton hung up, Catherine and Michelle Reese, eavesdropping nearby, immediately pounced. Darling, is Mission Impossible smashing the box office? Baby, the midnight box office hit $9.71 million. We just set a new record for North American midnight showings. That's amazing. Shouldn't we celebrate properly? Catherine and Michelle Reese exchanged a fiery glance, their gazes dancing suggestively, one challenging from above, the other responding below, each moving deliberately toward Linton from opposite sides. The seductive new game began again. At 9:30, all the main cast and crew gathered at Universal and split into two teams. Linton, Catherine, and Michelle Reese flew to New York first, while John Voight, Henry Czerny, Jean Reno, and Ving Rhames took a slightly less prominent route through secondary cities. Given the overwhelming publicity Mission Impossible had already generated, the promotional tour was technically unnecessary. But Catherine, Michelle Reese, and others insisted, when a blockbuster drops, the promotional tour is key to maximizing exposure. Without it, the media wouldn't cover them as much, their fame wouldn't grow as fast. Linton himself didn't mind, given that everyone knew he was the main star and didn't lack individual heat. Others, including Catherine, definitely needed the boost from good media exposure to climb higher. So while the tour was more of an added flourish, it still contributed positively to the box office. Based on the solid pre-release hype, Linton and the distribution department decided to change the traditional Hollywood roadshow format. Usually, film crews arrive at cities, schedule interviews with local media, appear on TV shows, and hold fans meet-and-greet events at bustling commercial spots to spread awareness that the film is out. But with Mission Impossible's penetration already so deep in every corner, this old-fashioned approach seemed redundant. After the premiere, they adjusted their plans according to the new wave of film promotions, focusing mainly on in-theater interactions and audience engagement, coupled with media interviews. At 9:30 a.m., Linton, accompanied by Catherine, Michelle Reese, assistants, and bodyguards, touched down in New York on a private jet. Because of the time difference, it was already 6 p.m. by the time they arrived. As he stepped out of the airport, Linton was stunned to see a sea of fans, estimated at over 10,000, mostly young girls and boys, many clad in matching uniforms waving small flags. The roar of their cheering shook the terminal. Most were devoted to Linton. A smaller group were Catherine's fans. Their presence significantly disrupted normal airport operations. Police and security were at full force, struggling to maintain order. This was the first time Linton had witnessed such a scene since buying a private plane. He partially blamed himself for underestimating his current influence. His tour schedule was public, and with the internet, word spread quickly. Despite arriving via private jet, die-hard fans always managed to detect exact times and places. Seeing this, Linton quickly raised his voice to the crowd. "This is a busy airport and a public place. Please leave in an orderly fashion and avoid disrupting airport operations. In the future, please don't come to the airport to greet me. I appreciate your support. Just keep enjoying my movies and music." Then he swiftly made his way toward the awaiting cars with Catherine and the others, knowing that his quick exit would hasten the crowd's dispersal. In the car, he instructed assistant Lee Shaoran to contact the company and arrange a $100,000 donation to JFK Airport to compensate for the disruptions caused by the fans. At the Hilton, they met up with America's sweetheart, Jennifer Aniston. Linton warmly introduced her to Catherine and Michelle Reese, who, though slightly annoyed, accepted her gracefully. They were used to Linton's ways and understood Jennifer's good intentions in helping promote the film. However, Jennifer's private meeting with Linton at the Hilton quickly sparked a media frenzy. Paparazzi descended en masse. America's sweetheart cozying up with notorious playboy Linton? That was tabloid gold. Jennifer already drew plenty of media attention on her own. Wherever she went, cameras followed relentlessly. As they left the hotel, dozens of reporters swarmed them, microphones aimed like spears. "Linton, are you dating Jennifer? Jennifer, will you be Linton's 22nd girlfriend?" Linton noticed Jennifer's playful smile in response, but declined to engage the reporters' invasive questions, catching himself wondering if she really had more than friendship on her mind. After all, with her star power, she wouldn't need to latch onto his spotlight. Still, he responded firmly, "Don't read too much into it. Jennifer and I are good friends. I'm here in New York to promote Mission Impossible, and she's helping out." He then ignored the questions as security helped them escape the swarm. They rushed to the Ziegfeld Cinema. Ziegfeld Cinema was New York's largest theater complex, boasting 13 screening rooms, the biggest seating over 1,500. Given Linton's visit, the cinema dedicated 8 screens to Mission Impossible, including the massive Theater 6. The theater had promoted this heavily, and with the movie's hot streak, plus the news of Linton's tour, every screening saw incredible attendance. Even the slowest matinee, it boasted over 60% capacity. Evenings were sold out. At 8:30 p.m., as Mission Impossible's credits rolled on screen SIX's massive screen, the lights brightened and the audience ready to stand. Suddenly, a group of people walked onto the small stage beneath the screen. Reporters flooded in through the doors as the host exclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the stars of Mission Impossible, Linton, Catherine, Michelle Reese, and America's sweetheart, Jennifer." To Linton's dismay, during the Q&A, reporters and fans showed little interest in the film itself. Their questions fixated obsessively on his personal life, and especially his relationship with Jennifer. "Linton, are you dating Jennifer? Is it true you have 21 girlfriends? How many girlfriends do you plan to have? Can you share your secrets to dating? Jennifer, do you really like Linton? Jennifer, will you star in any of Linton's films? Catherine, how do you feel about Jennifer joining your circle?" Over the next stops at 3 more theaters, the 4 major chains each insisting on local representation. The managers reported blisteringly high attendance rates. At every theater showing Mission Impossible that day, average attendance topped 90%. Even other cinemas with less demand saw over 80%. With such strong turnout, theaters planned to increase the number of screenings. By the time they emerged from their final screening at the rooftop cinema, it was past 11 p.m. Jennifer quietly slipped into Linton's car, avoiding the paparazzi's gaze, and accompanied him back to the Hilton. In the face of Catherine and Michelle Reese's glaring disapproval, she boldly linked arms with Linton and strode into his executive suite. Soon, sweet and lively music filled the room. 2 hours later, their first intense private session ended. Jennifer, her body soft and pliant against Linton's, breathed, "Honey, you're so handsome. You're beautiful too, baby. Darling, aren't you nervous about Mission Impossible's box office?" "Nervous? I've done all I can. Worrying won't help." "True. It's a hot film. The numbers won't disappoint. You seem confident. More or less. The official numbers from yesterday should be coming in soon. Just then, the phone rang beside the bed. Linton picked up, hearing Levitt's excited voice. Boss, great news. Yesterday's box office came in. Mission Impossible grossed $40.35 million in North America alone. Adding the $8.71 million from midnight showings, that's a total of $49.06 million. We shattered Independence Day's $27.72 million opening day record, setting a new single-day box office high. After hanging up, Linton soothed and exhilarated Jennifer before sharing the news with Catherine and Michelle Reese. The record-breaking opening made Catherine and Michelle Reese almost ready to challenge Jennifer to a foursome, but Linton gently stopped them. Since it was Jennifer's first time with him, and he hadn't welcomed her formally into his harem, he thought it best to keep things smooth. Once the phone was down, Jennifer eagerly climbed onto Linton, pressing tender kisses onto him. Their playful, intimate session resumed, the joyous, sweet melodies filling the suite well into the night. Jennifer Aniston truly deserved her title as America's sweetheart. Linton found her softness, her natural sweetness captivating. She herself admitted he was amazing and incredible. More importantly, during their time together, Linton realized just how massive Jennifer's popularity was. She was uniquely positioned at the top, even surpassing Madonna's reach. This gave him a deeper understanding of the saying, small screen wins popularity, big screen wins status. He began considering the possibility of having Madonna or Nicole Kidman try their hand in television dramas, or focusing more on young starlets gaining momentum on TV. Of course, 2 or 3 years ago, he would have immediately tried to bring such a talent into his roster. But now, with his increased cultivation stage and a growing harem, he no longer needed to chase popularity so aggressively. His tastes also became more selective. Jennifer was undoubtedly beautiful and hugely popular, but in Linton's eyes, she wasn't quite among the elite top-tier beauties. That didn't mean she wasn't welcome for casual, intimate, friendly benefits. After all, she was a stunning, high-profile actress, and their encounters were extremely satisfying both personally and professionally. The following morning, after their final morning session, Linton presented Jennifer with a bottle of beauty pills. To his surprise, Jennifer declined politely. "Darling, thank you, but I've already started taking these." "Baby, take it anyway. It's just a token. Can I make a different request?" "Go ahead. Is there any chance I could star in one of your films or in a project from your company?" Despite Jennifer's considerable fame, many scripts she received targeted her fan base, but offered subpar roles. She wasn't foolish. Taking part in low-quality films would damage her reputation. Getting connected with Linton's company was a golden opportunity she wasn't about to miss. Compared to that, a bottle of beauty pills was trivial. Given her commercial value and earning power, she could easily afford even vitality pills, though her youth meant she didn't yet feel a pressing need. "All right, I'll keep an eye out and let you know." "Thank you. Darling, if I ever miss you, can I come find you anytime?" "Of course, though it's best to call ahead." Jennifer, as a top-tier star, had a busy schedule and clearly saw that Linton hadn't made her an official girlfriend. So discretion was essential. They needed to avoid press and paparazzi. After tidying up, she didn't join Linton for breakfast. Instead, she slipped quietly to the underground parking, got into her assistant's car, and left unseen. Chapter 512. Over $100 million in 2 days, Mariah Carey. When Linton arrived at the hotel restaurant for breakfast, he was surprised to find Catherine and Michelle Reese with bloodshot eyes, looking like they hadn't slept well. "What's going on with you two?" "It's obviously because Mission Impossible's box office smashed expectations. We were so excited we couldn't sleep a wink all night. Also, it's partly your fault. At such a crucial moment, you go off hanging with someone else." "Exactly. If you were with us, we wouldn't have stayed up all night. You owe us big time." Listening to their complaints, Linton understood. The box office breaking records had them excited for sure. But considering how their bodies had long been nourished by his essence, staying up 1 night, or even 3 nights, wouldn't have been a problem for them physically. Still, he had brushed them off last night to enjoy time with Jennifer Aniston, so their displeasure was real. Both factors combined explained their tired appearances. Fortunately, with adjustments to their press tour schedule, The trip was quite relaxed. At each city, they only had to visit 4 cinemas. Taking the audience flow into account, the distribution team in Chicago had arranged 2 shows in the afternoon and 2 in the evening. New York wasn't far from Chicago either. A private plane flight was just about an hour and a half. Seeing the time was still early, and with Catherine and Michelle Reese not feeling well, Linton decided to help treat them. How? By giving each a shot. He informed his assistant that everyone should rest until after lunch and postpone their departure time. Leading Catherine and Michelle Reese back to their rooms, he took on the role of doctor and began administering injections. Under his care, the 2 women soon relaxed and revitalized, their energy returning. While the trio were enjoying themselves oblivious to the world outside, the media frenzy about Mission Impossible's record-breaking opening had gone completely wild. Before, the North American single-day box office record was held by Independence Day with $27.72 million, but now Mission Impossible had skyrocketed to $49.06 million, almost double the previous mark. This kind of leap naturally sent media outlets into a frenzy. That very morning, every morning TV news program, newspaper, Yahoo News, and all major forums were ablaze, with reports and discussions about Mission Impossible's stunning new record. According to industry analysts, Mission Impossible had rewritten the rules, breaking $400 million in North America and surpassing $1 billion globally was practically inevitable. Of course, plenty of column inches were devoted to the steamy rumors surrounding Hollywood's golden boy Linton and America's sweetheart Jennifer Aniston appearing together on the New York leg of the tour. 2 superstars, one an unbeatable box office draw, the other beloved nationwide, naturally generated massive gossip and media buzz. Most articles mention Mission Impossible prominently, indirectly fueling even more interest in the film. Meanwhile, theaters capitalized on the momentum. Because of yesterday's staggering box office and near sold-out screenings, today's screenings were massively increased. While the number of theaters stayed maxed out, additional screens were added, with a mind-blowing 36% of all showtimes allocated to Mission Impossible. On opening day, the film had taken 70% of all ticket sales on just 30% of the screenings, and during peak hours, many theaters had lost customers due to insufficient showtimes. Naturally, other movies suffered. Recent releases Executive Decision and Up Close and Personal didn't even crack $4 million in box office yesterday, ranking 2nd and 3rd respectively, yet with screen shares close to 10%. The collective box office for other films barely crossed $10 million. With that stark contrast in earnings, theaters reduced their showtimes significantly, reallocating screens to Mission Impossible. Hollywood itself was taken aback. No studio executive or producer could sit still after seeing a $49.06 million opening day. Unearthing the key to this juggernaut's success, whether it be Linton's star power, the spy thriller genre, the film's quality, or marketing, became a hot topic. By 3 p.m., Linton's group arrived in Chicago. Learning from past mistake, Linton kept the flight details tightly under wraps, arriving without a crowd of fans waiting. The group smoothly checked into the Hilton. Soon after checking in, Mariah Carey, who had already arranged to stay at the same hotel, showed up to meet Linton. Naturally, this sparked a frenzy among paparazzi and reporters. Could Hollywood's notorious playboy Linton and the music queen Mariah be an item? That was prime gossip material. At 4:30 p.m., Mariah accompanied Linton, Catherine, and Michelle Reese to Chicago's largest theater, AMC River East 21. This multiplex hosted 21 screening rooms, with 10 reserved for Mission Impossible. Thanks to word that Linton would be there for promotional events, legions of fans flocked to the screenings. Despite the number of theaters showing the movie, occupancy had been high since morning, reaching packed houses during afternoon peak times. Linton and his entourage's arrival ignited fervent applause, and reporters from both the media and the theater worked themselves into a frenzy during the Q&A session. Mariah took the stage and shared her thoughts on the film. Linton's performance in Mission Impossible was outstanding. He brought Ethan Hunt to life, making him one of cinema's most memorable spy characters. And in the action scenes, Linton did many of his own stunts, like that rooftop chase in Prague. Under cover of night, He leapt and climbed with incredible agility, completely embodying the role of a skilled agent. After watching the film, all I could think was, Linton is so handsome, his acting was incredible. You'd really regret missing this movie. Her eloquence impressed Linton. Whoever said Mariah was just a big, goofy girl. She was clearly sharp, though maybe she'd done her homework beforehand. During audience and media questions, just like the day before, an awkward situation arose. Nobody asked about the movie itself. Instead, most questions focused on gossip involving Linton, Mariah, Catherine, and Michelle Reese. Linton, are you dating Mariah? Mariah, did you come to Chicago just for Linton? Mariah, are you ready to become Linton's 22nd girlfriend? Catherine, how do you feel about Mariah joining your group? Linton, how will you split your time tonight between Catherine and Michelle? Reese, Linton, will you write songs for Mariah? Mariah, will you collaborate with Linton? Faced with the barrage of gossip, most people would dodge the questions. Linton boasted briefly about the film, trying to steer the conversation back to the movie. But Mariah answered directly. Linton and I are good friends. I'm here on business in Chicago, and when I heard he was promoting Mission Impossible, I naturally wanted to support him. After all, Mission Impossible is truly fantastic, and Linton's performance is amazing and he is very handsome. Please give it your support. Her reply was savvy. She explained why she was there, boosted the film, and threw in a pointed compliment about Linton's looks. Though framed in terms of the movie, it inevitably stirred the imaginations of reporters and fans alike. Indeed, anyone who had doubted Mariah's smarts would need to rethink that opinion. Today's schedule remained light. After leaving AMC River East 21, around 5:30 p.m., they headed to Regal Webster Place 11. Following a relaxed dinner, they visited two other major theaters at 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. By 10 p.m., the Chicago leg of the tour wrapped smoothly. This laid-back pace even made Catherine and Michelle Reese twitchy. They worried if it might be too casual, bordering on unprofessional. Of course, Linton had every reason for the ease. Mission Impossible's promotion had thoroughly saturated every nook and cranny of America. Media coverage was overwhelming, leaving no need to hustle for headlines. Moreover, third-party surveys of midnight screenings and yesterday's results showed audiences rated the film an A, with almost no grades below C. Most crucially, the film's opening day smashing box office had sparked a viewing frenzy across North America. Though today's final numbers hadn't come in, attendance data indicated the box office would only climb higher, virtually guaranteed to set a new daily record. Under these conditions, their promotional roadshow's actual impact was modest, though still positive. Returning to the hotel early in the evening, Catherine, Michelle Reese, and Mariah naturally gathered in Linton's room. Fired up by Mission Impossible's soaring earnings, Catherine and Michelle Reese were eager to discuss the film and audience reactions with him. But Mariah didn't play by the usual rules. As soon as she stepped inside, she dropped her purse, threw herself into Linton's arms like a koala, and planted a warm, passionate kiss on him. She even began getting hands-on, exploring with eager touches. Catherine couldn't stand it. Hey, there are people around. Michelle Reese wasn't far behind. Yeah, do you think we're invisible or something? Mariah just smiled. No problem. You two can join in. I don't care. Catherine and Michelle Reese were furious internally. This wasn't just a matter of being unbothered. Mariah wasn't even an official member of the harem. What right did she have to say that? Just as they were about to voice their frustration again, Linton spoke up. Enough. Since Mariah wants to play, Catherine, Michelle Reese, you two come along too. The two women understood the message. Mariah was clearly an outside addition. Well, since that was the case, there was no point holding back. They smoothly joined in what started as an intimate game between two, but quickly blossomed into a raucous four-person game. More than 4 hours passed, yet the play showed no sign of ending. Suddenly, the phone rang urgently, likely the box office update from last night. They paused the play, and Linton answered. Levitt's excited voice came through. Boss. Fantastic news. Yesterday's box office broke another record, $51.93 million, a new single-day record. So, after 2 days, that's $100.99 million. In just 2 days, we've crossed $100 million, the fastest ever to reach that milestone. Linton hung up, scooped up Catherine and Michelle Reese, who'd been listening by his side, and turned to plant a kiss on Mariah nestled against his back. You all just heard it. Another record smashed. With such great news, let's keep the celebration going. Joyous music resumed. Mariah really was uninhibited. She went all out and didn't make any demands on Linton for the entire next morning after the play. When they parted, she happily accepted a bottle of beauty pills and said, "Linton, when I come to Los Angeles, don't ignore me," before leaving with a carefree air. With single-day box office topping $50 million and $100 million in 2 days, Mission Impossible had achieved unbelievable numbers. This sparked overwhelming media coverage. Of course, Mariah's help promoting in Chicago and the gossip surrounding her and Linton's rumored romance also grabbed huge headlines, fueling conversation and buzz. Taking cues from Jennifer and Mariah's success, many other actresses scrambled to get in touch with Linton, hoping to join his upcoming promotional events. What a great strategy. Courting Linton while riding the wave of Mission Impossible success, maybe even sparking something more. Catherine and Michelle Reese were pleased, though, as Linton rejected all these last-minute requests. Frankly, while Jennifer and Mariah's involvement boosted Mission Impossible's heat, it also inevitably diverted attention and media coverage away from Catherine and Michelle Reese, slightly undercutting their share of the box office glory. Chapter 513, breaking $200 million in 1 week, and a deal with Bill Gates. Next, Linton continued his promotional tour with Catherine and Michelle Reese, traveling effortlessly to Miami, Washington, D.C., Houston, Atlanta, and San Francisco. Meanwhile, Mission Impossible's box office soared unabated. After grossing $100.99 million over Friday and Saturday, Sunday brought in another $45.31 million. The 3-day opening weekend totaled $146.3 million, setting a new weekend box office record. On Monday, the film earned $21.81 million. Although the drop was steep, falling below the typical 50% weekday decline, the figure still dwarfed what most blockbusters could achieve in their daily earnings on an opening weekend. The industry began to see Mission Impossible's genuine potential to break box office records. Fans mainly contributed during opening weekend, so Monday's strong showing confirmed that word of mouth was spreading, winning over casual viewers and boosting ticket sales. Tuesday brought $20.59 million. Wednesday, $20.97 million. 6 days in, the box office hit $209.67 million, setting the fastest record to break $200 million. Thursday followed with $19.47 million. By the end of the week, the total was $229.14 million. At this point, no one doubted Mission Impossible would reach $400 million in North America alone. During the rest of the promotional tour, no other female stars joined the spotlight. Catherine and Michelle Reese enjoyed immense grandeur, appearing almost daily on the entertainment pages. They reaped huge benefits from the film's success, rising popularity, buzz, and star power. Catherine was now unquestionably a top-tier Hollywood leading lady, while Michelle Reese successfully ascended to second-tier stardom. Their agents reported a flood of endorsement deals and business invitations, both increasing in frequency and price bracket. On Friday, the group arrived in Seattle. Seattle stood as one of America's major economic powerhouses, boasting over 4 million residents and strong capabilities in aerospace, software, bioinformatics, genetics, electronics, medical devices, and environmental engineering. The world-renowned Microsoft and Boeing headquarters were located here. And of course, the world's richest man, Bill Gates, resided in the city. Microsoft had skyrocketed in recent years, its stock price hitting record highs. The company's market cap surpassed $100 billion, and Gates stood firmly atop the richest list with a net worth of $38.3 billion, nearly $10 billion more than the second place. Since Linton revealed his vitality pills, Gates had been eager to meet him. However, Linton's busy schedule had prevented it. Especially after the vitality pills sold out within just 90 minutes on May 6th, Gates' desire to meet intensified even more. He wasn't the only billionaire pursuing such a meeting. When Linton went to New York recently, Warren Buffett and David Rockefeller also extended invitations, all declined by Linton. Gates, however, had a unique advantage. Linton's charity foundation office was steadily acquiring Microsoft shares and currently held 6.3%, making it one of the company's largest shareholders. That stake belonged solely to the charity office. Counting shares held by Skycrest Capital, Linton Films, and UPN TV Network, Linton's personal stake exceeded an astonishing 10%. Still, Linton had no interest in Microsoft's management. His goal was pure investment growth. Once Microsoft's market cap neared $600 billion, he planned to liquidate for an enormous fortune. The charity office hadn't even sent board members to Microsoft, as Linton remembered the company had been growing at an unstoppable pace well before 2000. But thanks to this relationship, when Gates learned Linton would be in Seattle for promotion, he personally called to invite him for a meeting. Linton accepted graciously. His schedule in each city was light enough to squeeze it in. At 11 a.m. on Friday, Linton and others arrived in Seattle by private jet. After checking into the Hilton Hotel, he told Catherine and Michelle Reese to explore the city on their own. Accompanied by his assistant Lee Shauran, Linton took the car sent by Gates to Medina, a satellite town east of Seattle along the Washington Lake shore. Gates's famed estate, Xanadu 2.0, lay in this smallest of American cities, less than 20 minutes drive from the Seattle Hilton. The car drove down a tree-lined road filled with native alder, maple, and Douglas firs, eventually stopping in front of a grand mansion. From the front, the estate overlooked the misty Washington Lake, with a wooded hill rising behind, designed as a buried architecture fortress resembling a giant bastion. Reportedly, the estate covered over 160,000 square feet, was constructed entirely of wood from 500-year-old Douglas fir, and required over 300 workers 7 years to build, cutting into half a mountain. The total cost exceeded $100 million. Besides its grandeur, Xanadu 2.0 was noted for advanced high-tech features and smart home automation. Gates loved showing off the cutting-edge gadgets inside, occasionally hosting wealthy dignitaries to parties. Last year, tickets to tour the estate sold for $350,000 at a charity auction hosted by the Gates Foundation. When Linton stepped out of the car, Gates was already waiting at the main gate. "Linton, what a heroic young man. Last time we met was at the White House, wasn't it?" "Right, at the White House dinner 2 years ago." After some warm pleasantries, Gates personally led Linton through the mansion, explaining its features. Xanadu 2.0 employed many high-tech touches. For instance, visitors had to wear a small brooch, a locator. Without it, the home's alarm would trigger immediately. Almost every room had weather sensors, which communicated with a control center to adjust temperature and ventilation in real time. Approaching any glass door, it opened automatically, no touch needed. Lights and speakers turned on upon their approach and would shut off after leaving, giving the house an almost alive intelligence. There was a gigantic swimming pool with a retractable roof. Lee Shauran marveled quietly. "Boss, this smart tech is something else." Gates smiled faintly. "Nothing in it. Give it 10 years, this'll be widespread." A hint of arrogance came with the statement, fitting a tech mogul flaunting his innovations. Yet, Linton secretly admired Gates's visionary edge. Compared to traditional wealthy elites, Gates was truly ahead of his time. Though the estate's luxury lacked the grace of Linton's own grounds, its smart tech was indeed cutting edge. Coming from the future himself, Linton saw smart homes as the natural evolution and agreed that, eventually, the concept would dominate the market. Though Gates was optimistic about a 10-year widespread adoption, Linton thought 20 years was more realistic. Still, Gates's business foresight was remarkable, even if a bit premature. Beyond business, having exclusive use of such innovations satisfied a super-rich's need for superiority. Implementing a smart home with current tech wasn't easy, however. Gates revealed the house contained over 80 kilometers of wired cabling connecting sensors, transmitters, and a central computer to control bathrooms, air conditioning, audio, lighting, and more, all made obedient to the system. After touring the smart tech, Gates and Linton proceeded upstairs to the mansion's 3rd floor, housing a 24-person banquet hall. Through glass walls, They enjoyed breathtaking views of the lake and surrounding hills. The staff led Lee Shower to the adjacent dining room, leaving only Gates and Linton in the grand hall. Dishes emerged from the kitchen: tender Wagyu steaks, Alaskan halibut with jumbo shrimp, honey soy glazed salmon, each dish a visual and culinary delight. Gates brought out a prized French Chateau Latour wine to accompany the meal. This was a formal business dinner, rich with ceremony and gravitas. Linton noted Gates's calm demeanor, taking his time before raising business. After a few rounds of wine and courses, Gates finally spoke. "Linton, from what I understand, your charity foundation already holds 6.3% of Microsoft shares, right?" "That's correct. I heard you started buying Microsoft stock steadily since your early days?" "Yes, I was confident in Microsoft's future under your leadership. Thank you for your faith in me and the company." According to American securities rules, shareholders owning over 5% can request board representation. Why haven't you pressed this? 2 reasons. First, under your guidance, Microsoft has grown so well. I trust you to deliver solid returns for shareholders. Second, we lack industry knowledge and suitable candidates from our side. How about this? You pick anyone, maybe one of your 21 girlfriends, to become a non-executive director at Microsoft. They don't need to understand the business or attend meetings. At least they'd earn a generous salary annually. What do you think? All right, I'll consider it. Linton recognized this as a goodwill gesture, likely leading to talk about his vitality pills soon. "Linton, your vitality pills are too scarce. On launch day, my people couldn't even get in line. Can you hold 4 bottles for me in advance?" 4 bottles? That's quite a lot. 1 bottle lasts you a year. Gates shifted gears and mentioned the pills first. Linton hadn't expected such eagerness. "I know 1 bottle is enough for a year, but I have to think beyond myself. My parents and partner need them, too. The supply is limited." Linton hesitated. After some back and forth, they struck a deal. Linton agreed to prioritize selling Gates 4 bottles at market price before the official launch next month. In return, Gates promised to push for Linton to secure 2 non-independent board seats at Microsoft. Positions requiring no attendance, but with salaries no less than $1 million each annually. Linton already had candidates in mind: Aunt Kelly and Winnie. Kelly was one of his most trusted confidants, excelling at managing the charity foundation, though her salary capped at $500,000 yearly, plus Linton's supplemental support, which she declined. Securing a legitimate, lucrative income for her was ideal. Winnie was a favored companion, unique among his girlfriends. Others were stars with effortless wealth, so the $1 million salary would hardly move them. With the deal done, it was 3:30. Since they had a film promotion at a cinema that afternoon, Linton didn't linger at Xanadu 2.0. Gates sent a car to return him and Lee Shower into the hotel. There, Catherine, Michelle Reese, and the promotional team reunited to continue their smooth and enjoyable campaign tour. Chapter 514, Cheryl and Finn. On the very day Linton and his team arrived in Seattle for their promotional tour, Friday, May 17th, the start of a new weekend, saw the release of 7 new films. Among them were 2 major Hollywood blockbusters, Warner Brothers' Eraser and 20th Century Fox's Courage Under Fire. Although Mission Impossible was still pulling in astounding box office numbers, it had to significantly reduce its screen count for the second weekend, given the hotly competitive summer season. Its screening ratio dropped to 22%, still far ahead of other movies. Eraser ranked second in screenings. Directed by Chuck Russell, it featured superstars Arnold Schwarzenegger, Vanessa Williams, and James Caan in an action thriller. The story focused on John, an agent from the U.S. Marshals, who was framed while protecting a witness. Together, John and the witness, Lee Cullen, delved into the conspiracy and confronted the mastermind behind it all. Given Schwarzenegger's leading role and the film's action-heavy style, his signature genre, it naturally received high expectations from theaters. The first-day opening spanned 3,100 screens, accounting for 17% of the screenings. Coming in third was Courage Under Fire, directed by Edward Zwick and starring heavyweight talents Denzel Washington and Meg Ryan. It was the first film centered on the Gulf War, portraying a woman's sacrifice amidst men's war and Major Sorling's quest to uncover the truth upon his return. Its opening day covered 2,700 screens, capturing a 14.5% share of screenings. This allocation sparked discontent from Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox. They argued that no matter how impressive Mission Impossible was, it had already passed its peak viewing period. Why should it still dominate screenings over their fresh releases? Together, these studios pressured the four major theater chains, seeking to wrestle more screen time from Mission Impossible. However, Universal Pictures and Linton Films weren't backing down. Especially with Mission Impossible's strong attendance, the four major chains, now having over 80% market share after mergers in the past 2 years, stood firm to protect their interests and resisted the pressure from Warner Brothers and Fox. When Friday's box office numbers came out early Saturday morning, it was both predictable and astonishing. Hollywood and the major theater chains remained silent, but the media exploded again. Despite being in its second week, Mission Impossible still pulled in $23.61 million on Friday alone, securing the weekend's top spot and 41% of box office share. Eraser came in second with $10.83 million, just edging its screening share. Courage Under Fire took third with $7.35 million, marking an immediate box office inversion on its opening day. The comparison spoke volumes. The theaters had not overly favored Mission Impossible. Rather, they had overestimated Eraser and Courage Under Fire. Saturday saw an overall rise in ticket sales. Mission Impossible earned $24.38 million. Eraser, $12.08 million. Courage Under Fire, $7.91 million. Sunday continued the trend with Mission Impossible at $21.37 million. Eraser, $9.58 million. Courage Under Fire, $6.73 million. Across the weekend's 3 days, Mission Impossible racked up $69.36 million in North America, maintaining number one despite just 22% screen allocation, capturing 40% of the box office share. The film's cumulative gross was $298.5 million, tantalizingly close to $300 million. The media showered Mission Impossible with unrelenting praise, casting a spotlight on Linton, Catherine, and Michelle Reese. Wherever they went during the tour, reporters and paparazzi swarmed, driving Catherine and Michelle Reese's popularity to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, the secondary promotional team, Jon Voight, Henry Czerny, Jean Reno, and Ving Rhames, also drew media attention and emerged as newly minted stars. Though they didn't enjoy the same level of red carpet success as Linton's group, their breakthrough was notable. By Monday, Linton, Catherine, and Michelle Reese reached the tour's final stop, Detroit. Detroit, America's premier automobile manufacturing hub, stood as a city built solely on the auto industry, proudly dubbed the Motor City. At its peak, its booming car industry vaulted it to the rank of America's fourth largest city, trailing only New York, Los Angeles, and Chicago. However, by the late 1970s, the global oil crisis hit hard. Japanese automakers took advantage of their fuel-efficient vehicles and swiftly claimed market share from American cars. Detroit's economy suffered deeply, with its city ranking plummeting out of America's top 15 by the early 80s. Later, the U.S. government intervened, forcing the yen to rise, limiting Japanese car imports, and requiring Japanese car makers to establish plants in Detroit. These moves revived Detroit slowly, restoring it to the country's top 10 cities, though its glory days remained out of reach. Upon arrival, Linton's team checked into the Hilton. No sooner had they settled than Sherilyn Fenn, with whom a prior meet had been arranged, came to join them. Sherilyn, with heritage spanning Italy, France, Ireland, and Hungary, possessed a sharply defined, deeply captivating face, seductive eyes, and luscious lips, embodying the quintessential Hollywood beauty ideal. Her beauty bore a blend of nobility and wildness. A solitary beauty mark at her eye's corner lent extra mystery and allure. Her cleft chin accentuated her sensual charm. Acclaimed as one of Hollywood's classic beauties, Sherilyn was named among the world's 10 most beautiful women in 1993. Yet her film career was troubled, to say the least, an offbeat, almost non-mainstream path. Her two most famous works remain the indie titles Two Moon Junction and Boxing Helena along with Twin Peaks, all three arguably adult-oriented films/series, featuring notable nude scenes. These films debuted when Linton was still in college. He vividly recalled watching them with classmates, all mesmerized by Sherilyn's stunning looks, crowning her their dream woman. To Linton, Sherilyn's beauty wasn't just skin-deep. It was the intoxicating fusion of aristocratic grace and untamed seductiveness, purity and temptation, an allure hard to put into words. Ironically, Sherilyn's shockingly bold roles seemed to pigeonhole her career. Afterward, the roles Hollywood offered were mainly those of sultry vixens skating along the edges of propriety. She tried to reinvent herself, but found it an uphill battle, barely landing any substantial roles outside of typecast parts. Aging gradually, while still gorgeous, her star power dimmed. Today, she barely clings to the cusp of A-list status. Her joining Linton's Mission Impossible promotional tour was partly a bid to ride its buzz for exposure, and perhaps quietly seek opportunities directly from Linton. That day, Sherilyn wore a form-fitting knee-length dress of red and blue with thigh-high boots. Her voluminous chestnut curls framed a flawless, blossoming mature beauty. Surprisingly, even though Sherilyn hinted at closeness with Linton upon their reunion, seeing Catherine and Michelle Reese firmly flanking him on each side made her restrain herself. Unlike Jennifer Aniston and Mariah Carey, who earlier had barged in to embrace Linton passionately, sparking endless speculation, Sherilyn politely shook his hand, then positioned herself beside Catherine, maintaining a friendly facade. At times, she engaged Linton in conversation, and her eyes betrayed unspoken emotions, yet she never attempted to wedge between Catherine or Michelle Reese or Nestle close to Linton. At first, Linton thought she might be a master of the romantic game, playing hard to get, a kind of come-and-go allure. After all, her on-screen persona was unforgettable. But during the rest of the tour, whether in the car, on stage, or dining in the evening, Sherilyn maintained this reserved demeanor. Clearly well-briefed about Mission Impossible, she spoke eloquently before reporters and audiences alike. Mission Impossible is truly a thrilling movie. Linton's performance is especially outstanding. From the start, it immerses you in a spy world veiled in mystery, with one adrenaline-pumping climax after another. There are three scenes that stand out. The escape from a modern coffee shop in Prague, smashing a huge fish tank. Both visually unique and symbolically rich, he falls into a ruthless world where the big fish eat the little fish. The sequence where Linton sneaks into the CIA to steal documents is spectacular. I believe this will become a classic. The final climax, where Linton clings atop a speeding train with a tunnel ahead and a helicopter chasing from behind, is pure high-octane excitement, thrilling audiences to the core. I've watched it 3 times, and each viewing stirs new emotions. I hope everyone loves Mission Impossible and loves Linton as much as I do. Her praise was sharp and poised, though Linton wondered if it reflected her own words or those crafted by her agent. Later that night, after the screening wrapped around 10:30 p.m., as the group returned to the hotel, Sherilyn seemed hesitant about whether to say goodbye. Unexpectedly, Linton felt a strong pull of interest. He extended an invitation. "Sherilyn, thanks for today. Come up for a bit and have a drink." Hearing this, Catherine and Michelle Reese were stunned. Such offers had become rare from Linton. Could he really be interested in her? Sherilyn, wavering moments ago, accepted and followed Linton. Upstairs, the four arrived at Linton's executive suite, but Catherine and Michelle Reese declined entry, quickly finding excuses to return to their rooms. Once they left, Sherilyn visibly relaxed, her body unwinding. Taking a seat at the dining table, she appeared slightly awkward, different from the flirtatious advance others had made toward Linton. His curiosity deepened. Was she genuinely here just to share a drink? Red wine, champagne, or whiskey? "What's your choice?" Linton asked. "Red wine, please." "Thank you." Pouring the wine, Linton discreetly cast soul induction, probing Sherilyn's past and true feelings toward him. The results astonished him. Having known Sherilyn only through her roles in Two Moon Junction, Boxing Helena, and Twin Peaks, he assumed in reality she embodied the same open-mindedness, like Sharon Stone. Instead, she was remarkably conservative. At 31, Sherilyn had only dated 3 men and been intimate only with 2 of them, Prince in 1985 and Johnny Depp for 3 years from 1985 to 1988. She briefly dated the guitarist-songwriter Toulouse Holiday, whom she met on the set of 3 of Hearts for a while in 1992, but they broke off soon. Since then, she'd stayed single. This shattered Linton's preconceptions. Hollywood held conservative actresses, let alone one who debuted as an adult star but clung to purity, in rare regard. Her career trajectory reflected this paradox. During Two Moon Junction, she'd been deceived by the director under the guise of art and influenced by the new wave at the time, genuinely believed the film was high art. Only after release did she realize the truth. It was too late. Though that film made her a teenage heartthrob nationwide, Sherilyn refused to capitalize on the momentum with aggressive publicity, unlike Sharon Stone, who had a brief fling with Linton. Instead, Sherilyn retreated for a year, hoping audiences would forget her sultry role. When she returned, Hollywood had typecast her as a sexy prop. Rejecting the casting couch made it impossible to land better parts. She settled for Twin Peaks, a somewhat more acceptable film, though still containing suggestive scenes. Unexpectedly, she earned a Golden Globe nomination for Best Supporting Actress and hoped it signified recognition and a career reboot. Yet without succumbing to the rules, she found herself circling the same sultry roles, with more serious parts just out of reach. As she aged, Hollywood's constant parade of young beauties willing to push boundaries left her increasingly sidelined. Even those alluring supporting roles grew scarce. This tough spot drove Sherilyn, at her agent's urging, to seize the chance to join Mission Impossible's premiere events, in hopes of winning Linton's favor and rebooting her career. Sherilyn herself never imagined the effect Linton's unique charisma would have on her. Enhanced by his beauty and vitality pills, his presence stirred her dormant desires that had lain dormant for over the years, inspiring her to propose accompanying him on the Detroit leg. Yet when she later saw Jennifer Aniston and Mariah Carey at other events with Linton, openly sparking scandalous rumors, Sherilyn's apprehension grew. Seeing Catherine and Michelle Reese locked arm in arm with Linton at the Detroit Hilton, recalling his reputation as a notorious ladies' man, and reflecting on her own age and status, Sherilyn hesitated. She doubted Linton would choose her and didn't want to play a one-night stand. Hearing all this, Linton felt completely reassured and even more intrigued. Such a treasure of a beauty deserved his genuine care. Snapping his fingers, he withdrew the spell and gently took Sherilyn's soft, pale hand. "Sherilyn, do you like me?" he asked quietly. Chapter 515, Mature Woman with a Young Heart. Sherilyn Finn had just come out of a trance-like state, still a bit dazed and slow to react. Seeing her silent, Linton reached out, gently pulling her into his arms, then pressed a kiss to her fiery red lips. Sherilyn's heart was already stirred by Linton's presence, and she quickly got lost in his embrace. Her hands instinctively wrapped around him, responding passionately. By the time she fully came to her senses, she realized she had become completely submissive. Worried that Linton might see her as just a one-night stand, she wanted to stop him, but found her voice drowned out by an eager anticipation deep inside. The word stop simply wouldn't come, but the night had just begun. Sherilyn's breath caught as the closeness between them deepened, drawing her into sensations she had long forgotten. Years of emotional restraint and distance had left her unprepared for such intensity. Each movement, each subtle touch from Linton, seemed to dissolve the composure she had so carefully maintained. She tried to steady herself, but her self-control faltered beneath the warmth of his presence. The tension that had built within her for so long found release in a rush she couldn't contain. This caught Linton by surprise, and Sherilyn was mortified. She shyly explained, worried Linton might look down on her. "Linton, you won't think less of me, will you?" Linton was filled with joy. Clearly, Sherilyn was a rare treasure of beauty with untapped depths. It was time for him to work his magic. "Baby, never say that. I love you just the way you are right now." Thanks to the miraculous effects of his essence, Sherilyn's stamina was restored and then skyrocketed. The next morning, Sherilyn was lying softly on top of Linton. "Darling, I've never felt life could be this wonderful." "Baby, that's mainly because you're so beautiful." "Thanks for the compliment." "Hey, can I ask you something?" "Sure, what's on your mind?" Do you think this counts as a date? Sherilyn asked nervously, looking up at Linton. Of course. I'm happy to have you as my girlfriend. Sherilyn's face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile. Darling, don't lie to me. I'm serious about this. Of course it's true. But, can we keep this quiet for now? Why? Linton was surprised. If it were any other woman, she'd be eager to announce it to the world. After all, revealing their relationship could skyrocket Sherilyn's popularity and open countless opportunities. Endorsements, business invites, and media attention would flood in. I'm serious about love, Sherilyn said softly. We've just started seeing each other. I want us to take time, really build something first. We can go public when the relationship's steady. Linton smiled warmly inside. Sherilyn truly was a mature woman with a young heart. Okay, but you know I'm busy, right? I probably won't have much free time. I know you're busy. It's fine. Let's just have one date per week. No problem. But I should warn you. Media reports about me having 21 girlfriends are true. Can you handle that? Linton had planned to reveal more about his harem later, but since Sherilyn wanted to keep things quiet, he decided to keep it simple. Just the well-known fact about his numerous girlfriends. I couldn't have accepted that before, but with your abilities, I feel differently now. Honestly, I'm not sure how I feel yet. Let's just take things slow. Also, I have a question. Shoot. I was born in '65, so I've missed my prime years, and I'm 6 years older than you. You won't mind, right? Sherilyn, age isn't an issue. Among my current girlfriends, Madonna is about 7 years older than you. As for looks, don't worry. Come on, let's go to the bathroom and check. Why the bathroom? You're always up to something, Sherilyn teased, her mind wandering. Linton didn't explain. With a princely lift, he carried her to the bathroom mirror. Baby, look at yourself. See how beautiful you are now. Wow. Darling, what magic did you work on me? My skin looks so much better. Like I've turned back the clock. You forgot who developed the beauty pills and vitality pills. Since we're dating, I want to give you special treatment. Darling, you're the best. Sherilyn couldn't help but kiss him warmly. Darling, love me right here. By the time they finished freshening up and packing, it was just after 9 a.m. Fortunately, in their 5-star hotel executive suite, although the restaurant was closed, room service was still available. After breakfast, Linton invited her to return with him to Los Angeles. Sherilyn, Detroit is my final stop for the North America promotional tour. I'm heading back to Los Angeles this afternoon. Do you want to come along? Sherilyn hesitated, then declined. No, since we're keeping things under wraps, I'll go back to Los Angeles on my own. But remember our weekly dates. That afternoon, Linton returned to Los Angeles with Catherine and Michelle Reese. Just yesterday, Monday, Mission Impossible had smashed the North American box office again with $9.73 million, bringing total domestic earnings to over $308 million. That same weekend, Mission Impossible officially launched overseas, premiering in more than 20 countries and regions, including the UK, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Russia, Australia, South Korea, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and more. Unfortunately, the biggest overseas market, Japan, wouldn't see the film for another 6 months. Since Universal was acquired by Linton from Panasonic Electronics, the studio no longer enjoyed special distribution privileges there. Thanks to Mission Impossible's massive success in North America and its own stellar quality, it sparked a viewing craze as soon as it debuted abroad. The overseas box office topped $103 million in its opening 3 days. While not as explosive as in North America, this still set a new record for a Hollywood film's overseas opening weekend. After returning to Los Angeles, they planned to rest a few days before Catherine, Michelle Reese, Jon Voight, Henry Czerny, Jean Reno, and Ving Rhames split up to tour overseas for promotions. Catherine would cover the UK, France, Germany, and Italy. Michelle Reese was assigned to Hong Kong, Taiwan, and South Korea. The others, including Jon Voight, would handle Australia, Brazil, Spain, and additional markets. Given the current sensitive political climate and Linton's status, it was inappropriate for him to travel internationally for promotions. Washington wouldn't approve. But with the film's soaring popularity, having Catherine and the others on the road was more than enough. Chapter 516, New Jets, Spies. On May 21st, Linton wrapped up the North American promotional tour for Mission Impossible and returned to the estate with Catherine and Michelle Reese. As soon as he arrived, a rosy-cheeked little girl came stumbling toward him, babbling "Daddy" with adorable mispronunciations. Although Lena wasn't even 10 months old yet, thanks to her parents' strong genes and having been nourished by his essence since the womb, she thrived. After birth, she was continuously breastfed, further absorbing her mother's vital essence. By 6 months, Madonna's milk supply wasn't enough, so fresh, spirit-infused milk from the small farm was brought weekly. Pampered and cherished beyond measure, Lena was not only incredibly cute, but remarkably healthy and strong. She walked and spoke earlier than most babies. Hearing her call him Daddy for the first time melted Linton's heart instantly. He rushed over, scooped her into his arms, and played a few rounds of lifting games, all while Lena's joyful giggles filled the room. Afterward, he embraced Madonna, Christiana, Sophie Marceau, and Monica one by one, who followed closely behind Lena. Madonna was dressed in dancewear. She had gradually resumed work after Lena turned 6 months old. After the buzz about the beauty pills and vitality pills, she landed several new endorsement deals and business engagements. But when Linton recently told her he wanted her to star in Chicago and that he would help her vie for an Oscar, she dropped most of her work to focus fully on dance practice at the estate. After a year and a half without dancing, she was determined. Christiana, Sophie Marceau, and Monica were all about 7 months pregnant. To ensure safety, they had stopped working since the previous week, choosing to stay at the estate and focus on their pregnancies. That evening, under Madonna's lively hosting, the 4 women, along with Catherine and Michelle Reese, held a wildly creative welcome party for Linton. The party was energetic and intense, especially Christiana, Sophie, and Monica. Despite their pregnancies limiting movement, their passions ran even hotter, their stamina fierce enough to make Linton worry about the babies growing inside them. He found himself unusually cautious around them. Catherine and Michelle Reese, though well-fed and rested during the promotional tour, couldn't help but dive into the fun with equal enthusiasm. The movie's box office smashing past $300 million sparked an irresistible energy. Costumes and props were enthusiastically brought out. Everyone threw themselves into role plays and skits, immersing fully in the theatrical chaos. The rousing group sing-along went on all night. The next morning, with the play concluded, Linton gathered Christiana, Sophie, and Monica close. "My dears," he said warmly, "you're only 2 months away from giving birth. This is such a precious and unforgettable moment. How would you feel about doing an artistic photo shoot, like Madonna did, capturing this beautiful memory to treasure forever?" "That sounds wonderful. We've been looking forward to it," Christiana replied eagerly. "Fantastic. You have to make us look stunning, and maybe a bit more daring with the shots," Sophie added. "Great. The 3 of us together, a full maternity photo series," Monica chimed in excitedly. The women beamed, their anticipation plain. "All right," Linton said, "start getting ready. We'll begin shooting in 3 days." "Perfect timing. We'll prepare more outfits," Christiana said. "Not just clothes," Linton added. "We'll decorate key filming spots around the estate, like the master bedroom, the study, rooftop garden, pool area. It needs to look absolutely breathtaking, dripping with elegance and luxury." It wasn't only Sophie, Christiana, and Monica who were excited. Madonna, Catherine, and Michelle Reese eagerly offered suggestions. Madonna, putting dance practice aside, said, "I have experience with shoots. I'll help you oversee the set arrangements." Catherine and Michelle Reese added, "We're free these couple of days and can go with you to shop for outfits." The women wasted no time. After breakfast, they scattered, bubbling with excitement. Meanwhile, another piece of good news arrived. The 2 Gulfstream V private jets Linton had purchased last week were delivered. Winnie had completed all the paperwork and recruited the flight crews. The planes were ready to fly. However, being cautious, Linton scheduled final interviews for all crew members tomorrow to personally vet them and ensure no bad actors slipped in. Given the new jets had a range of 7,500 miles, capable of flying nonstop from Los Angeles to any major city worldwide, Linton decided to keep one for himself, assign the previous jet to the estate, and dedicate the newest one to the film company. This meant Catherine and Michelle Reese were fortunate. They could each take a private jet for their promotional tours. Without delay, Linton went as planned to the Palm Springs community, picked up Winnie, and together they drove to Starstone Aviation. Starstone Aviation specialized in private jet services, including aircraft management and recruiting of pilots and flight attendants. They had managed all services for Linton's first jet, which he was very satisfied with. So naturally, this time too he chose to continue the partnership. In fact, Winnie and Goodman had preliminarily selected 4 pilots and 4 flight attendants, conducted background checks, and were just waiting for Linton's final interviews and approval. When Linton arrived at Starstone, Goodman was already there, greeting top executives at the entrance. After a brief greeting, Linton headed alone to a conference room Starstone had prepared. One by one, the 8 candidates took turns for private interviews. The interviews were straightforward. Linton used his soul induction technique to probe their motives. He asked why they applied, if they harbored any ill intent, or if anyone had sent them. To his surprise, 2 candidates, 1 pilot and 1 flight attendant, were not entirely sincere. Both currently worked for well-known airlines and had been doing well, but someone had recently bribed them to join the hiring process here. What concerned Linton even more was the caution of their handlers. The 2 didn't know each other's identities or the purpose behind their actions. The widening influence of the vitality and beauty pills was clearly attracting more covert threats, with increasingly subtle tactics. It was obvious the forces behind these 2 were targeting those products. Judging from their secrecy and sophistication, the perpetrators were formidable, and they might even be from separate groups. Also, since they were first bribed, then recruited and managed to pass the hiring, there must be accomplices inside Starstone Aviation itself. But Linton had changed since before. Aside from his growing personal influence, he had the full support of the White House behind him. He no longer bothered with personal investigations. He trusted the professionals to handle it, letting the FBI have something to do. He immediately disqualified the 2 candidates and asked Starstone Aviation to resume recruitment. As for Catherine and Michelle Reese's travel plans, it would not be delayed. He would temporarily assign 2 trusted crew members from his own jet to assist. Then he pulled out his phone and called Leon Panetta, briefing him on the situation, instructing a thorough investigation. Chapter 517. Investing in ICQ, New Target, Amazon. After leaving Starstone Aviation, Linton and Winnie returned to the office. As soon as they walked in, Winnie threw herself into Linton's arms and kissed him warmly. "Darling, I missed you so much." "Then why didn't you come to the estate yesterday?" he asked. "There were too many people at the estate, and there were 3 women already pregnant. I didn't want to join that crowd. I just wanted to be alone with you. It's so much better that way." "Then let's not waste any time." After an intensely passionate session, Winnie lay softly against Linton's chest. "Darling, it feels so good to be with you. Oh, baby, by the way, I met with Bill Gates not long ago. He agreed to give me 2 non-executive board seats. Just the money, no work involved, with a healthy salary of $1 million a year. I thought about it, and I want you and my aunt to take one each. Get in touch with Microsoft quickly and send them your info." "That's amazing, darling. Thank you." Mwah. "So, how are the investments going?" "We've been quietly buying shares over the past while. Over 30 telecommunications and computer stocks we researched earlier. Altogether, we've bought more than $5 billion worth. But with such a huge amount, converting everything into stock will take 2 to 3 months to complete. There is no rush. We have all the time we need." "All right." The new investment team is already set up and has started screening companies in other industries. The first list of recommended investments should be ready within 2 months. "Good. We're gradually moving into other sectors too. When the list is ready, show it to me." "Will do." "Oh, and I have some good news for you." "Oh, what's the good news?" "You mentioned earlier that the third key internet investment to watch is a project enabling users to communicate peer-to-peer online. It finally appeared recently, and they came looking for investment." "Oh, tell me more." "It turned out to be an Israeli startup called Mirabilis, founded by 3 young men, Arik Vardy, Yair Goldfinger, and Sefi Vigisser, who had just finished military service at the beginning of the year. They agreed to launch a business together. After investigating, they found that email inboxes were often clogged with irrelevant messages, burying important ones without timely feedback. So the three locked themselves in a room for nearly 3 months and developed an internet instant messaging software called ICQ. The software supported online chatting, messaging, and file transfers, pioneering instant online communication. They then formed Mirabilis to promote and operate the product, but quickly realized marketing required huge capital, far beyond their means. With no choice, they took the software on the road seeking investors, but because their product was so different from mainstream internet applications, no investors were interested. Failing to find backing in Israel, they traveled to America. After several setbacks in Silicon Valley, they ended up at Mangrove Capital and finally came to Winnie. I remembered what you said about that third important field to focus on in internet investments. Plus, the investment amount wasn't large, so I approved it. Not large. How much? $2 million for 40% equity. Not bad. That field definitely has huge potential. Think about it. This software supports free online chatting, messaging, and file transfers. Everyone should want that, right? Is that so? But don't we have phones? And cell phones? Why would people still use it? Because you can afford to pay high monthly bills without worry. But most ordinary people want their communication costs as low as possible, free if they can get it. So this software fits the expectations of the vast majority. Now that you put it that way, it really does seem promising. Exactly. Most people are just regular folks looking after their wallets. From that angle, this software has to be a product everyone needs and will use frequently. Sounds good. I want to assign someone to closely track and guide them. Preferably put an executive board member there. That's fine. Just make sure our people focus on the finances and hitting performance goals. Don't interfere too much with their operations. Got it. Hope this turns out to be a great deal. Darling. Also, the internet is developing so fast. According to recent federal data, there are already over 30 million internet users in the US. With so many users, applications will flourish and diversify. Focus especially on one area. Which area? Online shopping. I think it's got enormous potential. Online shopping? I think there's already a company called Amazon selling books online. Yes, but I think it's not in Silicon Valley. It's based in Seattle. Let's look up that company online. Now? Really? Yep. Linton scooped Winnie up in a princess carrying her to the computer desk. He booted up the computer and dialed into the internet. Winnie quickly opened Netscape Navigator, went to Yahoo, and typed in online shopping. Within moments, a dozen or so results popped up, mostly discussions and news about online shopping. Among them was a listing introducing Amazon, complete with a website link. Clicking the link, they were taken to Amazon's website. The layout was simple and functional, with just one main feature, selling books. It had categorized book listings, bestseller charts, and a keyword search function. Linton tried purchasing a book through the site and found the experience quite decent. However, there was one serious limitation: no online payment yet. The only payment method was cash on delivery, collected by a courier at the customer's door. Seeing the familiar web address and recognizing Jeff Bezos as the founder, Linton knew this was the early stage of what would become the world-renowned Amazon. Since he had already noticed them, there was no way he would let the opportunity slip by. Darling, with internet popularity soaring, online shopping has huge potential ahead. I want you to focus on this company and find a way to participate in their financing round. The more shares we can get, the better. Got it. I'll make it a priority. Chapter 518. The Exchange of Interests, George Walker Bush. After learning that Linton had finished the movie promotional tour and returned to Los Angeles, his assistant, Lee Shauran, was immediately flooded with countless requests for meetings. By the time Linton and Winnie came out of the suite and returned to the office, it was nearly 5 p.m. Lee Shauran glanced at Winnie's flushed, rosy face and felt a surge of envy, but kept a professional expression. She handed Linton a neatly organized list. Boss, today I've received over 30 requests to see you personally. The secretary's office got even more. I've compiled all their information. Here's the detailed list. Linton took the list and found it quite extensive, over 80 names. They were prominent figures all across America, from politicians and capitalists to retired tycoons, plus some foreign billionaires, including princes from Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. It went without saying, they were all after his vitality pills. But Linton wasn't the same man he used to be. In the past, he might have found it worthwhile to entertain these guests and cultivate relationships. Now, while he couldn't entirely ignore them, scheduling time just wasn't worth it. If he had time, he'd see some of them. If not, they'd have to wait. Still, a few names stood out on the list, demanding genuine attention. House Speaker Newt Gingrich, Secretary of Defense William Perry, California Governor Pete Wilson, and Los Angeles Mayor Richard Riordan. What puzzled Linton was that these men, with their status and resources, shouldn't lack vitality pills, and yet they were actively seeking him out at this time. Since they had reached out first, it would be rude to decline. With that in mind, he picked up the phone and called each of them in order, soon realizing they were all acting on behalf of friends. Their meeting agendas, unsurprisingly, revolved around the vitality pills too. But for their sake, Linton decided to accept the meetings. Besides, his schedule for the next 2 days was clear. The other appointments could wait until later. The next morning, at the Los Angeles Maple Leaf Golf Club, Linton met with House Speaker Newt Gingrich. Accompanying Newt Gingrich was an elderly man with a square, white-haired face. "Linton, congratulations on your blockbuster hit, Mission Impossible." "Thank you, Mr. Gingrich. And congratulations on how youthful you look these days." "All thanks to those vitality pills," Newt Gingrich said with a smile. "Let me introduce you to a friend, Warren Buffett, a legendary investment guru known on Wall Street as the Oracle of Omaha. He's currently the chairman and CEO of Berkshire Hathaway. Warren, this is the miraculous Linton Anderson." "Hello, Mr. Buffett. I've heard a lot about you and have studied your value investing approach." Linton extended his hand, respectful and warm. "Hello, Mr. Anderson. You're America's top genius, not just a Hollywood mogul, but the creator of those incredible vitality and beauty pills. Your name's been ringing across the globe lately." The two men exchanged generous business praises, each lifting the other's stature. "Enough of the compliments," Newt Gingrich cut in with a grin. "How about we play a round together?" "Sounds good." With Linton's skill level, he could easily outperform Newt Gingrich and Warren Buffett in golf. But this was social, not a competition. He patiently played along, spending over 2 hours to finish 9 holes with a comparable score. Newt Gingrich and Warren Buffett, both in their 60s, did well just to make it through. After taking a golf cart back to the clubhouse, showering, and freshening up, they settled into a VIP lounge. Over a simple cup of coffee, Newt Gingrich excused himself with a polite reason and left, leaving Linton alone with Warren Buffett. Newt Gingrich's role was simply to introduce Warren Buffett. The serious negotiations would now take place between the two men. "Linton, the real reason I came today is to ask for your help in securing an early order of the vitality pills," Warren Buffett said bluntly. "No problem. Since we're friends, I can authorize 1 bottle for you. On the 5th of next month, send your people to my farm in Montana for the early transaction," Linton responded readily. "Can I get 2 bottles instead?" "2 might be tough. The vitality pills are produced in limited quantities." Considering Warren Buffett's status as one of the top billionaires and Newt Gingrich's backing, Linton could easily guarantee 1 bottle's priority supply. But 2 would require more substantial incentives. "How about this? I know you have a lot of cash to invest. I can share my top 20 investment companies from my portfolio to help guide your decisions." "Deal." That was an unexpected pleasure. Buffett was renowned for his value investing philosophy, tending toward long-term holdings, usually steering clear of high-tech sectors like computers and the internet. Linton was expanding his investments beyond computers, telecom, and the internet. Having Buffett's recommended companies combined with the analysis of his new investment team would significantly improve his chances of success. That afternoon, at the Los Angeles Sea County Country Club, Linton met with Secretary of Defense William Perry, who arrived with 81-year-old David Rockefeller. Anyone familiar with American history knew the Rockefeller family's magnitude. The Rockefellers were America's most distinguished dynasty, bar none. The family patriarch, John D. Rockefeller, founded Standard Oil in the late 19th century and became the world's first billionaire. Wall Street often said that if the old Rockefeller were alive today, his wealth would surpass the combined net worth of the world's top 10 billionaires by 10%. That's how formidable the family was. At Rockefeller's peak, Standard Oil monopolized 95% of the nation's refining capacity and 90% of oil transport. This era was later known as the monopoly era in American history. Thanks to President Theodore Roosevelt wielding unprecedented power at that time, he recognized the societal harm monopolies posed. Using the Sherman Antitrust Act, he forced Standard Oil's breakup into 34 independent companies. Though the Rockefellers kept Mobil Oil, the world's most powerful oil company remained beyond their full control, a crucial curb on their expansion. Having weathered 170 years of upheaval, the Rockefeller family's current head, David Rockefeller, was a third-generation leader. His influence didn't rival his predecessors, but he remained one of America's most powerful figures. So it wasn't surprising he came with William Perry as his advocate. While the country club had a golf course, David Rockefeller's age made golfing inadvisable. Instead, the three casually strolled the beautifully manicured lawn before returning to the VIP lounge. David invited Linton to explore opportunities to develop overseas oil fields together. It was an enticing offer, but whether it could happen depended on timing and U.S. military actions abroad. Unlike Bill Gates or Warren Buffett, David cared mostly about his health and only requested priority access to one Vitality pill bottle annually. Linton had no qualms granting that. Next, California Governor Pete Wilson introduced Linton to John DuPont, patriarch of the prominent DuPont family. Though a storied American dynasty, John didn't offer anything that sparked Linton's interest besides a priority purchase right for a single bottle of Vitality pills. What caught Linton most off guard was when Los Angeles Mayor Richard Riordan introduced someone unexpected, the redneck state governor George Walker Bush. George's father had been the previous American president. With such heritage, would he really need to come knocking for Vitality pills? In their conversation, Linton learned that while the Bush family was aligned with the Republican Party, it was now the Democrats in power. Bush Sr.'s Vitality pills supply could be guaranteed, but more than that, impossible. George was there on behalf of his mother, Barbara, and himself seeking Vitality pills. Barbara was over 70 and urgently needed them to improve her health. Knowing that history suggested George was likely to be the president after next, Linton readily granted him an annual priority purchase of 2 bottles. Perhaps the next Soul Slave mark would be his. Chapter 519, Maternity Art Photo Series. 3 days later, Sophie Marceau, Christiana Reilly, and Monica Bellucci had prepared a generous collection of outfits. Linton knew they had been working tirelessly, dashing around with their assistants to shop nonstop these past few days. Not only that, but when the other ladies found out about the maternity art shoot, they all rushed back eager to offer advice and donate clothes. Heidi Klum, in particular, had gifted each of them a full set of Victoria's Secret's latest sexy lingerie, in every color and style fitting their sizes perfectly. The main bedroom, the study, the rooftop garden, and the pool area on the estate were all transformed under everyone's meticulous decoration into breathtaking, romantic backdrops. With everything ready, Linton personally took up the camera to shoot a stunning maternity art photo series for Sophie, Christiana, and Monica. Before the shoot began, Linton had them draw lots to decide the order. There were 4 settings scheduled. For the first scene in the main bedroom, Christiana, Sophie, and Monica would shoot in that order. The second scene in the study would feature Sophie, Monica, then Christiana. The third, by the pool, would be Monica, Christiana, then Sophie. And the final rooftop garden scene would have Christiana, Sophie, and Monica together. Each scene was planned for 2 days. The first scene was the main bedroom lingerie series. According to the draw, the entire morning belonged to Christiana. She had brought 10 outfit changes, 5 translucent nightgowns in different colors and styles, and 5 different colored, varied Victoria's Secret lingerie sets, paired with stockings, high heels, and boots. Highly provocative poses were part of her routine, pushing the sensual energy to its absolute peak. What made it even more intoxicating was that after each outfit shoot, Christiana would pull Linton into some intimate, cozy shots. By the time the morning was done, neither of them could hold back their desires any longer. 2 hours later, the play was over, signaling noon. After a lunch break, Sophie took over the shoot. She, too, had prepared 10 outfits, varied nightwear and lingerie combinations, matched with different stockings and shoes. Just like Christiana, Sophie was a stunningly delicate beauty, pregnant and glowing, who posed seductively and shared playful, intimate moments with Linton during the shoot. Darling, lift your leg a bit higher. Perfect, Linton coached. Turn your body more to the side. Very good. Smile a little sweeter, just like that. Express more with your face. Yes, exactly. Make your pose more sensual. Wow, gorgeous. At one point during the shoot, hey, why are you leaning on me? Want to take a selfie? Okay. This shot is done. You can change now. Hey, stop tugging on my shirt. Their passion flared mid-shoot, providing the watching Madonna, Christiana, and Monica from the sidelines a source of amusement. After they'd cooled down, the shoot resumed. Still, by the end of the session, the passion had reignited between Linton and Sophie, much to the amusement and barely contained frustration of Madonna, Christiana, and Monica. The next morning, the once elegant main bedroom was left a mess from their wildness. With no choice, the shooting plan was changed. Monica's session moved to the pool, while Madonna and the housekeeper Amy refreshed the bedroom setting for Monica's afternoon shoot. By the pool, the theme was swimwear. Monica had brought 5 different bikinis in various styles and colors, accessorized with shawls and scarves. Wearing a bikini paired with heels and a silky scarf around her neck, she flitted around the poolside with an effortlessly provocative attitude. Without prompting, she struck poses, flashed sultry looks, and blew kisses at Linton. One bikini after another, 5 sets total. Monica was a top-tier beauty, and the bikinis were as revealing and thin as they were enticing, magnifying her allure. Linton's desire burned hotter with every shot. After the 5th swimwear look was done, their restraint blew, and Monica spun around to fall into Linton's arms, planting a fiery kiss on his lips. Darling, let's cool off in the water. Splashes flew as their passion began in the pool, fierce and consuming. Lunch was brief, and the shoot continued. That afternoon, Monica returned to the main bedroom. It seemed she and Sophie and Christiana had discussed plans together, as Monica had brought another 10 outfits for the bedroom shoot, different brands, styles, and colors from the others. Once again, a mix of nightwear and lingerie, paired with various stockings and shoes. Under Linton's guidance, Monica experimented with endless poses, expressions, and smiles full of seduction. She didn't forget to sneak in playful moments with the photographer, flaunting her affection without restraint. Changing outfits became an intimate ritual, with Monica deliberately making Linton assist her in ways that fueled their desire. When she changed into her 3rd nightgown, her teasing proved too much. They gave in once more. Madonna, Sophie, and Christiana, watching nearby, found the whole spectacle hilarious, though they weren't laughing so much later. During the Victoria's Secret lingerie portion, Monica continued to showcase herself wildly and seduce Linton with playful provocations. The lingerie was stunningly sexy and nearly overwhelmed him. By the time the 2nd lingerie set was done, and Linton helped Monica slip into the 3rd one, the two of them melted into an intense, steamy session that became a repeated highlight. At first, the onlookers barely managed to contain themselves. But with one enchantment after another, Madonna, Sophie, and Christiana could hardly resist. It left them itchingly aroused. However, since everyone had agreed not to interrupt during the shoots, the 3 could only curse Monica quietly for breaking the unspoken rules. That said, Christiana and Sophie gleamed with inspiration. With Monica setting such a bold example, perhaps they could borrow some of her audacity in their own shoots, or even take it further. Finally, after wrapping Monica's main bedroom scenes, the arousal between her and Linton was undeniable, but Madonna, Sophie, and Christiana were even more eager. The following morning, the main bedroom, once freshly decorated, was again left in disarray. Their joint shooting plans for the room fell through, so they switched to the study for Sophie's session. Meanwhile, Madonna and Amy redid the main bedroom setup for the afternoon's 3-woman shoot. The study shoot's theme was uniforms. Sophie had assembled 10 different uniforms, 2 nurse outfits in varied colors and styles, 2 flight attendant sets, 2 business professional looks, 2 female military uniforms, and 2 police officer costumes. She paired these with various colors of stockings and high heels. Simply put, no matter the uniform, Sophie was a stunning sight. With her stockings, heels, and a variety of poses, the temptation factor skyrocketed, even surpassing the bedroom's allure. Sophie put to good use what she learned from Monica the day before, teasing Linton relentlessly during the shoot. After each outfit, she'd pull him in for pictures filled with playful rubbing and nuzzling. Changing clothes became a tantalizing challenge, as she did her best to make Linton work for it. Before even getting through the first flight attendant uniform, their passions flared uncontrollably around the desk. Fortunately, the scene only had the morning scheduled, so the fervor didn't last long. After a quick release, they resumed shooting. Sophie in those uniforms, combined with her seductive teasing, kept the fire between them burning hot. When the female military uniform came on, they lost control once more. By noon, the lunch break came too late. At 1 p.m. watching nearby, Madonna, Christiana, and Monica showed no mercy. Ignoring Linton's hunger, the three surged forward and pulled him into their own fiery games. Sophie wasn't about to let them have all the fun. Their lunch wasn't served until 3 p.m., which meant the joint shoot in the main bedroom with all three took place past 4 p.m. Since it was a group shoot, they didn't wear all their outfits again. Linton had graded each set previously, selecting the 2 best nightgowns and 2 best Victoria's Secret lingerie sets for each woman. Having even one goddess posed like that was tempting enough, let alone 3 simultaneously wearing such alluring garments, striking irresistibly seductive poses, interacting with Linton in myriad ways. The seductive power was overwhelming, beyond anything anyone could imagine. When the first joint outfit shoot ended and Monica pulled him into a group shot, the desire surged uncontrollably. After the playful session, they moved on to the second outfit. Again, it turned into a full-blown role-play of temptation and seduction, culminating in another passionate eruption. Madonna, watching on, jumped up in outrage. "You guys are so unfair. Whatever, out of sight, out of mind. I'm heading to dance practice to recharge for tonight." Her departure didn't stop the shoot or dampen the spirits of Sophie, Christiana, and Monica, who continued turning every lingerie set into a sensual performance. This went on until 10 p.m., when the joint main bedroom shoot finally wrapped. After a light dinner, or, more accurately, a late-night snack, Madonna dragged Linton to the dance studio. Sophie, Christiana, and Monica weren't about to let her have all the fun alone and followed. Soon, an intimate and elaborate role-play scene began in the dance studio. The fourth day continued with the study shoot. In the morning, Christiana modeled 10 varied uniforms, engaging in playful interactions and role-play with photographer Linton. That afternoon, Sophie took her turn with the same setup. Linton noticed each of the 3 beauties carried their own unique charm with their uniforms. Sophie was especially captivating in flight attendant and business professional looks. Christiana shined brightest in flight attendant and nurse uniforms. Monica was unbeatable in the military and police officer attire. When the 3 appeared together in their best uniforms for the joint shoot, the temptation factor skyrocketed to 300%. That night's explosive passion rivaled an earthquake. For 8 straight days, Linton had captured a breathtaking maternity art series for Sophie, Christiana, and Monica, leaving them with priceless memories. Madonna was a regular special guest for the After Dark roleplays, sometimes even stealing the spotlight from the 3 main stars. Those 8 days of shooting greatly eased the anxieties of pregnant Sophie, Christiana, and Monica, strengthening their minds and bodies. Of course, this was only just the first stage. Linton gave them a day off to rest and mend wardrobe damages. On June 1st, they planned to fly to their Montana farm's own garden for the second phase, a 3-day outdoor maternity photo shoot amid spring's lush beauty. However, during the shoot, on the afternoon of May 29th, they paused to attend the premiere of Naomi Watts' new film, Twister, which officially released on May 31st. This was the first major production Linton had invested in since taking over Universal Studios last year. An expensive project with a $60 million budget that he was naturally keen to promote. Twister received huge support from theaters, premiering in a summer blockbuster's prime spot, with breathtaking special effects that made audiences feel as if they were inside the storm. With Naomi Watts, a top Hollywood actress, leading the cast, the opening day expanded to 3,500 screens and a prime slot capturing 19.2% of total showtimes. Linton confidently predicted at the premiere that Twister's North American box office would exceed $200 million. Chapter 520, New Projects. The calendar had turned to the last day of May. Mission Impossible had completed 3 full weeks in the North American market, racking up an impressive $375 million at the box office. It had shattered the previous record held by Independence Day, which stood at $361 million. However, its box office momentum was tapering off. Yesterday's earnings had dipped below $3 million, and the number of screens showing the film had dropped to fewer than 1,000. Today, 7 new movies premiered, including Universal's disaster blockbuster Twister, which had already pulled in $5.31 million from midnight showings, signaling strong box office potential. Naomi received the exciting midnight box office news at 3 a.m. and immediately dominated Linton's attention during the subsequent party. Considering she had a promotional tour scheduled for that morning, and with Madonna, Christiana, Sophie Marceau, and Monica well-fed in content, they graciously ceded the rest of their time to her. Fueled by the positive box office results, Naomi unleashed her full arsenal of charm and talents one after another. Were it not for her morning promotional commitments, she might have willingly kept going all night. If Twister could really break $200 million in the North American box office, Naomi's status would rise another notch, potentially elevating her to the super A-list like Julia Roberts in the original Time and Space. Meanwhile, Mission Impossible screening count drastically fell below 700 theaters, making a further box office decline inevitable. But with 40 days left before it closed, a total gross exceeding $400 million was still well within reach. Overseas, the film's performance was equally impressive. After 2 weeks, it had already banked $286 million internationally. Unfortunately, Japan, a major market, wouldn't screen the film for another 6 months, or else the global total would have easily cracked $300 million by now. Thanks to diligent overseas promotion teams, Mission Impossible was confirmed for release in over 140 countries and territories, though many launches were scheduled for later dates. As the film expanded its worldwide reach, there remained significant box office growth potential. Clearing $800 million globally was highly probable, putting the film on track to join the billion-dollar club. With the movie's global success, Linton's popularity soared to new heights, accelerating his own cultivation. By 9 a.m., Linton, Winnie, and Goodman visited Starstone Aviation to interview newly hired pilots and flight attendants. After confirming their qualifications, Goodman stayed behind to handle their onboarding paperwork. Next, Linton returned to the office to gather Robert, Harvey, and his team to finalize 5 projects slated for launch in the second half of the year. The first was Chicago, an adaptation of the classic Broadway musical, produced by Blake Hans and directed by Ian Fletcher, with a $45 million budget. The female leads were Madonna and Catherine Zeta-Jones, while the male lead was yet to be decided. Linton recommended Pierce Brosnan, the rising star set to become the next James Bond, but the final casting would be up to the producers and director. The second was National Treasure, based on the popular novel of the same name, produced by Kenneth Talley and directed by Jonathan Glazer, with a $55 million investment. Sherilyn Fenn was cast as the female lead, and Linton suggested the newly crowned Oscar-winning Nicolas Cage for the male lead, though, again, the final choice rested with the casting team. This was Linton's first published novel, which had already sold over 5 million copies and garnered a large fan base, ensuring a built-in audience for the film adaptation. Eddie, the ghostwriter who had penned 2 volumes of National Treasure, 4 of The Matrix, 3 of The Da Vinci Code, and 5 for Pirates of the Caribbean on Linton's behalf, had earned over $2 million and was now quite well off. Having made money, Eddie's artistic ambitions reignited. He believed life wasn't only about wealth, but also about fame and dreams. His current goal was to become a legitimate screenwriter. Linton assigned him to lead a team of 4 screenwriters to adapt National Treasure into a film script. He promised that if the script passed his review, Eddie would receive sole screenwriting credit and market standard pay. If the film succeeded, Eddie would be the go-to screenwriter for future novel adaptations. Prompted by this enticing offer, Eddie and his team worked tirelessly for more than 2 months, revising the screenplay multiple times until Linton gave his approval. The third project was Armageddon, a sci-fi disaster film produced by Frank Slater and directed by Michael Bay, with a $90 million budget. Kate Winslet was signed as the female lead, and the male lead and supporting cast would be decided by Bay and the producers. The plot centered on two massive asteroids hurtling toward Earth. Humanity had to unite top astronauts from NASA and elite oil drillers for a desperate mission, force landing a shuttle on one asteroid, drilling to its core, and planting a nuclear bomb to prevent global annihilation. Though the story was somewhat far-fetched, audiences came primarily for the special effects and heart-pounding suspense. Project 4 was Final Destination 2, a sequel to the original that had grossed $290 million worldwide. Naturally, plans for the follow-up were underway. Producer Abella Curie and director Phil Doolan helmed the $30 million production. The female leads were Charlize Theron and Jennifer Connelly, with Sue Ching as a key supporting role. Other roles would be cast through auditions. The fifth project was My Best Friend's Wedding, an external acquisition. This classic romantic comedy focused on Julianne's love life. After her best friend announced his engagement, she realized she was in love with him and did everything possible to break up the couple. Independent producer Ronald Bass had a story outline and hired a screenwriter before approaching Julia Roberts for the lead. Julia loved the script and agreed to star, but only if Linton's film company produced the movie, clearly seeking to strengthen her ties to Linton. At this time, Julia Roberts ruled Hollywood rom-coms, commanding an unmatched $20 million paycheck and a production team revolving entirely around her. Box office success was key. She was the queen of chick flicks and guaranteed at least $100 million at the North American box office for any film she headlined. For example, My Best Friend's Wedding had a melodramatic plot that might only make $30 million if led by another actress, but with Julia attached, expectations soared above $100 million. Ronald Bass, having no financial stake himself, would never choose another studio unless the terms from Linton's company were unbearable. Linton's studio was at the peak of its influence in Hollywood, rivaling any powerhouse, with Universal's overseas distribution guaranteed and an excellent reputation. After over a month of negotiations, Linton's company purchased the My Best Friend's Wedding project from Bass for $1.5 million. Bass would serve as producer and screenwriter, receiving $300,000 each. Additionally, as producer, he would earn 5% of the North American box office revenue once the film was released. Anna Slater would direct, Julia Roberts would star, and the rest of the cast would be decided through auditions hosted by the producer and director. Among these 5 films, according to the agreement with Universal, Armageddon and National Treasure had budgets exceeding $50 million, with Universal having up to 40% investment rights. Although Universal now had new management, both companies were Linton's enterprises, and he had no plans to restructure. Their cooperation had been smooth, and there was no reason to force change. Universal would certainly exercise its full 40% stake since these were major projects initiated by the top boss himself. That evening, in the executive suite at the Four Seasons Hotel, Linton enjoyed a sweet date with Sherilyn Fenn. Given Linton's current fame, any public appearance drew crowds and paparazzi invasions. So his assistant had reserved a room well in advance at the 5-star hotel for privacy and quiet. When Sherilyn entered, she was like a girl experiencing her first love, rushing into Linton's arms and planting a fragrant kiss. "Darling, I've missed you so much these past few days." Linton responded in kind. Soon, they were lost together in a haze of passion. 2 hours later, their playful intimacy paused, and Sherilyn lay softly on Linton's chest. "Darling, being with you feels so wonderful. I don't want to part." "Then why don't you move into my estate?" Sherilyn hesitated but shook her head. "Let's wait a little longer. It all feels too fast, like a dream." "All right, that's okay too." "Darling, you're not mad at me, are you?" "No, don't overthink it. What's your schedule like for the second half of the year?" "Not sure, probably nothing big. I'm not a superstar." "Why? Do you have something for me?" "Yes. My company is investing $55 million in a big production called National Treasure, and you're the female lead." "Really? The lead in a $55 million movie?" "I can't believe it," Sherilyn exclaimed, barely daring to hope. Previously, landing a substantial supporting role in such films had been nearly impossible for her. Now, dating Linton brought these amazing opportunities. Why the shocked look? "Darling, I'm just worried I'll mess it up." I've never had such an important role. Don't worry. Trust yourself and my judgment. The script is adapted from my novel. I know exactly what the role requires. It suits your temperament perfectly. You'll do great. Darling, you're too good to me. I don't know how to thank you. Baby, aren't you my girlfriend? We're on a date. No need for thanks. Right? Then I'll thank you the girlfriend way. The next morning, after breakfast, Linton handed Sherilyn the National Treasure script to start preparing. Then he returned to the estate, flying with Sophie Marceau, Christiana Reilly, Monica Bellucci, and Madonna with her daughter on the new plane, heading to the farm. June had arrived, and the crops were thriving. The farm was bursting with life, everything competing to grow. In the smaller farm sections, the vitality was even more apparent. The young fruit trees were blooming profusely, creating a multicolored tapestry of blossoms. Back in the gardens, Linton asked housekeeper Erica to assist Madonna and the others with settling in. He inspected the health product factory himself to check on production. Mina had transitioned remarkably well into the role, running the factory efficiently. The production of the beauty and vitality pills was going smoothly. According to Linton's plan, the second phase of the maternity artistic photo shoot would take place entirely in the estate's expansive backyard garden. The garden covered some 80 acres, featuring hills, streams, rock formations, pavilions, winding corridors, exotic flowers, and rare trees. Every corner was breathtaking. Most importantly, it was a private garden, so they could do whatever they liked behind closed doors, even using the sky as a cover and the earth as a bed, without disturbance. Though the backyard was filled with scenery, its layout had considered vehicle access, making moving equipment convenient. In the afternoon, Christiana, Sophie, and Monica arrived with their complete uniforms. Linton personally drove a luxury van to the garden, ferrying them along with a determined Madonna who insisted on tagging along. Upon entering the garden, they were greeted by vibrant spring colors, neatly trimmed lawns interspersed with waves of blooming flowers. They chose a spot to park, and the three women changed into their flight attendant uniforms. The three beauties looked strikingly different than when they were in the study. In the vast garden, they could fully showcase themselves, lounging on the lush grass or nestled among the flowers. They were lovelier than the blooms themselves, their beauty enhanced by the vibrant background, radiantly seductive. During the shoot, all three deliberately enhanced their interactions with Linton, occasionally throwing teasing gestures that stirred his desire. After the first outfit shoot, lacking a dressing room, and with only 5 people present, they had to change clothes right on the grass. Monica's eyes sparkled as she purred. "Darling, I think my dress button came undone. Can you help me?" When Linton moved over to fix it, she suddenly embraced him and planted a kiss. "Darling, I can tell you're feeling hot. How about you let me play here wearing this outfit? You can tear it off during the play." "Sounds good." Linton didn't hesitate. He grabbed Monica, and their playful wrestling began. Christiana and Sophie, who were preparing to change nearby, eagerly joined in. Only Madonna pouted on the sidelines. Since she was only allowed to observe during the shoot, she settled for acting as impromptu photographer, snapping plenty of shots of their passionate play. They switched scenes and outfits repeatedly. Second flight attendant said, "First nurse uniform, second nurse uniform." By a rock formation, the 4 of them plunged into another playful battle. Then first and second female officer uniforms came next. In a pavilion, they played again. By then, dusk was approaching, so the shoot was winding down. Madonna finally joined in as well, making the games even livelier. The following 2 days continued similarly. Business attire, police uniforms, elegant gowns, swimsuits. Among rare trees, fresh lawns, colorful flower fields, winding corridors, pavilions, and even on boats in the garden's lake, they left behind countless beautiful, seductive images and intense scenes. At first, Christiana and the others eagerly wanted to shoot water scenes in the crystal-clear lake, even imagining having a water play match with Linton. But he considered the cooler temperatures and the fact that the 3 women were pregnant. For safety, he vetoed any reckless ideas. After all, it was his private garden, and there would be plenty more opportunities in the future. Chapter 5:21, Security Risks, sold out. While Linton was indulging wildly in the private gardens of his estate with Christiana, Sophie Marceau, Monica Bellucci, and Madonna, Big news was also breaking across the North American box office. On its opening Friday, Twister recorded $16.87 million on its first day. Adding another $5.31 million from the midnight screenings, the total reached $22.18 million, an outright runaway success topping the market without competition. The momentum carried on Saturday with $23.27 million, then Sunday with $20.19 million. Over its first three-day weekend, Twister grossed an impressive $66.64 million, commanding 32% of the box office despite only 19.2% of the screening slots. It comfortably claimed the #1 spot. Audience reactions were overwhelmingly positive. Surveys by third-party firms rated the crowd with an A-, projecting total box office earnings not less than $230 million. Critics and media pundits handed generally lukewarm reviews, just scraping passing marks. But by now, it didn't really matter. Since Independence Day's polarized reception, summer blockbusters had stopped worrying much about critical opinion. Meanwhile, IMDb ratings were solid at 7.3, indicating good word of mouth among regular moviegoers. Monday's take dropped somewhat to $10.26 million, still within acceptable limits. Tuesday brought $9.95 million, Wednesday $9.49 million, and Thursday $9.02 million. After the first week, North American ticket sales topped $105.36 million, successfully crossing the $100 million benchmark. Beyond the studios, the biggest winners were naturally the film's lead actors. Naomi, headlining as the main protagonist, especially benefited the most. Excited by the box office success, Naomi called Linton to promise a big surprise after the promotional tour. On June 5th, at his countryside farm, Linton entertained several important guests: White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta, California Governor Pete Wilson, Los Angeles Mayor Richard Riordan, Montana Governor Mark Racicot, along with representatives for Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, David Rockefeller, and Jeb Bush, the brother of George Bush Jr. They all dined on a sumptuous banquet featuring elaborate dishes prepared by the chef team, under the open sky of Linton's garden. Though Bill Gates and Warren Buffett were among the nation's wealthiest, this was their first visit, and they were visibly stunned by the massive scale and grandeur of Linton's estate. The sprawling grounds, impressive architecture, and countless picturesque spots left them breathless. Bill Gates, who had recently invited Linton to his own mansion with some degree of pride, now felt a quiet envy. Compared to Linton's garden, his estate seemed modest, a minor player against a giant. They recognized this achievement was far beyond what a typical first-generation entrepreneur could accomplish. Sure, owning a large farm was attainable for people at their wealth level if they wished. But designing a smaller estate with such intricate layout and taste required immense experience and vision. Only the Rockefeller family's private town came close in prestige, and their lineage had spanned 5 generations to reach such scale and refinement. Like Leon Panetta, both Gates and Buffett expressed a strong desire to have a vacation villa built within the farm. Linton declined politely, citing security concerns. After lunch, they finalized a priority deal for the vitality and beauty pills. The group left the farm in high spirits aboard a private jet. Before departing, Leon Panetta approached Linton discreetly with a request. "Linton, can we remove the serial numbers on the quartz bottles for the vitality and beauty pills?" "Why? Didn't you say before that strict controls on purchasers are necessary? Serial numbers help law enforcement trace the pills." "True in theory, but in practice, the serial numbers complicate the White House's allocation process unnecessarily. Whether law enforcement finds it troublesome is their issue, not ours. Removing the numbers would reduce costs as well. But if we do, it has to be consistent for all bottles. Otherwise, we can't. Explain it to customers." That's the consensus of the White House group. "All right, no problem on my end. Although I'll have to use the custom bottles I already have first. Thank you. On behalf of the White House team, I appreciate it." Because of their immense value and high demand, these vitality pills had already become hot targets for organized crime. With the second batch's release date approaching, Gully Gerda, the head of security for the store, noticed an increase in suspicious surveillance around. It was clear that gangs had set their sights on the vitality pills and beauty pills and were preparing to strike. If the shipment arrived on the afternoon of June 5th as last time, there was a high risk of an armed robbery that night. Even with top-tier security, proximity to the Los Angeles Police Department, and reinforcements brought in for the store, Gully had no confidence they could guarantee the safety of the pills. Gangfire could potentially destroy the storefront completely. After all, it was common knowledge that police weaponry and firepower couldn't match the ferocity and firepower criminals often brought to bear. For security reasons, Gully advised Linton to reschedule delivery to the morning of June 6th via air freight from the farm. The store's official opening was at 9:30 a.m., so arriving before 8:30 a.m. would allow enough time for internal handoff, storage, and distribution. The flight from the farm to Hollywood Burbank Airport took about 1 hour and 20 minutes, plus 20 minutes from the airport to the store. So leaving the airport by around 6:50 a.m. was perfectly manageable. Gully's advice made a strong impression on Linton. Indeed, money often stirred dark ambitions. Criminals daring enough to risk everything lurked everywhere. While this schedule change was necessary, it didn't fundamentally solve the problem. The limited supply of the pills prevented them from staying overnight in the store. Meanwhile, the farm had elite armed forces and heavy weapons guarding it. Few would dare challenge that force. Else the brutal slaughter of the San Francisco Black Tiger Gang a few years back would serve as a grim warning. Under the previous plan, the most vulnerable time was the evening of delivery when the pills were stored in the shop. By moving transportation to the morning, the main risk shifted to the journey from the farm to the specialty store. The sudden change disrupted the gang's plans, but in the future, as they prepared, an armed robbery attempt during daytime transportation could still become a possibility, maybe even a violent shootout on the street. Linton had been thinking about eventually handing delivery duties off to Carter and his team once operations stabilized. But judging by the current scenario, only personally escorting shipments would be safe. Or perhaps orchestrate a sting operation. Deliberately reveal shipment details to lure gangsters, then teach them a brutal lesson, turning the streets red with blood to deter others. Even more disturbing than the pills themselves was the possibility the gangs might target Linton's personal circle, like kidnapping any of his 21 girlfriends to extort ransom. He decided security measures needed to be beefed up accordingly. Each woman should have at least 2 female bodyguards plus 2 male perimeter guards. With this in mind, he instructed Danny to immediately begin expanding the estate's security team. Early morning on June 6th, Linton boarded a plane with 145 bottles of Vitality pills and 5,000 bottles of beauty pills, accompanied by bodyguards and assistants, heading back to Los Angeles. Madonna and her daughter, Christiana, Sophie Marceau, and Monica stayed behind in the estate. In fact, the manor's environment was far superior to the Los Angeles estate, especially with its pervasive spiritual energy in the air and nourishing gourmet meals infused with vitality. Perfect for the 3 expectant mothers and little Lena's health and growth. Madonna's primary focus remained dance practice, which could be done equally well in the estate's professional studios. The journey was smooth. Upon arrival, Linton and his entourage took 3 Mercedes SUVs from the estate to the specialty store. Reaching Rodeo Drive, they found the crowd even thicker than last month. The entire pedestrian street was packed. Outside, squads of fully armed riot police from LAPD had secured every intersection, primed to handle any emergencies. Escorted by riot police and traffic officers, their vehicles pulled straight up to the store's entrance. The scene was familiar. 2 long lines of customers waited outside, numbering over 2,000 by Linton's estimate. After handing the pills to the store manager, Alexis Carlson, Gully took Linton on a tour, briefing him in detail. First, the queues had gotten even crazier. People started camping out 3 days ahead, some with blankets and provisions, sleeping overnight by the store entrance. Others sat in chairs, rotating shifts to hold their place. To prevent line cutting, reduce disputes and conflicts, Gully had set up 3 long police barricades forming 2 massive queues. That morning, an extraordinary development occurred. People who failed to get in line were paying huge sums to buy their places. Numbers before 150 had already sold for $50,000. Those before 100 commanded $100,000. Even numbers after 150 fetched $5,000. Last month, there were only 150 Vitality pills, with customers limited to one per person. Assuming similar supply this month, the first 150 were essentially guaranteed to secure vitality pills. With possible supply cuts looming, the front 100 spots were the safest bet, making those places even more valuable. Second, gang activity had increased around the store. From the previous morning, numerous gang informants had staked out the store's entrances, watching its every motion. Late last night, these watchers withdrew, but between the airport and Rodeo Drive, 4 waves of armed gangs remained hidden, some carrying heavy weapons. They finally dispersed after dawn. Boss, if the pills had been delivered yesterday, we'd have had a full-scale battle with the gangs, either en route from the airport or at the store. Even with police support, it would have been grim. Really that bad? For sure. You know how valuable these vitality pills are. Prime loot for gangs. A single score could set them up for life. They're desperate. All right, then from now on, deliveries will come on mornings of the 6th. That alone isn't enough. Today's changes scrambled their plans, but once prepared, they may try ambushing shipments during the day. Armed robbery on the transport route is a real risk. So your suggestion? 2. Assign David's elite squad with heavy weapons to escort shipments, and use specialized bomb and bullet-resistant vehicles for secure transport. What about store security during daytime? If the pills reach the store safely, it's less of a concern. Why is that? Since 8 a.m., LAPD had deployed large riot squads, effectively controlling Rodeo Drive. It's nearly impossible for gangs to storm in. What if a small gang sneaks in? Highly unlikely. Any daredevils attempting a daylight robbery face overwhelming police presence, plus our solid in-store security. They'd never see tomorrow's sunrise. But if a shootout does happen, how do we protect the customers? Unfortunately, that's uncontrollable. Shootings happen daily in America. On average, 10 die by gunfire every day. It's grim, but unavoidable. It makes sense. Your bonus this month's doubled. I'll prioritize security. Gully's warnings weighed heavily on Linton. He stayed at the store, monitoring sales and expanding his senses to detect any suspicious activity or intruders. At 9:30 a.m., doors officially opened. As before, pairs of guards and female security were stationed at the entrance. Police lines controlled entry. 25 people from each queue, 50 total, admitted at a time. Customers had a strict 15-minute shopping window before the next group cycled in. Sales were as explosive as anticipated. Though mostly similar clientele, this time everyone heading inside queued first for the vitality pills upstairs before moving to the lower floor for the beauty pills, without exception. Because only 145 vitality pills were available, Linton limited the third group entering to no more than 45 people to prevent conflict. With 2 queues outside, the 13th person in line became a hot issue since the overall number was odd. It was obvious there was only one chance. One of these 2 held a line spot bought for $50,000. Neither wanted to lose. The dispute almost erupted into chaos. Finally, Gully intervened to settle the matter with a quick game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner entered first, the loser went in next round. This resolved the tension smoothly. Within just 45 minutes, all 145 vitality pills sold out. Through Linton's spiritual senses, he noticed many intense stares from the crowd outside, likely gang scouts. Some were shadowing customers leaving the store, clearly plotting theft attempts. Thankfully, buyers weren't ordinary. They each had at least 2 bodyguards waiting, and heavy police presence outside ensured their safety. Once the vitality pills were gone, the suspicious watchers gradually dispersed. Linton realized anew how treacherous the underworld could be. The subsequent beauty pills sale was calmer. Satisfied with the day's work, Linton returned to the estate. At 4 p.m., the store confirmed that all the beauty pills were sold out as well. Chapter 522. Falling into the same trap again. On the way back to the estate, Linton's first action was to call Leon Panetta, the White House Chief of Staff. He detailed the security risks present in Los Angeles and then made his request. To ensure the safe transport of the vitality pills from the airport to the specialty store, I want to prepare 2 armored vehicles and 4 military-grade Hummers, all equipped with heavy weaponry. They must have permits to drive on public roads and be parked at my estate when not in use. Is that really necessary? You know, armored vehicles on city streets are a privilege reserved for the military and the FBI. Even local police don't have that right. It's truly necessary. I've learned that 4 waves of gangs ambushed the route last night from the airport to the store, all heavily armed. Well, this vitality pill of yours really grabs the wrong kind of attention. Huh? High price, easy to resell. It's a prime target for gangs. But can't the LAPD handle it? I'm not sure they can. I'm not willing to take that risk, nor leave my security in others' hands. All right, I'll find a solution. Wait for my call. After hanging up, Linton turned to Danny, who was driving ahead. Danny, get the extra bodyguards in place as soon as possible. Until they arrive, hire a reliable security company to provide temporary protection. Each of the ladies should have 2 bodyguards watching their backs. Got it, boss. I'll get on it right away. But if we bring in a large number of guards, the estate doesn't have enough housing. That's easy. You and Amy figure out how to build 2 more housings nearby. Will do. Also, check if we need more heavy weapons around the estate. Make a list and have David handle procurement. This month's vitality pills sold out in under an hour. Again, stirring up even more urgency. Those who hadn't managed to get in touch with Linton or secure a spot in the queue before grew desperate. Assistant Lee Shaoran compiled a long list of visitors requesting meetings. Knowing that filming for the music video would begin in mid-June and he had some free time, Linton selected 10 of the more important people to meet with. The list included GE CEO Jack Welch, Cisco CEO John Chambers, Boeing Chairman Jeffrey, Pepsi CEO Randall, and the Governor of New York Howard, among others. These were prominent figures across America. Linton didn't want to appear dismissive but maintained a firm level of professional distance, meeting them all in his office. When they requested priority access to vitality pills, Linton readily granted each one a bottle next month. Given their influential positions, cultivating goodwill was worth it. However, if they wanted to secure more than 1 bottle, there was a price to pay. For example, Jack Welch agreed to a long-term partnership between NBC, a GE subsidiary, Universal Pictures, and Linton Films. Future movies from both studios would receive prime promotional placement on NBC at discounted rates. This arrangement was quite practical for Linton, so he happily approved Welch's request for 2 priority bottles annually. Similarly, Randall offered Linton a custom-tailored Pepsi endorsement contract, boosting Linton's pay to $20 million per year. That was a serious commitment, definitely worth the privilege of 2 priority vitality pills. The last name on the meeting list was more unexpected: Panasonic Electronics Matsushita Masaru. Frankly, Matsushita Masaru didn't quite deserve priority. Yet Linton considered their previous interactions and the fact he had been intimate with his beloved youngest daughter. Recalling that, he decided to include Masaru after all. Matsushita Masaru himself felt a complicated mix of emotions. His precious daughter, Matsushita Sakato, had gotten close to Linton once, but Masaru had used ruthless means to tear them apart. Who would have guessed that Linton, once dismissed and overlooked, would soar like a rocket, snatching Panasonic's assets and pioneering a revolutionary treatment with the vitality and beauty pills. The beauty pills were somewhat accessible with enough money, though limited in quantity. But the vitality pills? Nearly impossible to buy. Whenever Masaharu thought about it, regret consumed him. He blamed his own short-sightedness for not seeing Linton as the true rising star he was. Otherwise, his standing would be very different today, instead of desperately trying to cozy up to Linton for priority access. What surprised Linton was that Masaharu wasn't alone. Accompanying him was a stunning, alluring young woman, none other than Matsushita Sakato, the very same who had once been his girlfriend, then had an extramarital affair with him. Upon their meeting, Linton offered Masaharu a friendly handshake. But when he extended his right hand to Sakato, she ignored it and instead wrapped him in an intimate embrace, playfully twisting her fingers at his waist. "You bad boy, you haven't contacted me in so long." Linton pretended not to hear, keeping his composure, and led them into the reception room. Sakato, receiving no reciprocal warmth in return, sighed inwardly and quietly made a decision. Considering their past and Sakato's reputation, Linton gladly granted the priority request for 2 vitality pills, scheduling delivery for early next month. Masaharu was more than satisfied. fully aware that many American power players could only secure one bottle through Linton. With formalities settled, Linton declined Masaru's invitation to dine. But just as Masaru was about to leave, Sakato unexpectedly asked to stay behind for a private catch-up. The moment she said this, Masaru's expression shifted several times. He knew perfectly well this wasn't just a friendly reunion. It was clearly a matter of lingering feelings. But thinking of Sakato's troubled marriage and the recent windfall from Linton, Masaru found himself unable to argue. He sighed heavily and left alone, his mood desolate. Once Masaru had gone, Sakato shed her composed, graceful demeanor. With a rushing pounce, she threw herself into Linton's arms, pressing a passionate kiss on him while deftly helping him disrobe. "You bad boy, I've missed you so much. Love me." Though Linton initially wanted to resist, he couldn't bring himself not to do it. Perhaps it had been too long since their last wild time together. Sakato unleashed her full might, her sensual seduction flowing like a spectacular arsenal. Her prowess surprised even Linton, but he was no disappointment. If she was strong, he was stronger. Their passionate encounters left traces everywhere. The office, conference room, private screening room, gym, pool, and the sprawling penthouse. Sakato marveled at Linton's extravagance. She never imagined a single person's office could be so vast, so lavish. In the fiercely competitive Burbank business district, owning an entire floor over 3,000 square feet was pure decadence. From 4 p.m. until 7 p.m., their battles raged unabated, finally pausing for breath. Linton considered taking her to the Hilton, but Sakato had other ideas. She preferred to stay right there. After all, the place was huge, fully equipped, and comfortable. More importantly, resting here meant she could have uninhibited moments with Linton at night. Even in the daytime, whenever Linton had breaks at the office, he could come join her anytime. And if she felt inspired, she could swing by his office for a play or two. With only 3 days in America, this arrangement allowed them to enjoy each other's company at all hours. For the next 3 days, Sakato barely set foot outside. Linton put most of his other affairs on hold, staying with her on the penthouse floor for 3 full days and nights. Until finally, the time to part came. Exhausted beyond measure, Sakato collapsed into Linton's arms, tears streaming down her face. "Dear, will we be able to see each other often from now on?" Linton had no words, only held her tightly. "My time's almost up. I'm leaving now. I'll find another chance to come back. You can't ignore me." Without responding, Linton pulled out a bottle of beauty pills and handed it to her as a silent promise. "The beauty pills. Thank you, darling. They're my favorite gift." Sakato pressed a farewell kiss on him once more. Chapter 523. Jet Li's Frustration. By mid-June, time had passed quickly. That morning, Linton had just seen off Sakato Matsushita. In the afternoon, Jet Li arrived at Linton's office as scheduled for a visit. Over the past 2 years, Jet Li had been feeling somewhat frustrated. Before 1994, he and Jackie Chan were Hong Kong's twin kings of martial arts films, with almost equal influence and paychecks. Both had massive box office appeal across Southeast Asia. But starting in 1995, the gap between them grew rapidly. They were no longer on the same level. The real turning point began at the end of 1993 when Linton, a rising figure from America, acquired the North American rights to their previous film catalog. Slowly, the divide started to widen. After Linton purchased the North American rights to their movies, he pushed these films into the booming VHS market stateside, where they quickly gained popularity. Kung fu culture even sparked a wave of interest across North America. Both Jet Li and Jackie Chan became minor celebrities in the States. Linton's film company consistently paid over $1 million for the North American rights to their new action films. $1 million was no small sum. It basically covered the entire production cost. This leap in overseas distribution significantly boosted their status and salaries back home in Hong Kong. At that point, Jet Li and Jackie were still neck and neck, both rising together. But what happened afterward caught Jet Li completely off guard. The shift seemed to begin with Jackie's rumble in the Bronx. He never quite understood why Linton's company made such a massive investment in Jackie's film, including an aggressive release strategy to bring it to North American theaters. Yet Rumble in the Bronx stunned the market. raking in over $50 million at the North American box office. This success led to high-priced European rights sales, propelling Jackie onto the global stage. Golden Harvest even started publicly calling him a global superstar. Not only that, Linton doubled down on Jackie's next movie, Police Story 4, First Strike. Again, the film achieved huge box office success in North America, surpassing $60 million in earnings. At that year's Cannes Film Festival, the European distribution rights to Police Story 4, First Strike were practically auctioned off amid frenzied demand. With two blockbuster hits in North America and strong showings across Europe, Jackie established a solid foothold in Hollywood and became a worldwide star. Jet Li, however, saw little change in his own career over these 2 years. His influence remained limited mostly to Southeast Asia, and the media only dared to call him an Asian martial arts star. The gap between his status and Jackie's international fame had grown enormous. In fact, several of Jet Li's recent films, The New Legend of Shaolin, The Bodyguard from Beijing, Fist of Legend, High Risk, Black Mask, had all sought investment from Linton's company before production. But each time, the answer was a firm no. Still, cooperation wasn't completely shut down. Linton's team ended up buying the North American rights to those films anyway, and at fairly high prices. High Risk, Fist of Legend, and The Bodyguard from Beijing fetched about $1.5 million each for North America. The latest, Black Mask, was priced even higher, $2 million. The problem was that none of these films got theatrical releases in North America. They were launched straight to videocassette. Without a theater run in the States, how could Jet Li build a name for himself in Hollywood? How could his films break into European markets? This troubled him deeply. He couldn't understand why Linton treated him so differently than Jackie. Later, after repeated discussions with his partners and agents, they concluded the main reason was the domestic nature of his film stories, which lacked an international perspective. Western audiences just didn't resonate with them. In response, Jet Li's latest film, Black Mask, underwent significant changes. Its story centers on Sui Chick, a member of the secretive 701 Squad, trained to be an emotionless assassin. Rejecting his cold fate, Sui hides in Hong Kong, working as a quiet librarian to blend in. Just as Sui begins to live an ordinary life, the 701 Squad returns, pushing him to become the Black Mask, a vigilante fighting against his former organization. Though fictional and set in Hong Kong, the film embraced the urban superhero genre heavily inspired by American icons like Batman. The stylistic pivot aimed to please Western audiences and crack both North American and European markets. But much to Jet Li's disappointment, when the Black Mask script went to Linton's company seeking funding, it was rejected again. He even planned to visit Linton in person for one last persuasive effort, but Linton was busy managing his Universal acquisition and couldn't meet. Now, the finished film had impressed Linton's distribution team so much that they offered $2 million for exclusive North American rights. Yet, still, no plans for theatrical release existed. The movie would go straight to video rental shelves. Jet Li didn't want that. He dreamed, like Jackie's Rumble in the Bronx and Police Story 4, First Strike, to have his own movie widely released in North American theaters, raking in box office success. That kind of breakthrough could finally open Hollywood doors for him and elevate him to international stardom. Determined, Jet Li contacted Linton to try to convince him face-to-face to push Black Mask into theaters. To strengthen his appeal, he brought along a stunning beauty, Rosamund Kwan. Local rumor had it that when Linton first visited Hong Kong, he was completely captivated by Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese. Their charm convinced him to support Jackie's Rumble in the Bronx and Police Story 4, First Strike, backing large theatrical releases in North America. Though just gossip, many believed it because the facts seemed to support it. So Jet Li thought of Rosamund Kwan, the renowned Hong Kong beauty hailed by the media as the city's top female star. Before Linton stepped in, she was a bigger box office and public darling in Hong Kong than Vivian Chow or Michelle Reese, especially before the Gulf scandal broke. Though Rosamund Kwan didn't star in Black Mask, when Jet Li asked her to join him to meet Linton in America, she agreed instantly, without any conditions. Her involvement was meant to evoke that same magic that had helped boost Jackie's career overseas, hoping to sway Linton to take a chance on Jet Li's film on the big stage. Chapter 524, The Stunning Rosamund Kwan. In Rosamund Kwan's eyes, seeing Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese's meteoric rise to international stardom stirred a fierce unwillingness to admit defeat. Back when everyone was competing in the relatively small Hong Kong scene, she was on the same level as them, even slightly ahead. She believed their success was entirely due to luck, hooking up with Linton Anderson and riding his powerful backing. If she had access to such resources, she was certain she could have become an international superstar too. She vividly remembered that when Linton came to Hong Kong before, she had a chance to get close to him, but those two, Vivian and Michelle, had collaborated to block her out. Missing that opportunity gnawed at her. Unfortunately, Linton never returned to Hong Kong after that, leaving her no further chance to connect with him. Now that Jet Li had come asking for her help, offering a chance to reconnect with Linton, she was eager beyond words. How could she possibly refuse? At 34, she was well past her prime years. If she didn't take this shot, there would be nothing but fading beauty awaiting her. At 3 p.m., Jet Li and Rosamund Kwan walked into the office accompanied by Li Xiaoran. Jet Li's appearance was modest, average looks, not very tall, dressed simply in a suit, but he carried himself with a quiet, intense energy that made an impression. Meeting Linton, he humbly extended both hands and said in halting English, "Hello, Mr. Anderson. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to see me." Linton smiled warmly. Jet Li, hello. Jet Li nodded gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Let me introduce this beautiful lady. This is Rosamund Kwan, who has starred with me in many films. She's a great actress. From behind him, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged, Rosamund Kwan herself, exuding an unmistakable Eastern allure. Her delicate, seductive face framed by cascading dark flowing waves. She wore a dazzling red knee-length dress with simple black high heels that accentuated her tall, sexy figure. She was like a blazing flame, bright, captivating, and impossible to ignore. Hello, Ms. Kwan, Linton said kindly. I've seen some of the films you made with Jet Li. I remember a very iconic character. You played the 13th Ant in Once Upon a Time in China, right? Hello, Mr. Anderson, Rosamund Kwan replied with a knowing smile. Thank you for recognizing the role of 13th Ant. For your compliment, may I give you a hug? True to her mature and seductive nature, Rosamund boldly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Linton in an intimate embrace. Though it was brief, Linton felt the undeniable warmth of her body, and a faint but intoxicating fragrance lingered around her. After Li Xiaoran prepared tea for the three of them and left, Linton raised his cup. This is tea straight from my own farm. Please try it. Jet Li took a sip, his eyes lighting up. This is excellent tea, smooth, refreshing, with a sweetness that spreads through the mouth and sharpens the mind. I've never tasted anything like this before. Rosamund Kwan nodded in delight, adding, amazing tea. It's like it makes your brain sharper just by drinking it. Jet Li, you came all the way from Hong Kong to see me. Is there something you need? Yes, Mr. Anderson. Have you seen my latest film, Black Mask? Black Mask, I've heard about it. The distribution department recently acquired North American rights in Hong Kong. They say it's a very exciting movie. May I be so bold as to ask if you've actually seen it? Sorry, I've been swamped lately. No time to watch yet. But don't worry about distribution. Our team is very experienced. Mr. Anderson, could I trouble you for an hour and a half? I would love for you to watch it personally. Just as Linton hesitated, the glamorous Rosamund Kwan took her chance. She gracefully walked over, seated close to him, took his arm, and began to purr sweetly. Mr. Anderson, give us a break. We came all this way. You can't refuse us, can you? Besides, the movie really is fantastic. Just watch it with me, okay? Linton chuckled. All right, if you're that confident, let's watch it together. I happen to have a private screening room. He promptly called the distribution team, requesting a copy of Black Mask. Soon enough, staff arrived with the film. Linton led Jet Li and Rosamund into the screening room, which lay tucked behind his office, a small but ultra-luxurious private theater. The two visitors were stunned, with Rosamund's eyes practically bugging out. The room had about 10 deluxe leather sofas, spacious enough for two per couch. Rosamund snuggled tightly against Linton on a sofa, leaning close, their bodies brushing side by side. During the film, minor touches and whispered words were inevitable as Rosamund practically hung onto Linton's arm. Watching this, Li Xiaoran, the assistant serving drinks, grimaced silently, thinking, such a shameless temptress. The movie began promptly. It told the story of Michael Sui Chick, played by Jet Li, a ruthless assassin from a highly secretive super soldier project. Tired of a life as a cold-blooded weapon, he fled to Hong Kong and disguised himself as an ordinary librarian. There, he befriended Police Inspector Rock, Shek Waiho. But when 701 Squad reinserted themselves to capture a crime boss, the police were powerless. Seeing his friend in danger, Michael transformed into his alter ego, the Black Mask, and clashed dramatically with the enemies. The organization's leader, Jimmy, Exine Xiong, enraged by Black Mask's defiance, sent Michael's former lover, Yuklon, to persuade him to surrender. Michael refused flatly, facing relentless pursuit while protecting his innocent co-worker Tracy. Through protecting Tracy, Michael, as the Black Mask, gradually rediscovered the emotions he thought he had lost. Although the plot of Black Mask was a bit rough around the edges, Jet Li's sleek and precise martial arts made up for it. The film blended traditional hand-to-hand combat with high-tech weaponry, guns, and explosions, creating a heart-pounding thrill ride. As a story of an urban superhero, it bore some resemblance to popular American heroes like Batman, and was expected to find a solid audience in North America. After 90 minutes, the film ended. Without realizing it, Rosamund was completely nestled in Linton's arms. When the lights came back on, Linton gently lifted the pliant beauty and, together with Jet Li, returned to the sitting room. So, Mr. Anderson, do you think Black Mask will be popular with North American viewers? Jet Li asked eagerly as soon as they sat down. While the plot is somewhat thin, the overall execution is good. The superhero trend is strong in America now, and the action scenes are excellent. Teens there should really like it. In the videotape market, it'll do very well, Linton answered honestly. Only videotape? You said the movie could appeal to teens. Could you help get it into theaters? Theatrical release? Yes, please. It's very important to me. I'll cooperate fully with the promotion. Linton tapped the desk thoughtfully. Though he thought the film was lacking, he had to admit the action choreography was impressive. This film was tailored for Western audiences and likely wouldn't find much success in Asia. But it should attract many viewers in North America. With proper marketing, a $20 million box office seemed achievable. However, to pull that off, Jet Li himself would need a bigger public profile. At minimum, his previous films should soon air on UPN and MCA television networks to boost recognition. The more popular he became, the easier promotion and higher box office revenue would be. Linton had always treated Jet Li and Jackie Chan differently. He'd supported Jackie's films with maximum effort, and the returns were rich. For example, the movie Police Story 4, First Strike, with a $5 million investment, grossed $61 million in North America alone, resulting in over $22 million profit after expenses. With VHS and TV rights, total earnings easily surpassed $60 million. Jet Li's films might not reach Jackie's level, but they weren't far behind. For Black Mask, if pushed to theaters, a $10 million minimum box office was guaranteed, and with strong promotion, $20 million was possible. The box office alone would cover costs, and combined with video and TV rights revenue, this would be a good deal. Well, at least Jet Li was a rare kung fu star. It was worth giving him a push. As Jet Li and Rosamund looked on anxiously, Linton finally spoke. All right, I'll make arrangements, but it won't happen until October. Thank you so much. The movie is already scheduled for release in Hong Kong and Asia in July. When we launch in North America, I'll fully support the marketing. Someone will contact you with a specific promotion plan. At this moment, Rosamund delivered a timely emotional boost. Mr. Anderson, you're amazing. With your involvement, Black Mask's box office will definitely be huge. With your help, Jet Li will soon break through in Hollywood. With Jet Li's talent, Hollywood won't reject him. But it's a big melting pot. If you want to go far in Hollywood, you need to have a sense of identity. Linton offered tactful advice. Whether Jet Li took it seriously was uncertain, But Rosamund clearly sensed that Linton's approval meant Hollywood success was just a matter of time, and wondered if she had a shot too. "Mr. Anderson, do you think I have a chance to break into Hollywood as well?" To be honest, Hollywood is less friendly to Asian faces, so opportunities are rare. But how about this? Jet Li's next big movie will be a priority for you to star as the female lead. Though a little disappointed, Rosamund knew this was the best she could hope for. She quickly asked the crucial question for Jet Li on his behalf. "Thank you. Will you invest in it?" "That depends on the script and production team. I'll get those to you for review as soon as possible," Jet Li said, delighted. "Let me know when. I'll come with you to the States," Rosamund added persistently, determined to lock down her lead role. "Mr. Anderson, thank you so much. It's getting late. I've reserved a private room at the Four Seasons Hotel. Would you honor us with dinner?" Jet Li was in high spirits, now that Black Mass could hit North American theaters. Rosamund looked on hopefully. All right. The group went down to the lobby. From the moment they left the office, Rosamund clung tightly to Linton's right arm and didn't let go until they were in the car. "Mr. Anderson, may I ride with you?" she asked. Li Xiaoran rolled his eyes fiercely beside them, silently cursing. Temptress. No surprise she was angry. During the ride, sitting in the front seat, she glimpsed through the rearview mirror that Rosamund sprawled shamelessly in Linton's arms, her body nearly merged with his. Fortunately, the Four Seasons wasn't far, only a 10-minute drive. Otherwise, who knew what might have happened if they'd been alone longer? Li Xiaoran's frustration grew when, upon arrival, she received a subtle signal from Linton to book a room in advance at the Four Seasons. Dinner was held in the top-floor restaurant's private Red Maple room. Jet Li had gone all out. Tables weighed down with a lavish spread and 2 bottles of 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild. The atmosphere was lively. Rosamund was especially attentive to Linton, frequently feeding him, peeling shrimp, picking bones from fish, attending to him with flawless care. And she didn't skimp on wine either. Her rosy cheeks deepened with every sip, her charm rivaling the finest rose. By the evening's end, she had boldly jumped onto Linton's lap, sharing a toast glass to glass, as if trying to melt entirely into his embrace. As the banquet ended, reluctantly Xiaoran handed Linton the executive suite key card for the Four Seasons, located 2 floors below the dining room. Rosamund naturally hooked her arm through Linton's, entering the suite together. As soon as the door shut, she released his arm, twirled, and threw herself into Linton's embrace, planting a passionate kiss. "Darling, love me," she whispered. A lively, sweet melody played softly. It was clear Rosamund Kwan was a formidable lover. Her skills finely honed, every move executed with practiced ease. Chapter 5:25. Rosamund Kwan's schemes and ambitions. The night unfolded like a perfect harmony, their bodies entwined in irresistible intimacy. Rosamund Kwan lay softly draped over Linton, her voice tender and full of warmth. "Darling, being with you feels incredible. I've never been this happy before." "Baby, I feel the same," Linton replied with a gentle smile. "Darling, I want to stay here with you for a few more days. Is that okay?" Linton had thought she'd return to Hong Kong today, but she surprised him by asking to extend her visit. "Don't you have to fly back with Jet Li today?" "No, I'm not one of his artists. I'm just here to help him out." "Don't you like me?" "Of course I do." "Darling, can you stay with me?" "I can't during the day, but I'll set aside 3 nights for you. During the day, I'll have my assistant take you shopping." "Darling, don't bother with the assistant. You should focus on your work. I can handle myself. I'll be waiting for you at night. Make sure you come early." Rosamund Kwan felt a twinge of disappointment. Deep down, she had hoped to be seen publicly with Linton, to fuel the media frenzy over their rumored romance. If things turned real, that would be perfect. But seeing that Linton had no such intentions, she dared not push or reveal her true wishes. As for Linton's assistant accompanying her shopping, she knew deep down that Li Xiaoran didn't like her. But she didn't care. She wouldn't bother with that little assistant. During the days, Linton handled his affairs, yet without fail, he arrived promptly at the Four Seasons Hotel each afternoon. For 3 consecutive days, they indulged in intense, passionate encounters, losing themselves in each other's embrace. Rosamund Kwan went the extra mile to please Linton, buying various uniforms, stockings, and playful props during her daytime outings. Their nights of passion were nothing short of a masterful performance, with her displaying every skill and seduction in full force. On the final night, she pushed boundaries with reckless abandon, even initiating a triple play. Their moods soared. Their intimate battles left vivid, unforgettable memories. At the end of their final encounter, Linton handed her a vial. "Baby, this is a beauty pill bottle. It'll help you grow more beautiful." The beauty pills? The one that's made women around the world go crazy these past 2 months. That's right. You know how to use it. I do. Take it directly. The first time, prepare to take a bath. It's been all over the news. Should I take one now? Not yet, baby. Wait until next month. Why wait? Come with me to the bathroom. To the bathroom? What now? You're still thinking about baths before I leave. Rosamund Kwan teased, her mind wandering down the wrong path. Linton didn't explain. With a princely lift, he carried her to the bathroom mirror. "Look, baby, do you see any difference?" "Wow, darling. What magic did you cast? My skin looks so much better, and I feel years younger." In the mirror, her face glowed with warmth, her skin white and luminous, radiating youth. The lightness she felt coursing through her body stunned Rosamund Kwan. She could barely believe it. "Baby, did you forget who created the beauty and the vitality pills? Since fate brought us together for these days, I wanted to give you a special gift." Linton admitted he'd softened. At first, he merely treated Rosamund Kwan as a casual companion, carefully controlling the flow of his spiritual essence during their encounters to preserve her stamina for optimal pleasure. But after several nights, she had impressed him intensely. She eagerly pleased him, putting in every effort, yielding to his desires. Her aim was clear: to stay with him. It felt too good to ignore. He even considered keeping her. But her reputation, especially involving the unfortunate golf course scandal 2 years ago, snuffed out that impulse. She was extremely candid about her love life. During an interview, she calmly admitted that she has tried dating all kinds of men, including those that already had girlfriends or wives. Besides, Madonna's own wild past before meeting him was worse. Yet she had fully committed to him, reformed her ways, and even bore his daughter Lena. He had accepted Madonna, his invaluable resource for cultivation, despite her history. More importantly, he wasn't short of women. His harem was already vast, and he needed room for the next generation of rising stars. Rosamund Kwan, lacking significant popularity, offered minimal cultivation benefit. Still, she was one of the most popular Asian actresses. Now poised at her prime, her beauty would inevitably fade soon. To preserve her exquisite looks, he generously poured a massive amount of his vitality into her on the last night, explaining the dramatic change. Yet Linton wasn't unwilling to give her a chance. Upon entering the celestial presence stage, he began developing a spell that embedded a spiritual mark to detect a woman's fidelity. He implanted a shard of his consciousness into Rosamund Kwan, forming a mark that lasted 2 years. If another man had entered her body, the mark would be triggered, alerting him instantly on their next meeting. If she remained loyal for 2 years, he might consider giving her another chance. "You're too good to me, darling." No woman could ever ignore a boost to her looks. Overwhelmed by the news, Rosamund Kwan pulled Linton into a passionate embrace, showering him with fiery kisses. "Love me right now. Even the most intense games must end." After getting ready, they left the bathroom. Rosamund Kwan's heart ached with reluctance. "Darling, you're so good to me. I hate to leave. Should I stay longer? Maybe for a few more days?" Though thrilled, she felt a pang of sadness. She secretly wished to become like Vivian Chow or Michelle Reese, Linton's official girlfriend, accessing Hollywood's glitz and treasures. But clearly, Linton didn't share that vision. Still, this trip wasn't fruitless. She not only looked better and younger, but received a bottle of the beauty pills, selling for $100,000 in the world's only exclusive store and nearly impossible to buy in Hong Kong without $200,000. Though her annual income was decent, millions of Hong Kong dollars, her expenses were high. After all, such a precious pills were beyond her means. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling of injustice. 3 days by Linton's side had earned her so much. If she could become his girlfriend, remain with him long-term, the benefits would be unimaginable. During her shopping, she visited the famed Linton Health Specialty Store, marveling at the scene. The shop had become the hottest tourist spot, attracting thousands daily. To manage the crowds, they limited entry to 50 visitors at a time, each allowed 10 minutes inside before rotating. Outside, customers queued under security guidance, yet oddly, the line began 5 meters from the door. On closer inspection, a bright red message was painted. No queuing allowed before midnight on the 4th of each month. Curious, Rosamund Kwan uncovered the reason. Earlier that month, prime spots in the queue were sold for huge sums. Positions before 100 fetched up to $100,000. Most couldn't earn that in a year. This lucrative opportunity spread fast. By nightfall, tents appeared outside the store, where people camped, dreaming of scoring a year's worth of spending money just from standing in line. But such behavior disrupted the store's image and visitor flow. After consulting security and police, the manager Alexis Carlson and chief of security Gully Gerda set the new rule, evicting campers and marking the restriction in bold red letters. Hearing this astonished Rosamund Kwan, already aware of the store's popularity from Hong Kong. But more jaw-dropping were the 21 beautiful angels posters inside, which included Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese, her rivals. Had it not been for those two, she might already have been taken to Hollywood by Linton. Still, she had to admit, each poster featured stunningly beautiful images, far better than anything done for her. Worse, nearly every visitor photographed the posters, with media shooting covers there. She overheard a fact that fueled her envy. Each beautiful angel earned $10 million annually in endorsements from Linton's store alone. Vivian Chow and Michelle Reese pocketed $10 million each from just this source, their fame soaring daily with so much free publicity. Leaving the store, Rosamund Kwan resolved to seize every chance to connect with Linton, aspiring to surpass others and become his true girlfriend. Yet she knew times had changed. Linton's influence was massive now, surrounded by countless beauties. The competition was fiercer. Voicing her ambition outright might get an outright rejection, killing her chances. She had to play it carefully, step by step. Hence, these past days, she unleashed her full arsenal of charms and skills, leaving an unforgettable impression to raise her bargaining power. The results were visible, not just the beauty pills and youthful boost, but still far from her goal. Linton showed no sign of wanting to keep her permanently. She dared not reveal her dissatisfaction, instead veiling her intentions in cautious questions, hoping for more time with him, clinging to any sliver of opportunity. "No," Linton replied firmly. "I'm about to start shooting in MV. My schedule's tight, and I won't have time to visit. You should head back to Hong Kong." "An MV? Can I join?" "No. Casting was done ages ago. Go back for now. If Jet Li shoots a big film, I'll let you know." His cold words hit her hard, but she didn't give up. Quickly shifting gears, she pleaded. "Okay, darling, can I call you sometime?" "Of course." Relieved, she put on her most pitiful look. "When I miss you, can I come visit?" "No problem, but call ahead to confirm. I knew you wouldn't just abandon me." She threw her arms around Linton and kissed him again. At least she secured the chance for future calls and visits. For a man as powerful and wealthy as Linton, offering support for her career, she wouldn't give up so easily. She believed that with her beauty and charm, spending more time with him could open the door to a brighter future by his side. Chapter 526, Three Women's Celebration. White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta was surprisingly efficient. Within 3 days, he had secured all the legal paperwork under Linton Anderson's health company for military-grade Humvees and armored vehicles. Not only were they street legal in Los Angeles, but their authorized travel extended across California, Montana, and the highways connecting the two states. Linton had already entrusted David with the official permits to purchase 2 armored vehicles equipped with top-tier firepower and 4 military Humvees, each staffed with 3 elite Thunder Guards specially selected for their military skills. Now, the 18 soldiers were undergoing rigorous training at the estate's military base. By early next month, once their training was complete, they would convoy with their vehicles to Los Angeles, taking permanent residence at the estate. Unknowingly, Mission Impossible had already been in theaters for 5 weeks. North American box office receipts had hit $395 million, and were inching close to the $400 million mark. However, its potential for further earnings was clearly tapering off. Daily grosses had fallen to roughly $500,000. Experts estimated that the final North American box office might plateau just above $400 million. But the film's overseas performance was even more thrilling, thanks to North America's trend-setting success and Linton's incredible star power. The release in international core markets over the past month shattered expectations. Germany had already grossed $50.37 million, France $52.84 million, Italy $33.27 million, Spain $21.46 million, and Russia $28.59 million. The UK, boosted by British Rose Catherine Zeta-Jones as the lead actress, stood out with a staggering $60.29 million. Other European nations combined brought in $77.18 million. Across Asia, Australia, and South America, sales flourished. In South Korea, over 5 million tickets sold, grossing more than $40 million. Australia accounted for more than $25 million. Brazil, over $38 million. Overseas totals had already hit $520 million. Combined worldwide, the film had grossed $915 million and was still raking in revenue. More than 40 countries and regions, including Japan, the world's largest overseas market, were still awaiting release. It was now beyond doubt that Mission Impossible would soon be the first film to surpass $1 billion globally. Meanwhile, Naomi Watts starring Twister also performed impressively. After 2 weeks in North America, the movie scored $105.36 million in the first week, followed by $58.12 million in the second, holding the #1 box office spot. The 2-week tally reached $163 million. Overseas releases began at week 2, pulling in another $82.73 million in the first week. With Twister's sizzling success, Naomi dominated entertainment pages everywhere recently. While it was a disaster epic known for its jaw-dropping effects, having her in the lead role significantly boosted her popularity, especially under the full support and promotion from Linton's many media outlets. Arguably, besides Linton himself, the two most buzzworthy stars in Hollywood these weeks were Catherine and Naomi. Both had maximized their film dividends, effortlessly converting box office glory into skyrocketing personal fame, fast-chasing Julia Roberts, Hollywood's only true A-list megastar. Of course, they still had a long way to go to reach Julia's level. Perhaps their next films would finally break the $10 million salary barrier. Yet the $20 million mark remained a stretch, needing more blockbuster hits to prove their box office clout. Or they might someday land a female-led blockbuster grossing over $100 million in North America to cement their place among the genuine superstars. With both films topping charts, today marked Naomi's return to Los Angeles after her North American promo tour, while Catherine and Michelle Reese concluded their overseas press rounds, all arriving back in the city simultaneously. It was truly a triple celebration, and estate housekeeper Amy had already decked out the manor in festive splendor. That evening, Linton held an exclusive victory party for the three at the estate, featuring an array of fine food and exquisite wines. To the success of our films, and even more so to your personal breakthroughs, Naomi's rise to near A-list, Catherine's ascension to full A-list, and Michelle Reese climbing into the B-list ranks. Cheers! Linton raised his glass, eyes warm and proud beneath the party lights shining on the three glamorous stars. Darling, it's all thanks to you. Thank you. Naomi's voice trembled with emotion. She scooted close, perching on Linton's lap, clinking glasses in a drinking toast. Since joining Linton, her career had soared, starting with his music video, rising from obscurity to small fame, exploding into prominence after Step Up, becoming a Hollywood B-lister, then steadily climbing each year to near A-list, and now on the fringe of superstardom. But Naomi knew none of it was her work alone. The unwavering support Linton gave was the true foundation. She recalled the days before meeting him, serving tables just to get by, chasing every bit part on set. It felt like a dream compared to those harsh years. This life was a treasure, and she loved and admired Linton sincerely from the bottom of her heart. After their wine exchange, She clung tighter, pulling Linton in for a deepening kiss that lasted several luscious minutes before they finally separated amid Michelle and Catherine's playful laughter. Catherine's exuberance surpassed Naomi's. "Darling, here's to our film setting new box office records." Mission Impossible was unstoppable at the box office, and Catherine could sense her status as the lead actress in cinematic history's highest-grossing film was within grasp. Her recent publicity tour across Europe, England, France, Germany, Italy, had showered her in unprecedented stardom. Her fan base had exploded worldwide. Every city she visited swelled with adoring crowds. Returning to the UK by private jet, cloaked in Hollywood glamour and the film's massive success, former rivals scrambled to flatter her for a chance to be introduced to Hollywood's inner circle. Even Rachel Weisz, previously her fiercest foe, bowed respectfully, begging for an introduction. This flattery pleased Catherine's vanity immensely. Yet while she collected their praise, the prospect of handing over her Hollywood connections, not a chance. Each thought of those moments brought a cool satisfaction washing over her like an icy drink on a hot summer day. She silently marveled at how lucky she'd been when Linton discovered her back in London during her stage play days. She, too, settled onto Linton's lap to join in the drinking toast, exchanging sips and finally sharing a seductive French kiss that conveyed the wine between their mouths, deepening their passionate connection. Only after several minutes of tender embraces did they part amid Naomi and Michelle's joyful teasing. Michelle Reese was equally ecstatic. Initially, when she arrived in North America and joined Linton's inner circle, she intended to play it safe, a mere trophy wife with a glamorous life. But circumstances had blown far beyond her plans, transforming her ideals completely. Linton seemed determined to make every woman in his circle a star, preferably a superstar. Aside from the legendary Madonna, who didn't need any favors, he treated them all fairly, constantly funneling resources and opportunities their way so each could bloom into a major entertainment presence. What puzzled her most was Linton himself. Despite being the head of the Universal Group and now one of the world's richest people thanks to his beauty and vitality pills, his passion for becoming a superstar never waned. His dedication to filmmaking and singing far exceeded his enthusiasm for his corporate empire or the ongoing wealth of his health company. She wasn't alone in her confusion. No one in the circle understood, yet no one dared challenge or change him. They merely trusted and fully supported him. Besides, Linton was a rare genius. No smoking, no drugs, no wild clubbing habits. Just an extraordinary star dream that seemed perfectly normal for him. More than trusting and supporting, they all understood how much Linton valued the star power they radiated. Though sometimes reluctant, Michelle Reese had to adjust, fully leveraging the resources he provided to become a Hollywood star. After finally securing her spot and ascending to near B-list status as the beautiful angel this year, she fully grasped the real value and glory of Hollywood stardom, something worlds apart from her acting days in Hong Kong. Just counting income, ignoring the $10 million beautiful angel bonus. Since reaching near B-list, plus endorsements and commercials, her annual take-home after taxes easily topped $20 million. This was truly disposable personal income at a level unmatched even by top superstars like Jackie Chan, and no wealthy trophy wife she knew could compare. Add to that the personal assistants and bodyguards Linton assembled for them, making wherever they went a parade of admirers. With millions of fans worldwide, Michelle Reese was always the center of attention, adored wherever she appeared. And this was only near B-list. With her continued rise, her earnings, status, and fanbase would surge even more. The feeling was intoxicating. She had completely changed her earlier ambitions and truly fallen in love with the celebrity life. Becoming a Hollywood A-lister was now her true dream, especially winning Linton's favor. Recently, she heard from Lee Xiaoran that old rival Rosamund Kwan was scheming to curry favor with Linton. She felt a twinge of concern at first, but quickly dismissed it. She was already halfway up the mountain, while her rival still struggled at the base. Of course, if Rosamund Kwan found a shortcut, Michelle Reese wouldn't begrudge it. In fact, she might even help her. Though internal jealousy and conflict were forbidden in Linton's circle, women naturally had their own agendas, and cultural and financial clashes tended to form cliques. Open fighting or jealousy was rare, but quietly bonding. Shopping together, whispering secrets, helping in small ways, was common and sometimes necessary. Due to cultural differences, Michelle Reese and Vivian Chow's lifestyle and values differed from the others, making them somewhat unique within the group. Often they clung to each other as close confidants, but still felt a bit isolated. Adding just one more person might spice up their social life. She noticed how the Japanese singers Izumi Sakai and Noriko Sakai had recently managed to pull in Akina Nakamori. Linton's inner circle was large enough that one more member wouldn't matter, provided Linton truly picked Rosamund Kwan. Mimicking the others, she raised her glass, perched on Linton's lap, and while sharing a drinking toast, locked lips with him in an exquisite kiss, passing half the wine from her mouth to his. Then she deepened the intimacy with a lingering French kiss, nestling into his embrace for several minutes until Naomi and Catherine's playful teasing encouraged them to part. After several rounds of wine, Linton inquired about their upcoming schedules. "Darling, I get 2 days off before heading overseas for Film Promotions Day after tomorrow. You have to spend some quality time with me these 2 days," Naomi said, eyes filled with affectionate longing. "Darling, I'm also taking 2 days off before joining you on set for the next music video shoot. After that, I'm focusing on dance rehearsals for Chicago. I've turned down all business and endorsements. My agent is not happy with you. You owe me serious quality time. Can you push your work aside to be with us these 2 days? Darling, I'll rest for a few days first before replacing Catherine and joining you for the music video shoot. Then it's back to business trips and endorsements. I just came back from Asia after over 10 non-stop days. I'm exhausted. Make sure you reward me well," Michelle Reese added, her voice warm but sincere. All right. These 2 days I'll stay home and be fully at your service. However you want me to spend this time, just say the word," Linton assured them. "Then let's play a game?" Naomi, slightly tipsy and excited, grinned mischievously. "What kind of game?" "Finger-guessing game. Loser chooses, drink a shot, or take off an article of clothing." "How about that?" Catherine eagerly suggested. "That sounds fun. I'm in." Naomi and Michelle Reese both agreed enthusiastically, eager to add more excitement to the party. Chapter 527. The premiere of America's Got Talent. While Linton was hosting a carefree celebration party at the estate with Naomi, Catherine, and Michelle Reese, Sunday, June 16th, 9 p.m. primetime finally marked the long-awaited premiere of America's Got Talent on the MCA television network. After over half a year of preparation, the network launched the first episode. In fact, by early April, all preliminary arrangements for America's Got Talent had been completed. MCA aired recruitment commercials across all its channels. In this vast world, the extraordinary is everywhere. MCA proudly presents the stage for America's Got Talent, inviting all of America's unique and gifted performers to step into the spotlight. Whether you sing, dance, play an instrument, perform magic, or showcase incredible talents like acrobatics or imitation. If you have a passion to perform beyond the ordinary, this stage is yours. No registration fees. Open to every age, gender, region, race, and nationality. The grand champion will receive a prize of $1 million. If your talent impresses on the America's Got Talent stage, Universal Studios and Linton Media will provide audition opportunities for films and television. If your voice conquers the stage, Universal Records will open its doors with a record contract. MCA Television presents America's Got Talent, the stage for rising stars. We look forward to your participation. Here's how to sign up. The ad ended boldly crediting show creator Linton Anderson. Boom. This announcement sent shockwaves across the country. A free, no-barrier talent competition airing on television with $1 million prize, plus chances for movie roles or record deals with the prestigious Universal Records. This was 1996 America. Nothing like this had ever happened before. For the dreamers struggling to break through, the lure was irresistible. Is this for real? Many young viewers asked in disbelief. Such an amazing opportunity, free to enter, on TV, and a chance to win $1 million? To become a movie star or singer. Am I dreaming? No way, it's fake. The creator is my idol, Linton Anderson. The network deliberately highlighted Linton's role as the show's mastermind, not just to flatter him, though that was useful, but mainly to leverage his surging star power. After publicly revealing the beauty and vitality pills, Linton had become a nationwide icon, so associating his name guaranteed attention. It also boosted advertisers' expectations. Since his debut, Linton's projects, singing, acting, writing, producing, had all been successes. Take the neighboring channel's Who Wants to Be a Millionaire as a glowing example. After the commercial aired, MCA's hotline was overwhelmed with calls. The public rushed to verify the ad's authenticity, then signed up in a frenzy. Within days, America's Got Talent became a nationwide sensation. Newspapers across the country covered it, eager for clicks. The concept of a nationwide talent audition was brand new. From Los Angeles to New York, Alaska to Florida, even hopeful dreamers in Canada reported their excitement. From students and office workers to farmers and laborers, all ecstatic about the ad. The America's Got Talent stage, here I come. $1 million is mine. I'm signing up. I'm becoming a movie star. I'm going to release my album. In just 1 week, the show's production team received over 6,000 applications from across North America, and the number kept climbing. Before the first episode had even aired, the entire nation was watching. When registration closed on April 20th, the total number of applicants had soared past 10,000. The producers announced a multi-phase schedule, the auditions in May and June, semifinals in September, and the finals in October. Given the volume of contestants, the country was divided into 10 regional audition zones for convenience. MCA sent 3 judges to each zone. If all 3 judges illuminated red lights during a performance, the act ended immediately. A contestant securing at least 2 judge approvals advanced. The next round, held in Los Angeles, followed the same voting logic, eventually narrowing the field to 50 semifinalists. Semifinals picked the top 10 finalists by the same process. The finals themselves were decided entirely by audience votes. The show's early stages were edited into variety episodes broadcast weekly, while the semifinals and finals would air live. They also announced a hotline for sponsors to buy advertising slots. Though the show was the first of its kind nationwide, the smashing response before launch proved its potential. Major brands lined up, eager to invest. After fierce bidding, Coca-Cola won the naming rights for the first season with a staggering $100 million deal, just shy of Pepsi's $120 million sponsorship for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. But Millionaire was an established show in its 3rd season, with proven ratings and advertiser ROI. America's Got Talent was brand new. Its ultimate ratings were still unknown. Coca-Cola's investment was a bold gamble, partly spurred by fierce competition to prevent Pepsi from cornering all major partnerships, and majorly due to Linton's involvement as show creator. Besides, a smaller entrant, Little Tom Dairy, unexpectedly bid up to $80 million but backed off and settled for a $20 million product placement deal for Prime branding. In total, the show's product placements generated over $200 million in advertising revenue. Embedded spots within the program that didn't share revenue with affiliate stations. The first season's production costs, under $50 million, paled next to the show's preemptive profits. Plus, there were traditional commercial breaks revenues to consider when the show actually aired. MCA Network President Melman and other executives were electrified. They vowed to make America's Got Talent their crown jewel, aiming to surpass Millionaire. To ensure top-tier quality, they slapped on an extra $20 million budget, upgrading the main judges' lineup and enhancing stage design, lighting, and sound. On May 10th, regional auditions kicked off nationwide with blazing intensity. By the end of May, they had amassed a treasure trove of incredible footage. Among these gems were acts that truly amazed: soaring singers, breathtaking acrobats, extreme dancers, ventriloquists, and more. There was also a high schooler named Meg with mind-blowing mental math skills. Judges and randomly selected audience members rattled off 20 numbers under 10,000. Instantly, Meg summed them accurately. Through multiple rounds of random tests, not a single mistake. Audiences both live and at home were enthralled. Another standout was Madden, a librarian from a small southern town performing astounding feats of memory. The show set up 3 bookshelves loaded with over 300 books, each labeled with a number. Audience members picked random book numbers and page numbers. Then Madden had 1 minute to memorize that page. The book and page were displayed on a giant screen backstage, with Madden reading his back to the screen. 3 rounds of random selections had Madden perfectly reciting every word, stunning everyone. It felt less like an entertainment show and more like a top-secret genius recruitment at a leading research lab. The debut episode kicked off with magician Dylan, dressed casually in jeans, a t-shirt, and a fedora, who confidently owned the stage. Flashing his empty hat, Dylan pulled out fruits, soda bottles, then 2 live pigeons that immediately took flight, all from the same small hat. The grand finale, 2 huge bouquets of flowers far exceeding the hat's volume. Even a seasoned talent like Linton, at his level, watched through his TV in astonishment, unable to crack the trick. The public, too, was mesmerized. America's Got Talent was set to redefine the entertainment landscape forever. Chapter 528. The explosive debut of America's Got Talent. From the moment America's Got Talent premiered, it captivated viewers with its extraordinary and distinctly unique performances. Not just the general audience, but Naomi, Catherine, and Michelle Reese, all close to Linton, watched intently, repeatedly gasping and cheering at the acts on screen. Before the first episode even ended, buzz about the show was already erupting across the internet. Once the episode wrapped up, the conversation exploded. Television programs had rarely showcased such an unconventional and diverse lineup, each act more thrilling than the next. Whether it was Yahoo's busiest forums, college bulletin boards, emerging niche sites, or even the newly digitalized Hollywood Gossip Daily's comment sections, people were hooked. Even on more professional platforms like IMDb, discussions about America's Got Talent flooded in. The hottest topics centered on Dylan's magic tricks, Meg's computational skills, and Madden's incredible memory. These 3 standout performances instantly won legions of fans, sparking intense debates online about whose act was the most impressive. Unknown just days before, Dylan, Meg, and Madden suddenly soared into the spotlight. Some viewers humorously argued that Madden's prodigious memory was wasted in the library, and that he belonged at the FBI or CIA, where his talents could truly be put to work. After watching the show, Naomi, Catherine, and Michelle Reese were left wanting more. They showered Linton with praise. "Darling, congratulations on producing another show with sky-high ratings. You really are a genius. This program is going to be huge. Looks like MCA's rise in TV is just around the corner." Linton nodded quietly to himself. MCA's foundation was definitely solid, and CEO Melman clearly knew his stuff. Entrusting America's Got Talent to him was the right choice. Even more gratifying was the giant poster displayed prominently on the main backdrop at each audition site. It featured Linton's photo with bold lettering declaring him the show's creator, Linton Anderson. Whether it was flattery or a savvy move to ride his growing fame, Linton was thoroughly pleased. After all, the show's soaring popularity also boosted his own visibility, accelerating his cultivation progress. Feeling elated, he carried a woman in each arm, with another strapped to his back, and headed upstairs. "All right, since we've got such great news, let's celebrate together." Later that night, close to midnight, as Linton was joyously playing games with Naomi, Catherine, and Michelle Reese, his phone rang. It was Melman. "Boss, great news. America's Got Talent's ratings have exploded." "How high?" Linton asked, surprised. Even UPN's flagship show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, typically hovered between 4.5% and 5%. Average rating, 5.6%. Peak, 6.3%. That's incredible. Have the numbers been verified? Rest assured, boss. They're confirmed. Fantastic. Keep pushing hard on marketing and ensure the show stays high quality. Especially keep the judging fair. No scandals. We're aiming to make this our crown jewel. Thanks, boss. We're fully committed. I'm confident America's Got Talent will top national ratings this year. How's the sponsorship selling? It's going excellently. We modeled our ad sales on Millionaire's launch. We only sold ads for the first episode so far, and with such high ratings right out of the gate, subsequent slots will command premium prices. Good. Hopefully MCA can seize this opening to rise stronger and bigger. After ending the call, Linton pulled his 3 companions in for a group hug. Great news. America's Got Talent's ratings are rocking. Let's keep celebrating. Their laughter and cheerful singing filled the night. The next morning, during breakfast, Amy, the butler, stood respectfully at the table's far end. A large stack of newspapers lay before them. She methodically read headlines from the day's editions. Almost every newspaper prominently featured stories about last night's MCA broadcast of America's Got Talent. Even the nation's biggest and most influential papers weighed in. The Los Angeles Times entertainment section led with America's Got Talent, the grassroots stage for stars on the rise. The Washington Post headlined America's Got Talent, a nationwide talent hunt. The New York Times, largely influenced by Hillary, placed America's Got Talent, helping people chase the American dream, as today's top entertainment story. The Hollywood Gossip Daily went all out with praise. America's Got Talent, another masterpiece from Linton Anderson. There were also feature articles diving deeper into contestants' incredible talents. Hollywood New Wave explored the secrets behind Dylan's stunning magic. Hollywood Report revealed the shocking limit of Meg's calculative powers. Louise Entertainment was astounded by Madden's unbelievable memory. America's Got Talent had launched in a way no one predicted, instantly capturing national attention and sparking widespread media coverage. MCA's offices buzzed with excitement as if it were Christmas morning, riding high on the show's unexpected first episode success. Efforts to sell commercial slots intensified rapidly. With headlines blowing up and online chatter everywhere, advertisers eagerly threw money at MCA. After fierce bidding, the 22 60-minute episodes of Season 1 secured an astonishing $380 million in total commercial sales. That's $17.3 million per episode, surpassing even Who Wants to Be a Millionaire's $16.6 million per episode during its third season. Although this had to be shared with the broadcasting affiliates, MCA's own revenue still exceeded $200 million. Looking back, MCA regretted that their previous $200 million sponsorship deals had been undervalued. Advertisers got an incredible bargain that time. But everyone soon accepted that since this was the show's first season, advertisers had taken a real risk. When the second season launched next year, sponsorship deals would far surpass current figures and fetch astronomical sums. Just from America's Got Talent's debut season alone, MCA transformed itself, raking in over $400 million in revenue and claiming a spectacular comeback. Led by CEO Melman, MCA's leadership grew increasingly confident and began mapping out an ambitious road for the network's rise. Chapter 529, MV Shoot, Female Stars Visiting the Set. On June 18th, after what felt like an eternity to Daniel, Linton's music video shoot finally kicked off. Linton's single, You'll Be in My Heart, released at the end of April, had become a sales phenomenon, soaring past 45 million copies sold worldwide. Since 3 singles had already dropped the previous year, album release schedules suggested the full album should have launched while the single was still hot. In reality, the album had long been finished and was even in production presses, with much of the promotional plan ready to roll. The problem was Linton couldn't find time, leaving Daniel to tear his hair out. Initially, Daniel often showed up in person to secure some studio time with Linton, but all he got was the same answer. Linton was too busy. He was only promised a vague start around mid-June, without any concrete date. It left Daniel frustrated to the point of despair. If this were any other artist, Daniel would have unleashed the full power of the label's influence to force their hand. But Linton wasn't just any artist. He was the boss. So Daniel resigned himself to having all preparation ready, waiting day after day, hoping Linton would finally free up some time. By June 10th, everything for the video shoot was assembled. The band, backup dancers, extras, all in place, awaiting Linton's arrival. Daniel wanted to rush the new album launch even if it meant incurring extra costs. The moment Linton walked on set, shooting would proceed as swiftly as possible. Daniel envisioned something grand for these videos. It was 1996, and top-tier stars, especially divas, were no longer content with simple, studio-bound dance scenes or flimsy plots. Big money was pouring into music videos turned mini-movies, complete with special effects, cinematic storylines, and breathtaking production. As the unique superstar of All America, Linton's videos had to match or surpass the best, maintaining Universal's prestige. Daniel had initially budgeted $30 million for the 13 videos, a sum that could easily finance a medium-budget commercial film. He had commissioned stirring short scripts for each song, intending to shoot on location across the United States, showcasing the nation's stunning landscapes in the album's videos. But Linton vetoed the plan. While the concept was stunning, it demanded too much time, which Linton didn't have. He capped the shoot for each video at only 2 days. Facing the boss's commands, Daniel begrudgingly had the screenwriter rewrite the scripts, and the director and producers adjusted the shooting schedule accordingly. All shoots shifted to Universal Studios soundstages, but Daniel wasn't inclined to cut costs. Instead, he funneled funds into elaborate set builds to perfectly realize every scene indoors. The current shoot paired Linton with Catherine Zeta-Jones on the song I Knew I Loved You. The song told a bittersweet story of a beautiful yet fleeting encounter in love, brief but stirring deep emotions. The script had Linton sitting on the subway home, locked eyes with a captivating woman. The two shared instant mutual attraction, culminating in a stroll through a beautiful garden. The sets were straightforward, a subway car and a lush garden. Of course, plenty of singing scenes were woven in to fit Linton's style. This simple concept perfectly met Linton's needs. Minimal extras, simple locations, everything manageable within the tight 2-day schedule. Since June 10th, the cast and crew had already gathered and rehearsed extensively. When shooting officially began, it went remarkably smooth, wrapping up in just a day and a half. The next afternoon, Michelle Reese arrived early to commence filming Everything You Want. The first day's afternoon session went well. By dusk, the director boasted that a third of the shoot was complete. Linton expected the shoot to continue without a hitch. However, no one knew how word got out that Linton was filming a music video here. Starting the third day, waves of female celebrities flocked to visit him on set. Julia Roberts was the first to show up. She was prepping for her new film, My Best Friend's Wedding, due to start shooting next month, so her schedule was relatively free. Julia had called Linton multiple times to ask him out, but he had always declined, citing no time. Upon hearing he was on set filming, she seized the chance to visit him. Linton couldn't refuse. She arrived that morning with a coffee cart in tow. During a break, Julia smiled and handed Linton a cup personally, slipping a hotel key card into his hand. "Linton, you free tonight? I'll be waiting at the Four Seasons." "Can I say I'm not?" "No way. You've turned me down too many times. I checked. There are no other jobs, just this shoot. You can't say no this time. Or should I just wait for you at your trailer?" With Julia pushing it this far, Linton had no choice but to agree. "Good. I won't bother you. See you tonight," Julia said joyfully, giving him a warm hug before leaving briskly. Later, he had to explain to Michelle Reese, "All right, after I'm done tonight, I'll come over." Julia's visit was just the start. At noon, after calming Michelle Reese down, Linton was just stepping out of his trailer for afternoon filming when assistant Lee Sharon approached with phone and notebook in hand. "Boss," during lunch, Halle Berry, Gwyneth Paltrow, Sharon Stone, Elizabeth Hurley, Drew Barrymore. 10 female stars called wanting to visit you. What do you want me to reply? Forget it. We're on a tight schedule. If they all come, the shoot will get disrupted. Tell them no. Still, those stars were not easily deterred, and their star power was no joke. Though the crew didn't approve or send escorts, it couldn't stop determined visitors. Take Sharon Stone and Gwyneth Paltrow, for instance, both solid A-listers, with Sharon firmly in the top tier. How could the Universal security truly stop them? That afternoon, 2 coffee trucks arrived, treating the entire crew and extras to refreshments, a perk that boosted morale. Even more entertaining for everyone on set was watching the visiting stars try every trick to slip into Linton's arms, sparking gossip and juicy tidbits. Linton, however, firmly declined both their date invitations. No matter what, having 3 waves of visitor teams in one day posed serious disruption to filming. Linton was speechless but didn't blame the security guards. He understood these were Hollywood rules. Ordinary regulations often didn't apply to top stars. Since stopping them was impossible, to minimize interruption, Linton instructed Lee Shaoran to call all other prospective visitors who hadn't come yet, rescheduling their visits to ensure only 1 star visited the set per day. Chapter 530, The Nutty Professor premiere, an excited Halle Berry. Linton's shooting schedule at the set went smoothly, maintaining a steady pace of roughly one song every 2 days. Cameron Diaz, Jennifer Connelly, Winona Ryder, Kate Winslet, Charlize Theron, and others all joined the crew, each completing the filming of one song performance. On the afternoon of June 26th, Universal Pictures held the premiere for The Nutty Professor, starring Halle Berry as the female lead. As the head of Universal's parent company, Linton was expected to attend the premiere of such a major film under his studio's banner and help promote it. Halle Berry had even invited Linton personally, showing up at the set by 3 p.m. after makeup was done, urging him to join her for the premiere. Linton had to wrap up his shooting early and accompany Halle to the event. Charlize Theron, who was shooting a music video with Linton that day, had initially planned to attend the premiere alongside him. However, Charlize's strong-willed nature made her unwilling to play second fiddle to Halle Berry or watch Linton walk the red carpet with another woman. Refusing the invitation, she instead seized the moment to charm Linton with playful affection, coaxing him into granting several intimate favors that promised private delight later. The Nutty Professor was a sci-fi comedy centered on African-American culture, with Eddie Murphy starring as the male lead. The story followed Julius, a biology professor at Wells University who was overweight and spent his days developing a weight loss drug. One day, the experiment succeeded, altering the DNA of lab mice and drastically reducing their weight in a short time. Julius eagerly tested the drug on himself, transforming into a beloved, confident heartthrob who quickly mastered witty banter, even besting professional comedians. His beautiful colleague, Professor Carla, who had only dared to dream of closeness before, unexpectedly agreed to go on a date with him. Yet, the drug's effects were unstable, and each time a happy moment neared, Julius risked reverting to his original appearance. Carla, young and warm-hearted, was well-liked by students. She soon developed feelings for a charming man named Buddy, only to discover that Buddy was actually Julius. Rather than blame him, kind-hearted Carla encouraged Julius to live seriously. The film's fresh concept brimmed with humor and clever jokes. Thanks to advanced makeup and special effects, Eddie Murphy showcased his comedic gifts fully, portraying the stark contrast between the two personas with impeccable skill. Obesity was portrayed as a significant life struggle, with the film reflecting the real challenges overweight individuals faced socially. However, it tackled the theme with an uplifting tone about meaning and self-worth, elevating its appeal to mainstream audiences. After the screening, as laughter and applause filled the theater, Linton confidently anticipated a strong box office run. During the post-premiere press Q&A, an expected routine, reporters asked Linton to predict the movie's box office. He boldly forecasted $120 million for the North American market, causing a stir among attendees. This was notable since the film featured an entirely African-American lead cast. Though racial equality movements had advanced in North America, realistically, African-American contributions to box office revenue were still comparatively low. Hollywood had never seen a primarily black-led film surpass $100 million. Eddie Murphy's Beverly Hills Cop trilogy had all crossed that mark, but those films' lead casts were mostly white stars besides him. Linton didn't elaborate much, but said his judgment was based on personal taste and reactions from the audience during the screening. After the premiere, Halle Berry made sure to cling to Linton's arm, unwilling to let go. She led him to the nearby Ritz-Carlton, where she had already secured a room. Following an intense, passionate encounter, Halle lay relaxed against Linton. "Linton, do you really think The Nutty Professor's box office will hit $120 million? Of course. The film's genuinely good. You and Eddie's performances were spot on. Plus, Universal's distribution capabilities guarantee success." Indeed, Universal's distribution was top-notch. Levitt had given Linton a brief report on the film's marketing and release plan. Since it was a film with a black cast, promotional efforts and theater bookings focused heavily on African-American communities, prioritizing cinemas in those neighborhoods. Nonetheless, other markets weren't ignored. Eddie Murphy had amassed a sizable fan base through the Beverly Hills Cop series. The film's themes addressed obesity rather than racial issues, featuring a university professor as the protagonist, broadening its mainstream appeal. With major media groups pitching in alongside NBC's full support, and key theaters backing the project, the opening day. Planned for nearly 3,100 screens nationwide, with 14% of all screens allocated, over a third concentrated in predominantly Black communities. Darling, if the movie really makes $120 million, I have a big surprise for you. What is it? Can you tell me now? Secret. Although she claimed it was a secret, Hallie's excitement betrayed her. That very night, she shyly delivered the surprise, her last virginity, actively engaging Linton in an intimate time that left no doubt of her enthusiasm. As the Nutty Professor rolled out, it proved Linton's predictions accurate. The film grossed $26.41 million during its opening weekend, securing the top spot. The box office breakdown differed from typical releases, with over 30% of revenue coming from theaters in Black communities. Critics and audiences alike praised the movie. Third-party surveys gave it an A grade overall, signaling a strong likelihood it would pass the $100 million mark. Chapter 531, 5 Gangs. Linton continued focusing on the music video shoot at Universal Studios. Time flew by quickly, and before he knew it, it was July 3rd. That evening, after wrapping up the shoot, Linton returned to the estate with Vivian Chow. Danny and Lee Sharon accompanied them, but Danny quietly stepped aside to hand Linton a dossier. Boss, after thorough investigation, we found that 5 gangs in Los Angeles are eyeing the vitality and beauty pills, Danny reported. Wait, 5 gangs? Didn't we identify only 4 last month? There were 4 last month, but a new one has joined this month. Go on. These 5 gangs are the Mule Gang, Dark Horse Gang, Blood Gang, Red Bandana Gang, and Scorpion Gang. Among them, the Mule, Dark Horse, and Blood Gangs are long-established local forces in Los Angeles. As Danny laid out the details, Linton gained a clearer picture of these gangs. The Dark Horse Gang and Blood Gang both developed entirely within the heart of Los Angeles, rooted deeply in Compton. Compton is a unique part of Los Angeles, located downtown, but since the 1970s, as the African-American population grew concentrated there, social order rapidly declined, and white residents fled. Initially, their departure of residential areas attracted more African Americans, which only worsened the chaos. Normal businesses and companies failed to operate. By the late 1980s, there were virtually no white residents left. High-end commerce vanished, turning Compton into a predominantly African American zone dominated by violence. After dark, it became a no-man's land. Street fights, shootings, and arson were common. Everyone in Los Angeles knew. White folks dared not go to Compton, especially after sunset. Because legitimate business was almost non-existent, the area only had convenience stores with basic supplies, government-established food aid stations, and countless nightclubs. The main industries were drug trafficking and the sex trade. Residents essentially had no normal life prospects. Most kids grew up only to join the Dark Horse or Blood Gangs. These 2 gangs had enormous manpower at the base level but lacked professional training. Their actual combat effectiveness was average. The Mule Gang was formed by Mexican immigrants, headquartered in Orange County. Their main business was smuggling drugs from Mexico into Los Angeles, maintaining close ties with Mexican cartels. Though smaller in number, Mule Gang members were ruthless and heavily armed. Many had served in the Mexican military, making them highly skilled fighters. Law enforcement reportedly didn't take them lightly. Since late May, these 3 gangs had sharply scaled back operations, signaling they were plotting something major. Coupled with their relentless surveillance of our specialty stores, their intentions were clear. The Red Bandana Gang originated in Chicago, the largest gang there. At the end of May, over 100 armed members arrived in Los Angeles, currently holed up in a large estate on the outskirts of Gardena. They had been there for 2 full months without initiating any business, only taking turns keeping watch on our specialty store daily, making no attempt to hide their motives. The Scorpion Gang was San Francisco's dominant gang since the Black Tiger Gangs collapsed 3 years ago. About 2 weeks ago, they sent over 100 elite troops armed with various weapons, gathering in a Long Beach estate. Like the Red Bandanas, they only rotated surveillance shifts on our store without any other activity. What kind of weapons are they packing? Linton asked after reviewing the details. Mostly handguns and AK-47s, but there are also sniper rifles and heavy machine guns. Especially the Scorpion Gang. They seem to have more heavy firepower. Exact numbers are unclear. I'm guessing our transport of the vitality pills from the airport to the specialty store will turn into a battle. Although we have armored vehicles and military-grade Humvees, they have the numbers and heavy weapons. The situation looks bleak. When will our armored convoy arrive? They're leaving tonight, so they should get here by tomorrow morning. Can their heavy weapons seriously threaten our armored vehicles and Humvees? From what we know, their heavy machine guns won't faze the armored trucks much, but the Humvees could be at risk. Honestly, I'm more worried they'll block the roads with vehicles, surrounding us so thoroughly that even our armor won't save us. What about the LAPD or FBI? We're getting these intel updates, don't they? They definitely have the info, but as you know, the LAPD and FBI can't act without solid criminal evidence. These gangs are obviously preparing for a heist, but no actual action yet. That leaves the police with only surveillance as an option for now. So you're saying the police will just stand by while these gangs swagger around, openly gearing up for robbery? Boss, that's the reality. The police work like that. Otherwise, no one would need so many private security firms. The Mule, Dark Horse, and Blood gangs have ruled LA's underground economy for years. Their leaders control major wealth, have cleaned up their public images, and own legitimate enterprises. They all have powerful backers. Without concrete evidence, the police can't touch them. Even if they get evidence from big cases and make arrests, the gangs always have scapegoats lined up, keeping the real culprits free. I have 2 suggestions. Oh, please go ahead. First, have David dispatch an Apache attack helicopter to provide aerial escort for our convoy from the airport to the store. With air support, plus our armored vehicles and Humvees, it should reduce the risk substantially. Apache helicopters. Aren't we only authorized to fly those in Parker County? Right? To bring one into Los Angeles, we'll have to get the Department of Defense's official clearance. And your second suggestion? Request the White House's help to deploy the National Guard for our protection. No matter how many gangsters there are, they're no match for regular military forces. Do you have their exact gathering spots? Yes. The Mule Gang's armed forces are concentrated at a ranch in Orange County. I don't know if their leader is there. The Scorpion Gang's main force is at an estate in Long Beach. The Dark Horse and Blood Gangs are clustered in Compton's African-American neighborhoods, and the Red Bandanas are in Gardenia's central area. All the addresses are in the files. Are you considering asking the military to clean them out early? That'd be best for us, but the White House probably won't risk the political fallout of civilian casualties. Linton smiled mysteriously. You don't need to worry about that. Maybe in a couple of days, they'll all just disappear. A decision had been made in his mind, since these guys had the nerve to try robbing him, and the crowds only grew larger. They clearly mistook his kindness for weakness. As the saying goes, if you choose not to take the path to heaven, you'll find yourself in the hell. Chapter 532, Midnight Massacre. That night, Linton was hosting a lively party with Vivian Chow, recently busy with business gigs around Los Angeles, Michelle Reese, and Catherine, who had been practicing dance constantly at the estate. The 4 of them were in high spirits, enjoying the evening thoroughly. By 11 p.m., the first round of the party wrapped up. With a subtle wave of his hand, Linton unleashed a small measure of his power, sending the 3 women into a deep, peaceful sleep. After dressing, he quietly made his way to the mansion's main hall, then instantly activated his earth movement technique, burrowing underground and racing toward Compton. Compton was actually not far from Beverly Hills, barely 30-some miles away in a straight line. Within 10 minutes underground, Linton surfaced in Compton. As he expanded his spiritual awareness, the environment shocked him so much that he had trouble believing this was still Los Angeles. It felt more like an abandoned outpost on the edges of Africa. Everywhere he looked, the neighborhood was run down. Broken streets, crumbling buildings, and throngs of homeless people roaming. Violent brawls erupted on the sidewalks over scraps. A piece of bread, a clean shirt, or a decent spot to sleep sparked fights nonstop. Except for the occasional flickering street lamp, there was no sense of modern life here. Following the intel from Danny, Linton quickly pinpointed 2 critical locations. One was the Venom nightclub, formerly a large shopping mall spanning 3 floors. The first floor had a massive dance hall where wild beats pulsed relentlessly, and distorted shadows of all kinds of depraved people danced wildly. Around the booths, scenes of degradation played out, far more shocking than the most risque underground adult films. Clenching his teeth to endure the disgust, Linton sealed off that area from his spiritual senses and turned his attention to the second and third floors. The second floor was partitioned into a dozen or so private rooms. Most were closed tonight, except for the 5 largest, which buzzed with chaotic parties. The debauchery there was even worse than downstairs. The third floor housed various offices, all dark except for the main manager's office, brightly lit and guarded by 4 armed bodyguards. Inside, Linton saw a tattooed, menacing black man perched in the boss's chair, a cigar clenched between his teeth. Before him sat 4 others, 3 bare-chested hulks, and 1 refined man clearly serving as the strategist. They were in the middle of a heated discussion about robbing the specialty shop. The man in the chair growled, "David, last month they pulled a fast one on us, changed the delivery schedule last minute, and wasted our time. This time, you better keep tight watch. Relax, Hank. I've got people tailing both airports. As soon as Linton's private jet lands, I'll know first," replied the smooth-spoken David. "Do you think Linton could smuggle the vitality pills overland?" asked one of the bald bodyguards hesitantly. "Impossible," another growled. "It's over 1,000 miles by road from Parker County, Montana to LA, too many rival forces on the way. He's not stupid. He definitely wouldn't risk driving." "Yeah, I'm 100% sure Linton will fly. Only 2 options. Come back the night of 5th, hit his estate first, then transport the pills to the shop the following day. Or he flies in the morning of 6th and heads straight to the shop from the airport. So, the best ambush points are on the routes out of the airport," the first manager concluded. "We send 2 waves. One on the night of the 5th, one the morning of the 6th. Also, watch out for the other 4 gangs," David warned. "Hank, any chance we join forces with them?" someone asked. "Never. Even if they talk alliance, it's fake. When we snatch the pills, it'll be every man for himself." "Fine. We each do our own thing. I'll assign troops to watch their backs. Retreat routes are set. All checked. Once we have the pills, we'll head to the estate, take a helicopter to Ventura, then drive out of LA. Good. Get everyone on alert. Anyone slacking, well, I'll cut them loose and feed them to the sharks." Tony, who had been silent, suddenly chuckled. "Hey, Hank, I heard Linton's always got some jaw-dropping beauties around him, like those you only see in movies. Maybe when we make our move, we should invite them along for a little fun." "Tony, shut your damn mouth," Hank snapped. "Right now, the vitality pills are priority number 1. No distractions. If we survive this, then yeah, we can think about the women. If any beauties survive, fine. Grab them for ourselves, but no special treatment." Hearing all this, a cold, murderous resolve flourished inside Linton. He didn't bother parsing the nuances anymore. The partygoers on floor 1 could remain ignored, but everyone on floors 2 and 3 definitely belonged to the Dark Horse Gang's core. They dared plot against him, so they deserved death. Sure, a few on the second floor might be outsiders invited in, but anyone at that kind of party wasn't innocent. Without hesitation, Linton took out the flying sword. It instantly expanded to 3 feet and shot toward the 3rd floor. In a flash, the 4 bodyguards at the door were decapitated before they could react. The sword curved through a window, then blinked again. Inside the office, 5 men died quietly, heads severed painlessly. Next, the sword swept through 5 private rooms on the 2nd floor. Partygoers met the same silent, brutal fate, none spared. Linton counted 215 heads severed in the Dark Horse Gang alone. With nobody noticing, he withdrew the sword and vanished underground again, heading for the Blood Gang's lair. Surprisingly, their spot wasn't far, just over 4 kilometers away, and bore a similar layout. Dance hall on the 1st floor, private rooms on the 2nd, offices on the 3rd. Unlike the Dark Horse Gang, their ballroom was closed to outsiders tonight. All members were raucously partying in the main hall. The scene was far more depraved, with several couples broadcasting live from center stage. Whispered gossip said these were the Blood Gang's leaders, including the boss himself. They were holding a pre-war rally. The big battle was in 2 days. This bizarre display was their twisted way of motivating the troops. Linton didn't bother analyzing such degeneracy. His flying sword flashed like lightning, sweeping through the hall, dropping head after head in a crimson rain. Within moments, 227 went from lively revelers to lifeless corpses. Again, he vanished underground, speeding toward the Red Bandana Gang's base in central Gardena. Before leaving, a glance back at the Dark Horse Gang revealed no signs of disturbance. Considering it took less than 5 minutes from start to finish, and that their Floor 1 rabble was too lost in their own frenzy to notice upstairs carnage, it made sense. Upon reaching Gardiner, he swept the area with his senses, following the address. It didn't take long to locate a sprawling manor tucked away in the outskirts. The place sat deep in a remote pocket of land, far from any other buildings, the kind of isolation that made it ideal for hiding all sorts of rotten business. Under Linton's senses, the situation inside became clear. There were 137 people in total, all armed, mostly with pistols and AK-47s. He even picked up one sniper rifle. Linton was at a loss. How these people found the confidence to travel all the way to Los Angeles to pull off a gun robbery with such flimsy firepower was beyond him. It wasn't a matter of looking down on them. Even if they somehow managed to snatch the vitality pills through sheer luck, there was no way they could outrun the pursuit of the other 4 gangs. Maybe because they weren't on their home turf, this Chicago crew didn't hold any big celebration. Still, hardly anyone was resting. Each had gone off to entertain themselves. Some gathered in small or large groups to play cards and gamble. Several rooms were filled with people smoking. And, of course, some were indulging in base pleasures. The women with them were in terrible shape, covered in bruises. It was impossible to tell whether they were prostitutes or victims taken from nearby towns. Inside the manor's most lavish office, a broad-shouldered, bearded man was reviewing intelligence and discussing their next moves with 4 subordinates. Judging by his bearing, he was clearly the leader of the Red Bandana Gang. Linton couldn't fathom why someone with such limited strength would travel all the way from Chicago. Was there some hidden reason? He sank underground and emerged directly in the office's study. With a burst of magic, he froze all 5 men in place. The bearded leader couldn't utter a sound, but terror flickered wildly in his eyes. Linton didn't bother wasting words on people who were already as good as dead. Using his soul induction, he asked, "Why did you come to Los Angeles?" At the same moment, he released the bearded leader's mouth. "We came to rob the vitality pills." "Who sent you?" "No one. We heard about the price and shortage of vitality pills, so we figured we'd come and make a big score. With so few people, did you really think you could take on the local gangs? Even if you pulled it off, weren't you afraid they'd band together against you? When we first arrived, we planned to work with the Blood Gang and the Dark Horse Gang, but they both tried to take everything for themselves. We had no choice but to act alone. One more thing. Suppose you succeeded. What was your plan afterward?" "I already prepared an escape route. Once we got the goods, we were going to take a boat straight to Catalina Island, 35 kilometers away. It's a smuggling hub. All deals there use overseas accounts. It would have been easy to sell something like the vitality pill." This guy showed a bit of brain, but not nearly enough. They hadn't grasped that this was a game far beyond their level. Anyone drawn in would face certain death. Even if they somehow pulled off the heist, their pitiful escape plan was no match for FBI hunting them down. Linton's thoughts spiraled. Was the FBI and LA police ignoring all this on purpose? Playing some long game, waiting behind the scenes to swoop in and seize the pills themselves? The idea made sense. Otherwise, why would 5 criminal factions openly plan robbery under daylight, with zero law enforcement interference? Greed makes strange bedfellows. Regardless, this poker game was about to end in blood, and Linton was intent on delivering a bloody spectacle they wouldn't forget. Blade flashing, the flying sword was unleashed again, slicing through heads, showering vivid blood flowers. But he spared the few battered young women who'd been abused, though the rest of the gang members, including barking wolves guarding the estate, met the same severed fate. After erasing every trace and scent, he vanished underground once more, heading for the Scorpion Gang's sprawling estate outside town. Over 120 members were gathered there, but unlike the other gangs, these men kept quiet, each resting in their rooms. In the most lavish room, A fierce young leader studied a map of Los Angeles, marking routes and plans. This wasn't any ordinary gang. They'd quickly risen to power in San Francisco by seizing the right moment. Yet, if this boss was so savvy, why come here to make trouble? His curiosity piqued. Linton surfaced in that room and instantly cast soul induction on the young man. Why did you come to LA? He probed. To take revenge. Revenge? On whom? Linton. He killed my father. I have to pay him back. The man spilled out the story. He was the son of the Black Tiger's former leader, who was wiped out years ago at a Montana ranch. After that, the San Francisco faction weakened and fractured amid betrayals and external attacks. Seeing the writing on the wall, this son took core followers and the clan's wealth quietly to start the Scorpion Gang. In just 3 years, they rose as the biggest power in San Francisco. He didn't question why his father risked so much to go after Linton. He only believed Linton was the cause of the Black Tiger's ruin, making him their sworn enemy. He hadn't dared target Linton before, since the superstar's guards made it impossible and law enforcement scrutiny was overwhelming. But hearing about multiple gangs planning to rob Linton's vitality pills, he thought this chaos provided a perfect chance for revenge. So their mission was primarily to strike at Linton, not just the pills. However, if fortune favored them and they could snatch the pills, they wouldn't pass it up. Listening to this, Linton silently scoffed at their flawed logic. They could spill blood wherever, slaying as they pleased, but the moment someone fought back, they became mortal enemies. No matter. Such foes couldn't remain. Summoning the flying sword again, Linton unleashed a crimson storm of severed heads, leaving nothing alive. Finally, he reached the Mule Gang's farm in Agua Dulce. According to Danny's files, drug trafficking was their core business, executed with brutal cruelty. Linton's spiritual senses confirmed their dangerous arsenal. M2 machine guns, M1919A, 4 heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, and alarmingly, 2 RPG rocket launchers, capable of taking down armored vehicles. But since they'd crossed him, their end was sealed. The flying sword soared through, exacting retribution on all 262 members without sparing a soul or beast. After finishing, he felt a rare exhilaration. Counting the heads cut directly by his sword that day, a staggering total of 1,037 victims fell. Had he just played the hero, purging the streets to restore peace to Los Angeles? Such a terrifying spectacle should intimidate any other would-be troublemakers. He hoped the FBI and LA police could handle this bloody gift. The only regret, these foes were far too weak to present any real challenge, more like ants crushed underfoot. Glancing at the clock, it wasn't yet midnight. Quietly, Linton returned to his estate. Such a victorious moment demanded celebration. He gently roused Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, and Catherine from their slumber for another wild party. The three barely registered the night's horrors as they lost themselves once again in the intoxicating revelry. Chapter 533. The World Stunned, the World in Fear. While Linton was enjoying a lively party at home with Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, and Catherine, the outside world was already turned upside down. First, at Compton's Venom nightclub, the stronghold of the Dark Horse Gang, blood had started dripping from the second and third floors as early as 12:30 a.m. But the people partying on the first floor were so caught up in their revelry that no one noticed. It wasn't until 2:30 a.m. when an unlucky patron slipped in the restroom and noticed he was covered in blood that terror spread. His panicked screams alerted everyone, revealing that blood was steadily dripping down from upstairs. Large pools of blood had already formed across the first floor. Only then did the crowd send people upstairs to investigate. What they found in several private rooms was unthinkable: dismembered bodies, severed in half. On the third floor, the Dark Horse Gang leaders lay headless, victims of brutal beheadings. Everyone was horrified beyond belief. Screaming in panic, half-dressed, they fled for their lives. Some called the police, but when law enforcement learned the crime scene was in Compton, they refused to respond overnight. It wasn't until 7 a.m. that they sluggishly showed up. Meanwhile, at the Red Bandana Gang hideout, several badly beaten girls finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing themselves lying in pools of blood and surrounded by decapitated corpses, they fainted again. They came to shortly after and crawled out of the estate, But with no vehicles passing nearby, stuck in a remote area, they dared not return. Clinging to one another, they staggered cautiously toward the city. By 3 a.m., they reached Gardena's downtown and finally found a public phone to report the massacre. When Los Angeles police arrived, they were equally horrified by the scene. The death toll had reached 137, an overwhelming number. The case was so massive the officers hesitated to process it, sealing the area and calling for backup. Reinforcements arrived to photograph, collect forensic evidence, and identify the victims. They confirmed the deaths happened between 11 p.m. and midnight the previous night. All the victims came from Chicago, heavily armed and expecting trouble. This made the mystery even deeper. How could so many armed men be beheaded without any resistance? The crime scene showed the victims were occupied with their own activities when it happened. So who, or what organization, had the power to silence over 100 fully armed gangsters and cut off their heads with such precision before they could fight back? Even more bizarre, only traces of a few women were found at the scene. By the looks of it, these women were being assaulted by the gangsters when the killings occurred. No other footprints, fingerprints, or evidence remained. The case's scale and the victims' origins swiftly prompted local authorities to hand the investigation over to the FBI. The FBI agents were as shaken as the LAPD, though they had no choice but to take over. After both agencies consulted their higher-ups, they decided on joint custody of the case. The shocking brutality left top officials from both sides rising from their beds early to discuss strategy. It was no exaggeration to say the crime scene surpassed anyone's darkest nightmares. Each victim's neck was cleanly severed in one smooth slice, something even seasoned. Officers recognized as an extraordinary feat across such numbers. It was nearly impossible to decapitate so many people quickly, quietly, and without any struggle. How the killers achieved this was unfathomable. Normally, even restrained captives would resist fiercely. To slaughter more than 100 individuals with such ruthless efficiency and leave no trace was beyond comprehension. Though no one understood the full picture, they needed to act. First, they would find witnesses, all the women present at the scenes, to learn the truth and potentially uncover the killers. Second, they would seal off every entrance and exit to Los Angeles, including airports and train stations, to track suspicious individuals, though realistically they doubted the killers were still in the city. Third, they would check every hotel, investigating recent guests for suspicious behavior. Fourth, the crime scenes remained locked. The FBI would request advanced technical support to mine new evidence. Fifth, for now, the media was kept in the dark. Thankfully, since the crimes happened deep in the night and in remote locations, no paparazzi had yet swarmed any of the scenes. By 7 a.m., another LAPD unit finally arrived at Venom nightclub in Compton. Seeing the carnage and the number of deaths, they panicked and quickly sealed off the location while reporting upward. News of the Compton massacre reached the Gardena scene, leaving the top FBI and LAPD officials stunned. After reviewing the damage, they concluded beyond doubt it was the same group or organization behind both cases. Together, the two incidents resulted in 352 deaths, an unprecedented horror in American history, far surpassing the death toll of the 1992 Los Angeles riots. Their minds raced, wondering what kind of organization dared to act with such brutality and madness. The fact that the crime became widely known locally, coupled with the arrival of reporters snapping photos and pushing for interviews, made containment impossible. When a reporter bluntly asked, someone called the police around 2:30 a.m., so why did it take until 7 a.m. for officers to arrive? The LAPD chief's face darkened with shame. Forensic experts found the victims had died between 11 p.m. and midnight, with no signs of any intruder's footprint or fingerprints. But, unlike Gardena, the nightclub's first floor was crowded with revelers during the attacks. Could any of them provide clues? This prospect energized the FBI and LAPD leaders. They dragged everyone who had partied there the night before back to the station for questioning. By dawn, having enjoyed their night, Linton, Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, and Catherine quietly prepared breakfast. The housekeeper, Amy, read aloud the early morning news. Assistant Lee Sharon hurried in, breathless. "Boss, turn on the TV. There was a shocking mass murder in Los Angeles last Night. Amy quickly switched on the morning broadcast. The news was covering the Compton Dark Horse Gang slaughter. The blood-soaked images flashed briefly, but were enough to make Vivian, Michelle, and Catherine all lose their appetite instantly. To Linton's surprise, despite having wiped out 5 gang strongholds himself, only one location had been reported in the news so far. He silently criticized the reporters for their poor grasp on the story. Setting the news aside, he finished breakfast. It was already 8:30 a.m. Linton and Vivian got ready to head to Universal Studios to continue shooting the music video. Before leaving, he asked Danny, "Where are the armored trucks and military Humvees?" "Just spoke with them. They'll reach the city in 2 hours. Is everything arranged for their arrival?" "All set. I'll take you to Universal first, then meet the convoy at the highway entrance." Danny's attitude toward Linton had shifted noticeably from the previous day, more respectful and tinged with a bit of awe. The morning news had clearly rattled him. Danny finally grasped the immense power behind his boss, who calmly wiped out his enemies with ruthless efficiency. No wonder Linton had always appeared so unshaken. With the Dark Horse Gang's demise as a warning, the other 4 gangs would think twice before making a move, if they weren't already eliminated themselves. Of course, Danny had no inkling it was Linton himself who carried out the massacre. At 9 a.m., as the FBI and LAPD scrambled, another bloody scene erupted in Compton, the Blood Gang's gathering point. Someone there finally called to report a gruesome mass murder. When the combined forces arrived, even with grim expectations, the scene shocked them beyond words. Where previous killings were spread across rooms, here, over 200 bodies were piled in one hall. Each corpse was cut in half with pools of blood several inches deep, an unthinkable river of red. Even veteran leaders trembled in their boots, gripped by dread. What kind of enemy could inflict such savage vengeance? Because it was broad daylight and in the city, countless reporters had already converged, some arriving ahead of police, snapping photos to immortalize the horror. The news was now impossible to suppress. Facing 3 massive carnage sites, each involving gangs beheaded by identical brutal methods, investigators tried to unravel what had provoked such savage retribution. As FBI agent Peter in Los Angeles analyzed the crime scenes, a chilling realization struck. The gangs had recently planned something identical, an attempt to steal Linton's vitality pills. In fact, 5 gangs were involved. Both FBI and LAPD had been well aware of this. Although they couldn't act directly, they heavily monitored these gangs, preventing any brazen moves. But deliberately allowing the gangs to clamor and clash was part of a bigger plan, a bait-and-catch operation. The vitality pills were highly coveted, and Linton had never considered the gang's vested interests. The authorities hoped to seize the pills from the gangs and force Linton to pay protection fees from next month onward. A win-win for law enforcement. Peter's blood ran cold contemplating that this massacre might be the gang's greed for the pills triggering the bloodbath. If that were true, the other 2 gangs might be next. He signaled LAPD Chief Crowell to speak privately. "Crowell, I'm convinced the Scorpion and Mule gangs could be next. I want to send a team over to check." Crowell paled. "I already dispatched units there." Soon, reports arrived from Long Beach and the suburbs. The Scorpion and Mule gangs had also been wiped out with the same merciless method. Since their territories were more remote, no one had discovered the carnage until now. The truth was clear. This was Linton's, or his backers', bloody retaliation. They had mercilessly eliminated every gang that dared covet the vitality pills. Even more telling, the killers hadn't bothered to conceal the slaughter. No fires, no destroyed evidence, leaving the gruesome scenes out in public view. The intent was unmistakable, to shock and warn the entire world. Those daring to touch the vitality pills faced this brutal fate. Moreover, the killing style was unprecedented, personal, ghost-like, and leaving no trace. Anyone marked by this power would feel utterly insecure. Peter and Crowell felt like the sky was falling. They struggled to handle the public outcry over 1,000 deaths and feared any reprisal from Linton or his shadowy supporters for earlier inaction. Remaining at the scenes served no purpose. After brief discussion, they returned to the FBI office in Los Angeles to devise a plan. They settled on 3 main points. 1. Dispatch massive police forces to publicly investigate the murders. Even knowing it might be futile, This was necessary to quell public anger and prepare for closing the case. 2. Officially classify the 5 massacres as turf wars between Chicago's Red Bandana and San Francisco's Scorpion gangs invading Los Angeles's Mule, Blood, and Dark Horse gangs, resulting in mutual devastation. This explanation, though weak and widely distrusted, would serve as the official narrative. Public belief mattered little. They controlled the final word. Behind the scenes, those who truly understood the case's significance stayed silent. No one dared speak out. Especially the factions previously eyeing Linton's beauty and vitality pills now trembled, scrapping all secret plans and vowing to avoid provocations. They wouldn't risk such deadly consequences. Linton's fierce, bloody crackdown had undoubtedly sent a chilling message that surpassed expectations. The whole world fears was no exaggeration. 3. Men relations. With Linton and prepare for the impending launch of the beauty and vitality pills. Security would be tightened to the highest level, from escorting the pills from the airport to retail sites, to on-site protection during sales, especially on the critical 6th day of each month. Most importantly, they sought to improve relations with Linton himself. That evening, both agencies visited him under the guise of enhancing protection measures and presented their new security plans. Chapter 534. People fear power, not virtue. On July 5th, Linton's music video shoot was interrupted for 2 days. He took his bodyguards and assistants on a private jet to the Anderson farm. Little Lena had been growing up in the gardens here, a place filled with vibrant energy. Though she was still almost a month shy of her first birthday, she was already talking and walking. When she spotted Linton from a distance, she swiftly broke away from Madonna, wobbling as she toddled toward him. Clearly, she called out, "Daddy," as she ran. Linton's heart melted instantly. He hurried over, scooped her up, and planted several kisses on her soft, rosy cheeks. Lena giggled incessantly, then wrapped her little arms around his neck and said in a sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, why haven't you come to see me for so long? Mommy and the 3 aunts miss you so much. I miss you all too. That's why I came. Were you a good girl when I wasn't around?" "I was very good." Mommy and the 3 aunts praised me every day. After this simple exchange, Linton hugged Lena along with Madonna, Monica Bellucci, Sophie Marceau, and Christiana one by one. Monica, Sophie, and Christiana were all nearing the end of their pregnancies, due in late August. Having spent some time in the gardens, they found the environment far better than Los Angeles for their baby's growth. Seeing Lena thriving here confirmed their decision. They would stay and carry their pregnancies to term at the estate. Linton fully respected their wishes and had, early on, converted the 3rd floor of the 3-story reception building into a hospital. Top-of-the-line medical equipment was steadily arriving, including the latest delivery room technology. The medical staff who had assisted Madonna's delivery in the Los Angeles estate had already been brought to the gardens. Soon after, a few major figures arrived. White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta, California Governor Pete Wilson, Los Angeles Mayor Richard Riordan, Montana Governor Mark Racicot, General Electric CEO Jack Welch, Cisco CEO John Chambers, Boeing Chairman Jeffrey, Pepsi CEO Randall, New York Governor Howard, Panasonic's Masaru Matsushita, and others. Unlike previous meetings where Linton maintained the upper hand but exchanged ideas as equals with these leaders, this time he could feel their reverence and respect. Being insiders, they'd learned the news quickly. Within just a day and a half, everything they needed to know had reached them. The truth they knew and the actual truth were vastly different. But merely knowing that Linton was backed by a terrifying, unstoppable force was enough. It proved the old saying true: people fear power, not virtue. Only by showing both strength and benevolence, mercy wielded with power, can one truly command respect. Benefits or kindness alone weren't enough. A hunger for excess only breeds greed and evil. Demonstrating a force that inspired genuine fear earned respect and obedience. Only then would partners follow the rules without ulterior motives. The effect was clear. Whether political giants like Leon Panetta, Pete Wilson, Richard Riordan, or tycoons like Welch, Chambers, and Randall, after this meeting, all treated Linton with profound respect. Los Angeles Mayor Richard Riordan even privately apologized to Linton for the police department's previous inaction, admitting that Crowell was no longer fit to lead the LAPD and promising to replace him promptly. Richard had been enraged when he first heard of 5 brutal massacres in the Los Angeles district, wreaking havoc on the city's reputation and seriously hurting its investment and tourism potential. But learning the full details left him sweating with fear, worried not just about Linton's personal safety, but about the store's security. Since Linton's boutique, opened in May, had driven huge spending and employment, attracting the world's wealthy to Los Angeles and boosting the tourism sector. If Linton's security was threatened or the vitality and beauty pills were stolen, and Linton displeased, he might relocate the store elsewhere. That would cause unthinkable financial damage. More than that, Richard feared losing Linton's goodwill personally. The city government had enjoyed excellent cooperation with Linton, and Richard himself benefited greatly. If this security lapse alienated Linton and ended their partnership next year, his loss would be enormous. And since Linton now wielded this unfathomable, unstoppable power to devastate enemies effortlessly, Richard couldn't afford to cross him. He had to smooth things over. Since Crowell had botched his job and angered Linton, replacing him was the only viable option. No matter whether Crowell would be quietly reassigned for retirement, fired outright, or prosecuted, Richard promised to respect Linton's judgment. Particularly striking was Masaharu Matsushita, who treated Linton with greater humility. Having just arrived in Los Angeles yesterday, he quickly learned about the grisly murders. Over 1,000 people decapitated, 5 locations drenched in blood. Terrifying. Unlike others, he couldn't help but recall a similarly shocking slaughter in Tokyo last year, when the Bronfman family's leader and 70 armed guards were mysteriously wiped out overnight during negotiations over acquiring Universal Group. Though Tokyo PD kept the scene secret, his access during talks with Edgar Bronfman allowed him to see related photos. He was certain these 2 massacres, though months apart and in different countries, were linked, the work of the same person or organization. Upon hearing that the 5 affected factions had been planning to steal the vitality and beauty pills, he concluded these murders were directly sparked by Linton. His terror left him drenched in sweat, nearly shaking uncontrollably, but relieved to have survived. No one would suspect that the usually smiling, affable Linton was a deadly and ruthless killer. During the Universal acquisition talks in Tokyo, he had given Linton plenty of trouble, but thankfully hadn't provoked this tiger, or his entire family might have suffered Bronfman's fate. So he warned himself vehemently to keep this theory to himself, reveal nothing. In the future, he would avoid dealings with Linton, always adopting the utmost respect and humility. That said, he encouraged Sokato Matsushita to cultivate closer ties with Linton. At lunch, Linton hosted the group, and all conversations revolved around him. The attendees no longer displayed their previous casual ease. Once deals were finalized, most departed by plane. Only Leon Panetta stayed behind for a private meeting with Linton, conveying the Washington Four's support and dissatisfaction with the FBI. He also shared the president's handling plan for the Bureau. After the local FBI and LAPD wrapped up investigations into the 5 massacres, officials would hold Peter and associates accountable. How that accountability would play out, be it a quiet reassignment, full-scale disciplinary action, or prosecution, depended entirely on Linton. The new leadership would prioritize Linton's personal safety, the boutique's security, and protecting the vitality and beauty pills above everything else. Any power threatening Linton, his store, or the pills would face the FBI's harshest crackdown. Unbeknownst to Leon Panetta, Linton had already been thoroughly briefed by Bill Sinton and had given his input on the FBI's treatment plan. Even Hillary had called, claiming she wanted to bring Linton some comfort in person. Linton, however, understood perfectly that this comfort was just an excuse to seek his intimate solace. Considering he hadn't indulged her for 2 months, her impatience was understandable. Calculating his schedule, he agreed to let her come to Los Angeles next week. Chapter 535, Grand Convoy. It was 8 a.m. on July 6th at Los Angeles Hollywood Burbank Airport. When Linton stepped off the plane alongside Danny and Lee Shaoran, they were greeted by a sight both imposing and unmistakably powerful. His freshly purchased security convoy had already driven into the airport, a formidable lineup of 2 armored vehicles and 4 military-grade Humvees. each fully armed and exuding an unmistakable air of menace. Peter from the FBI's Los Angeles branch and Crowell from the LAPD were also on site, each commanding 6 patrol vehicles. Even more striking, both had brought heavily armed helicopters hovering overhead. Despite their tireless efforts to manage the fallout from the 5 deadly homicides that had rocked the city just 3 days prior, both men knew they were walking a precarious line. They were in serious trouble. Their superiors had delivered a crystal-clear message. The severity of their punishment would depend entirely on Linton's attitude. Whether they'd be quietly reassigned to some low-profile department for a cushy retirement, face outright dismissal, or be prosecuted for gross negligence was now in Linton's hands. Determined to make a good impression, both Peter and Crowell personally brought their best equipment and elite operatives to the airport to greet Linton and escort him to the specialty store. Yet despite this show of loyalty, beneath it all was a deep, unspoken fear. Over the past couple of days, they had left no stone unturned, questioning everyone from the raucous partygoers at the Viper Club's first floor to the few surviving women at the Gardino estate, and even seen mugging nearby homeless individuals who might have witnessed something. They deployed the latest forensic technologies to painstakingly scour each homicide scene. But they found nothing. No trace of the murder weapon, no shards of evidence clinging to the victim's wounds. Whatever knife or blade was used was undeniably razor-sharp and unyieldingly tough, but completely unidentifiable, leaving them with 0 leads. It was as if the killer had descended from the heavens, dispatched the victims, and vanished back into thin air. It didn't make sense. Even if such a person was flying through the air, someone should have seen it, unless they could vanish like ghosts. But did those kinds of people exist in real life? It was the stuff of comic book superheroes, the stuff even Hollywood wouldn't dare portray. This deep uncertainty left Peter and Crowell with a chill at the back of their necks. They feared their heads might roll at any moment, literally or figuratively. That was a key reason why, despite their looming accountability, they willingly groveled before Linton. Linton couldn't help but smile to himself at the absurdity of the scene. Not only had he wiped out the entire gangs of would-be robbers, but even if the thugs were unharmed, who in their right mind would dare challenge this armored escort? Still, he accepted the show of force. Sometimes, projecting strength to the outside world could diffuse future troubles. Today's grand escort, delivering both the vitality pills and beauty pills to the specialty store, was bound to ignite a media frenzy nationwide. There would be plenty of praise, and plenty of criticism. But to Linton, it was just free publicity, adding an almost legendary aura to the 2 elixirs. That morning, residents of Los Angeles witnessed something normally confined to the big screen. An 18-vehicle convoy rolled out of the airport, a fusion of armored cars, military Humvees, and customized Cadillacs, flanked by 2 armed helicopters overhead. The last time the city saw such a spectacle was during the tumultuous riots of '92. But back then, people were too terrified to even leave their homes. They caught only glimpses on news broadcasts, too afraid to indulge their curiosity. Now, the breathtaking convoy paraded openly along the streets, with crowds lining the route, snapping photos, cheering, and calling friends to witness the event. Naturally, media and paparazzi swarmed the scene, converging from all directions at lightning speed. Some savvy reporters quickly figured out this wasn't a movie shoot, but the real deal. The transport of vitality and beauty pills. Photos and reports flooded the internet immediately, with major TV networks interrupting regular programming to cover the story, even live-streaming parts of the procession. By 8:30 a.m., the full convoy came to a halt on Rodeo Drive. Police had cordoned off a dedicated lane, allowing the armored vehicle carrying Linton to pull up right in front of the specialty store's entrance. Pedestrians lining the promenade gaped as the armored car rolled onto the exclusive walking street. It wasn't until store manager Alexis and head of security Gully, flanked by several other guards, stepped out to unload large crates from the vehicle that the crowd realized the convoy was delivering the highly coveted vitality and beauty pills. The grand scale and formidable security sent the perceived value and prestige of the pills soaring even higher in the minds of the waiting customers. After finalizing the transfer, Linton had no further business at the store. He immediately left with Danny and Lee Shauran, heading back to the estate. He trusted the store's security implicitly. And indeed, the specialty store officially opened at 9:30 a.m. Within less than an hour, all 145 bottles of Vitality pills sold out. By 3 p.m., the entire stock of 2,500 bottles of beauty pills vanished. Meanwhile, the massive security escort, police barricades, and armed helicopters had sparked a media storm across the country. TV, newspapers, and the internet were flooded with coverage, sparking endless debate. Unlike previous times, when commentary about Linton was overwhelmingly positive, this event split public opinion sharply. On the internet, his fans responded with unrestrained enthusiasm, proud to see their idol displaying such commanding power. Though a few critical voices emerged, they were quickly drowned out. But on traditional media, TV and newspapers, experts and commentators were scathing. They argued that Linton's extravagance was a gross abuse of public resources, a waste of taxpayers' money, and an impediment to everyday life and traffic flow. Nevertheless, for Linton, this calculated display of power was just another step in cementing his unshakable reputation. Chapter 536, The Long Kiss Goodnight premiere. Afterward, Linton returned to Universal Studios to continue shooting the music videos. That day, he was scheduled to work with Nicole Kidman. During the shoot, he could sense that Nicole was unusually nervous. Her movie, The Long Kiss Goodnight, was set to premiere on July 12th. It was a high-stakes, female-led film that carried the entire box office pressure on her shoulders. The film's success or failure would largely determine her next career moves. If the box office hit big, at least crossing the $100 million mark in North America, it would prove she could carry a blockbuster solo and solidify her status as a rising A-lister. She'd finally have a signature role, and if the movie did well enough commercially, a franchise was inevitable. Continued success with a series would make breaking into true superstardom an achievable dream. But if the box office bombed, the fallout would be significant. Thankfully, filming the music video was straightforward, requiring little complex acting. Otherwise, the shoot might have faced delays. Still, despite the low demands, the director called cut several times. During their break in the trailer at midday, Nicole took the initiative to apologize to Linton. "Darling, I'm sorry. I'm just so anxious about The Long Kiss Goodnight. Do you really think it'll be successful at the box office?" Linton understood her worries. After all, Hollywood hadn't really seen many female-led blockbusters outside of coming-of-age girl films, especially not spy action flicks, a genre traditionally dominated by male stars. "Baby, don't worry. First, you need to trust my judgment. I championed this movie and personally ensured its quality. The film itself is solid. Second, from a market perspective, with women's empowerment gaining ground across North America and Europe, movies like this naturally attract a huge female audience. And your powerful, fierce performance will definitely win over many male viewers as well. Third, the promotion campaign is top-notch. The publicity teams at UPN, MCA, and NBC are all pushing hard. Plus, the two media conglomerates' dozens of newspapers have been hyping the film nonstop for over a month. Especially Bella's online team. The web campaign has exploded across every platform. Just click any site, and you'll find hot threads praising your killer physique and dynamic action scenes. Finally, the coordination with theaters went smoothly. Opening day will see the film playing in 3,300 screens, with a 15% screening share. That beats even the Nutty Professor's opening. With all that in your corner, what more is there to worry about? Nicole bit her lip. "Darling, do you really think The Long Kiss Goodnight's box office can keep up with The Nutty Professor?" The Nutty Professor had been out 10 days by then, earning $42.56 million in its first week to snag the top spot at the box office. Its second weekend brought in another $16.25 million, pushing the total to $58.5 million, making Linton's initial $120 million forecast seem comfortably realistic. That movie's success had catapulted Eddie Murphy and Halle Berry to hot commodity status. Halle, especially, had emerged as the #1 black female star. She'd even called Linton several times, promising a big surprise once his promotion tour was done. Linton smiled. "They're two completely different films, not really comparable. But based on my gut, The Long Kiss Goodnight will easily cross $100 million in North America." Nicole smiled with relief. You're amazing. I trust you. Want to aim even higher? Stop teasing and just say it. As the music started up again, the trailer gently rocked to the beat. With Linton's reassurance, Nicole finally got back into her groove, and filming continued smoothly. Linton's prior successes had earned him near-blind devotion from the women around him. They trusted his instincts without question. By July, the summer blockbuster rush was halfway done, and no one had fared better than Linton Films and Universal Pictures. After 8 weeks, Mission Impossible had wrapped its North American run with a record-breaking final gross of $407 million. Overseas, it hauled in $541 million, making the global tally $948 million. It had surpassed The Lion King to become the highest-grossing film worldwide, although it still hadn't hit the $1 billion mark. Yet Japan's release, the biggest overseas market, was still pending. Given Linton's immense popularity there, Universal estimated the Japanese box office for Mission Impossible wouldn't be less than $80 million. In other words, the billion-dollar milestone was virtually guaranteed. This cemented Linton's box office clout and grew his global fan base dramatically, boosting his superstar status. For most, this meant a surge in commercial value, but for Linton, that was secondary to his accelerated cultivation progress. His leading lady Catherine basked in the spotlight as well, becoming the hottest female star during that time. Even supporting actress Michelle Reese reaped huge exposure increases. Both actresses saw clear elevation in their star power and commercial clout, with endorsement deals flooding in. Besides Mission Impossible, the other heavyweight was Twister, which had earned $214 million domestically over 5 weeks and $207 million overseas, making it a likely $500 million worldwide grosser. Its leading lady Naomi also skyrocketed in popularity, closing the gap with top-tier stars and firmly establishing herself as a rising star just below Julia Roberts. Her commercial value soared accordingly. In fact, Twister's impact on Hollywood was arguably even more profound than Mission Impossible's. That film owed much of its success to Linton's own charisma and unparalleled box office draw, a trait that was nearly impossible to replicate. Twister, on the other hand, drew audiences with its grand, realistic disaster effects that showcased nature's terror on the big screen, with Naomi's performance adding an elegant flourish. This kind of success was replicable. Since Jurassic Park, Hollywood's effects technology had advanced rapidly while costs steadily fell. Even before Twister left theaters, studios were lining up new disaster projects. It was clear the next few years would be flooded with disaster blockbusters. On July 10th in the afternoon, The Long Kiss Goodnight's premiere took place at Universal's iconic Round Theater. Linton wrapped his music video shoot early that day and came with Akina Nakamori to cheer on the event. Besides Linton and Akina, nearly all the ladies from his harem were present, except for Madonna, Christiana, Sophie Marceau, and Monica Bellucci, who were at the farm. The others had come to help promote, including Vivian Chow, who had secured leave from filming the second season of ER. The group's solidarity was impressive. As the 14 beautiful angels paraded down the red carpet in pairs, the crowd's attention surged. Reporters excitedly snapped away, clearly thrilled to cover the event. It seemed like Linton's girlfriends got along well, all banding together to pitch in on promotion. Still, the gossip columns would be watching. Who among them didn't show would spark juicy headlines. Audiences always crave drama over harmony. As expected, that night and the next day's media buzz would ignite with coverage. The grand finale on the red carpet was, as usual, Linton escorting Nicole Kidman, their handsome and glamorous pairing greeted by a roaring wave of fans and media. The Long Kiss Goodnight was truly a female-centric film. It told the story of a humble schoolteacher named Samantha Kane who, after a car accident, begins to recover memories revealing her true identity as a professional spy. She sets out to track down the traitor who betrayed her. Samantha Kane seemed quiet and ordinary, but internally she grappled with existential questions like, who am I? Where did I come from? These uncertainties tormented her. A traumatic car accident triggered vivid hallucinations, awakening her suppressed past. Her real name was Charlene Elizabeth Charlie Baltimore. Formerly a special agent under the U.S. Department of Defense, She had failed a mission against arms dealer Daedalus and lost her memory, disappearing from the radar. Meanwhile, Daedalus and his cronies recognized Samantha from a televised Christmas parade and sent assassins after her. They stormed her home, forcing Samantha to team up with Detective Mitch Hennessy to investigate her past. She found an old notebook with a familiar phone number, which connected her to her old assassin trainer, Waldman. In a hotel showdown, Samantha and her allies faced their pursuers. Waldman arrived just in time and revealed Samantha's forgotten past inside his car. During the chaos, they encountered Samantha's ex-lover, Luke, who turned out to be Daedalus in disguise. Caught in a trap, the trio was captured. Under torture, Samantha recalled her old skills and managed to kill their captors, rescue Mitch Hennessy, and wound Daedalus. The spy organization, CIA's head, Leland Perkins, was a hypocritical villain with ties to Daedalus. He sent Timothy and other hitmen after Samantha. Sensing Perkins was corrupt, Samantha fought back fiercely. After going home to retrieve her passport and some money, Samantha and Mitch Hennessy were chased again. She donned ice skates and took down the thugs with grace and power, but her daughter Caitlin was captured by Timothy. Caitlin was actually the daughter of Timothy and Samantha, but the ruthless villain showed no mercy. He locked mother and daughter in a cold storage freezer, planning to kill them, and set off a truck full of timed explosives in the city during Christmas. Trapped, Samantha used her daughter's matches to escape. She seized control of the bomb-laden truck heading downtown, kicking off a deadly showdown. In the nick of time, an injured Mitch Hennessy rescued Caitlin, and Samantha killed the merciless Timothy before the massive explosion. The Long Kiss Goodnight was a slick, thrilling, and unique film. Beyond blockbuster action, it balanced pulses pounding sequences with heartfelt moments, making it Nicole Kidman's tour de force. The story's bizarre twists put the protagonist in a constant state of wavering between reality and hallucination, creating deep tension and drama. Nicole's performance excelled in portraying the stark contrast between the reserved, gentle teacher and the astute, determined assassin. Her transformation toggled authentically between tender warmth and steely resolve, offering strong dramatic appeal that captivated audiences. Linton noticed the audience in the back row watching intently, clutching their seats and reacting emotionally throughout. He felt assured the film's box office was locked in. During the post-premiere press conference, Linton's reserved segment for such events, several reporters eagerly pressed him for box office predictions. Linton confidently forecast over $100 million in North America, causing a stir at the venue. This was no small feat for a female-led film. Apart from Julia Roberts, no other actress had ever carried a film to cross the $100 million mark. And Roberts' dominance had been limited to romantic comedies. Could Nicole break the ceiling and crack open new genres? Skeptics remained, but the buzz was undeniable. Tomorrow's headlines were already written. That evening, online discussions about The Long Kiss Goodnight surged anew. Many fans who attended the premiere flocked to message boards praising Nicole's cool, beautiful, and fierce performance. Her breathtaking speed on ice skates and stunning long-legged kicks drew particular acclaim. Linton's prediction of the film crossing $100 million sparked heated debate. Fans of both Linton and Nicole passionately hyped its potential. Yet objective voices argued spy films were traditionally male-dominated, built on grit, relentless fight scenes, and raw physical action, qualities seemingly at odds with a female lead. They doubted Nicole's ability to truly captivate audiences with such intensity. The online chatter was intense, drastically increasing the film's publicity. That night, with so many of his leading ladies gathered together, Linton threw a lively party to celebrate, the rare occasion for such a big reunion. Chapter 537, Scandalous Intrigue. The next morning, almost every newspaper reported on the premiere of The Long Kiss Goodnight. What Linton hadn't expected was that the majority of gossip and entertainment tabloids focused their coverage on the glamorous, beautiful angels themselves rather than the film. Some papers took a more positive angle, emphasizing themes like the beautiful angels' sisterhood shines as they rally behind Nicole Kidman's new film. But more tabloids intentionally stoked conflict and drama. Explosive, plastic sisterhood revealed. Why did only 15 of the 21 beautiful angels show up to promote Nicole Kidman's The Long Kiss Goodnight premiere? Shocking. Internal discord among the beautiful angels. Madonna, Christiana Ricci, Sophie Marceau, Monica Bellucci, Winnie Gesso, and Sue Ching refused to attend Nicole Kidman's new movie premiere. Extra. Linton crafts a tailor-made female-led blockbuster for Nicole Kidman, sparking turmoil within the beautiful angels. Linton and his circle of close female companions could only laugh and shake their heads. Thankfully, everyone knew each other well, shared genuinely friendly relationships, and understood that Madonna, Winnie, and Sue Ching's situations were unique. Without that understanding, the reporters might have lit a real fire of mistrust among the group. Yet, compared to the straightforward and tame premiere coverage or the usual predictions of box office success and sisterly camaraderie, these scandalous rivalry reports clearly sold better. Though the tabloids' brawling stories were completely fabricated, audiences loved the scandalous intrigue. Over the next several days, more newspapers jumped into the fray. Even on the internet, a wildly popular forum post appeared, titled "The Battles Behind Linton's Beautiful Angels." In reality, this was just a fanfiction piece, an epic, dramatic saga of intrigue and romantic rivalries among Linton and his 21 girlfriends. It was pure fantasy, but had nothing to do with the actual situation. Upon posting, the thread immediately soared to the #1 spot on Yahoo forums. The comments and likes quickly climbed into the tens of millions as curious netizens eagerly begged the moderator to continue the story, turning it into a serialized drama. Other websites picked it up too. Some tabloids even purchased rights from the poster to print the story, resulting in a surge in newspaper sales that day. Even Madonna, Christiana, Sophie, and Monica, remote out at the farm, called Nicole to explain themselves. Winnie, needless to say, returned to the estate that night to attend the evening party with Nicole and others, while the other sisters left in the afternoon to handle their own work. Only Sue Ching, who was back in China and completely unaware of the rumors, remained unaffected. Everyone understood her situation. Forced to address the swirling gossip, Nicole had to proactively debunk the rumors during a UPN TV promotional appearance on the afternoon of July 11th, clarifying the attendance circumstances of Madonna, Christiana, Sophie, Monica, Winnie, and Sue Ching. But it was to no avail. Audiences craved conspiracy and betrayal dramas, and the juicy gossip surrounding Linton's 21 beautiful angels perfectly fit their fantasies. 21 women living together, without scheming, drama, and rivalry, but instead bound by genuine sisterhood and harmony? Who would believe that? Who were they kidding? The newspapers sold well. The forum posts garnered clicks. Naturally, the scandalous reports kept pouring in. On the brighter side, the coverage still included plenty of promotion for The Long Kiss Goodnight, so it was a fortunate bonus. Moreover, some fans might have believed the stories, sparking heated online battles among supporters on the Yahoo forums. Luckily, with the internet still in its early 1.0 phase, fans' zeal to express themselves was limited, and these online spats didn't escalate too wildly. If this had been the internet's 3.0 era, with platforms like Twitter and emerging social media deeply permeating society, those fan battles would have exploded into massive viral events, likely dominating the top 5 trending spots nationwide. Still, this situation reminded Linton that even in the Internet 1.0 phase, there were ways for stars to engage their fans online. Star fan forums, if managed well, could significantly boost their popularity, especially for the pioneers who embraced these tools early. Gaining first-mover advantages along with platform support offered obvious benefits, easily attracting more fans. With that in mind, Linton picked up the phone and called Bella, head of the online publicity department. He carefully explained the concept of star fan forums from his previous life. Put together a formal proposal. Go find Winnie and have her introduce you to Yahoo's top executives. Pitch them this idea. Promise that Madonna, Naomi, Nicole Kidman, and the other 20 female stars will be the first to join. Get them to offer us prime operational support. Bella, Hollywood's first head of film publicity online, managed a vast digital army and deeply understood movie and star promotion dynamics, with growing industry influence. She immediately saw how powerful star fan forums could be for Hollywood, but wasn't familiar with how internet companies operated, puzzled about why Yahoo would agree to so many conditions. Boss, this idea is great for managing Star's fandoms, but Yahoo would have to develop custom features for us and give extra operational support. Would they really agree to that? Bella, you don't understand internet firms. Here's the thing. This plan benefits them even more because traffic is their lifeblood, and our concept will generate enormous traffic for them. You get it now? Traffic? Now I see. Looks like we share the same interests. Thanks for explaining, boss. Don't worry. I'll meet with Winnie and Yahoo tomorrow to get this rolling. In the early hours of July 12th, The Long Kiss Goodnight opened on 2,400 screens, pulling in $2.87 million from midnight showings. At 3 a.m., upon hearing the strong midnight box office numbers, Nicole Kidman was ecstatic. She dominated Linton's attention at the following party, her energy unstoppable. Knowing she had a promotional day ahead, Winnie, Catherine, Michelle Reese, and others gracefully gave way to her. By 9 a.m., Nicole cheerfully arrived at the office to join director and others for the North American promotional tour. That same day, the film expanded wide, showing on 3,300 screens in North America, capturing 15% of the market's available screens. On opening Friday, The Long Kiss Goodnight grossed $8.65 million, adding to the Midnight's $2.87 million for a total of $11.52 million, securing the day's box office crown with a 21% share. Saturday brought $9.53 million, and Sunday $8.31 million. Over the first weekend, the film earned $29.36 million, maintaining the 15% screen share but capturing 21% of box office revenue, topping the weekend charts. Surprisingly, audience word of mouth was overwhelmingly positive. Viewers praised the thrilling action scenes, Nicole's superb performance, and of course, her beauty. A third-party survey gave the movie an overall audience rating of A-, predicting a total gross of $120 million. Critical reviews, however, were lukewarm, calling The Long Kiss Goodnight a flashy popcorn flick. Critics disliked the switch from the usual handsome male spy to a fierce female lead who kills relentlessly, calling it unrealistic and illogical. It didn't matter much. Since the divided reactions to Independence Day, studios and audiences largely disregarded critics' opinions during the summer blockbusters. IMDb user ratings told a better story, 7.4 out of 10, reflecting solid audience approval. Monday's box office earned $4.31 million, a notable drop, but still within an acceptable range. Tuesday pulled in $4.27 million, Wednesday, $4.19 million, and Thursday, $4.07 million. After 1 week, North American box office totaled $44.7 million, retaining the top spot. The film's trajectory strongly suggested it would easily cross the $100 million mark in the domestic market. Elated by the box office surge, Nicole called Linton almost daily, sharing her joy and promising a big surprise once the promotional tour concluded. Next week, the market would see 8 new releases, including Disney's highly anticipated blockbuster phenomenon. Consequently, The Long Kiss Goodnight screen count would naturally decline, from 3,300 down to 2,600 theaters, and its screen share would dip to 9%. At the same time, Universal Pictures launched The Long Kiss Goodnight in 18 countries and regions overseas that weekend, marking the film's international debut. Chapter 538, America's Got Talent judge Heidi Klum. On July 13th, Linton Anderson and Heidi Klum wrapped up filming their last music video. After the shoot, Linton had Carson organize a wrap party for the crew, but he and Heidi left early, heading back to the estate. During the drive, Heidi asked Linton, "Darling, MCA Television Network invited me to be a judge on America's Got Talent. Do you think I should take it?" Linton was already well aware of the situation. The early rounds of America's Got Talent had sparked a frenzy, and MCA had high hopes for the upcoming semifinals and finals. Naturally, they were extremely careful when selecting judges. The ideal panel would be fair and unbiased, but also include personalities with strong recognition, deep knowledge, broad experience, a sharp sense of humor, and enough star power to match the show's vibe. Their critiques needed to be compelling and entertaining to boost viewership and generate buzz. Finding such a combination was no easy task, but there were several candidates. The producers had already brainstormed and narrowed down an initial list. A former British Daily Mirror editor, Piers Morgan, America's well-known singer and veteran actor David Hasselhoff, and Sharon Osbourne, a renowned Hollywood music producer, writer, and manager. However, Melman, MCA's CEO, felt that while all three were respected experts in their fields with broad knowledge and sharp wit, they lacked the kind of fiery popularity and youthful appeal the show needed. Melman knew the hottest star in America at the moment was Linton, but inviting him to judge was completely out of the question. He wouldn't even dare imagine it. But then he remembered the dazzling angels backing Linton, who had been riding a wave of immense popularity since April and were beloved by young audiences across North America. So why not choose one of these beautiful angels? Still, not all of Linton's angels fit the bill. Top-tier stars like Madonna, Naomi Watts, Christiana Ricci, Sophie Marceau, Nicole Kidman, and Catherine Zeta-Jones were practically untouchable, either way too expensive or beyond the scope of the role. Plus, Asian faces like Vivian Chow, Michelle Reese, Su Qing, Izumi Sakai, Nariko Sakai, and Akina Nakamori wouldn't fit the cultural or audience expectations due to differences in background and appearance. After much deliberation, Melman settled on Heidi Klum. As a Victoria's Secret angel and one of Linton's own beautiful muses, her figure and beauty needed no introduction. Her popularity was through the roof among America's youth, and best of all, her fee was comparatively affordable. Modeling, even at the top tier, didn't pay like Hollywood stars. Though a leading supermodel, her asking price was less than many second-tier actresses. MCA estimated she wouldn't cost more than $8 million for the entire season. While that was on the higher end, it was still within the show's budget. However, there was one catch. The Victoria's Secret Angels were one of the hottest modeling groups, and the company kept them incredibly busy. According to her contract, Heidi had to participate in runway shows for at least 100 days a year, and as the team's captain, her schedule was even stricter. If she were to take the judge role, MCA would need to coordinate to avoid conflicts during filming. Still, that was manageable, especially with Linton as a major shareholder in Victoria's Secret. If Linton backed the idea, everything could be arranged. To secure Linton's support, Melman personally came to the set to brief him on the situation. After hearing the report, Linton didn't oppose the plan but told Melman to get Heidi's opinion first. Now, with Heidi sitting next to him, Linton saw she was clearly interested. "Sweetheart, what do you think?" "Darling, I've talked it over with my agent," she replied. "Modeling is a unique business with a limited window for peak years. My time on stage can't last forever, so eventually, I have to transition. This opportunity to judge a big talent show feels like the perfect next step." Linton was impressed. Clearly, she had a strong drive and wasn't just planning to coast. He smiled and said, "That's wonderful. If you like it, then go for it. Thanks for the support, baby moi." Linton smiled, already thinking ahead. If Heidi shined on the show, this could become a long-term platform, boosting her exposure and fame. He couldn't resist offering a little advice. "Sweetheart, if you decide to go through with this, you should watch the previous episodes carefully. It'll help you find your own style." "Style? What do you mean?" "Usually, judges are experts who deliver deeply professional critiques and guide the audience to appreciate technicalities. But America's Got Talent isn't a specialized competition. It's entertainment. So judges are more about connecting with the audience. You could get emotional, inspiring contestants to share their moving stories. Or play the nice judge, praising strong performances and gently encouraging the rest. You might even try the tough critic role, pointing out flaws sharply, but that requires care and substance, or it can backfire. Whatever you do, avoid being a background filler who's easily forgotten." Heidi nodded thoughtfully. "Thanks, I'll be careful. There's one more thing. As a judge, don't be too formal or distant. You need to relate to the contestants and viewers. Be approachable and down to earth. That builds affection and makes your feedback more effective." "Wow, you're full of wisdom. What do you think suits me best?" "Given your youth and beauty, I'd say the emotional angle fits you perfectly. Contestants who reach the semifinals usually have a story of hard work and sacrifice behind their talent. If you help bring out those stories, it'll add drama to the show and garner fans for yourself. Okay, that sounds great. I'll take that approach. Soon after, MCA announced the judge panel for America's Got Talent. Piers Morgan, former editor of the British Daily Mirror. David Hasselhoff, renowned American singer and veteran actor. And Heidi Klum, the stunning Victoria's Secret angel and supermodel. Their combined salaries were reasonable, totaling $14 million, well within budget. Piers Morgan earned $1 million. David Hasselhoff, $5 million. Heidi Klum, $8 million. Chapter 539, Sweet Britney. The next day, Linton arrived at the company to tackle the backlog of work he had been putting off. Shortly after arriving, he spotted Daniel, the president of Universal Records, beaming with excitement as he approached. After exchanging brief greetings, Daniel didn't waste any time. He pulled out 2 documents and handed one to Linton. "Boss, I'm here to report on 2 important matters. First is the release plan for your album, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky." That was the title of one of the lead songs on his 3rd album. To recap, Linton's first album was Growing Up, the second was Flying, and now the 3rd was named The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. The titles and the timing they were released closely mirrored his own journey of growth. How's the plan looking? Tell me about it. The music video shoot is already complete. In about 20 days, director Jack should have the final cut ready. We plan to release the album worldwide on Saturday, August 24th. The promotional budget is $40 million across all channels: TV, radio, newspapers, magazines, billboards, record stores, and the internet. We're going for a full, multi-platform assault. The album will be priced at $20. I'm confident it will smash sales records. Our initial pressing will be 40 million copies, mostly CDs and vinyl, 20 million distributed in North America, and 20 million overseas. In addition, I'm planning to press 4 million videotapes featuring 16 music videos and 1 million laserdiscs priced at $38, split evenly between North America and abroad. Linton paused, realizing mid-August through late August was the expected due date for Christiana, Sophie Marceau, and Monica. He wouldn't have time to promote the album himself. I don't have any objections, but late August won't work for me. I'll be on vacation and won't be available for publicity. Actually, boss, with your current level of fame, you don't need much promotion. Just give me 3 days for interviews with the media and a few TV appearances. But I'll be off from August 10th through the end of the month. Not a minute to spare. Then how about September? September works. Let's set the global release for Saturday, September 7th, then. And what am I supposed to do exactly? You'll need to be available for 5 days, from September 2nd to 6th, for media interviews and TV spots. I thought 3 days was enough. 3 days is the minimum, boss. If you have the time, 5 would be ideal. All right, let's do it your way. Thank you, boss. I actually have another piece of good news to share. Daniel pulled out 2 more documents and a box of videotapes. Well, what's the good news? You asked me to keep an eye on America's Got Talent for promising new singers. Out of the first 4 episodes, I found several really talented newcomers. Oh yeah? Show me. Linton eagerly examined the files. Right now, I'm focused on 5 artists: Britney Spears, Eminem, Beyoncé, Fergie, and Adam Levine. Britney Spears, Eminem, Beyoncé. Linton's eyes lit up as he scanned their photos and names. These were legends from the last life's music scene. Especially Britney, an absolute phenomenon. She had burst onto the scene with a sweet, youthful charm and energetic dance moves, earning the nickname Princess of Pop. Her vibrant spirit and dynamic performances had captured hearts nationwide, turning her into a cultural icon for American pop music trends. In less than 3 years, she'd become a global superstar, cementing her position as a world-class pop diva. Her commercial value and media presence rival Madonna during her peak. But where God opened one door, he often closed another. Britney had incomparable beauty and musical talent, but lacked emotional intelligence, self-control, and basic common sense, far below average in those respects. Calling her scatterbrained would be generous. Even worse, her family, father, mother, and sister, were manipulative, exploiting her and siphoning her wealth. Her managers colluded with her father to deceive and control her finances. To keep her subdued, managers and family deliberately led her into drugs and alcohol, fostering her downfall. Everyone knows the rest of the story. Shortly after hitting stardom, Britney's life spiraled. Drug abuse, alcoholism, shaving her head, endless clubbing, and chaotic parties. Scandal after scandal tarnished her image, and her career crashed hard. Even worse, no one cautioned her about the consequences of this lifestyle, and her poor self-discipline didn't help. With no image management, her figure quickly deteriorated and she gained weight. The media, hungry for clicks and controversy, tore her apart. Some likely found it more satisfying to break a diva than build one up. Lacking savvy PR support, nearly every outlet piled on, exposing her flaws, criticizing her mercilessly. She was universally trashed. Public opinion shifted swiftly from adoration to disgust. By 2005, her music career had basically stalled. Although she tried several comebacks, she never regained her former heights. Britney's rise and fall became a cautionary tale, a prodigy with a royal hand dealt, yet bungling every card to become one of America's biggest regrets. Many shook their heads in sorrow and frustration, a potential global icon undone by her own recklessness. But this time, she had luck on her side. With Linton watching over her, everything could be different. He believed that with his guidance, Britney would become a superstar seamlessly and keep climbing to new heights. Her commercial worth was impressive, but more importantly, having a megapop diva as a close companion would greatly aid his own cultivation journey. She was born in 1981 and was only 15 now. If protected carefully over the next few years, by the time she turned 18, she could be an even bigger surprise for him. Compared to Britney, Eminem, Beyoncé, Fergie, and Adam Levine were talented too and could develop into major stars, adding strong commercial value to the company. While Linton was lost in thought, Daniel noticed his silence and hastily said, "Boss, these newcomers are really something. I even transcribed their America's Got Talent performances. Want to take a look?" "Sure, put it on." There was a tape player and TV in Linton's office. The first performance was Britney's. At 15, she was sweet-faced and radiated endless youth. She sang and danced energetically on stage. Her song, "I Surrender," was written by Linton for Shania Twain. It was an intense love anthem, hardly appropriate for a girl that young. How could someone with so little experience convey such passion? Yet, her ethereal, soaring voice expressed a deep yearning for love, combined with her fiery dance moves, created an unexpectedly awesome effect. Though the competition's sound system was no match for a professional studio, limiting her vocal showcase, her outstanding voice, pure image, and kinetic stage presence made her impossible to ignore. Next was Eminem's performance. He surprised everyone by rapping a self-written song called My Name Is. In this era, rap was primarily a domain of black artists. A white rapper on this stage showed rare courage and confidence. "Hi, my name is what? My name is who? My name is Chkachka, Slim Shady." "Hi, my name is huh? My name is what? My name is Chkachka, Slim Shady." His rapid-fire delivery exploded with energy and contagious passion, lighting up the crowd instantly. Following came Beyoncé, Fergie, and Adam Levine, each showcasing a distinct style and very recognizable voices. All five showed immense potential. When the performances ended, Daniel looked hopefully at Linton. "So what do you think? These rookies aren't bad, right? The fundamentals are solid. With the right resources, they'll blow up no problem." "Boss, not just blow up. Britney has comparable talent and presence to Shania Twain. If nurtured right, she could easily be the next diva." Eminem and Beyoncé are no jokes either. Maybe not superstars yet, but definitely top-tier artists. If you think so, sign them quickly. Try to secure long-term contracts. "Boss, I've already checked. Britney, Eminem, and Adam Levine are all unsigned amateurs. But Beyoncé and Fergie are tied to other labels. Should we leverage America's Got Talent rankings to encourage contract breaks?" "Stop. Don't even think about rigging the show. I have high hopes for this program and told Melman, MCA's CEO, that no shady deals would be tolerated." Though he liked Beyoncé, maintaining the show's integrity was paramount. If it were Britney, he might have been more tempted. "Fine. I'll sign Britney, Eminem, and Adam Levine ASAP and follow regular procedures with Beyoncé and Fergie. If they want to break their contracts, we can help with severance fees." Exactly how it should be done. Boss, I intend to offer Brittany and Eminem B-level newcomer contracts, Adam Levine C-level, all for 7 years. Does that work? You handle contract details however you see fit. But Brittany's potential is exceptional. Make her an A-level newcomer. And she's only 15. Does she have any agents or managers? She studies at the New York Professional Performing Arts School and doesn't have an agent yet. Good. Get Mira involved. She's WMA's VP. Have her personally manage Brittany's development. When Brittany moves to Los Angeles, arrange for her to study at Walter Reed High School alongside her music and dance training. If she wants a lasting career, she'll need cultural literacy too. Daniel was astounded. You say I don't need to approve plans, and yet you've mapped out everything. Even education beyond what the record label usually handles. You're not kidding about being the boss. On the other hand, it showed how highly Linton regarded Brittany. Not only upgrading her contract to an unprecedented A level for Universal Records, but assigning Mira, a top agent, to guide her personally. Sending her to an elite private high school signaled they weren't just planning to create another pop diva. Maybe this was a full-on development project. Brittany could become one of the beautiful angels. It was plausible. With exquisite looks, a killer figure, sweet and fresh image, plus vocal and dance skills, Brittany fit Linton's criteria perfectly. If so, Daniel knew he had to handle this carefully and coordinate with Mira to avoid any missteps. Boss, would you like to meet her to give some encouragement? No need. Just tell her to focus on the next rounds of America's Got Talent. Tell her if she does well in the finals, I'll personally write a debut song for her next year. Thanks, boss. With you backing her, she really has the ideal start, a clear path to stardom. One more thing, don't try any backdoor deals with Melman. Everything depends on her talent and hard work. Understood, boss. Chapter 540. Hillary, please give me a child. That evening at the Four Seasons Hotel, Linton reunited with Hillary after more than 2 months apart. Hillary had clearly prepared carefully for this meeting. Her golden, shoulder-length hair framed a lightly made-up face, and her sleek blue dress accentuated her tall, alluring figure in a way that was irresistibly sexy. Thanks to the recent launch of the Vitality and Beauty pills, Linton had fewer reservations and had increased her supply his ascents not long ago. Nourished by this abundant essence, she looked significantly younger, radiating a youthful glow like a stunning woman in her early 30s. Perhaps the long separation had stirred strong emotions because when Hillary saw Linton, she was visibly excited. After an intense, passionate encounter, Hillary relaxed against Linton, tracing soft circles along his chest with her delicate fingers. Master, I have a request. Please promise me. What is it? Speak, he said, intrigued. I want you to give me a child. Is that okay? Her expression grew serious as she said this. A child? Do you think that's a good idea? Linton was stunned. This was beyond anything he had imagined. Master, I've thought it through carefully. It's absolutely necessary. Tell me your reasons. I only have one daughter, Chelsea. She's 16 now, well-behaved, yes, but she lacks the capability to carry the family legacy. I worry she won't just fail to expand our family's fortune. She may even struggle to hold on to it. Do you know how much wealth the Clinton family has now? Hillary's tone was earnest. No, I haven't given it much thought. Is it a lot? Of course. Since Bill became the commander-in-chief, the family's assets exploded. In just 2 years, our wealth soared from a few $100 million to over $1 billion. But the 3 biggest financial windfalls have all been connected to you. To me, yes. The first was our alliance against the Douglas family. From that move, I acquired 32% of the New York Times, one of America's 3 major newspapers, and now fully control it. The Times is valued at $4 billion, and just the stock alone is worth $1.28 billion. I forgot about that. Your gain was impressive. The second was when we took on the Bronfman family. That operation yielded vast returns too. You gave me $400 million in cash and 30% ownership of the Seagram Liquor Group. Though not publicly traded, Seagram's profit last year was about $1.5 billion, making that stake worth at least $6 billion. That I knew. And the third is your Vitality pills. You mean you made big money from that too? Yes. Since the pills launched 3 months ago, Bill has been receiving 25 additional bottles monthly, which sell out every 2 or 3 days, never below the retail price you set in your stores. All proceeds filtered through overseas accounts, netting us over $200 million a month in extra income. As long as he stays in office and your 5-person alliance holds, this income will continue for at least 4 more years. By the way, are you sure about the elections? There won't be any surprises, right? Absolutely. You don't need to worry. Look at the economy, the government's shrinking deficit, and the latest polls. His approval rating is over 75%. The opposition party has no chance. So, your and Bill's fortunes are enormous now. Yes, I roughly estimate our actual family wealth exceeds $10 billion. Plus, we control 2 major corporations, and it's still growing rapidly. With such an empire and our political connections, there's no way to let it disappear without an heir. Isn't Chelsea enough? She's 16. We've seen her talents and abilities clearly by now. As an ordinary elite, she's fine. But to command this vast fortune? I have no confidence. More importantly, she lacks political talent. We can't risk our political legacy dying with her. I think you yourself have a real knack for politics. These resources can thrive in your hands. That's my plan. These next years, I'll use my role as First Lady to build political prestige. Now that I control the New York Times and have a mansion in New York, by 1999 I'll move there long-term, gaining eligibility to run. In 2000, when Bill steps down, I'll run for senator to maintain influence on the highest political stage. After accruing enough clout, I'll aim for the 2008 presidency. Do you think my plan is viable? Damn, this was exactly the political path Hillary took in her past life. It was impressive. Planning so far ahead, setting such ambitious life goals. Calling her a shrewd, far-sighted powerhouse seemed almost an understatement. Of course, it's an excellent plan. Will you help me? Hillary was undeniably Linton's best strategic partner politically. Their past collaborations against the Douglas and Bronfman families proved her capability and ruthlessness. A perfect politician. Best of all, with the slave imprint he'd placed on her, she was devoted and loyal, with no fear of betrayal. If she rose in the political arena as planned, aided by him, becoming the country's first female commander-in-chief would be within reach. That success would also hugely benefit him. Frankly, the identity of the commander-in-chief didn't matter much by itself, since it was so crucial that whoever held the office would be branded with his slave mark, becoming his loyal servant. But Hillary had been with him for years. She suited his tastes and had absorbed his vital essence, making her practically one of his own. Helping her felt right. There was an even bigger factor. His cultivation relied on the popularity. The entertainment world's celebrities were the best sources. What if political success could unlock even greater fame? If Hillary became America's first female commander-in-chief, could her star power eclipse all other entertainers? After all, America was the world's only superpower. The commander-in-chief naturally attracted global attention. Every move influenced millions. If this worked, Linton really stood to gain. The president's fame could fuel his cultivation, making higher breakthroughs more than a dream. He gently stroked Hillary's hair. Of course, you're my slave. If I don't help you, then who will? Besides, if you become commander-in-chief, it will massively benefit me too. That's wonderful. With your help, I'm confident I can achieve my goals. No obstacle will stand in our way. Hillary smirked, always the fierce one. Rather than tackle problems, she preferred to eliminate them entirely. Somehow, Linton found this ruthlessness oddly appealing. Well then, I wish you success in becoming commander-in-chief ahead of time. Oh, just thinking about it excites me. Master, please indulge your slave. The passionate game resumed, accompanied by lively music and laughter. 2 hours later, after the intensity subsided, Hillary remained softened against Linton. Master, we haven't finished our conversation. I truly want to have your child. You said you worry Chelsea can't manage the family fortune. Why don't you and Bill just have another child? That's complicated. To be honest, he lost his ability to father children some time ago. Wait, you mean Chelsea isn't Bill's biological daughter? Linton recalled past rumors. He hadn't expected them to be true. Yes, he had a disease before we met that caused infertility. We only realized it after marriage. But for the sake of appearances, you know how politics works. Some things we can never make public. Since I wanted a child, and he was incapable, when I was younger, I became involved with a colleague from the law firm. That's how Chelsea was conceived. And he didn't oppose this? How could he? He was powerless. There was no way he'd allow me to be childless. Reluctantly, he accepted it. So, if you want another child, would he agree? Even if he doesn't, what can he do? Think carefully. Bill is current commander-in-chief. If this causes a major family rift, it could be very damaging politically. Fine, I'll try to convince him. But if you agree, he won't object. Why are you so sure? Because like me, he knows Chelsea alone can't guarantee the family's future. It's a reality we both must face. We can't just watch the family fade away. If I have another child, it must be with someone of exceptional genes. And among all of America, who compares to you? More importantly, I don't know what spell you cast on me, but I love you loyally and obey you willingly. I believe he's under the same enchantment, like me, blindly devoted to you. Wait, you think I cast spells on both you and him? Yes, but I'm happy with it. Without your magic, how could I have your favor, regain such youth and beauty, or lie so blissfully in your arms now? Oh, is that how you see it? Of course, Master. I'm forever your slave. Please don't ever ignore me. And Bill? I don't know. Maybe he's unaware, or he hasn't given it thought. But from what I observe, anything related to you, he automatically aligns with your interests and decisions. That's why I'm suspicious. Hillary was undeniably sharp. Despite her slave mark, she maintained independent thought, rare, practically a prodigy. Linton wondered if Bill matched that level. Have you told him this? Why would I, Master? I'm your slave now, and everything must follow your will. Continue. So, I believe if he knew that I had the honor of bearing your child, he'd be happy. Happy? Of course. A child with your superior genes would secure the family's future beyond worry. And since he is your most loyal servant, I think he'd have no reason to be unhappy. But there's an issue. If I father a child with you, wouldn't that mean my bloodline will be lost? Lost? It means I wouldn't raise this child personally. He wouldn't call me father and wouldn't belong to me at birth. No matter how you look at it, I'd lose out. Hearing this only strengthened Hillary's resolve. Since Linton valued his descendants so much, any child she bore with him would surely receive his love and support. Her eyes gleamed as she continued. Master, how can you lose? My child would have noble status and inherit vast wealth and powerful political resources. Truly a born winner. I'll personally raise the child. With our exceptional genes, he'll grow into someone as brilliant as you, renowned worldwide. Compared to your other beautiful angel's children, this one's achievements will match or surpass. Who knows? 40 years from now, maybe he'll become commander-in-chief himself. As for your relationship with him, that's easy to fix. If you like, when the child is born, I can have him call you Godfather. That way, you'll maintain a lasting fatherly bond. Plus, if you wish, I can arrange for him to spend part of every year at your farm, growing up alongside his siblings. You could teach him yourself, building that family affection. Hillary's heartfelt logic swayed Linton deeply. Though he didn't commit immediately, the idea had merit. Well, this is too sudden and involves too many things. I need time to evaluate. Meanwhile, you should prepare to discuss this thoroughly with Bill. If you two reach agreement, let's revisit the topic next month. Thank you, Master. Wait for good news from me next month. I'll be waiting for yours too. Seeing that he didn't outright reject her, Hillary's heart soared. She seized the moment to propose another idea. Master, I want to buy a mansion in Los Angeles. Is that okay? Sure, but will you have time to stay often? It would mainly be a vacation home. Every time I come to LA to see you, sneaking into hotels feels too insecure. If we had a place of our own, we'd be free, unrestrained. We could relax completely, even when making love. I'm sure our time together would be even more wonderful. All right, if it makes you happy. But even if you buy the mansion, our relationship must remain secret. Our meetings will still be on my terms. Of course, I've always been your obedient slave. But can we meet once a month again? 2 months apart is too long. I can't stand it. That's doable. If nothing unusual happens, come once every month. Thank you, Master. Your slave loves you to death. Chapter 541, Exit Turmoil. 3 days later, Hillary left satisfied and hopeful. But fulfilling her dream of having a child still faced a major obstacle: how to get Bill's approval. That, however, wasn't something Linton had to worry about at the moment. He was busy preparing for his upcoming foreign trip. In recent months, Linton had just announced his groundbreaking inventions of the Vitality Pill and Beauty Pill, which stirred enormous interest worldwide. On top of that, a recent bloody crackdown on organized crime only intensified the spotlight on him. Every word and move he made was under close surveillance by Washington's top officials. Not long ago, Leon Panetta, who had received Vitality pills on the farm, cautioned Linton to avoid international travel for the time being. Now that word was out he planned to go outside the country, nerves were on edge. Leon, Panetta immediately called to dissuade him. "My dear friend, I heard you're planning a foreign trip soon?" "Yes, departure is set for July 20th. The whole trip will be 2 weeks. It won't delay our deliveries next month. Can you cancel the trip?" "Why would I cancel? Here's the thing. You're the most valuable person on Earth now. There are countless powerful forces abroad eyeing you. In America, no one dares touch you. But once you leave, your safety can't be guaranteed." "I know that. You saw I didn't even participate in the overseas promotions for Mission Impossible. So you have decided not to travel abroad?" "No. Leon, you should know I have my own security team. I will be safe." "Safe? Maybe from ordinary people. But don't forget, you're tied to the Vitality and Beauty pills, huge stakes that don't really work in your favor. I'm more worried about the military forces. If they move against you covertly, that's when you'll be in real danger." "Leon, which military will such force against me? My security is one of the best in the world." "I can't convince you now. I'll have our agencies run a full security assessment, and I have to report this to the president." Right after hanging up with Leon Panetta, several Washington heavyweights, Vice President Al Gore, Secretary of State Warren Christopher, Speaker Newt Gingrich, and Defense Secretary William Perry, all called him urging him to cancel his upcoming trip. Hillary, freshly back in Washington, was even more anxious. Forgetting Linton's earlier instruction never to address him as Master on the phone, her voice trembled slightly. "Master, you absolutely cannot leave the country now. It's way too dangerous. Ms. Hillary, please calm down. Let's talk this through." "Linton, I heard you're going in a few days." "Yes, that's the plan. The paperwork is underway. Can you cancel it? Traveling now is just too risky. Trust me, I'm not gambling with my security." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. If you're really going, can I accompany you?" "That's ridiculous. Don't even think about it." "You've misunderstood. I meant, with me escorting you, my status would boost your security level from both sides." "No, please don't do that. It would cause too much trouble. I appreciate your good intentions, but don't worry. Goodbye." Finally, Bill Clinton also called. After failing to dissuade him, he insisted on conducting a comprehensive security evaluation before giving any official approval. Washington's vehement opposition to his trip deeply frustrated Linton. But there was nothing he could do. Once they were involved, the exit permits wouldn't come through without their nod. Yet, Linton had no choice but to make this trip. Just earlier in the month, Aunt Kelly reported from Colombia. Last year's $15 million charity projects there had been completed, 5 highways and 20 schools built and put into use. According to his estimates, the beneficiaries' gratitude should be at its peak just now, which meant this was the best time to harvest the much-needed merit energy. This wasn't just about charity. It was crucial for his cultivation journey. After so long, he had grown deeper understanding and respect for the cultivation system. But unlike traditional methods of absorbing spiritual energy, his path relied on the emotional power generated by the masses. Though faster, his method had a shaky foundation. He had no sparring partners and no real combat opportunities. In essence, he had advancement but lacked fighting capability. That wasn't obvious in daily life. In the real world, he was basically a god compared to ordinary people. When encountering troublesome gangsters, one swing of his sword turned them into a bloodbath effortlessly. But there was a massive hidden danger. His ability to withstand heavenly tribulations was abysmal. With his current strength, safely passing the tribulations was pure fantasy. He had survived the last lightning tribulation only by leveraging a specially built lightning protection array. The next stage, the Astral Dominion stage, meant tribulations far more treacherous, especially heart tribulations on top of lightning. The lightning tribulation would be 100 times stronger than before, and the previous protective array would be obsolete. He'd have to upgrade it with top-notch metal materials and expand its coverage to have any chance. His financial backing meant that was possible. Plus, he now had his true spirit flying sword, along with his full power at the completion of the Astral Dominion stage. Though dangerous, surviving the lightning tribulation was still within the realm of possibility. But the heart tribulation? He had zero confidence in surviving that. Those before him who had passed that trial either possessed corresponding spirit-protective treasures, cultivated specialized spiritual techniques, or had purified their mind and heart by avoiding worldly entanglements, making their soul crystal clear and unassailable. He had none of those. Worse, his cultivation method required navigating worldly tribulations by refining emotions generated between himself and others, precisely the opposite of purifying the mind. This method inevitably attracted karmic entanglements and became a breeding ground for heart demons. The success rate of masters with this technique passing the Astral Dominion tribulation was extremely low. Without extraordinary circumstances, reaching Astral Dominion was a dead end. For him, the Celestial Presence stage remained the pinnacle. A carefree life of 800 years sounded far better than risking certain death for the Astral Dominion breakthrough. Yet, perhaps good karma returned in unexpected ways. An unconscious act of kindness toward ancestors granted him rare merit energy, something other cultivators could only dream of. Besides refining magic and spiritual perception, merit energy's greatest benefit was to help withstand and weaken tribulations. With enough merit energy, Linton believed, even with his other shortcomings, passing the Astral Dominion tribulation no longer seemed impossible. This became his strongest motivation to cultivate further. After all, achieving Astral Dominion would grant him another 800 years of life. Who wouldn't want that? Merit energy became his most precious resource, bar none. The only way to gain merit energy was through charity work, which forced him to personally appear near the beneficiaries, within roughly 20 miles. The closer he got, the faster he could obtain it. Yet, frustratingly, in America, merit energy from charity was practically nil. It wasn't that he was oblivious. He paid close attention and felt nothing. Spending equally large sums in Los Angeles, the merit energy was less than 1/10,000th of what he gained in Colombia. Before leaving for Colombia last July, he had spent heavily on local charity but felt no merit energy at all. Starting this year, to maximize merit energy gains, he relocated his charity office to downtown Los Angeles, concentrating fundraising efforts there. The city's transportation infrastructure was mature. Building roads was pointless. After careful thought, he focused on two projects. One was setting up rescue stations downtown to supply basic living necessities, mainly food and drink, to the homeless. The second was partnering with an education group to build a nonprofit private school. Under his direction, Aunt Kelly's charity office had already opened 6 rescue stations, each serving 500 homeless individuals daily, supplying $20 worth of aid per person. That meant the daily charity expenditure reached $60,000. But the infuriating thing was, despite this massive outlay, merit energy gains remained trivial, practically non-existent. Initially, Linton suspected the charity workers were dishonest or mismanaging supplies, but on multiple site visits with Danny driving him, he saw the homeless patiently lining up for food. Still, no merit energy came. Through spiritual perception and repeated observations, he uncovered the root problem. The homeless had lost any sense of ambition, becoming numb and indifferent. Due to the safety net America's welfare provided, they weren't starving and had even made homelessness a strange profession. More importantly, in their eyes, whether aid came from the government or wealthy capitalists, it was their due compensation. Apart from newly homeless individuals who might feel some gratitude initially, the rest harbored no thankfulness whatsoever. After spending so much on charity, with beneficiaries feeling no gratitude, how could Linton absorb any merit energy? His first project was effectively pointless. Later, reluctantly, he instructed Aunt Kelly and others to turn the rescue stations into tax shelters and profit centers, just like the others. The second project involved a $30 million investment with the Cook Education Group to build a high-standard private school. 6 months later, it was still stuck in bureaucratic delays. Construction might not even start this year. Linton also doubted that, Even when completed, the school could generate sufficient gratitude. Being nonprofit, investors wouldn't expect returns, but maintaining a top-tier private school was expensive, so fees couldn't be low. Under those conditions, he wasn't confident that students or parents would feel enough gratitude to provide merit energy. Compared to Columbia, the merit energy from American Charity was off by at least 10,000 times. He also had some charity funds allocated to Africa, but based on his understanding, people's qualities there weren't much better than in America. Busy with other matters, and given his sensitive position, a trip to Africa could cause trouble. Plus, the charity budget there was small, so he had no plans to visit anytime soon. Still, he intended to find the opportunity eventually to assess on-site the cost-effectiveness of charity and merit energy there. Because this touched on his astral dominion cultivation path, this trip was absolutely essential. No one could stop him. 2 days later, it was already July 17th. Seeing no progress from Washington, he became irritated and called Bill Clinton, sharply criticizing him and issuing a firm order. "I'll give you one more day. Tomorrow night, I want to see my exit permit. Don't delay my plans." Chapter 542, The Solution. First, my mother had to be hospitalized after her blood sugar shot up to around 480, along with very high blood pressure over 200. Her condition was serious enough that she had to stay in the hospital for about 2 weeks and needed constant care. Not long after that, my brother suddenly developed paralysis in his hand, fell off his chair, and had fits. We rushed him to the hospital, where doctors found blood clots in the blood vessels connecting the brain to hand movement. His blood sugar was around 450 and his blood pressure was about 180. Because of the severity of his condition, he had to stay in the ICU for a week, followed by another week in the regular hospital ward. Now, both of them are fine but need constant supervision to make sure there is no relapse. With these back-to-back emergencies, I missed a lot of work time. Because of that, I couldn't update the novels, which led to the delay. After all, Bill Clinton had been marked with his soul slave mark, making it impossible for him to refuse any of Linton's orders. Once he hung up Linton's call, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and immediately picked up the phone again, unleashing a torrent of curses at National Security Advisor Thomas Donilon. He sternly demanded that by the start of work tomorrow morning, Thomas must deliver a full security assessment report on Linton's upcoming trip. He also instructed Leon Panetta to cancel all his scheduled appointments for the next morning and to notify the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Commerce, and the National Security Advisor to meet in his office to discuss Linton's trip and the related security arrangements. Under his pressure, Thomas convened the security assessment team for an all-night work session. They barely managed to finalize the report by the start of the next workday. According to their comprehensive evaluation, Linton's foreign trip didn't pose any major risks. The primary concerns boiled down to 3 points. The first risk was a potential airplane accident. Linton was flying directly on his private jet, so the greatest danger was the flight crew. As long as thorough background checks were done to ensure none of the crew members could be compromised or collude with foreign agents, that risk would be effectively eliminated. The second risk was the possibility that Colombian or Hong Kong authorities might detain Linton, secretly imprison him, or declare him missing or harmed. Everyone acknowledged that the chance of this was slim, yet given Linton's possession of the formulas to produce the vitality and beauty pills, which involved huge stakes, the risk, however small, still existed. After all, what if it happened? The third risk concerned safety inside Colombia or Hong Kong itself. If the White House successfully arranged for 2 bodyguards and secured permission for them to carry firearms domestically through diplomatic channels, this risk would be negligible. After several strong cups of coffee, Thomas stayed alert and joined the small, high-level meeting personally chaired by President Clinton. The topic was how to guarantee Linton's itinerary in South Colombia would be 100% secure. The main focus was how to prevent the second risk highlighted in the report. Remarkably, after in-depth discussions, the group quickly reached consensus and drafted a preliminary plan everyone agreed upon. Immediately, the State Department and the Commerce Department sprung into action, communicating urgently with their counterparts. By evening, they finalized a complete plan, though some details would need further tweaking the next day. The scheduled trip on the 20th was well on track. At 8 p.m. Los Angeles time on the 18th, 11 p.m. Washington time. Linton received a call from President Clinton. All arrangements had been settled, and he was set to depart on the 20th as planned. However, for safety's sake, the White House had devised a special secure travel plan. Linton was asked to fully cooperate. To ensure his protection, the Commerce Department had assembled a high-level business delegation led personally by Secretary of Commerce Mickey Cantor. The delegation's trip would last 14 days. Linton and his entourage were added to the delegation's roster and would travel together on the White House-arranged chartered plane. Upon arrival, Linton could separate from the delegation and move freely, but he was required to have 2 Secret Service agents accompany him at all times. At the end of his trip, he was to rendezvous with the delegation at their agreed time and place to return to Washington on the same plane. With the Commerce Secretary personally leading the delegation, the other side would be unlikely to cause any serious diplomatic incidents by taking hostile action against Linton. Combined with the White House's control over the aircraft, nearly all risks were effectively neutralized. After hearing Clinton's rundown, Linton felt it was an overreaction, completely unnecessary. Yet he didn't want to refuse, so he readily agreed. He then instructed his assistant Lee Shauran to coordinate with Secretary Mickey Cantor on the travel details. For this trip, Linton was traveling with only 4 people: Aunt Kelly, Assistant Shauran, and 2 bodyguards, Danny and Kurt. When members of his harem heard about his plans, many expressed strong desires to join. Even Winnie showed keen interest. But his main mission was to gain merit energy by visiting all charity-funded road and school construction sites, officially claiming it was a quality inspection tour. If he brought a swarm of beautiful women along, the locals' deep appreciation and goodwill might sour, diminishing the merit he hoped to gain. That would be a loss he couldn't afford. He'd regret it forever. More importantly, he had already promised Su Ching they would travel together soon, so bringing a harem would complicate matters and harm that relationship. If he had to pick one woman, Winnie might have been the best choice, since he intended to give Shauran some vacation to reunite with family after they arrived in Hong Kong. That way, Winnie could accompany him openly and even pose as an assistant, avoiding unnecessary rumors. But just bringing Winnie would upset the others, so to dodge tensions, he decided not to bring anyone besides those essential. To make up for it, he promised everyone that he would stay at the farm throughout August after returning, inviting them to vacation together there. That very evening, Linton hosted a unique and spectacular farewell party with Winnie, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Michelle Reese, Big Darling Jennifer, Naomi Watts, Izumi Sakai, and Akina Nakamori. The next afternoon, Linton, Aunt Kelly, Assistant Shauran, and bodyguards Danny and Kurt flew into Washington, where they were warmly greeted by Secretary Mickey Cantor. Both sides engaged in lively discussions on the itinerary, enjoying a genuinely pleasant exchange. Mickey Cantor lowered his stance, fully aware of his role. The big, high-profile delegation to Hong Kong was strictly for Linton's security and whimsy. He had his own ambitions. Rarely did he get a chance to befriend someone the White House revolved around. He intended to seize this opportunity to establish a solid connection with Linton. Building this relationship promised unparalleled influence. Mickey Cantor knew his core task was to guarantee Linton's safety. Though he dearly loved to shadow Linton throughout, he recognized Linton's nature wouldn't permit it. After friendly talks, Mickey Cantor fully agreed that Linton could act independently once in Hong Kong, arranging a specific meeting time and place for returning together. Linton agreed, insisting that the 2 Secret Service agents, Steve and Hanst, accompany him at all times. Thanks to the State Department's efforts, Steve and Hanst had obtained domestic firearm permits from both South Colombia and China. With their protection and domestic support, any threats were unlikely. Mickey Cantor requested, in Linton's presence, that if Steve or Hanst encountered danger, they notify Mickey Cantor immediately. Even if no danger occurred, they were to report safe every evening. That night, Mickey Cantor hosted Linton and introduced him to other senior executives in the party. The Commerce Department had clearly invested effort. Though the trip lasted just 2 days and the delegation's true purpose was protecting Linton, the group they assembled was genuinely impressive. 7 top companies were sending executives. Looking at the list, Linton recognized these names instantly. Well-known enterprises heavily featured in his own investment funds. Among them were Yahoo's CEO Jerry Yang, Cisco's president Robin Michael, Compaq's president Tim Walton, Dell's CEO Hoffman Ridge, KFC CEO Kester Walker, General Motors CEO Hank Mitch, and Pepsi's CEO Alex Willis. Seeing Linton, these executives expressed pleasant surprise and eagerly greeted him, exchanging views on the Hong Kong trip. Linton sensed that with China's booming economy and expanding market size, the opportunity was irresistible for major American corporations. Spurred by the Commerce Department, all parties were mobilizing to investigate the market firsthand and plan next steps. Take Yahoo, for example. Though barely over 2 years old, its growth had been explosive, unlike traditional businesses. It had rapidly established roots in the US, Europe, and Japan, becoming the global leader in portal websites. Linton believed China, with the world's largest population, would surely be the next big internet market. Yahoo needed to get in early. So upon the Commerce Department's invitation, Jerry responded promptly by coming himself. Walmart, relying on a quality at low-cost model, supported by scaling procurement and logistics enhanced with information technology, had become the retail giant in the US and Europe. Seeing China's huge population and retail potential, Walmart had been planning to enter the Chinese market for some time, making this trip perfectly aligned with their interests. As he listened, Linton realized all these companies except General Motors shared a vibrant spirit of market expansion, international vision, and operated in sunrise industries. With America's global dominance as a backdrop, their continued growth seemed highly likely. He considered notifying Winnie to enhance monitoring of these companies and to increase stock purchases on the secondary market. General Motors, however, had been losing ground domestically to Japanese and German competitors and lacked viable countermeasures. Moreover, during the conversation, he discovered that COO Hank Mitch was far less ambitious and enterprising than the leaders of the other companies. The enthusiasm from computer and internet firms about China's market signaled that the first wave of China's internet boom was imminent. Investing in a China-focused internet venture capital fund was becoming a must. During the dinner, Jerry Yang found a chance to speak privately with Linton, thanking him for his ongoing trust and support. Linton's fund was Yahoo's third-largest shareholder, yet he never meddled, instead offering full backing to Jerry's management team. Jerry also praised the explosive traffic boost from Linton's recent media stir, which had catalyzed Yahoo's soaring stock price. Since its April IPO, Yahoo's market value had surged from $1 billion to $2.6 billion in just 3 months, largely thanks to the traffic Linton brought. Jerry also thanked Bella Miller, online publicity department manager, for proposing the brilliant idea of a celebrity message board. The new software module based on this was in final development, expected to launch within a week. Jerry was certain this would boost Yahoo's traffic hugely, driving the stock even higher. He promised that Yahoo would do everything possible to promote the popularity of Linton's associated stars within the message boards, helping with publicity, traffic direction, and exposure. After this groundwork, Jerry timidly revealed his true purpose. He hoped Linton would grant him priority to purchase a bottle of the $8 million Vitality pill. Though Yahoo's skyrocketing stock price had made him a multimillionaire worth over $550 million, with his 21% share, in reality, with his income, he couldn't afford the $8 million. Having amassed vast wealth, at least on paper, he naturally craved the pill's miraculous effects. Previously, he arranged people to buy the pills for him, but couldn't get his hands on one. But now traveling with Linton presented the perfect opportunity. Linton readily agreed. After all, as Yahoo's major shareholder, the healthier and sharper Jerry was, the better Yahoo's prospects and his investment returns. That night, in the presidential suite of the Willard Intercontinental Hotel in Washington, Hillary quietly slipped in. She expressed concern about Linton's safety during the trip, while also offering to do her best to serve him. The moonlight was beautiful, and so were their movements. Chapter 543, Su Qing's Rising Status, Merit Harvest. At 9 a.m. on the 20th, Linton and his entourage boarded a Boeing 737 chartered by the White House, departing Washington. Due to the time difference, they arrived at Hong Kong Airport at 10:30 a.m. local time. Received by the Chinese diplomatic staff, the group smoothly checked into the hotel. Once settled, Linton granted Li Shaoran a 2-week leave to reunite with her family. Afterwards, he greeted his aunt, and with her assistant translator, 2 bodyguards, and 2 Secret Service agents, they descended to the lobby. There stood Su Qing, radiant as a blooming flower, poised elegantly alone at the center of the grand hotel lobby. Spotting Linton exiting the elevator, she suppressed her excitement and gracefully approached to shake his hand and greet him. Linton introduced her to Aunt Kelly. They then proceeded to the parking lot, splitting into 2 vehicles. The moment they got in the car, Su Qing couldn't contain her feelings any longer. She threw herself into Linton's arms and planted a passionate kiss on him. "Darling, I missed you so much." "Baby, I missed you too." Back at Su Qing's villa, the housekeeper had prepared a lavish lunch. Linton, Su Qing, and Aunt Kelly sat at the main table, while the others dined in a separate room. During the meal, Linton gave Aunt Kelly a detailed introduction of Su Qing. Upon hearing that this was Su Qing's home and seeing how inseparable and affectionate the couple seemed, Aunt Kelly shook her head silently at Linton's womanizing ways. Crossing an entire ocean couldn't stop him from chasing women. In fact, his boldness was only amplified as he openly visited a girl's home immediately after arriving. Su Qing admired Aunt Kelly's years of dedication to charity work, especially her efforts lifting impoverished rural regions out of poverty. But what made her prouder was knowing that the generous man who donated tens of millions of dollars annually without asking for anything in return. That man was her beloved Linton. When Su Qing learned that Aunt Kelly was his only blood relative, she naturally greeted her warmly as Auntie. Aunt Kelly was delighted. She had wanted to bring a gift, but, having no prior notice, searching fruitlessly through her handbag, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Su Qing, it's all Linton's fault for not warning me earlier. I wasn't prepared with anything. We'll go shopping this afternoon, and I'll pick out something you like." "Auntie, we haven't seen each other for so long, but she probably won't have time to accompany you this afternoon," Linton said quickly, handing Aunt Kelly a bottle of beauty pills. "Why don't you start with this? You little scoundrel." "Fine. You guys will be busy this afternoon. Su Qing, take this now, and we'll go shopping together another time." "Thank you, Auntie," Su Qing responded shyly, but gratefully accepted the gift. The meal ended with everyone in high spirits. Su Qing and Aunt Kelly hit it off, embracing their new family connection and promising to shop together whenever time allowed. Linton was pleased. If everything went well with the merit harvest, his philanthropic focus would be expanding to other countries. His aunt might be spending quite some time in China in future, so it would be good to have a friend there who knew her well. Involving Su Qing moderately in charity work was also beneficial for her. "Su Qing, are you traveling with us tomorrow to inspect the newly built roads and schools in South Colombia?" "Auntie, I'm sorry. I can't go with you tomorrow. I'm still shooting a TV series. Today I managed to get a day off." "That's fine. Work comes first." "Auntie, Su Qing has to rush back to the States with me soon to act in a Hollywood film, so she's currently hustling on her TV series," Linton explained. Earlier this year, Su Qing had accepted the female lead role in the TV drama Coming and Going. The original filming was scheduled for May 10th to August 25th, 3.5 months. After returning for early May shooting, Su Qing began as planned. But shortly after, Linton called to ask if she wanted to join the Hollywood production of Final Destination 2. Though not the lead role, it was a substantial supporting character. Such a golden chance wasn't something she'd even be considered if not for Linton's involvement. Naturally, she agreed. The production team promptly sent a fax inviting her to join. Landing a Hollywood movie role meant the opportunity to break into the international market and possibly become a global star. Everyone in the domestic entertainment circle coveted such a break. So, her status in the local industry soared overnight. Established stars and industry veterans awkwardly sought her out, trying to curry favor and fish for insider secrets about how to get a Hollywood part. Su Qing chose to cloak the truth in vague luck whenever asked. Actually, as a beautiful angel starlet promoted heavily in the West, she already had a decent fan base in Europe and America. But separated by the Pacific and with no internet, information flow was slow. She hadn't planned to capitalize on the buzz, and the domestic market remained mostly unaware. As time passed, media outlets captivated by America's land of opportunity myth naturally began focusing on the buzz around vitality pills and beauty pills. Some reporters even traveled to a supplier's shop in LA to take photos for their stories. Their surprise peaked when they learned that among the Western-celebrated beautiful angels was actually a Chinese star, Su Qing, proof that her beauty had conquered America's shores. This was sensational news, warranting extensive coverage. Several media outlets ran follow-up stories that spread Su Qing's fame across the country, skyrocketing her popularity. Rumors of each beautiful angel earning a $10 million annual endorsement fee were met with skepticism. $10 million in US dollars converts to over 80 million renminbi, an astronomical amount no local media dared publish. Her signature Cheongsam style became the trend set by many top socialites vying to emulate. The most tangible proof of her rising influence was her rapid ascension as the production's core. Both the producer and director had begun revolving around her storyline. Later, after confirming his itinerary, Linton decided to arrive a few days early to leave with Su Qing on August 3 RD's chartered flight to the U.S. After treating the crew to several lavish dinners, director and staff agreed to her accelerated filming schedule. So despite her deep wish to spend the entire trip by Linton's side, she was compelled to hustle overtime on set. Even their reunion today was a rare, precious day off she'd managed to negotiate. After lunch, Su Qing arranged rest quarters for Aunt Kelly and the entourage, then eagerly pulled Linton up to the third floor. More than 2 months apart had left both aching for each other's company. An intimate game soon began, the air filled with joyous and passionate melodies. To keep the noise from disturbing Aunt Kelly's rest downstairs, Linton cleverly cast a silent barrier spell. As expected, during their intimate encounter, Linton noticed Su Qing's popularity had clearly risen since 2 months before. The next morning, Linton's group parted ways with Su Qing. She returned to the studio to hustle on coming and going, while Linton's party headed to the airport and met Li Bingbing, who was waiting there. They boarded a flight to Colombia. Since Su Qing was busy filming, Linton planned to tend to 2 other fish in his pond. He notified Li Bingbing in advance to act as his special assistant, accompanying him to Colombia to inspect the philanthropy projects. Li Bingbing arrived in professional attire, a crisp white chiffon blouse, black knee-length skirt with stockings, and classic black pumps. She was both youthful and sharp, a perfect urban professional, fitting the special assistant image. Yet, upon seeing Linton, she promptly threw herself into his arms, shattering Aunt Kelly's pristine vision of a composed assistant. Kelly silently understood. Linton was obviously using this special assistant title as a guise to flirt. She found his womanizing exasperating. Thinking of Su Qing, she wanted to scold Linton but held back. It was a public setting, and with Linton's growing fame, maintaining his image was paramount. Upon landing in Popine, Colombia, the city officials greeted them with full respect. 2 leading local leaders met Linton personally, thanking him for his ongoing contributions to Puelange. Including this year's latest $50 million donation, Linton's total charity investment in Puelange had surpassed $80 million. This had immeasurably improved infrastructure and education in the most impoverished areas. More importantly, according to philanthropy coordinator Kelly Clate, provided the rebuilt roads and schools truly benefited the needy and met Linton's quality standards, more charitable projects would steadily follow. That afternoon, escorted by the city officials, Linton's group inspected 5 newly completed roads and 20 schools. Since his grandmother's hometown county's roads and schools had been mostly finished, this charity work targeted the other 5 poorest counties under his care. As anticipated, upon entering the first county, Linton sensed the power of merit. He clearly felt it gradually seeping into his body in subtle waves. His internal cultivation automatically activated, greedily merging the merit energy with his own magical power. The closer he approached the new roads, the stronger the merit energy became. Standing on the fresh pavement, it flowed in like a gentle stream, and his cultivation was like a hungry tiger, voraciously integrating the merit energy. The local government had arranged for numerous residents and donors to line the roadside in appreciation. Banners expressing thanks waved at various points. At the far end of the new road, Linton stepped down to chat with locals, learning firsthand how the road had boosted their livelihoods. It was clear the new highway played a vital role in lifting residents out of poverty. Their heartfelt gratitude and hopeful outlook for the future deeply touched him. Half an hour later, the merit energy in the area had been mostly absorbed. Linton returned to the vehicle to continue absorbing residual energies along the route. He spent the entire afternoon steeped in the pleasure of cultivating with merit energy, fully drawing the energy from the road corridor. As he'd predicted, charitable merit power was strongest shortly after completion, when beneficiaries' gratitude burned brightest. In just one afternoon, the merit energy coverage within his power grew nearly 0.7%. That evening, after a simple dinner, he declined further entertainment offers and naturally retreated to his hotel room with Li Bingbing. Joyful, sweet melodies once again filled the air. After a silent night, the next morning Linton, accompanied by the city and local government representatives, visited the 4 newly built schools. In gratitude, all the teachers and students were present. At each school, Linton spent around 30 minutes exchanging warm conversations with teacher and student representatives, though the core purpose was absorbing merit energy. The 4 schools yielded him a vast amount of merit energy. Combined with the previous day's intake, this county's roads and schools granted him an additional 1% merit power coverage within his cultivation. He could distinctly feel his supernatural power and divine perception becoming purer, with his spiritual awareness radius expanding from 35 kilometers to 38 kilometers. Without pause, accompanied by the officials, he inspected another 4 roads and 16 schools. The officials were deeply impressed with his dedication and felt compelled to intensify oversight of ongoing projects to ensure quality. Linton, meanwhile, gained enormously. The golden light of merit power brilliantly infused the center of his cultivation, with coverage rising to 7.5% of his total supernatural power. His power and spiritual perception were further refined, his awareness radius now astonishingly stretched to 50 kilometers. This meant that from downtown Los Angeles, his spiritual perception could effortlessly cover the entire metro area. It was an overwhelming gain, thoroughly breaking his cultivation bottleneck and strengthening his resolve to start philanthropic investments in other countries. He firmly believed that once his cultivation was fully enveloped in merit power, overcoming the astral dominion tribulation would be no challenge at all. To test his theories on merit energy, he ended the day visiting his grandmother's hometown to see his great-uncle's family out of genuine affection. As expected, the merit power there was virtually non-existent. It seemed merit energy from charity could only be harvested once, and only when locals' gratitude was fresh and strong shortly after benefit began. Chapter 544, Bingbing Jinglei Duo. 6 days later, with a bountiful harvest of achievements, Linton concluded his journey through Pulange. The group would be embarking on the next leg of their tour. At Linton's persuasion, Aunt Kelly also joined them to experience the breathtaking natural wonders of Cacara Valley, the Cano Cristales, and the unique, ancient charm of Ciudad Perdida, or the Lost City. However, there was a minor complication. Linton had initially planned for Li Bingbing to accompany him in Pulange for 6 days, then for Su Jinglei to join him for another 6 days, an arrangement he thought would be fair to both. On the last night in Pulange, after an intense night together, Linton handed Li Bingbing a bottle of beauty pills. Bingbing, thank you for making these past few days in Pulange so wonderful. Do you know how to use these beauty pills? I've seen reports about it in newspapers and magazines. Does it really work as well as they say? Yes, this is the beauty pill, and it works even better than what they say. It's a gift for you. I can't accept it. It's too expensive. I read it costs around $100,000 a bottle, and it's nearly impossible to get. It's fine. It's from me. Just take it. Thank you, darling. You're too good to me. Moi. Do you know how to use it? I've heard about it, but don't know if it's true. There should be instructions inside. Yes, just follow the instructions. Sweetheart, are you heading back to the US next? No, I'm going to travel around the country. Can I come with you then? But didn't we agree you'd only accompany me in Pulange for 6 days? I just can't bear to leave you. Bingbing, honestly, I've already arranged a companion for the next trip. Oh, who? Can I know? Sure, Su Jinglei. You probably know her. So it's her? What's your relationship with her? Are you two? Exactly. It's the same kind of relationship we have. You bad guy, how could you? No way. I have to go then. Aren't you afraid of the awkwardness? What's there to be afraid of? As long as she's not awkward, neither am I. Besides, I'm the primary companion. She'd only be second. Li Bingbing's words made Linton hesitate, not because he feared any love triangle. He had experienced many women traveling with him. But if Li Bingbing and Su Jinglei traveled with him simultaneously, the trip could be uncomfortable, especially for Aunt Kelly, who wouldn't appreciate seeing him with two women at once. Darling, please let me come with you. We only meet once a year. Let me spend more time with you. Bingbing will behave. Seeing Linton's hesitation, Li Bingbing cuddled up to him, applying a charming pout. Seeing her pitiful appeal, Linton relented. All right, but I remind you, you need to avoid conflicts with Su Jinglei. I promise no fights. We'll get along. Good. Remember that. So, dear, you agree I'm coming? Fine. I'll make a couple of calls to add you to the itinerary. After the call to Aunt Kelly's assistant, Li Bingbing pressed close to Linton, offering a sweet kiss. You're too good, darling. The joyous, playful tune echoed again. The next day, the group landed in El Eden International Airport in Armenia. Waiting at the exit was Su Jinglei, dressed casually in a sporty outfit, simple t-shirt and denim shorts paired with white sneakers, looking fresh and youthful. On spotting Linton, she dashed into his arms, leaving Aunt Kelly stunned. Aunt Kelly glanced at Li Bingbing beside her, then back at the other pretty young woman clinging to Linton, silently shaking her head at his notorious womanizing. After brief introductions, Su Jinglei immediately showed open hostility toward Li Bingbing, gripping Linton's arm possessively. Fortunately, Li Bingbing had braced herself and greeted Su calmly, taking her place quietly by Linton's side. Still, private glances exchanged between the two women sparked intense rivalry. Linton paid no mind to their feelings and approached another man holding a large sign reading, "Welcome, Mr. Linton." This was the guide arranged as part of the team. The team only had a one driver and a guide for the trip and would be traveling in a coach bus. Kakara Valley's scenery truly lived up to its reputation, enchanting the group. But the rivalry between Li Bingbing and Su Jinglei simmered beneath the surface. From the moment they boarded the bus, Su sat close to Linton, shooting taunting looks at Li Bingbing, who bristled quietly. Throughout the journey, they competed fiercely, each locking her arm around Linton's, not willing to let go. Linton tried to convince them to give him space and walk on their own, but they ignored him completely. At mealtime, the women sat on either side of Linton, eagerly feeding him, picking fish bones, peeling shrimp. Their attentiveness even made Aunt Kelly a little uncomfortable. Luckily, all meals took place in private rooms free from onlookers. Evenings surprised Linton further. After dinner, both women naturally followed him into his hotel room. Su Jinglei, already anxious, pushed Li Bingbing aside and threw herself into Linton's arms. Darling, tonight you belong to me. Shouldn't Li Bingbing go back to her own room? Before Linton could answer, Li Bingbing spoke up. Why do you get to claim Linton? I'm much closer to him than you are. Of course he belonged to me. Linton promised to travel with me. You joined later. You should step back. I'm close to Linton, which is why I came. Why should I give way to you? I think you should go to your own room. Though irritated by the brewing argument, Linton remained calm. He had seen similar scenes many times. Enough. Don't fight. Here's the choice. Either both of you go to your own rooms, or both stay here. Embarrassed, they hesitated. You want us both to stay? Yes. That way there's no quarrel. If you really can't take it, then just leave. I'm not leaving. Me neither. Since neither of you is leaving, don't argue. Let's play a game, okay? What kind of game? Drinking poker. Loser drinks more or takes off an article of clothing. How about that? Su Jinglei playfully tapped Linton's arm. You devil. Fine, I'm in. Me too. The duo unleashed a night of pleasure that made Linton feel as if he were flying. The next morning, Aunt Kelly was shocked to see Li Bingbing and Su Jinglei enter the dining hall with rosy cheeks and radiant eyes, each arm linked confidently with Linton's. Over the following days, the two actresses maintained their close hold on Linton, but noticeably without the previous hostility and tension. Their rivalry softened into a sisterly bond. leaving Aunt Kelly both amazed and amused. Linton continued enjoying the stunning scenery, basking in the fortune of having both women by his side, until the 6-day trip ended. This time, Linton would be traveling to Hong Kong, and they would no longer follow. On the final night, Bing Bing and Jinglei unleashed a frenzy of passion, showcasing every skill in their repertoire. The sweet, joyful melodies echoed throughout the hotel till dawn. When it came time to part, Linton treated Su Jinglei with the same generous gift of beauty pills. Moved, she collapsed into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Li Bingbing, equally emotional, also threw herself into his embrace, sobbing openly. Holding one in each arm, Linton gently soothed them. Enough sadness. It's not like we won't stay in touch. If you miss me, just call. After the heartfelt farewell, on August 3rd, Linton and his party boarded a plane to Hong Kong. Su Qing had completed her scenes in coming and going, and waiting at the airport alongside her was Lin Hao. After lunch, the group split up. Su Qing and Aunt Kelly went shopping, while Linton and Lin Hao headed to the quartz processing factory. There, Linton placed a massive $80 million order for 40 tons of common quartz, to be shipped within 6 months to Montana. The Pulinch trip had rewarded him richly with merit energy, fueling his motivation to advance to the celestial. Present stage. He began planning a larger-scale lightning protection array for his forthcoming tribulation of ascending to the astral dominion stage. This stocked quartz would be the foundation for a new spirit-gathering array after he passed his next trial. He ordered so early because after surviving his celestial presence tribulation, some quartz remained and was buried beneath the array's center in his garden. He recently sensed the quartz improving in quality under spiritual energy's nurture. While the array didn't demand the highest quartz grade, better material strengthened its effect. This optimistic discovery led him to bulk purchase quartz in advance, to bury beneath his estate's grounds for the next array. He'd also wanted to buy some fine quartz bracelets for Aunt Kelly, who tirelessly advanced his charity foundation and might face unforeseen dangers, and for Hillary, who, if she agreed to bear his child, needed protective measures. Quartz pendants would have been too sensitive a gift, already associated with his harem's exclusive accessories. High-quality quartz bracelets were a safer, versatile option to bear magical formations. Unfortunately, the factory had no exquisite bracelets, forcing him to seek other suppliers. With time still early at 4 p.m., Linton and Lin Hao set out to the antique market. As before, they split up to cover ground and agreed to meet back at 6:30 p.m. Linton strolled through shop after shop, searching for rare cultivation materials, but found nothing related to supernatural enhancement. In the end, he returned to the jeweler who sold him the quartz pendants previously, purchasing 20 top-grade white quartz amulets and 20 supreme-quality white quartz bracelets. The amulets now cost about 5,500 yuan, about $700 each, while the bracelets were pricier at 25,000 yuan, about $3,200 apiece. Some emerald green imperial quartz bracelets worth 500,000 yuan, $62,500 each were also tempting, but, after careful spiritual scans, Linton found them unsuitable for array formations compared to the white quartz. That night, he gifted one carved quartz formation bracelet to Aunt Kelly, instructing her never to remove it. Deeply moved, she forgave him all his flirtations on the trip. The next day, he and Lin Hao visited the resort to inspect 40 newly hired young women and Li Weikai, the candidate who narrowly lost a cooking audition previously. Li Weicai's culinary skills were comparable to Suarez Shiji, but only one spot was available. Later, Li Weicai's cooking became missed by the women back at the garden. Intent on expanding his culinary team at the estate, Linton arranged for Li Weicai's 4-person team to attend English training with the other girls. Fortunately, all these women were exceptional in appearance and charm, making swift progress in etiquette and English over 8 to 9 weeks, improving daily. Communication. With Christiana, Monica, and Sophie Marceau all expecting babies by mid to late August, getting enough staff ready was urgent. He decided to end training early and keep Li Xiaoran until travel documents were arranged so the new staff and Li Weicai's team could head to America as soon as possible. On the afternoon of August 4th, Linton, Su Qing, Aunt Kelly, security, and Secretary of Commerce inspection team reunited. Secretary of Commerce Mickey Cantor, relieved to see Linton and his team return safely, grasped Linton's hand warmly and praised him repeatedly. For over 10 tense days, Mickey Cantor had worried nonstop, though Secret Service agent Steve Enhanced kept him updated nightly. Still, being so far from home made him uneasy. The group then boarded a plane together, heading back to Washington. Chapter 545, Washington's Concerns. Due to the time difference, when Linton and his group returned to Washington, it was already the morning of August 5th. Since today was the scheduled handover day for the Vitality pills, Linton didn't linger in Washington. After saying farewell to the rest of the inspection team at the airport, he boarded his private plane directly with Sue Ching, Aunt Kelly, and 2 bodyguards, heading straight to his farm in Montana. What he didn't know was that back in Washington, the Secretary of Commerce, Mickey Cantor, 3 staff members from the business inspection team, and 2 Secret Service agents, Steve Enhanced, were summoned immediately after deplaning. They were taken to a special conference room in the White House to be questioned by a special investigation committee led by National Security Advisor Thomas Donilon. The team was tasked with a thorough review of Linton's entire experience during this travel. This was not because President Clinton or anyone else in the White House held specific suspicion toward Linton personally. Rather, it was due to the immense importance of the Vitality pills and the beauty pills that Linton controlled. The beauty pills alone had already sparked huge waves in the global beauty market, igniting a frenzy among women worldwide. There was no doubt that an enormous wealth flow would stream into Los Angeles and directly into Linton's pockets through these pills. The magnitude of that wealth coming in promised vast benefits to America and Los Angeles, but also attracted the covetous eyes of many countries and powers. The Vitality pills were even more extraordinary. Although they had only been on the market for 4 months, hundreds of doses distributed through Linton's exclusive stores, and countless others allocated by the White House, had been given to America's elite. These users included high-ranking officials wielding real power, individuals who had made special contributions to the country, and key leaders in critical tech-related public relations efforts. Every single person who took the Vitality pills spoke of them in terms bordering on miraculous. Not only did their bodies become more youthful and energetic, but their cognitive abilities also improved significantly. This was especially invaluable for aging politicians and veteran researchers, true treasures beyond price. Many cutting-edge national scientific projects saw breakthroughs well beyond expectations after team leaders took the Vitality pills. Most importantly, comprehensive hospital checks on all users found 0 negative effects. Instead, the consensus was unanimous. Vitality was markedly enhanced, immune systems boosted, and overall health remarkably improved. By this point, the Vitality pills had become recognized across the highest levels of American leadership as an absolute strategic asset, a critical technology for maintaining global dominance. Not even a hint of leakage was tolerable. Some senators and representatives who had not yet received the Vitality pills proposed that such an important strategic resource should not be freely sold by Linton on the open market, but instead be centrally procured and distributed by the government. Though this proposal was tinged with self-interest, it gained significant support from lawmakers still awaiting their dose. However, this proposition was so disruptive that it threatened to undermine the entire free market system, even challenging the fundamental principles of the national economy. Neither the Speaker of the House nor President Clinton dared to openly entertain such a breach of market freedom. They jointly suppressed the proposal. As a result, Linton's security, the production of the Vitality pills, and most importantly, the formula itself, naturally became top priorities for the highest echelons of American government. Around the Vitality pills and beauty pills manufacturing sites, the FBI and Homeland Security had already arrested numerous foreign spies caught snooping near Linton's farm. This was why Linton's plans to travel abroad had set Washington on high alert. Frankly, if President Clinton had not been under Linton's sole slave mark and unable to defy his orders, Linton would have had no chance to travel internationally right now, especially to a country ideologically opposed to the U.S. Though Clinton invoked the privileges of the presidency to push through Linton's trip, despite stringent arrangements to ensure Linton's safety, The decision still faced criticism from both the House and Senate, placing enormous pressure on the president. It wasn't only political allies. Even the other three members of the influential foursome, Vice President Gore, Secretary of State Warren Christopher, and White House Chief of Staff Leon Panetta, were deeply dissatisfied with the president's decision. Clinton had no defense to offer publicly. He certainly couldn't admit he was powerless to oppose Linton's command. During these 2 weeks, Clinton and Washington's top officials lived in constant anxiety, fearing bad news might arrive at any moment. The Pentagon even beefed up military deployments across the Asia-Pacific region and the Caribbean Sea to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The CIA sent out numerous agents under various covers to China and Colombia and activated many undercover operatives to gather all possible information related to Linton. Now, seeing that Linton had returned safely, the collective relief in Washington was palpable. Naturally, the next step was to fully understand every detail of Linton's trip. The government needed to evaluate any possible risks of the Vitality Pills formula being compromised and determine if further special measures were necessary. This latest investigation team was of particularly high caliber, led by National Security Advisor Thomas Donilon and consisting of members from the National Intelligence Office, the Pentagon, the CIA, and other agencies. They recognized Linton's unique status and therefore dared not aggressively probe him or his immediate circle. However, everyone else connected to him was fair game, including Aunt Kelly's assistant and translator, who inevitably had to undergo questioning. The Secretary of Commerce, the 3 staff members from the inspection team, and the 2 Secret Service agents Steve and Hans provided a detailed report to the investigators on every single event from boarding the plane until returning to Washington. Especially the 2 agents who had accompanied Linton throughout his trip recalled everything: where he had gone, whom he had met, what was said, all of it reviewed with utmost care. After 2 days of painstaking investigation and evaluation, the team reached a preliminary conclusion. Aside from the significant charitable projects Linton undertook in Colombia, they confirmed he had formed relationships with 3 girlfriends. One of them was none other than the famous and stunning beauty angel, who had even accompanied Linton back to the U.S., reportedly to star in a Hollywood film. Other than these 2 facts, nothing suspicious had been uncovered. Still, no one dismissed the risks entirely. In the end, the CIA was ordered to send intelligence operatives back to monitor anyone who had contact with Linton during his trip, watching for any unusual behavior. A thorough vetting of Linton's charitable initiatives was also mandated to ensure they had not been exploited. In short, Washington's mission was fully clear: absolutely prevent any leak of the Vitality Pills formula. If leakage had already occurred, a thorough eradication plan must be enacted. Chapter 546, Triple Blessings. Aunt Kelly was visiting the farm for the first time. Fresh off the plane, she was immediately struck by the grand scale of the estate. From the airport and through the car window, endless stretches of lush, emerald crops spread as far as the eye could see, filling her with a deep sense of pride and relief. As they drove further into the heavily guarded smaller farm, the sight of various fruit trees, rows of crops, and 100 acres of blooming canola fields dazzled her. Upon entering the gardens, Aunt Kelly was utterly stunned by their vastness and imposing, yet elegant grandeur. Every corner was a breathtaking scene, as if she had stepped into a dream. All of this made her realize that Linton had truly grown into a towering figure, no longer just someone younger in the family, but a genuine heavyweight in America. She understood why even Secretary of Commerce Mickey Cantor had been orbiting around him during his recent trip. That thought brought her great joy, but also a bittersweet pang in her heart. Her sister would never get to see any of this. In that moment, her long-standing irritation over Linton's numerous romantic entanglements quietly melted away. Though she'd never admit it, she understood a stark truth. Real top-tier players often had their share of women. Someone like Linton, who didn't scheme or coerce but simply attracted women through charm, didn't seem wrong at all. And considering he was so young and had built such a massive empire, having multiple women and children might actually be a good thing. She decided to let go of worrying about Linton's love life. After all, it was none of her business anymore. But the kids, she could still spend time bonding with them. As her thoughts shifted, Their car drove into the inner courtyard and stopped in front of an enormous mansion. The moment she stepped out, she saw Madonna standing there alongside 3 pregnant women, Cristiana Reilly, Sophie Marceau, and Monica Bellucci, each proudly showing their baby bumps, eagerly awaiting their arrival. In front of them, a delicately beautiful little girl spotted them and toddled over, calling out brightly, "Daddy." Linton scooped up the little girl immediately, and their joyful exchange melted Kelly's heart, flooding it with affection. After Linton introduced her to Madonna, Cristiana, Sophie, and Monica, the visitors watched as Kelly pulled out from her bag a rattle toy she'd bought. She approached Lena and said, "Little Lena, do you like this toy? Say, Grandma." At first, Lena didn't go to her, but after a little coaching from Linton, she took the rattle in hand and, wide-eyed, looked up at Aunt Kelly, then sweetly added, "Grandma." Aunt Kelly's heart melted completely. She opened her arms warmly. "Come here, Lena. Let Grandma hold you." Comforted by Linton's encouragement, Lena obediently stretched out her arms, slipping into her embrace. Aunt Kelly felt delighted beyond words. After a brief moment of warm familial affection, Linton excused himself to greet Leon Panetta and the guests who had come for the delivery of his famed vitality pills. Meanwhile, Aunt Kelly quickly bonded with Madonna and the 3 pregnant women. Pulling out more carefully chosen infant gifts from her suitcase, she thoughtfully handed them out to Cristiana, Sophie, and Monica, gently inquiring after their well-being. When she learned their due dates were all in mid-August, she resolved to stay in the gardens to help care for them until their babies arrived. Unlike Madonna, who had kept things more private, these 3 had brought their parents along to provide support. This highlighted how crucial Linton's decision to provide each with a separate villa and dedicated staff really was. Though their parents had initially been uneasy about their daughters being unmarried and expecting children, once they saw the depth of Linton's mega-billionaire empire and understood his true situation, their attitudes gradually softened. What sealed the deal, however, was the news that Linton had set up a colossal $100 million trust fund for each child before birth that wiped away any remaining displeasure toward him. As an elder in the family, Aunt Kelly made it her mission to visit the parents of Cristiana, Sophie, and Monica one by one. The meetings went surprisingly well, blending warmth with celebration. Of course, another reason she was happy to stay was that Linton had arranged a private villa just for her, sparing her the worry of getting caught up in his notorious parties with the other women. Even when her husband Jeff and daughter Judy visited, she wouldn't have to fear they'd fall into any bad influences. Los Angeles's underworld was currently in chaos. After Linton's ruthless extermination of the previous gang, power struggles among emerging factions kept things unstable. None of these upstarts dared to touch Linton or anyone linked to his companies, branded stores, or enterprises. They knew full well that to confront federal agencies like the FBI or LAPD would be risky but manageable. Just a few scapegoats might spend some prison time. But crossing Linton was a death sentence, as the bloodied corpses of over 1,000 gangsters from 5 factions proved. Messing with him meant hell on earth for anyone involved. On the morning of August 6th, Linton arrived back in Los Angeles aboard his private jet, carrying 150 bottles of vitality pills and 4,000 bottles of beauty pills. He traveled in a heavily armored convoy of vehicles, including Hummers, escorted by both FBI and LAPD in full display. The operation went smoothly, and the products sold out almost immediately at his exclusive stores. In fact, upon landing, Linton had unleashed his spiritual awareness, effortlessly covering the entire city. No thief dared to lay a finger on his vitality or beauty pills. The next morning, bidding farewell to Cheryl and Fenn, his date for the night, Linton returned to the farm. From that moment on, he devoted himself wholly to supporting Cristiana, Sophie, and Monica as they neared their deliveries, while also cherishing precious time with little Lena. On August 10th, Lee Shauran, accompanied by 40 newly hired service girls and Lee Waiteside's team, arrived in Los Angeles. After entrusting the chef team to estate manager Amy for transfer to the Los Angeles manor, Lee Shauran brought the new staff directly to the farm. Thanks to this boost in manpower and Amy's expert coordination, the estate's service quality entered a new, organized phase. On August 15th, Cristiana went into labor first. With the medical team's skilled assistance, she smoothly delivered a healthy, adorable boy. Weighing a robust 8.9 pounds at birth and wailing loudly, the baby was christened Alexander Anderson by Linton. He gifted the infant a quartz pendant engraved with protective spells and Alexander's name, which was hung proudly around the little boy's neck. News of Alexander's birth spread quickly among Linton's circle, his entire harem setting aside their duties to return, celebrating the newest member of the Anderson family. Every night, lively parties and theatrical events began lighting up the estate's 7th courtyard, with Amy leading staff to decorate the gardens in festive colors and glowing lanterns. On August 18th, Monica also delivered successfully, giving birth to a beautiful, lively baby girl who weighed in at 8.5 pounds, her cries echoing loudly through the mansion. Linton named her Michelle Anderson, gifting her an identical quartz pendant etched with protective runes and her name. Finally, on August 20th, Sophie Marceau welcomed a healthy, spirited baby boy weighing 8.8 pounds. Linton named him Bruce Anderson, and like the others, bestowed upon him the magical quartz nameplate. 3 babies arriving in quick succession was an undeniable blessing. Linton was overjoyed and promptly instructed that every staff member on the estate receive a generous bonus as a token of gratitude. An internal celebration feast was held to mark the joyous occasion. Then, Linton summoned his lawyer Goodman. In front of all the women in his circle, he officially announced an upgrade to the children's trust funds. The total amount doubled from $100 million to $200 million. Trust funds for each of the 3 newborns were formally established, with Lena's own fund also upgraded and refreshed. Chapter 547: Global Billionaires List and Album Promotion. In the weeks that followed, Linton stayed on the farm, spending time with Christiana, Sophie Marceau, Monica Bellucci, and the 3 newborn babies. Of course, that also included little Lena, now over a year old, already talking and running around. Ignoring the chaos of the outside world, life was comfortable and leisurely. However, all the women in his harem gradually left one by one to attend to their own careers. Even Madonna left Lena in the garden and returned to Los Angeles with Catherine to join the filming of Chicago, diving into the intense shooting schedule. Charlize, Jennifer, and Su Ching all joined the cast of Final Destination 2. The movie Armageddon, starring Kate Winslet, and National Treasure, with Sherilyn Fenn, had both recently started production. Meanwhile, Naomi's movie Twister had already ended its run in the North American market, earning $240 million domestically and another $220 million overseas. With Japan, the biggest international market, yet to release it, the global box office was expected to surpass $500 million. Nicole Kidman's lead role in The Long Kiss Goodnight had been in theaters for over 6 weeks, grossing $115 million in North America. With about $400,000 still coming in daily, the final domestic take was expected to reach around $120 million. Overseas, the film had already earned $113 million, with total international earnings likely to top $150 million. The explosive box office success of Twister and The Long Kiss Goodnight propelled both Naomi and Nicole Kidman into a special category among Hollywood's female stars, officially becoming the only 2 almost super A-list actresses just below Julia Roberts in status. At the end of August, the latest issue of Forbes magazine released the 1996 Global Billionaires list. Bill Gates topped the list with $52.1 billion. Warren Buffett came in second with $41.2 billion, and Linton secured third place with a staggering $39.8 billion. The announcement sent shockwaves across the U.S. and global media. Many questioned Forbes' credibility, especially regarding Linton's wealth. For people like Gates and Buffett, their fortunes were transparent, mostly held in publicly traded stocks. Forbes' valuation methods for their wealth invited no controversy. But Linton's holdings were in private companies, lacking market valuation standards, making it difficult for many to accept the announced figures. Forbes' assessment of Linton's fortune came from 4 main sources. Universal Group valued at $7.3 billion. Linton Media Group at $7 billion. The health products company producing the Vitality and Beauty pills at $20 billion. and his charity foundation's holdings in publicly traded stocks estimated at $5.5 billion. The Universal Group valuation raised few eyebrows since Linton had purchased it last year for $6.3 billion. The company's recent turnaround and successful summer releases backed up the $7.3 billion valuation, despite being still private. However, Forbes' $7 billion valuation of Linton Media Group was met with widespread skepticism. Most doubted the $20 billion valuation of the health products company behind Vitality and beauty pills. Though these pills were expensive and highly sought after, production was so limited monthly that sales barely met daily demand. Everyone knew the pills yielded high profits, but given the tiny output, how could the company be worth that much? Only Linton and a few close associates, like Winnie, knew that Forbes had actually severely underestimated his wealth, not overestimated it. For example, just the UPN television network under Linton Media Group made $1.1 billion in profit last year, expected to be even higher this year. Linton Films earned an astonishing $1 billion in profit last year, expected to reach $1.2 billion this year. Maluva Publishing, having published several best-selling novels based on Linton's outlines, especially the early year launch of Harry Potter, selling over 12 million copies, was projected to earn at least $100 million in profit. Fire Elf Games, powered by blockbuster hits like Tomb Raider and Resident Evil, expected profits no less than $150 million. The company's newspapers and magazines were also profitable. Conservatively, the media group's yearly profit topped $2.5 billion. Using a standard 10x earnings multiple, its value should exceed $25 billion. The company's private status and undisclosed revenues were the only reason outsiders didn't know its true worth. The health products company's earning power was even more astounding. Average people estimated annual profit at just $2 billion based on retail data. But in reality, the U.S. government had paid Linton a one-time lump sum of $18 billion in March alone. Considering the pill's key ingredient was his own power, with negligible other costs, and generous tax breaks from the White House, California, and Montana, profit margins exceeded 80%, far beyond common expectations. Annual net profit neared $30 billion, which at the 10x multiple put the company's valuation close to $300 billion. His charity foundation stock holdings were widely undervalued too, far exceeding the $5.5 billion reported. Besides that, the Skycrest Capital, secretly controlled by Linton, already managed assets approaching $10 billion, completely off Forbes' radar. In summary, the list grossly misrepresented Linton's actual wealth. He suspected other billionaires' figures were also inaccurate. Forbes, after all, was not a law enforcement or financial regulatory agency. It compiled data mostly from public sources, inevitably missing hidden wealth where billionaires deliberately concealed assets. Rockefeller, Morgan Stanley, and Rothschild family fortunes certainly dwarfed Bill Gates, though carefully hidden. Nonetheless, claiming third place on the global wealth list offered Linton a significant advantage. He avoided the intense spotlight reserved for the world's richest, yet gained massive worldwide recognition for his power and influence. This new title further boosted his image as a global financial titan. Upon announcement, his fan club's official message boards exploded with activity, drawing over 400,000 new members in just a few days, pushing total supporters to a staggering 2 million, far outpacing second-place Madonna by 900,000 fans. Even the parents of Christiana, Monica, and Sophie who helped with their daughters and grandchildren in the garden greatly softened their attitude toward Linton. His inner circle, upon hearing the news, grew more excited than he did, rearranging their own work schedules to return to the farm and celebrate with him. This sparked non-stop parties and theatrical performances in the garden for 3 days straight. Media, especially entertainment outlets, reacted fiercely, desperate for interviews. Yet Linton remained locked away in his garden estate, ignoring all requests, including from his own company's newspapers and TV channels. Though media wouldn't back down, TV stations tread carefully, merely casting doubt on Forbes' honesty. Entertainment tabloids, however, ran wild, fabricating stories to boost ratings. Some even claimed Forbes was in the pocket of Linton, deliberately promoting him. The coverage of Linton's third-place wealth ranking flooded news feeds, with stories more abundant than those about first-place Bill Gates. The surging hype skyrocketed Linton's popularity, accelerating his cultivation progress to the next level. It wasn't until September 2nd that, after persistent urging from Daniel, Linton finally returned to Los Angeles to promote his new album, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky. Given his soaring popularity, Daniel's marketing plan required no flashy gimmicks. The strategy relied on leveraging Linton's heat to dominate media headlines nationwide, kicking off a massive, authoritative first wave of promotion. Posters plastered in prime retail locations across the country. Next, he planned to keep his two media conglomerates outlets buzzing with coverage, while investing in influential radio stations to boost song requests and chart positions. Unlike other artists, Linton didn't need the usual routine of nationwide press conferences, fan meetings, autograph signings, or local TV guest spots. His stature meant simply appearing for interviews in Los Angeles, on MCA and UPN networks, would send waves across the media world. Reporters would flock wherever he went. Over the following 3 days, carefully arranged by Universal Records, Linton sat for marathon interviews with major outlets. Daniel orchestrated a well-paced rollout. On September 2nd, Linton was interviewed by over a dozen key magazine titles. Because magazines have longer lead times and less immediate impact, they kicked off the campaign. This included the flagship title of Universal's Putnam Publishing, the high-end women's culture and fashion magazine Wave, revamped under Sharon Lehman's management last year to become a top publication. Wave was a semi-monthly magazine aimed at upscale women, shaping cultural trends with sophistication. In March's relaunch issue, Linton graced the cover as the main feature, sparking a sales surge and immediate buzz. Soon after, with vitality and beauty pills exposed to the public, Linton's Inner Circle Women dominated headlines. The second issue featured the freshly minted Oscar Best Actress and currently pregnant Christiana on the cover, an influence powerhouse. The third highlighted Oscar Best Supporting Actress and pregnant Monica. By the fourth issue, just before the official market release of those health pills, the concept of the beautiful angels had captured America's imagination. Madonna, the top beauty angel who had recently given birth to Linton's daughter, took the cover. The fifth issue spotlighted last year's Oscar winner and expectant beauty angel Sophie Marceau. The sixth featured Naomi. Ever since Wave's relaunch, every cover showcased Linton and his women. With the growing buzz from vitality and beauty pills, the beautiful angel phenomenon became America's leading women's lifestyle trend. The magazine quickly rose to rank among the top 4 mainstream women's titles. On September 3rd, Linton appeared on MCA and UPN networks for 2 entertainment variety shows scheduled to air Friday night. On UPN's program, he answered 2 of the most pressing questions for viewers. The host asked, "Linton, Forbes recently announced your fortune at $39.8 billion, ranking you 3rd globally. Many media and experts believe this figure is exaggerated and that you don't actually have this much wealth. How do you respond?" Linton smiled but didn't challenge Forbes outright. "Of course, I don't hold that amount in cash, but the total wealth should be about right." The host covered his mouth, surprised. "You're saying you really do have $39.8 billion? Pretty much. But enough on that. Today we're here to talk about music. Let's get back to the topic." The host pressed on. "Linton, you're now a major capitalist, controlling the Universal Group and Linton Media, plus the highly sought-after vitality and beauty pills. According to Forbes, you're the world's 3rd richest billionaire. Why do you still want to act in movies and sing for everyone?" Linton replied thoughtfully, "I've always believed that with great ability comes great responsibility. But no matter what, everyone has the right to pursue or abandon their dreams." He continued, "Creating the vitality and beauty pills is my contribution as a genius to humanity. Since I have this ability, I must fulfill that responsibility. Becoming a capitalist and billionaire has only given me more freedom to choose what I love most, chasing my original dreams. Acting, singing, becoming a superstar, that's been my childhood dream and greatest passion. And I believe in the future, as long as you like what I create, I'll keep bringing you better movies and songs." Thunderous applause, cheers, and screams erupted. The host asked, Can I interpret that you founded Linton Media and acquired Universal Group mainly to support your dream of becoming a singing and acting star? Linton nodded. That's part of it. Controlling two media giants certainly smooths the path for my dream. But there are two other reasons as well. Can you share them with our audience? Sure. First, I'm bullish on the media industry, especially Hollywood movies. Through film, we can spread our values and influence worldwide. Second, these groups help discover and nurture many more like-minded friends who share my dreams. The host then cheekily asked, by like-minded friends, do you mean your beautiful angels? This question was pre-approved by Linton. Only with his consent would such a bold question be asked about the boss. I won't deny it. Most beautiful angels entered my life through film and music collaborations. The media companies have definitely supported them. But it's not just them. Haven't you noticed we've also discovered excellent directors, like Michael Bay and Zach? He let the names trail off. On September 4th, Linton granted interviews to over 20 newspapers, each for 15 minutes, then held a press conference welcoming more media. That evening, news about Linton's impending album release, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, dominated entertainment headlines nationwide. Chapter 548, Album Release, Sales. Starting September 4th, the media frenzy surrounding Linton's new album, Brightest Star in the Night Sky, was absolutely overwhelming. Music industry experts, veterans, and professionals alike flooded various outlets with glowing praise. Linton's newly filmed music video began airing repeatedly on MTV and numerous local television stations. In every top record store across North America, the prime promotional spots featured large posters of the album. On the internet, especially on Yahoo's homepage, news about the release was pinned at the top, highlighted in bold red. On Linton's fan forums, discussions boiled over. Fans eagerly planned to buy the album on day one to support their idol. Bella's fan army was mobilized online, stirring up conversations everywhere. Which song on Linton's new album was the catchiest? Who was the most beautiful woman in the music video? How had Linton, already a billionaire, still cared so deeply for his fans by delivering such an amazing work? They awaited the release with fevered anticipation. Offline, Linton's fan clubs launched spontaneous grassroots campaigns to promote the new album. CDs, vinyl records, music videotapes, and laserdiscs were stocked in every record store. Universal Music executed a worldwide simultaneous release strategy, and thanks to a hefty promotional budget, overseas marketing ramped up aggressively. On Saturday, September 7th, Brightest Star in the Night Sky officially hit the shelves. At Camelot Music, one of the largest music stores in Queens, New York, normally open from 9:30 a.m. to 9 p.m., a long line had formed before 9 a.m., packed mainly with young people and a few middle-aged fans. Manager Slack arrived for work, almost mistaking the venue. The crowd was far bigger than expected. Regular customers greeted him eagerly. Slack, can you open early today? Are you all here for the billionaire Linton's new album? Yeah, hurry up. I've got my daughter waiting for me at home. I need to get this album for her. Open up quick, Slack. Don't tell me you don't have enough stock. Slack assured everyone, don't worry. Linton rarely releases albums. I've stocked plenty to make sure everyone gets one. He hurried through the side door to prepare with his staff, thoughtful enough to add an extra cash register to handle the expected rush. Soon, Linton's new single The Brightest Star in the Night Sky boomed through the store speakers as the doors opened ahead of schedule. Customers streamed in, gravitating straight toward the new album display, and a checkout line quickly formed. But Slack's confident inventory forecast soon proved wildly underestimated. Though he'd pre-ordered 3,000 CDs and 300 copies each of videotapes and laserdiscs from Universal, enough for what he thought would last a full week, by evening around 6 p.m., all stock was sold out, leaving many customers frustrated. Thankfully, he'd sensed the high demand by noon and urgently called Universal to increase his order. They promised to deliver before the next day's opening. Similar sellouts weren't limited to this store. Across major cities, New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, San Francisco, Atlanta, record stores urgently placed follow-up orders with Universal. Daniel Lumen had anticipated this surge, already pressing 50 million CDs and vinyl records, with 25 million allocated to North American warehouses nationwide. Upon receiving urgent shop requests, shipments were dispatched quickly from the closest inventory hubs, securing supply chains well. When preliminary sales data came in around 2 a.m., Daniel was stunned. In just one day, Linton's brightest star in the night sky sold 6.1 million copies in the North American market alone. Videotape sales topped 500,000, shattering all previous records. Excited, he phoned Linton late at night. "Boss, great news." "Daniel, the sales numbers are in." "Yes, boss. Your album sold 6.1 million copies in just one day in North America. Video sales hit 500,000 too." "Wow, that's impressive. Thanks for your hard work." "Thank you, boss. Universal will keep pushing. We're confident this album will break new ground." "Good. Make sure you get a bonus for the team." Daniel hung up happily, but immediately ordered an additional 5 million CDs and 1 million videotapes from the pressing plants. The 25 million in stock clearly wouldn't suffice. The first day's astonishing 6.1 million sales sent shockwaves through the market. To put it in perspective, last year only 5 albums worldwide sold more than that in total, and fewer than 3 even in North America alone. Linton's record-setting daily sales sparked a new wave of media buzz and online chatter, driving even more people into music stores. By September 8th, the album sold another 4.37 million copies in North America. On the 9th, sales hit 3.09 million. On the 10th, another 2.64 million copies moved off shelves. In just 4 days, North American sales totaled 16.2 million copies, with videotapes reaching 2.18 million. Meanwhile, overseas sales were equally impressive in the first 3 days. Japan sold 2.06 million copies. France, 1.62 million. The United Kingdom, 1.56 million. Germany, 1.73 million. Italy, 1.05 million. South Korea, 970,000. The total international sales for those 3 days reached an astonishing 12.83 million copies, with videotape sales topping 1.74 million. Unlike previous album launches requiring touring and promotional roadshows across America, this time Linton relaxed comfortably in Los Angeles, letting the music work its magic on its own. Chapter 549. Hillary's Wish Fulfilled, Black Mask. At a rare moment of leisure for Linton, Hillary arrived again in Los Angeles to claim the child she desired from him. In the presidential suite of the Four Seasons Hotel, 2 figures were drenched in sweat, engaged in countless rounds of intense workouts and passionate encounters. After a long while, Hillary lay limp and tender in Linton's arms. "Master," she whispered, "this time, you must grant your slave a child. Have you talked it over with Bill?" "Yes, master. I have discussed it with him, and he fully supports it." "Fully supports it?" Linton sounded a little skeptical. "Yeah." At first, he was reluctant, but thinking of the family's long-term plan, despite his inner hesitation, he agreed. Then when he found out it would be using your genes, he didn't just have no objections. He was genuinely happy and full-heartedly supportive. "So you both wanted my genes, huh?" "Of course, master. You're the strongest man in the world with the finest genes. I'm confident a child born from you and me will be exceptionally gifted." "All right. Since you've both made up your minds, I'll grant your wish. But on one condition, I want to be the godfather. And that child must spend at least 3 months every year living on my farm." "Master, anything you say? Please favor me." A joyful, sweet song drifted softly through the suite. For the sake of conceiving successfully, Hillary stayed in Los Angeles for a full 5 days. Each night, she clung to Linton, battling together through the night. Given her agreement to bear his child, Hillary's status in Linton's heart naturally rose. Significantly, before parting, Linton personally placed a protective quartz bracelet on Hillary's wrist and instructed her never to take it off under any circumstances. A quartz bracelet isn't like a quartz pendant. Its structure isn't ideal for carving multiple formations inside. At Linton's current cultivation level, he could barely inscribe even one formation. Considering both Aunt Kelly's and Hillary's most pressing demand was protection, he chose the diamond formation. With its safeguard inside the bracelet, Hillary's safety could be assured. Unexpectedly, Hillary misunderstood. "Master, is this quartz bracelet like the quartz necklace, a symbol of status or your recognition?" "You could say that. After all, you're preparing to become the mother of my child. That's wonderful. Master, rest assured, no matter what, this bracelet will never leave my wrist. Also, you don't have to call me master anymore. Can I call you darling then? When no one else is around, sure. Darling, I'm so happy. I want you to love me even more. Afterward, Linton returned to the farm, spending serene, joyful days with Christiana, Sophie Marceau, Monica Bellucci, and their 3 newborn children. Of course, there was also little Lena, already talking and toddling around happily. Although Christiana, Sophie, and Monica were all above 30, considered high-risk mothers, they were in excellent health thanks to long-term nourishment from Linton's essence. They were healthier than many women in their 20s. Living in a land saturated with spiritual energy helped them recover swiftly after childbirth. When they hosted their evening parties, the 3 women joined forces to keep up with Linton in their energetic, flirtatious duels. At the wellness factory managed by Mina, all operations were orderly with stable output. Linton occasionally entered the elixir refining room to create vitality pills, replenishing the stock. Unnoticed, September edged in. Linton's new album had been out for 3 weeks. Sales soared from the start, smashing records and topping the Billboard charts for 2 consecutive weeks. So far, North American sales had totaled 26.82 million copies, with daily sales still holding at around 400,000. Video cassette sales reached 2.81 million units. Overseas markets had accumulated 25.65 million copies sold, sustaining daily sales of approximately 500,000. Video cassettes shipped hit 2.86 million units. Universal Music's marketing department forecasted worldwide sales to reach about 62 million copies, with video cassette sales surpassing 6 million. Total revenue would easily exceed $1.4 billion. This album truly showcased Linton as the ultimate pop icon, a titan of fan devotion and musical influence. It also filled Universal's pockets. Daniel predicted just this album alone would net the label over $400 million in profit, easily exceeding yearly targets ahead of schedule. Linton's personal earnings were no small sum either. By the contract's terms, he would walk away with no less than $400 million. September signaled a post-summer lull at the box office. Hollywood blockbusters usually ignored this window, making it prime time for low or mid-budget indie films and overseas imports to hit theaters. Linton's promise to Jet Li, Black Mask, was set to open on September 27th in the U.S. The film had already premiered in July across Hong Kong, China, Taiwan, Japan, and Singapore. Unfortunately, this urban superhero movie had been tailored too much for Western tastes. Its thematic core, cultural vibe, and style diverged sharply from traditional Asian action fare, leading to poor reception in Asia. Box office returns were disappointing. 13.28 million Hong Kong dollars in Hong Kong, 14 million renminbi in China, and 50 million new Taiwan dollars in Taiwan. Total Asian box office failed to reach 100 million Hong Kong dollars, about $12.8 million, while the production budget was 60 Hong Kong dollars, $7.7 million. The film was a solid flop in Asia. Though North American rights sold for $2.5 million, the film still faced losses. The box office failure dealt a heavy blow to Jet Li, raising greater hopes for its U.S. box office performance. If Black Mask managed strong sales in North America, it could earn spots at the Berlin Film Festival by year's end and secure high-priced deals for European